Yes. Oh, the noise. Yes. Okay. I was gone for 4 days. I came back and I tried to turn on my gaming computer and it wasn't turning on. I wasn't sure why. So I unplugged it and plugged it back in because that's the thing to do. And then I turned it on. And if you have like your 4-pin connectors up here, your CPU fan here, your RAM here, and then this is like the whole motherboard. I turned it on and it starts sparking up here. I would say for maybe it sparks like twice, but they're decent sized sparks. So obviously I unplug the power cord, plug it back in, turn it on again, and then and I wiggle the cables a little because that's the technical thing to do is you wiggle all the cables to make sure everything is thoroughly wiggled, and then I turned it on and it sparked one more time, but then it turned on and now it's on. So I don't know what that means. I don't know what would even be sparking in there or what that could be, but that's where we're at. So but to be fair, that was just my gaming computer, so if it dies we'll just stare at my webcam and Did you ever get the aim point red dot for your M4? Oh, are you the fucking loser that emailed me? Because yes, I did, but it's at the UPS store and I'm waiting to go pick it up. I don't even know why I got it though. I feel like I FOMO bought it because I don't even know. I don't know when I'm ever going to use this shotgun again. What did I get the right one? I got it was the micro aim point this thing. Like I don't know when I would ever use this because I'm probably never shooting like trapper ski. Like I'm not shooting clays. I don't think with the Benelli, right? And no offense to the shotgun, it's like fun to shoot, but like at a range, it's really boring because you shoot twice and the target is like destroyed. So it's like, okay, well, what's the point of this? I have no clue so I don't know why I got this. I don't know. I'm more excited about, Dan sent me some stupid fucking website that apparently will attach your sights even better for you. I want to have a super sick carry gun because I need to be ready to shoot people that are trying to kill me in real life. I got this guy for my I have a 365 SAS, so it's got like the built-in sight. Initially, I wasn't a big fan of it, but after shooting with it a few times, like I understand it more. The little built-in green thing. Same with slugs. I'm gun retarded. No, maybe slugs would probably be smaller, but who shoots slugs, bro? I don't even know. That's like some DayZ shit. Does anybody actually shoot slugs out of a shotgun? At that point, why would I just be shooting a rifle? Also, slugs, I am a baby, okay? Slugs have way more kick to them. Slugs are like, I don't know if it would be as fun to shoot. I don't know. To be fair, I don't know what a slug would feel like coming out of that guy, but I don't know. Fuck that. UPS carries next. Was website Wager Machine Works by chance? Wait, why? Do you talk to Dan about this shit? It was some website. It's literally run by like a husband and wife. But what you can do is, I think you can take the slide off your 365 and you can mail them the slide and the site, and they'll like machine it together for you to make the site as low on the bore axis or whatever as possible. Clear sight picture to avoid shooting soft targets. You don't want to in an emergency. I get, well, Yeah, I'm in an apartment. How, like, I feel like if you're shooting wrong targets at that point with a shotgun in an apartment, your shit's already fucked, all right? That's the one. The good thing is that you could eventually take that red dot and mount it on an AR-15 easily, so it's not a waste. Wait, is that true with that mounting plate? Because if so, that's actually pretty cool. I carry a 10 gauge with slugs on my dirt bike / quad in the bush. I've had to use it on a bear before. 10 gauge? It's like wires, right? It's bigger the smaller the number. I don't even know if I've shot a 10 gauge anything before. Where the fuck are you? I'm at home, motherfucker. I thought you were knowledgeable on gun safety, but you just have all your guns lined up on the wall like that. Yeah, I've got a string that I can pull to shoot all of them at once if there's enemies outside. There's an interesting argument that customized guns can be used against you if they ever come up in a self-defense trial. This guy tried to make his gun as deadly as possible / easier to kill with type argument. Really, though? Wow, Jen, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. What is the best gun to buy if you're planning for a Civil War / self-sustenance style scenario? It's really, I feel like the best answers for gun-related stuff, it's kind of like working out, I think. Like, how do I get strong? Go to the gym, eat lots of protein, get some sleep. I feel like for gun stuff, I feel like the answers are also pretty similar. Like, I need a really reliable, powerful pistol to get a Glock. Okay, but aren't those really boring? Yes. Aren't they kind of cheap? Yep. Isn't there something cooler? Yes. But if you want something that's just reliable and works all the time, and you don't even really have to ever fucking clean them, just get a Glock. There's a reason cops use them. Super reliable, super powerful. I feel like if you want to really kill people defensively, I think, is there a superior platform to the M4 AR-15? I just feel like it's just, there's no recoil. 5.56 rounds are really powerful and destructive. They're endlessly customizable. Like, right? I don't know, a Glock and an AR-15, why not? It just seems like it does everything. I hate the argument of making a gun more deadly, like when a cop mag dumps instead of shooting to check what happened before writing another shot, as if he's a British soldier from 300 years ago. Well, a British soldier from 300 years ago shooting one time is mag dumping, because I'm pretty sure that's the only amount of rounds they can have. Why do you have to sleep to maximize your workout? Because the longer you stay awake, the higher the risk of accidentally doing cardio. So you sleep to conserve your gains and never waste them on fruitless activity. It's the best email to reach you at, the one listed on the YouTube. No, if you don't know my email, then you don't deserve to reach me. Honestly, I actually have no idea if sleeping helps you with workout stuff. There's a lot of stuff that I read and I don't know anything related to, well, no, I believe in sleep effect on mental health. And I believe in, I don't believe in anything I read that's stress related. Unless I just have like a very extra special ability to process stress. I don't know. I feel like I read a lot of things where like, oh, if you stress this, these are all the bad things that happen to your body. I was like, really? Does it? I feel like stress is one of those things where they're like, we have no idea what's causing this, but we're just going to say that stress can make it worse. And then that's it. I don't believe any of it. Okay. Any advice for a new content creator? I don't personally know anyone in the space, so I'm just kind of figuring it all out on my own. Make content on a consistent schedule. Good luck. Your background looks like an armory from Cyberpunk. Good. I want to be ready for the Civil War. One thing that I think now, I didn't get this initially because I thought it would look, I thought it just wouldn't look good in this color, but now I kind of regret not doing it, and I doubt I could swap them out. But they make these racks in different colors. Gray is kind of like your standard, like, oh, you're in a video game armory, or I guess a real life armory because it's real life. But they actually sell all of these in, they have 3 different colors. They have like a brownish color, but I wasn't sure if I got the brownish color, if it would just look weird. Like not gun appropriate. Why won't it show me what it looks like in brown? But now I feel like in retrospect, I think I should have went with the brownish color. But this shit is too expensive to start swapping everything out, so fuck that. I swear to God, on this website, it used to show you what it looked like in the other colors. Yeah, I think the brown or the tan probably would have looked nice, but whatever. Have you ever considered evading your Twitch ban by dressing up as a ne'er-do-well and watching Fox News? What is N-E apostrophe E-R? What does that mean? Never do well and watching Fox News. A bum, a bad dude, a baddin. Oh, it was, okay. Thanks for the advice. What kind of shooting is your favorite? Honest to God, everybody should try shooting clays, like trap shooting or courses or whatever. Everybody should try it at least one time. I think it's super fun. It's a lot easier than it looks, and in some regards, it's harder than it looks. Like if you've ever shot at ordinary targets and then you look at like shooting clays or trap shooting or whatever, it seems like it would be really, really, really hard, but it's not. You learn like surprisingly easy. Some of it can be hard, especially when you do like multi-clays or whatever. But if you're going to do it, find a course or no, don't find a course. Find a place where you can just like load in clays and then pull and shoot. Don't do the fucking courses. I went to, oh God, there's one place near here where you can do that, but it's like a course. So you stand with 4 other people and it's like one at a time and it just, you shoot so much less. It's so slow. It takes like 20 or 30, is it 20 minutes per game? How long does it take to do 5 people? I don't know. Have I ever gone hunting? No, I don't really think I could. I just don't think I would enjoy it. There's probably like a whole meta you have to dig in there to like enjoy hunting, to actually enjoy the sport of it, but I just don't give a fuck. If I ever got into hunting, I feel like I would want to, but I don't think anybody really does this. This is like a meme, but like bow and arrow or like knife hunting, that would be fucking wild shit. But I would probably die. And I'm not going to invest all the time and everything in that. So fuck that. The courses can be so fucking cool. There is one around me that used to be an old quarry, and it's fun because some of them fly in the air like normal, but randomly they'll have a rabbit-style clay. Oh, no. Usurp GG. I don't know if me and Melina ever posted videos from there. I think we did. But no. I'm so sorry. I don't even know what they call it. The reason why I keep saying trap or clays is because I don't actually know that there's like trap shooting and skeet shooting and all this. But there was a course that me and Mel shot at in some southern state. I just looked up like trap shooting and drove to one, and it was like what you're describing. So there were like 5 different patterns that they could shoot from. One is literally they'll roll the clay across the ground. One was it shot like overhead. Another came like there's more like lateral movement. That was fun. What I'm saying is I think that if you're new to it, going to a course where there are like 4 other people and you're playing a full game, I think that's really boring because you don't get to shoot that much. So it's harder to learn because you're not getting feedback and you have to wait for everyone else. And there's way, way, way more boring. If you can find any course that you can run solo, I think that's way more exciting for a new shooter. Like playing a full game, if you're a new shooter and you don't even really know how to do it, I don't know. Even being able to shoot it was just really boring, sitting there waiting for everybody else to shoot. Fuck that. I'm talking about the turn taking. I'm talking about like playing a full game where you have to have other people there. Yeah, fuck that. But I think there are different names for, okay, trap is when you stand around in a semicircle and shoot clays from a single location. Skeet is when you move around and shoot clays between two towers. Sporting clays is when you move around a course. Oh, okay. So it just has to do with where you're positioned. What do you call it? What is this testing? This is the Apple monitor stand for guns. No way, this shit is sick. I have two of these. It works, and it's all like modular. It works way better than I thought it would. I thought it was gonna be dog shit, and I would just throw it out. But actually, I think they're really good. What do you call it when you have like the course that launches things from different angles? I don't know how to explain that. Like that one guy explained it. Me and Melina shot at a course where like sometimes a thing would launch a clay, if this is the ground, and it would just go like rolling. Sometimes it would launch one or two. Oh, no, it would launch overhead. There was one here. There was one that launched like, I think like this way. So like lots of lateral movement. There's one that launched like directly out. And then you could set the course, the box sometimes to do two at a time. So it might launch from here and here at the same time. What do you call this? Sounds like sporting clays. You stand in the same spot the whole time. Whatever that was, this was super fun. What Glock do you carry? I don't carry a Glock anymore. I used to in Nebraska because I had because I could wear coats and stuff, but otherwise it prints really obviously on my clothes because I'm only 5'8", okay? I only have a Glock 17 though. I think that would be sporting clays. Were you always in the same spot or did you go to one position? No, just same spot the entire time. Yeah, the rolling one, I think they called it. I don't know if he used the term rabbit actually, but if you want to compare how brain rotted, he typed it, Brian rotted. Modern debate is to debate before, watch second half of Free to Choose Volume 1. What? Why, that sounds like a porno from 1998. Do you have a switch on your Glock? I've got a trigger. No, I don't have any switches. Oh, the survey results. Hold on one second. Do you like antique weapons like flintlocks and muskets? Not in particular. I think maybe if I studied history more, maybe there would be certain weapons that I have to have some kind of attachment to it. Like I got the Mosin because it was in DayZ, because I like DayZ. The Mosin ended up being really fun to shoot. What did I get? I got the Alien because I shot that at the ranch place with Donut Operator, and that gun was just shot amazingly. I oiled it all up. I haven't shot it yet though. I don't know if it works. To not be a piece of shit weapon. The P210, I was reading online for a new target gun to buy because I was like, oh, why not? And I saw a lot of cool things written about the P210. I don't really have any special attachment to it, but it is my favorite. I think it is my favorite gun. The P210 is fucking awesome. And then the two smaller ones are just what's the best concealed carry guns. And the two things that I come up against the most are usually the Smith & Wesson Shield and the P365 or the P365 SAS. So those are the two concealed carries I have. I think they're called micro compacts. I don't know if that's a real term or not, but. How do you get out of your room with the guns in the middle? It's kind of an optical illusion. The camera position makes it look way more obscene than it actually is, I think. Like, it doesn't really block. I gotta just walk out. Does it look like an optical illusion? It's like, they're not really, like the door is like, it's not a big deal. It looks more crazy than it actually is. Good one. Have you even practiced slide cancel or jump shot? Slide cancel or jump shot? Is that from guns? Was the Red Pill arc your highest growth period in the last 5 years in terms of subscribers? That's how I found you. Probably, yeah. But when you But I mean, when you grow, you're always poised. Like every growth moment has been a higher growth moment than the last. But when you're bigger, you can get bigger. You know, that makes sense. What about competitive pistol shooting? Like doing like 3-gun? That might be fun, but at that point, it's probably too much time. I don't think I have time to dump into something like that. I'd rather learn to play guitar. How do you feel in terms of a need for new legislation to give state representatives more advertising space during election cycles? I feel like governors hog all the airtime and shit like revenue bills are introduced in the House, and half the U.S. doesn't even know who their damn representatives even are every 2 years. You know what? I'm going to be honest. Okay, so if you watch the show I filmed with George Santos, it's going to be, I thought it was like funny and fun, but it's definitely a more lighthearted show. We get like kind of political, but it's definitely more lighthearted. I did speak to him for a lot longer than I thought I'd be able to afterwards. But I'm going to be honest. I feel like he completely convinced me of term limits. Every time I hear people talk about term limits, I feel like people talk about term limits as though, I don't know, like people just shouldn't be in office for so long because it's bad for democracy or it's not right or lobbyists or some retarded shit. He had an interesting take on it, though. Maybe this is a more popular take, and I've just never heard it before. But basically, and it started to sync up with a lot of stuff that I've seen recently, especially with Pelosi and Schumer and AOC, to where the incumbent advantage in being a congressman is huge. It's unreal. And his knowledge of like all the people in the House, I mean, obviously he was in the House Representative, so he should know, but his knowledge of all the people in the House and all the race and everything was pretty good too. Something he pointed out that was interesting though is there are a lot of people who are in Congress who will be in Congress for generations only because they have the incumbent advantage now. And that he had examples, but I don't remember them. I just don't know all the House people. But he had examples of like, you know, as soon as that person dropped out or somebody else stepped in, boom, it switched. And that there are the composition of Congress. And then there's an argument to be made down the line here. The effectiveness of Congress is hardcore mediated by term limits because of the fact that once a person gets there, they're almost guaranteed to win, or they have such a high likelihood of being there for so fucking long that it morphs the way that they approach being an effective legislator. I thought that was an interesting take. I shouldn't say interesting, actually. That swapped my mind on term limits. And I think I am in favor of term limiting people just on the back of that argument. I don't know if, or even just consecutive term limits, maybe, yeah. For which branch of government? Also the judicial? No, I think judicial. I still think lifetime appointments are good for judicial. But for Congress, yeah, that actually was a pretty compelling argument. There was one other thing he said too. Oh, that I also thought was interesting. I gave him a counter argument, but he said that was fine. He was willing to bite the bullet on it. Another thing he said was, when it comes to passing, he had two other things. Fuck, we didn't talk about any of this on the show. I wonder if just by being in Congress, maybe just like learn things. There are two things he said. One was, if Congress can't pass a spending bill, if Congress isn't able to fund the government for any reason whatsoever, every single person in Congress is term limited out for the next election because it's like a fundamental aspect of their job. And I think my response was something along the lines of like, okay, well, what if there's like a minority or something and they know that they've got a more favorable election coming up and they purposely don't. And he's like, that's all part of like legislating that. You should be able to have your strong majorities or hold the party responsible. It's like, okay, that's interesting. If you can't pass a spending bill, then you're fucked. And then a second thing he said that I thought was interesting is there should never, ever, ever be huge spending bills. It should be, I don't know how many appropriations committee. He said 13. Are there 13 committees or whatever in the House? He said that there should be 13 different spending bills every spending cycle, and it should never be one giant bill, because he says when things are in one giant bill, it's much harder to actually have a public debate or have negotiation over stuff that shows up in appropriations, because who the fuck knows? There's just huge spending bills that get passed every cycle and everybody argues kind of like, I don't want to say behind the scenes, it's not necessarily hidden, but like we just don't see it because it's such a huge spending bill. But he said that if it was different appropriations committees passing 12 or 13 different spending bills every single spending cycle, where each bill is talking about like whatever different parts of the government need to be funded, that the conversations and then the effective legislation being passed be way better. Yeah, I don't know. I thought these were some interesting. Did your opinion of Santos change after talking with him? I don't know. We didn't push too hard on the on the convictions, I should say, I guess. He said it was essentially for wire fraud of like $47,000. He said the way he was charged everything was bullshit. I told him, I mean, I haven't looked into it and I don't believe anything unless I read out the underlying documents. So I didn't have a strong opinion on that. But the opinions on government, those three things I think were pretty important. I think my mind was changed on every single point there. I think having multiple, well, I didn't have a strong opinion on a spending bill before, but having multiple spending bills, I think would be way better. Term limiting every single person in Congress if they can't pass a spending bill, I think would be good. And term limits to make sure that there is new blood that's being cycled into Congress, and it forces citizens to pay a little bit more attention in their elections. They can't just vote for the name that they recognize every time, I think would be better. Yeah, I think I like all three of those ideas. Did you know Santos is the same age as you? Yeah, I think he's 6 or 7 months older. How would you address the anti-term limit arguments that, one, institutional knowledge is important, and two, the longer you serve, the more relationships you can build with the other side? The institutional knowledge, I think we would disagree here because he also pushed further and he said that every single bureaucrat should be cycled out as well. Is the least popular take ever, but I don't give a fuck. Those that know, and those that want to debate it can debate it. I think the bureaucratic state is really important. I think that it's important to have people behind the scenes who know how to keep everything functioning, and that ideally you have a strong, entrenched bureaucratic state that knows how to operate things. And when you elect new politicians, they're able to come in and they're able to implement their agenda and then have the bureaucrats effectively basically carry it out, right? Because if you're cycling in new bureaucrats all the time, you're never going to get anything done because nobody knows how anything works. So I think having like an important foundation of staffers and everything is really important. And hopefully that would be able to keep up with, I guess, like the institutional knowledge there. Oh, fuck, he brought up another thing, too. We didn't talk about any of these really, what I thought were, well, the podcast was not supposed to be hugely political. Fuck, wait, what was it? I just had it, and then it slipped because I read that comment. Fuck, he had one other thing that I thought was really interesting. Oh, I'm not leaking anything. I don't think any of this is in bad taste. One thing I asked him, because I was very curious about this, I'm so curious about how people handle the public, especially as I become more popular and then more into politics, and as politics has become more influencer oriented, it really has. It's really interesting to me to see, how do you guys handle the problems that, like, I feel like people in the streaming or YouTube space have these problems. Like, I remember asking James Scoofus, right? Scoofus, sorry, fuck. State senator from New York who was running for the DNC chair. This was an off-stream question, but I asked him, this guy he's a New York state senator in an incredibly red district. I want to say it was like a plus 20 red district. It was an insanely red district. And I remember I asked him this question. I was like, when you go and you talk to conservatives and when you're voting in your state legislature, how do you not lose yourself when you're trying to appeal to the conservative side? Like, do you ever worry that you're selling out too far, or that you're not choosing the right battles? And he didn't really have a good answer. He said it's very, very, very difficult. Because this is a thing that obviously I struggle with a lot when it comes to arguing with like conspiracy theorists or platforming people, where it's like, how hard should I push? How gentle should I be? How understanding should I be? How aggressive should I be? Like, these are all really, really challenging questions. And I thought it was interesting. It was a thing that he struggled with a lot as well. Although he was young, of course. But I mean, super blue guy, super red district. I asked George that question. I asked Santos, Mr. Santos, Representative Santos, the honorable, not honorable, I don't know what you call him, but I asked him, I was like, how did you deal with all the hate? Because you went from being basically a no-name congressman to almost like an international name, but a heavily nationally popular name for like 2 weeks or whatever. And one thing that he said that I thought was very interesting, this isn't secret, none of this is secret, I don't think he said that the RNCC, I think it was, probably Republican National Committee council. He said that they do really heavy media training for everybody that gets into the House. Everybody that gets into Congress gets super ultra media trained. And he said one of the first things that they stress is you do not read your social medias. Never. You never read them. You won't survive it. You have staffers convey stuff to you. You have other people posting that you never, ever, ever, ever read your social media accounts. And he said to his knowledge, he was not actually sure if the Democrats do the same coaching on their side, which that's funny because that's a big piece of advice that a lot of high-level streamers or YouTubers will get. Don't interact directly with your social media. You can't handle the negativity. It will destroy you. I thought that was interesting. NRCC's National Republican Congressional Committee. Gotcha. Yeah, okay. Yeah. How do you feel about term lengths but no term limits for Supreme Court justices? Like every president could be guaranteed. Yeah, I've already given my opinion on that. I think term lengths for Supreme Court justices, I think would be good. Not because I think Supreme Court justices shouldn't serve a life sentence, but because I think it would be more fair to have it so that every president is allowed to have one Supreme Court justice, if that makes sense. One or two, I guess, depending on how it would work out. What, we have 9 times 4 is 36. Okay, so maybe it would be 18-year terms, I guess. I don't know why I just said that. That doesn't make any sense. 16-year terms. Sorry. And then that would make it so every president gets 2 picks or something. What is your view on wealth inequality? Does knowing that if the top 1% paid off the full national debt, each individual would still have nearly $1 billion? What? No, whatever that sentence was, I don't think that is true. But again, how much do you think you're treating the symptoms of the problem rather than the actual problem with such term limits? I think that does speak to a fundamental problem. I think that incumbency advantage is a problem, I think, in the United States. Yeah. What if they've used the 2 picks and one justice dies? Then you hold it off and you just have 8 justices for a while. We've done that in the past. In your system, how does the president guarantee that they get a Supreme Court pick? What happens if Congress delays forever, like what Mitch McConnell did? In an ideal world, you'd amend the Constitution, or you could have new parliamentarian rules for the Senate, but something to guarantee. No, you don't need new rules. It is what it is. If somebody wants to block it, you're not going to make rules around it. People are always going to find a way to weasel around it, but that should just never, ever, ever, ever happen. What do you think the state of the country will be by the end of Trump's term? Do you think his damage is reversible? I'm pretty disappointed with the Dems' response to what he's done so far. I mean, there's 2 issues. The majority of the damage that Trump does is going to be stuff that Americans won't feel today, but they'll be felt down the road, or in some very disturbing ways, the damage will be invisible because it'll be in a cost of things that we no longer get, rather than us like actively losing or suffering. Domestically, I'm not really sure how much Americans will suffer. So for instance, for the international thing, this is a question, I wrote down questions that I want to start asking people when I debate. It's funny because one, I wanted to ask Santos this and he headed this question off in the worst way possible. One question I have for people is, what is the line for you for Donald Trump? Like, what is the line for what he could do that would go too far? But before I even got to ask that question, the co-host asked Santos, because she was making fun of him. She was like, "You'd literally support Trump no matter what," and he said, "Yes, it doesn't matter. There's no line for me." Before I even asked that question, I was like, "Okay, well, fuck me, I guess." But one thing that I want to ask more people is, I want to ask ordinary people this, is when you think of like what makes America like really cool, like what would you tell your kids about America? What are some of the stories that you would tell, or what are some of the big accomplishments? And now, obviously, I'm asking myself that question, but I'm weighing in my mind how I would want people to answer. So my own answers would be biased. But I'm thinking of things like, I think, obviously, our intervention in World War I and World War II, I think was really cool. I think that's a good story. I think the idea that we saved Europe, at least a second time, from super duper bad dudes, I think that's a really good story. I haven't researched these 2 wars yet, and I will. It might even be my next thing after this Rise to Power for Hitler book. I don't know what went right in Korea that went so wrong in Vietnam, but like, I feel like South Korea is a really cool and good country. I think it's a good country that exists. I'm not sure if that country would exist without the United States involvement in the Korean War. And then I think of things like NASA, like sending astronauts to the moon, I think was really fucking cool. And a lot of I think the internet is pretty cool. A lot of these things are funded by either one, they're funded by government in the case of like research for NASA, or for the internet, you know, from like defense, or, you know, like intervening in world wars, you know, 1 and 2. These are like foreign policy decisions that like an active population needs to be on board with for us to intervene in. And the idea that, so like for Ukraine and Russia, so earlier I said there might be foreign policy stuff that we suffer, but the damage is invisible. Let's say that tomorrow Russia, Ukraine sign a peace deal, and then, you know, that's it. Ukraine hands over 20% of its territory, it's whatever. And then we just go on into the future. We probably just don't think much about it. Maybe it's a bit of a stain, maybe it's a bit of a whatever. But there's a world where in the future, like Ukraine manages to fully get everything back from Russia with the assistance of the United States. And that's like a cool story that we would be able to tell, but we can't tell that story anymore. But that's like, but you wouldn't immediately, you wouldn't like observe that loss, if that makes sense, right? Like if South Korea was never created, you would never think, man, if we only would have intervened in Korea, maybe we could have carved out like one of the wealthiest and awesomest countries in the world there. But you wouldn't think that. That's what I mean when I say that. Yeah. But domestically, I think they're going to do everything they can to not harm Social Security or Medicare. As much as they're talking about it, like waste, fraud, and abuse, just cutting into those is like, it's like doing, there's a brain biopsy where you just sample tissue from like the very edge of the brain, and it's considered very, very low risk. Or you can do a brain biopsy from way deeper in the brain, and I think that's considered significantly more risky. They'll do whatever they can to stay away from going really far, and they're just going to be on the outskirts. Because as soon as you start touching Medicare or Social Security, the support is going to fucking plummet, and it'll be hard to win it back, I think. Are you still planning on making that January 6th video? You know, maybe. The clap was in chat for Lauren. She was a very effective fighter, Lauren De La Laguna. After all the court docs and everything dropped from my biggest fans on the other side, the guy said that he wasn't comfortable finishing the project, so he had me pay him out for it, and he sent me all the files. So I have the finished video project, but I need to script it. So it's whenever I sit down and script out that, but all the video, all the footage and all that work on that is technically done, but yeah, good times. Release the Israel footage. I think a couple weeks ago, I gave all the Israel footage to August, so it should be, I might set a deadline on that for him. I think I probably will actually on the 1st of next month, to where I want all of it online. Otherwise, he's getting fucking fired. Any update on court or no? Nope. That shit just takes months and months. File a response, wait 21 days, do all the bullshit. It's all fun, good times. I assume it's a bit of a mindfuck that you helped Lauren with her law degree in some way, didn't you? Yeah, but listen, no more free clout, okay? I'm on that Vosh and Hassan pill now, all right? Never helping. Fuck streamers. They're all horrible people. I disagree. Destiny president of the country, Elon Musk, has called Social Security a Ponzi scheme. Yeah, but think about what Elon is saying, I think, when he says Ponzi scheme. One, Elon gets all of his credibility from Donald Trump. Elon would not be liked by conservatives if it wasn't for Donald Trump, number one. Number two, when he says it's a Ponzi scheme, the implication there, if you're reading it favorably as a conservative, I think the implication there is that people are getting scammed because they're not getting their Social Security, or they're not going to get their Social Security. Not that they need to get rid of Social Security. Old people just don't want Social Security to go away. It's just not, that's just not going to happen. I don't think so. Can you explain why an incumbency advantage is bad? If the elected official isn't fucking up to where their constituents don't feel they need to vote them out, then what is bad about it? For example, incumbency advantage is essentially gone for post-COVID elections. Because I feel like the issue is, I don't like that there are these people in Congress that seem largely ineffective because they can enjoy, like it feels like if you're in Congress, you don't have to do as much to earn your constituent vote because you're just kind of guaranteed a huge edge by being an incumbent. I think that's like bad. I think that's bad for democracy. There's a New York Times article that talked about how the Dems should take a harsher stance on immigration, the way the Danish PM did. That helped the liberals there. It also seems harsher. Immigration in that it still keeps the workforce satisfied as the best way for working class as well. What are your thoughts? Immigration is a virtue signal issue. Nobody actually understands or gives a fuck about what happens with immigration. So you have to virtue signal immigration. Now, let me be super clear. Virtue signaling, okay, I should explain this. People use virtue signal like it's a really bad word, but it's important. Signaling your virtues to people is important to let them know where you stand. The biggest issue for Democrats don't have to take a right-wing position on immigration. They just have to show that they're taking immigration seriously, if that makes sense. Like, you don't need a Democrat to come out and be like, we're going to ban all immigrants, blah, 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 blah. But like having a Democrat, like, I really do think that if Kamala, careful on this, okay? Because we're not going to blame my boy Biden for anything, all right? Because I love Biden, like he's my own grandfather. But I really do feel like if Kamala would have had longer to run her campaign, and maybe if she would have loosened up a little bit, her messaging on so much, I feel like it was so good. I don't know if I'm rewriting her like Hillary in my head or something, but having a strong position of saying like, we need to have strong borders, we need to have laws, we need to be careful who comes into this country. And I think she was doing that. I don't think I ever heard her give any weak answers on the border. I'm trying to remember though, because so much of that, I'm trying to remember if she, because by the time she was running, I think the border bill had already died. Like, yeah, I think if she'd had more time to message on that, I think it probably would have been better. Billionaires aren't the issue, but if that's like the one of the only things messaging that will unite the left and libs, is it bad to sacrifice them rhetorically? I don't know if that issue is enough to carry Democrats to a win, because it wasn't even enough to carry Bernie Sanders to a primary win, right? It plays well like online and stuff, and it plays well with the younger people, but I don't know if older people are motivated enough for that. Conservatives definitely don't seem to give a fuck about it. Like, it just seems weird to make billionaires your singular issue when Republicans and independents legitimately don't give a fuck enough to vote along those lines, right? Like, you knew that every billionaire was going to be involved with Trump running into that election. You saw it. You saw all of them starting to bend the knee. And if you were a Democrat, you knew that he was with Elon Musk and everything too. And it seemed like that billionaires helping Donald Trump didn't seem to motivate any of them to go out and vote as well. So I don't know. It just seems like it's not a strong enough motivating factor. Destiny, what about the fact that Kamala lacked the X factor? Not Elon's Twitter, I mean. In my opinion, I need to go back. I need to find these videos because I referenced them, but I referenced them, but I don't have them on hand. I feel like I saw Kamala talk like twice where she was kind of like, it was more off the cuff and not as scripted or prepared. And I feel like she actually sounded really good. I don't know why, but I compared to Vosh. I'm not making fun of Vosh. But when Kamala was speaking, it felt like she spoke like Vosh. Like, in the deep recesses of the mind of Kamala Harris, every single statement uttered needed to be, I can't do it, but needed to be like some kind of quotable piece of material. That's how it felt every time I was listening to her talk. It was like every single thing she said had to be some quotable material, like it was all going on a Hallmark card or something. She just came off as very, very, very stiff, and then as a result, unlikable, I think. But it's not because she's autistic. It's not like she's Elon Musk. I don't know why. I don't know if it was a media training thing or what, but yeah. Destiny is so obsessed and bought into his position that billionaires aren't the problem. He will never change his mind. Everyone was talking about billionaires being awful for years, but Destiny, nah. Okay. I mean, clearly people don't care. I don't know what you want me to say. We lost the popular vote, my dude, with the wealthiest man in the world backing up Donald Trump. We lost the popular vote when the wealthiest man in the world was supporting Donald Trump. So in my mind, it seems like Americans just aren't driven very much by that issue. What is going on with the airstrikes after the ceasefire? Should Democrats push the Israel issue, or do you think that is unsolvable? Wait, are you telling me that Israel started doing massive airstrikes on Gaza and the ceasefire failed? Seriously? I'm hearing this for the first time. you think the abundance strat from Ezra is the way to go? I don't know, man. Oh, yeah. Also, Trump is a billionaire. True. I forgot. Sorry. Whoops. Yeah. Trump is a billionaire, too. True. People seem to not care about it that much, but. At Destiny, the issue isn't just billionaires. It's the fact that wages are stagnant, prices going up, billionaires' wealth is exploding. Yeah, I know that I'm always just going to eat the unpopular take on this, but I just don't think those problems are as big as people say they are. I think that stagnant wages are the transient. It's like the transing of Americans when it comes to like, fuck, how do I phrase this analogy? One of the issues, and I actually am sympathetic to this. I agree with this, and I agree with this position. It's a pretty conservative position, but I think that when you're dealing with children in school, trans stuff, I think, should be dealt with very carefully. Now, to be clear, I'm sure it is dealt with very carefully. I'm sure you can find a handful of examples where there are crazy doctors, but when you're an adolescent, there's a lot of weird stuff that's going on. Your body is changing, your mind is changing, you're cycling into new environments, like you're trying to find your identity, you're trying to keep up with school, you've got social stuff. It's a very, very excruciating time. Not excruciating, it's a very challenging time in a person's life, is that transition from being a child into adolescence into early adulthood. Along the way, you can have a lot of problems, and if somebody comes along and they say, hey, I know you're feeling depressed, you're sad or whatever, maybe being trans is the answer, right? I think there are probably some children that could fall into that. You're like, fuck, maybe that is it. Maybe I am trans, right? Maybe you think you have depression, maybe you think you have anxiety, maybe you think you're trans or whatever. And I think that's the thing that should be protected against. Now, that doesn't mean I don't think that trans youth exist. I think they do exist. I think that if you are trans, I think you'll definitely know by the time you hit that puberty and pre-puberty age for sure. But I'm sympathetic with a fear that somebody could use trans stuff as like a catch-all. And I feel like when you look at like wages in the United States, it feels like a catch-all for general anxiety, because I'm sorry, but there's just no way. I was going to go back to that one conversation that I had with the guy on the Twitter Spaces, but I don't even need that. Fuck, where was that one? There's just no way to explain. I think it was a YouGov poll, right? Where it shows how Americans feel about the economy. And as soon as the new president is elected, especially on Republicans, under Biden, it was like, or under Obama, I think it goes Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump, right? Under Obama or under Biden, it's like 25% think of a good economic outlook. And then it goes like 85% when Trump is elected. I'm sorry, but the economy is not that different. You're delusional if you think that. You just are. You're delusional. So when I see a bunch of polling data like that, and then I'm hearing Americans complaining about like cost of living and stagnant, I just don't buy it. I'm sorry. And I know that people will argue that until the day they die, and that's fine. I get it. It's a strong emotional position, but there's just never been any data to support that. Standards of living are increasing. Home ownership rates are about where they should be. Real wages are rising, even if they're a bit slower than they should be. And it seems like the thing that determines your outlook on the economy more than anything else just seems to be the news that you listen to. So, and I mean, obviously there are confounds in there. Maybe people that are economically anxious are more likely to listen to conservatives or something, maybe, but I just don't buy it. I think there are definitely ways that we can improve. I think there are always ways that things can be better. I think housing affordability, and when I say housing, I mean like renting apartments or anything. I think all of the affordability on that is getting like pretty fucked, is pretty out of whack. And we should definitely address it. But I think that people doomer on that way, way, way harder than it actually is. Do you think that people complaining about billionaires are forgetting that the type of person that is sympathetic to the anti-billionaire take is likely never voting for a major party anyway? Maybe. I mean, like, billionaires are a good, like villain to blame, I guess. But again, it just doesn't give us to any good, like, policy positions. Like, okay, you don't like billionaires. What do you want to do? I don't know. It just seems... I don't understand how half the Social Security is paid by the employer. At the end of the day, isn't it all paid by the employee? For example, if your job is worth $20 an hour, what difference is it to the employer if he pays you $1 in wages and $19 in taxes, or $19 in wages and $1 in taxes? I mean, you're stumbling onto a thing that's actually kind of true. But I'm trying to think, if you pay wages, does that have a different tax treatment than paying FICA? I should know this because I have W-2 employees, but I don't actually know. I'm not sure if there's a difference or not. The cost is probably shared between the employer and the employee, would be my guess. What is FICA? I don't actually know what FICA stands for. But FICA is your Social Security and your Medicare tax. You pay half and your employer pays half. What does FICA stand for? FICA. Wait. It must be like FICA. Federal Insurance Cost of Anal. I don't know, actually. Fuck. Federal Insurance Contributions Act. Oh, there you go. But it's actually true. I've never heard conservatives wheel out this argument, but I think it's true for tariffs as well. For instance, if you tariff somebody 10%, now I've said this over and over again, Americans pay the tariff, Americans pay the tariff. Nobody's corrected me on this, which is funny and also retarded. But technically, tariffs at the end of the day are probably going to equalize out to where Americans pay half and the other side pays half. Because if you sell a product for $10 and then it gets tariffed 100%, rather than trying to shift that entire $10 burden onto the customer, you're probably trying to eat $5 in cost by making your stuff more efficient or scaling back something or whatever, and then you're probably passing $5 on. I feel like I saw a paper linked one time that stated that tariffs are probably about 50-50 split. Now, that's still a net bad, I would say, for consumers. It's probably a net bad for everybody. Well, that's what a net bad is, I guess. But, yeah. Last try on the billionaire issue. Isn't the fact that this admin is unique and how many billionaires are occupying positions of power and fucking shit up open up obvious vectors to attack them? Maybe. I mean, I think, but I mean, like, there has to be a way to address these problems without just calling it a billionaire problem, right? Like the people that I hate the most in this administration, I don't even think they're billionaires. Tulsi Gabbard isn't ultra wealthy, right? And I think she's one of the most dangerous fucking people in the cabinet. RFK, I don't think is a billionaire. But the fact that he's going to be leading Health and Human Services, I think is incredibly fucking scary. But Destiny won't debate someone left of him on economics. I've literally debated, I don't want to say world famous econ people, but I debated that Michael Alberto guy, right, who wrote the book on participatory economics. I debated Richard Wolff. I'll debate anybody on economics if they want, but Destiny, paying half of FICA benefits employer in the same way as paying wages to an employee, but to an employee, it is actually better. The half going into FICA isn't getting taxed, but they are still getting the benefit of it going into their contribution. Sure, that's true. Although I think you pay taxes on Social Security wages, right? Oh, Michael Albert, not Michael Alberto. My bad. Can we bring back the Red Scare somehow? McCarthyism 2.0, better dead than red resurgence. I mean, I think it'd be good on the Democrat side, but we should be more scared about the fascism on the right, I think. One thing that was interesting to me, I still don't think we're quite at the World War I Germany thing, because I think the Treaty of Versailles and the hyperinflation that Germany experienced, I think were probably big factors into the rise of the Nazi Party. But one thing that I see as a parallel that's interesting to me is Richard Evans talks a lot about how the Nazis didn't invent anti-Semitism. Hitler didn't invent anti-Semitism. And when anti-Semitism was rising in pre- and post-World War I Germany, it wasn't accepted by most of the population. But the scary thing was the acceptableness of it, or the revulsion of it, changed over time. And you got to a point to where the Nazi Party could come about, and being a full-on insane anti-Semite was okay because it had been made palatable by the earlier parties as the anti-Semitism became tolerated kind of like more and more over time, if that makes sense. So the comparison to today, I think that's kind of worrying, is I feel like before, the Republicans at least are openly like very anti-Semitic, right? Like you're not going to have like an anti-Semitic anybody in the Republican Party because they're all Israeli simps. But I feel like the anti-Semitism stuff today, I think has been really normalized among younger people and in social media. That's pretty spooky, I think. Although I'm not Jewish, so fuck them. But it is kind of crazy that I feel like you could. No, I was gonna say you could get away with being more openly anti-Semitic and not get in trouble, but I think you already can. I'm trying to think if there are Republican lawmakers that I don't think any lawmakers, even like your crazy Marjorie Taylor Greens or whatever, even if they have like an anti-Semitic conspiracy or two about Jews controlling weather machines, I don't think they're openly anti-Semitic, but I feel like the environment has been prepared for anti-Semitism. Have you heard of the idea that a sophisticated enough AI model could solve the computation problem of command economies and be better than capitalist markets? I've heard it. We'll see when it happens. Would you be willing to read up on the AUKUS agreement between Australia and the US? It's been a huge debate here in Australia, whether or not we would go to Red Trump with it. Maybe at some point. I think they made fun of Tulsi because she didn't know what that was. I don't know. I'd never heard of that before. It was either that or some other agreement. There's a ton of acronym agreements that I just don't know about. Here's Charlie Kirk being super anti-Semitic. Trump said Schumer isn't Jewish anymore and that Jews that didn't vote for him are disloyal. Pretty anti-Semitic and suffer no consequences. Again, I'm going to take an L because nobody agrees with me on this, but I don't care. I don't think Trump saying that is necessarily anti-Semitic. I think that somebody like Trump, I think genuinely is like looking at it through the lens of Israeli support and political support in the United States. Unless I've missed some huge part of Trump, I don't think Trump could ever be anti-Semitic. He might be like anti-Semitic out of like convenience, maybe like buying into a conspiracy, but I don't know if Trump has it in him at that age. And just based on everything I've seen to be like super anti-Semitic, like in reality, but. The globalist is Jew for Republican officials, so they all signal it not openly, but they do dual signaling for denial purposes. Are globalists really Jewish though for Republican officials? I feel like it's more. I think you could connect it quickly because they do like the neo postmodern Marxist shit, or at least that was what Jordan Peterson used to say. But like the deep state and the globalists are their version of the Jew. But I don't know if they're actually signaling Jews when they say that. I don't think the mainstream Republican Party isn't, not yet. I do think that other people do. But I think there's enough of a conflation that it could switch pretty quickly. I think it could. Yeah. The scary thing would just be if Donald Trump wills it. Because if Donald Trump wills it, the whole party will more or less follow suit, which I think would be really spooky.
All right, so two things. Number one, if I were to give PR advice to the IDF, of which they haven't listened to a thing I've said, because it's just been kind of a joke. They're doing better in the last week. I got to say, the Israeli government, they've been better, largely because people aren't talking about it as much. Is very simple. Talk about this as a war of liberation, okay? You are here to liberate people being held captive by Hamas. There's too much confluence. Say that we are coming here to liberate you from your captors. First of all, it's true. So it has the side benefit of being true. But that's less of an invasion and more of we are here to spring you free to flourish. And by the way, if we go a level deeper, if you look at it, it then makes the people seem deeply unthankful. Israel will end up freeing the people of Gaza, and they'll be hated for doing it. But I think you could win far more PR points, at least with some normies and some people in the middle. If you say, we are here to free you from your captives, to get you out of captivity. Just honestly, IDF, this whole thing that we're going to kill every last person of Hamas, it's true, it's honest, it's fine, not working in the West. By the way, you don't even have to define what freedom would mean, okay? Some form of self, not Hamas, okay? You don't have to get too into the details. I think a war of liberation would help. Anyway, the point is this. That's just PR stuff. To piggyback on what we were talking about with Senator Ted Cruz, this is something that there is this massive reckoning, cognitive dissonance. By the way, there is this incredible tweet. Eli Klein, quote, "Today's election day. I'm a lifelong Democrat, but as a Jew, I'll be voting Republican. Republicans will do a lot more to curb anti-Semitism than Democrats, who are not treating anti-Semitism nearly as seriously as they've been treating the most petty examples of other bigotry." Wow. Eli Klein from New York, voting Republican for the first time. But here's what what Jewish Democrats or Jews in general are going to have to make a decision. Until you crush the cultural Marxist lens of which they view the world, you will never actually be able to build support for Israel.
Jesus, holy Christ. When Charlie is talking political strategy, I've only seen him talk to Gavin Newsom and then this, so I have to hedge. But I feel like he has a better understanding of political messaging than I think anyone I've ever heard speak online before in my entire life. Jesus. His politics are horrible though, but his understanding of political strategy, I think is very good. This is true, and it's one of the only times using this cultural Marxist shit is actually makes sense.
Lens of which they view the world. Here's
I have one of my Israeli interviews. I think I was talking to August will post these eventually. Okay.
what
But yeah, the biggest point that I was trying to get across when I was talking to people in Israel, which is they don't understand the West at all. I'm so sorry. You guys are Arabs, all right? As much as you guys pretend that you're like a Western country and you blah, blah, you guys are, the mentality is not there, okay? But I love you, my Jewish brothers and sisters. That one thing I feel like Jews don't understand is, I think that now, this is my opinion. I haven't seen a lot of like opinion polling in the US about this, so I'm vibing it a little bit. But I think historically, the Israeli story was always sympathetic in the West because it initially was a really cool story. A bunch of people get holocausted. They go to the Middle East, and then through fucking fire and flames, okay, through blood and war, they managed to carve out against overwhelming odds a small nation state in a land that, I'm sorry, for all the Bible says is flowing with milk and honey, fucking sucks shit. Okay, they're fighting wars over water sources in Syria just to get water in their dog shit land that has nothing in it, no natural resources. All the agrariable, what do you call it when you make things like agriculture ready? All of that land had to be worked and made into that. It's just a horrible place to live. And they managed to do it basically all on their own for like at least until 73. So like 20, 25 years. That story is really, really, really cool. However, that is not the story of Israel anymore. Ever since the 90s, with the fall of the Soviet Union, with Egypt and Jordan having formal peace agreements, with the Gulf states continuing to basically not even exist militarily, I still don't believe those countries have any militaries at all, and I will not believe it until I see proof otherwise. The story of Israel now is Israel, the big bad military bullies, against the Palestinians who are fucked, and then some splinter groups like Hezbollah. That's it. That's not an inspiring story. It's not a cool story. Nobody from millennial on downward is feeling sympathetic for anything that happens to Israel because of what he's saying here, the cultural Marxist lens of oppressor versus oppressee. Whereas before, it was Israel versus the entire Arab world. Now it's just Israel versus the Palestinians. And I know me and Elon argued over this, I think on his podcast and I think in that car. And because in Israel, they always repeat this. They go, the 7 fronts. Israel's fighting 7 fronts right now. The 7 fronts. Motherfucker, no one in the world sees you fighting 7 fronts. They just see you fighting the Palestinians. That's it. Nobody knows anything or gives a fuck about it. And also, like, the other fronts aren't even, like, bro, Iran? Come on, what are they going to do? You literally are flying into their country, bombing their shit, going home and doing victory laps, and they're shooting like missiles at you that are getting intercepted by literally half the fucking globe. Okay, they're not doing shit to you. So as long as Israel is fighting this war, and they're going to view it through the cultural Marxist lens of, I don't know if cultural Marxist is a real word. I shouldn't borrow that because these fuckers make up shit. But the oppressor-oppressee dynamic, right? Where, oh, Israel's the big guy and the Palestinians are the small guy. You cannot win that argument. It's over. There's no way to ever look good in that conflict. You always look bad.
Eli Klein from New York voting Republican for the first time. But here's what Democrats are going, what Jewish Democrats or Jews in general are going to have to make a decision. Until you crush the cultural Marxist lens of which they view the world, you will never actually be able to build support for Israel.
That's true. 100%. You can't. As long as people view it through the oppressor-oppressee dynamic, you're always going to look bad on the world stage, and you will, and you'll continue to look bad on the world stage.
You cannot subsidize support and play footsie with cultural Marxism and have a future for the state of Israel. So you have to choose. And Jews have been some of the largest funders of cultural Marxist ideas and supporters of those ideas over the last 30 or 40 years.
And this is the issue to where I'm vibing this. Warning! When I say I'm vibing it means less than 50% confidence. Is people view Jews as this cohesive group. Personally, I've been paid a lot of money not to believe that. No, I'm just kidding. Personally, I feel like there's a big difference between an Israeli Jew and a non-Israeli Jew, a diasporoid. I think that people that are Jewish, that are willing to move to Israel and be a part of the I say Zionist project, but that sounds really loaded, but just to be part of the country of Israel and that want to contribute to the growth and everything of Israel, those Jews are way different in kind than Jews that are happy living in the United States and being progressive and donating those causes. Now, even the ones in the U.S. will still be like, well, yeah, I think Israel should exist. Like, I think it's a good country. We shouldn't get rid of it or anything, right? Most of the Jews in the U.S. overwhelmingly support the existence of Israel as a Jewish state, meaning there's always going to be a Jewish, I think, majority that aren't going to be hunted by other people. But I feel like it's a position more out of like history and convenience than a strong, like, oh, we got to protect Israel and the Jews. So these two groups of people are, I think they're quite different. I think they are.
Stop supporting causes that hate you. Now you might say, well, how is one thing applied to the other? If you train a generation, if you
check on how you're feeling about the Israeli government at the moment. I'm not following the politics there as closely though, but just my super like quick pulse is I don't give a fuck what happens to Israel right now. I feel like the feeling I get is Netanyahu saw that Trump won. And so Netanyahu sees that he has infinite ability for political and military maneuvering in front of him. And he has opted to go the most brutal way possible, which in my opinion is super fucking short-sighted and will only lead to more resentment in the Middle East against Israel because it just doesn't seem like they I don't think, I've said this, but then Israel's been super successful militarily in the past several months, so who knows? But I don't think that Israel can win against Hamas without winning over the Palestinian people, which would require some kind of settlement with the Palestinian people. And I don't think Netanyahu feels like he's in a position where he needs to make any sacrifices to settle with the Palestinian people. So I don't know. Fuck him. I have no sympathy for whatever happens to him. Did you buy Benelli? Yeah, that's sick.
How is one thing applied to the other? If you train a generation, if you everything through an oppressor-oppressed lens, they will apply that lens to the Israel-Hamas conflict.
Yep.
The same way that they apply it to the police issue, the gender issue, good guy, bad guy, somebody on top, somebody on bottom.
Why would he sign a deal now when Trump gave him all the power he needed? Well, I feel like if you care about the long-term existence of the state of Israel as a successful project in the Middle East for Jewish people, just the Palestinian issue, in my mind, is the most volatile issue in the Middle East in terms of disrupting the stability of the Middle East. The Palestinian issue is just a huge, huge blunder that the Israeli people need to figure out how to take care of. It's just so fucked. But it feels like they just don't have a drive to settle it because they feel like they can keep kicking the can down the road and maybe somebody in the future will figure it out. Or the Palestinians will get bored and leave, I guess.
Until you cleanse that ideology from the hierarchy and the academic elite of the West, there will not be a safe future. I'm not going to say Israel won't exist, but Israel will be in jeopardy as long as the Western children of the West, are being taught with primarily Jewish dollars subsidizing it to view everything through oppressor-oppressed dynamic.
Like Charlie assumes that, like, I just don't think Jews in America give a fuck about that much about Israel such that they would change their political ideology for it. They just wouldn't, right? Why do Jews bear the responsibility for this? They're like 2% of the population, bro. What? How is that related to anything we just said?
Until you shed that ideology,
why would Israel want to resolve the Palestinian question when they can win it by the end realistically, or am I retarded? Because I don't think there's a way to win it realistically. The Arab states have done a really good job at making sure that that Palestinian problem is intractable. The Arab resolution, what was it, 1537 or 1357, basically said nobody's allowed to give Palestinian citizenship, so the refugee numbers are growing and growing and growing. Palestinians won't leave. They don't want to leave the Gaza Strip. They're even fighting in East Jerusalem. They don't even want to apply for Israeli citizenship because they want to maintain their Palestinian identity. Most of the Palestinians in Jordan who are citizens of Jordan claim to be refugees. So the Arab world has kept that issue as open as possible. And the Palestinians aren't going to settle on it because they want to come to some resolution that carves them out some kind of state. And the Arab populations, maybe not the leadership, but the population surrounding them of Arab citizens still seem to support the idea of a Palestinian state. And the leaders can only push so far without being seen as sellouts to the Jewish people. So how do you feel about in the next Democrat president cutting all aid to Israel until they fix the Palestine issue? The problem is that it's not about like I'm not opposed to that in principle, but it's not just a matter of like cutting aid or just a matter of like cutting funding. You need to have a president that understands Israel-Palestine, who wants to go in and fix Israel Palestine. It can't just be light pressure. It has to be. It has to be a big push from a president that understands the issue. Yeah. Like one of the things that fuck, what was his first name? Ben-Ami in his book talks about. Fuck, what's his first name? Somebody say it. Shlomo. Fuck, how could I not remember that? Yeah, one of the things that Shlomo Ben-Ami talks about was that peace with Egypt, likely, in part, it was because of Sadat's big overtures towards the Israeli population to make peace, but it was also, and he used this phrase multiple times, President Carter's messianic commitment to making peace happen, that Jimmy Carter was heavily involved in trying to get peace done, and arguably the closest the Palestinians and the Israelis have come towards like forging some kind of peace also happened under Clinton, who also had a huge commitment. Bill Clinton had a big commitment, I think, in trying to figure out stuff in the Middle East. But you can't just have a president, like I think Bush and Obama might have done this, where they were like, oh, we're going to put sanctions on people living in the West Bank. It's like, okay, I guess. It has to be U.S. leadership. Jews aren't going to solve it on their own. I'm sorry. The superior Christians need to come in and figure their shit out for them. Jews aren't going to solve it on their own. And it's just... It needs U.S. leadership, I think.
You will not be able to build the case for Israel because they view Israel as an oppressor.
What about the recent aid block? Won't this lead to more destabilization? Shit is fucked. Aid block to who? Like the USAID stuff shutting down? The more chaotic the situation gets in the Middle East, the worse it is for Israel. Israel needs an uneasy peace. They need a level of stability to maintain their hold on, if you want to call it apartheid or whatever the fuck else, to maintain this like dual world they live in with the Palestinians, where they're simultaneously in their own territories, but also subjects of like a military occupation. The more chaotic it gets, remember, Hamas loves civilian death. They invite it. There's a reason why, and the reason why is because in the West, everybody views that conflict through a Marxist lens, kind of. I don't know if it's Marxist or cultural Marxist or whatever, but the oppressor-oppressee dynamics. I don't know if that's Marxist or some other better word for it. But that means that in any conflict, more Palestinians are always going to be dying because Israel's the more effective and larger state with a bigger military. Doesn't matter if the Palestinians would kill more if they could. Doesn't matter. Even if they did kill more, it wouldn't matter. Nobody talks about October 7th anymore. There's not even any sympathy for Israel for October 7th. It's just a matter of big state, small state. More chaos means more death, means more military action, means more death on the Palestinian side. Always going to make Israel look worse. So Israel needs some level of stability to maintain control of things, because the more chaotic it gets, the more they're forced to strike militarily, the less stable their populist support's going to be, the bigger risk there's going to be with the surrounding Arab states being pissed off at Israel. Like, that's, yeah. Do you agree with Charlie Kirk that American Jews are responsible for the oppressor-oppressee thing? Like 20%. It's just American Jews just tend to be really, really, really progressive. But the idea that like they're solo funding all of it, that's like that's a weird like neo-Nazi-ish. I don't want to use the N-word. Find another word for it. But I don't think the Nazis were the first to do this. The cultural Bolshevism thing, the idea that there are these huge cultural movements that are being solo propped up by Jews. I don't think there's much truth to that. I think that Jewish people just, like, if you look at Jewish culture, they tend to super value things like education. And really the value of education on its own might be enough to just like have them bend really heavily in a leftward direction. Why not? It literally is created by the Nazis. Oh no, I'm trying to think if there were I don't know if there were other conspiracies in Europe prior to the concept of cultural Bolshevism that like blamed evolving art on Jews, but probably not. Because I think that time period was pretty particular. I'm borrowing from what I remember learning in music. It's funny because we're going over names in this Hitler book that I remember studying in music. Schoenberg. I guess he was making in the 1900s. Yeah. That in music class, now maybe in music class, I should say music class, in college where I was being educated as a musician. not in my fourth grade music class. The way that we had learned it, now maybe they just hid all the Jewish influence from us, but the way that we had learned it was people were legitimately getting scared in this romantic era that for a lot of music history, what you really have are people kind of, one is inventing this, like, I want to say even temperament, but it's not even temperament, 12 tone, I guess, like whatever, like your 12 notes, and then kind of like discovering rules for composition, like how can you make music that makes sense and works and everything. And I would argue that like Baroque and then like classical music, people like Mozart obviously are like the epitome of constructing music and patterns that works, and it's all about our approach and resolution of our dominant seven, and it makes sense. And then when you get into like this romantic era, it's still largely following the rules, but it starts to break them in ways. You start getting, you know, like your weird voice leading stuff, like your parallel fifths and octaves, you're not supposed to do this, but it kind of works, or stuff that's like a little bit less functional. And then you move into like your kind of impressionism era where things get very unfunctional, dysfunctional, non-functional harmony. You start to see chords that should never show up. What's the name of that one song that everybody, oh fuck, no, fuck, what's it called? Somebody say it. It's like the most popular impressionist piano piece ever. Debussy. I think he was the one who, what's this song? Oh, Claire de Lune. When was this made? Hold on. He might be way, way, way after this. Let me check real quick. When was this song written? Oh, no. Okay, cool. 1905. When you start to move into this impressionist era, people are now breaking a lot of rules of composition. Like, this is music that is starting to sound, I think, really good to contemporary ears, but oh, fuck. This isn't even the song I was thinking of. This is probably, like, the most popular one, though. There's another... What's a really... Fuck. What am I thinking of? Oh. Jim, not this one. When was this written? Oh, late 1800s. Oh my God. It's almost like I have the right time period. Okay, that's good. Because if I look these up and they're like 1996. That's, oh, fuck me. This stuff is like not functional harmony. Like if you were in a music theory class and you're analyzing chords as like dominant sevens, or not dominant sevens, sorry, like major sevens, you're going to get like a mark off because these aren't even like real chords for these people. But basically, sorry, this was a really roundabout way of saying that in music, I think people started to legitimately get afraid of or have a fear of running out of songs to write, that they were going to run out of ideas, and people started to push the boundaries of, you know, what is music. You get your crazies that start to do a lot of atonal work. Schoenberg, I think, was one of the most famous, or maybe the most famous atonal composer. We started to get into a lot of shit like this. But they never mentioned anything about this all being caused by Jews. I think there were good reasons. This was the longest side step ever. I'm just saying there were good reasons why culture started to get really weird. And I think it's because after you had this peak of like figured out culture in your classical and romantic, or classical, Baroque, and then early romantic music, people started to get scared of running out of ideas, started to explore a whole bunch of crazy shit. But it wasn't because Jews were making them do it. Ah, Jesus. But I guess it's funny because if I think about it, I guess we kind of run through those moments still in the modern era where people are like, music or movies used to be beautiful and cool, and now everything sucks shit. But a lot of people, you know, we read about it in our German book. In Germany, apparently a lot of people started to feel bad about the current culture because they couldn't understand it, and it was really weird. And the phrase or the word that he uses in this book a lot is bohemian. And that when you compare, you know, like this dog shit, horrible, nonsense music to like our Wagner, and you're like, how could you ever go from stuff like this when culture was At its epitome. Damn, why they got her in the corner? When did Bela Bartok write? This guy might be a modern atonal composer. Sorry. Oh no! Oh my God! My time periods are all correct. Them 3 years of college are paying off. You go from like beautiful stuff like that to Bartok wrote a lot of atonal stuff, didn't he? Hold on, this is gonna be super functional now. 1 second. Wait. The Nazis called it Entartet Kunst, basically degenerate art, and used it as a symbol of societal collapse. Okay. Okay, this is definitely not what I was thinking of. I feel like we went over Bela Bartok pieces and he had like atonal shit. Am I crazy? Who the fuck are you? Hungary was always decades behind. Shut up. Bartok's string quartet are a bit more dissonant and weird. Okay, maybe. But anyway, there you go. When culture changes a lot, though, people feel left behind, and then they look for meaning in the tried and true, like Jewish conspiracy theories.
While the trial was going... Thank you, Press Secretary Levitt. Some prominent Trump supporters have been making the case that Derek Chauvin deserves a pardon. They argue that he did not receive a fair trial. Joe Biden and other Democrats actually implied that he was guilty while the trial was going on. BLM rioters had these jurors under immense threat and pressure. Mainstream media, frankly, many news outlets here today are complicit here. They chose to ignore the autopsy report. They chose to ignore the full body camera footage. They decided to slander Derek Chauvin as a racist cop instead. Does the administration believe Derek...
Jesus. Actually, a bunch of Schoenberg's pupils were nationalists / sympathetic to the Nazis. Webern was ironically and tragically shot by an American GI after the war. Oh, I didn't know that.
Chauvin received a fair trial, and will they consider a pardon moving forward?
The president has been asked and answered this question. He said it's not something he's considering at this time. Philip.
Thank you.
I wonder why he wouldn't pardon Derek Chauvin. I'm actually really curious about that. Yeah, Karan, you just said Trump has nothing to gain from that. I thought that in my head. I was like, it's probably because Trump has nothing to gain from it. But then I remembered he pardoned all those J6ers, and it's not like those guys are running for office. So I feel like popular approval would be enough for him to do it. But I don't know why. Was it not a state crime? Well, there was a state charge and there was a federal charge. And the federal one, something about preventing or circumventing somebody's rights or whatever. I think he's serving the sentences concurrently, so it doesn't have to be one on the other. But I think that the federal one was also like a 21-year sentence. So if they pardon the federal one, there could be pressure on the state governor to pardon the... I don't know. At Destiny, watching non-live, just saw your comment from Santos about Dems lacking media training. Do you think this could make Dems focus on unpopular progressive policies? Maybe. There's a whole bunch of just weird stuff. Oh, I did ask Santos about this, and he didn't have a good answer for me for why. And it's just one of those things that I'm so confused about, is the most active left-leaning voters and donors even do not align with the party. It's so crazy. That like the idea that you could utter the phrase grassroots donations are bad, because they are, because on the left they represent the average donor on the left for small donations is voting on stuff or supporting politicians who aren't popular, who wouldn't win general elections, who can't win their primaries like Bernie Sanders or whatever. No offense, sorry, don't be mean. But yeah, I don't know, it's just wild. I don't know.
I have one other question, but I want to follow up on Katie's question, actually. You said the mass deportation campaign would continue, but she asked about the flights specifically. Will those flights to El Salvador continue while this case is being appealed?
We don't have any flights planned specifically, but we will continue with the mass deportations. And I would just like to point out that the...
are the marshals? So I haven't been here, so hopefully you've been following other people. But I heard that the flights were ordered to not happen. A judge said no, and then they did it anyway. So where are the marshals here yet? Or how many more TROs and judges' judicial orders are we going to be ignoring before something happens? Hello? Is anything going to happen? Or...
The judge in this case is essentially trying to say that the president doesn't have the executive authority to deport foreign terrorists from our American soil. That is an egregious abuse of the bench. This judge does not have that authority. It is the opinion of this White House and of...
You don't get an opinion on what judges have the authority to do, by the way. That statement is to... I hate that lefties have abused fascist so much. So now if I say it, it doesn't mean anything, okay? But the executive, you don't get to have an opinion on the judiciary. I'm sorry, you just don't. Kick rocks. If you don't like it, tell Congress to pass a different law. You don't get to decide when the judiciary is right or wrong. That defeats the entire purpose of having a separate branch of government.
Of this administration, and that's why we're fighting this in court. And it's very, very clear that this is an activist judge who is trying to usurp the president's authority.
Doesn't a judge have to issue a bench warrant to enforce it? What judges want to go that far? Any of them should be. They should go for it. Get the marshals out here.
Under the Alien Enemies Act, the president has this power, and that's why this deportation campaign has continued. And this judge, Judge Boasberg, is a Democrat activist.
These statements are also super disgusting, and they super undermine the judiciary. Hello? Dragon dildo for Robert's asshole. This is your fault. You created this monster. And in your endless quest to constantly fight for your Supreme Court bullshit and to write opinions that are insane that support Trump in any way, shape, or form. Now you have the guy that you fucking simped for so hard completely trashing the judiciary.
Democrat activist. He was appointed by...
You can't have... And Roberts, by the way, even made a public statement about this, which I think isn't considered incredibly fucking rare, that... Was this just said today? They've been saying this, right? Because I think I read this article yesterday. Rebuking talk from Trump. Roberts calls impeaching judges overrulings improper. Is very, very, very rare, I think, that the Chief Justice will issue public statements, especially about politics. For more than 2 centuries, the Chief Cuck said, it has been established that impeachment is not an appropriate response to disagreement concerning a judicial decision. The normal appellate review process exists for that purpose. Trump had called the judge, James E. Boasberg, a radical left lunatic, and a social media post and said he should be impeached. On Saturday, Judge Boasberg ordered the administration to return planes carrying migrants said to be members of a Venezuelan gang to the United States. While he considered whether their removal was lawful, the planes did not turn around. Also, I haven't read much on this, but is it true that these people are just accused of being part of a gang? That there's no criminal charges, there's no like due process. They were basically just accused of being part of the gang and then just flown out of the country? Are these people all visa holders? Or are some of these people green card holders as well? Is there a proportionate response that should be given by the judiciary? What do you think about a public statement, however inappropriate that statement may be? No, I think that what the judiciary should do is just keep issuing TRO after TRO after TRO. They should do that while Schumer passes whatever the Republicans want, and eventually, I'm sure the Republicans will realize the error of their ways. I'm sure. Some have permanent citizenship. Wait, like they actually are U.S. citizens? Like they've been, is it called naturalized? Or when you go through your citizenship test from green card holder to citizenship test? That's wild if that's the case. I thought green cards are a type of visa. No. A green card in the United States of America, once you have a green card, you're considered a lawful permanent resident. Every 3 to 5 years, I think, you should be able to renew your green card as long as nothing crazy has happened or whatever. But you don't have to apply for a visa. You can come in and out of the U.S. if you want. Is it 10 years? Oh, 3 to 5 years. I felt like for Melina's it was 3 to 5 years. Am I crazy? Or maybe that was how long you had to wait to apply for citizenship after you had a green card. I think it's 3 years if you got one through marriage, and it might be 5 years if you didn't. But then maybe you have to renew them every 10 years. Okay. Lady sent back to Laos after living here since she was 8 months. Okay, no more links. I have so many links over right now to go through. But yeah, Roberts issuing a public statement on this was in 2018, the last one he issued. He defended the independence and integrity of the federal judiciary after Trump, again, called a judge who ruled against his administration's asylum policy an Obama judge. The Chief Justice said, that was a profound misunderstanding of the judicial role. 2025, 0319. We do not have Obama judges or Trump judges, Bush judges or Clinton judges, he said in a statement then. What we have is an extraordinary group of dedicated judges doing their level best to do equal right to those appearing before them. That independent judiciary is something we should all be thankful for. 2 years later, he denounced Senator Chuck Schumer of New York, the Democratic leader, for comments at a rally outside the Supreme Court. Mr. Schumer, speaking while the court heard arguments in a major abortion case, attacked two of Mr. Trump's appointees, Justices Neil M. Gorsuch and Brett M. Kavanaugh. You have released the whirlwind and you will pay the price, Mr. Schumer said. You will not know what hit you if you go forward with these awful decisions. Roberts condemned these remarks. Justices know that criticism comes to the territory, but threatening statements of this sort from the highest levels of government are not only inappropriate, they are dangerous. Okay. Tone it down, guys. Just like the Republicans are. Somebody in Discord? No, I just updated it. Oh, we didn't even finish this, sorry.
Continued. And this judge, Judge Boasberg, is a Democrat activist. He was appointed by Barack Obama. His wife has donated more than $10,000 to Democrats, and he has consistently shown his disdain for this president and his policies, and it's unacceptable.
Took me right where I wanted to go about the idea of these.
Like, it's such an unhinged statement, but whatever.
People are all foreign terrorists, but Judge Boasberg was originally appointed by George W. Bush and then elevated by Barack Obama. It's just...
Ooh, wow. Who are you? You get him out of here. Who is this guy? An actual journalist? What? What?
And elevated by Barack Obama. I just feel like I should clear that up.
Well, let me just say...
What is, wait, I want to reward these people with at least one nice tweet. What's this guy's Twitter account? Do we know? Every journalist has a fucking Twitter account. What is it? Does he say his name at the beginning?
I have one other question, but I want to follow up on Katie's question, actually. You said the mass deportation campaign would continue, but she asked about the flights specifically.
He's gone. The deep state got him. It's this dude. Oh. Cool. Thank you. Got it. I haven't followed this story closely, but I heard that they released the JFK files, but that the JFK files are literally just the same exact ones that Biden released, but they updated the date on it. Is that true? Okay, I don't know how true it is. Not really. They unredacted a lot of shit. Oh, did they? Okay. Have we figured out if the Jews did it yet? That's all I want to know.
of once you get to that level and know exactly kind of the approach and how you want to play your defenses or how you want to play your attackers just based off that first half.
Bomb located by attackers.
Looking like
What is this background noise?
it's going to be a pretty default setup from the side of Team Skills. Nothing too crazy here. I am expecting
Who's doing a Rainbow Six ad?
to get rid of
Is he? If so, that's pretty funny. You should have had like a vest for the dog though, with Rainbow Six on it. This dog is so big and adorable. Look at how much of a floofer he is.
looking like it's going to be a pretty default setup from the
Oh my goodness. Oh, sorry. How are those pit bulls? This is not a pit bull. It's a, I don't remember what it's called, but. Oh, I'm doing a debate somewhere. Scam warning for Steven. I saw this ad for a Pangburn event featuring Destiny. Travis Pangburn is a scam artist and owes thousands of people money, unpaid speaker fees, and tickets to events that didn't happen, including Sam Harris. See link for more info. I was forced to follow the event nearly 2 months ago and have said little about it since. Oh, fuck. Let's read it. Okay, hold on. As many of you know, the Day of Reflection conference scheduled for November 17th in New York City has been canceled, and some hundreds of ticket holders are now left seeking refunds. I was forced to follow the event nearly 2 months ago and have said very little about it since. Now that Travis Pangburn has officially announced he will be folding his touring company, Pangburn Philosophy, I can give a brief account of what happened. I participated in 10 events organized by Pangburn Philosophy between September 2017 and July 2018. I didn't always approve of the way those events were staged or marketed, but all of them appeared to be successful. However, after the cancellation of August 2018 conference in Auckland, Pangburn seemed intent on running his business off a cliff. He owed a lot of money to several speakers at that point in the form of unpaid fees and reimbursements. Most egregiously, he seemed less than fully committed to refunding ticket holders for the canceled Auckland conference. At this point, I had 2 more dates on the calendar with Pangburn. Dialogue, this Day of Reflection. I kept my points to Toronto because I was contractually obligated. After Toronto, however, it became clear that Pangburn not be trusted to put his house in order, facing a total lack of transparency. Realized Pangburn using my ongoing association with the book future speakers. I withdrew from the New York City. After I withdrew from the New York City conference, my management team to give us the email addresses of all ticket holders so we could notify them that I was no longer involved with the event. Pangburn refused to provide this information. However, he assured us that he would notify everyone himself. At the same time, I pulled out the New York City conference. I assumed that the revenue for ticket sales would sell safely in the box office, and Pangburn would be obliged to issue refunds. That's how it normally works, especially Henry Academy New York ticket holders might suffer the same fate. Okay, well, I'm not like getting paid for this, so I shouldn't say that. Actually, I think he is paying me $500 for it. But I'll show up to my event. Don't get scammed. Good luck. Do you never email event organizers asking them not to use the same one pic? I had a guy show up who wanted to do like super weird. No, I shouldn't say weird. I'm sorry. A very stylistically unique portrait series of me. He's doing a bunch of political streamers, but I also asked him to do new headshots of me. Hopefully I get those soon. And then once I have those, I can start sending those out instead of using this Lex Friedman picture. Or actually, this isn't the Lex Friedman one. I think this came from my Wired article. Do you think? Oh, no, wait. This is my Lex Friedman one. Wait. No. It's this one. It is the Wired one. Okay. This is probably a better picture, but... John Roberts didn't just go out of his way yesterday to trash Trump on a purely political matter, impeachment of corrupt judges, over which Roberts has no authority. He did it by selectively leaking his statements to left-wing corporate media outlets, lying about its nature, claiming it was only in response to the press inquiries rather than a general statement, and refusing to provide the full statement to conservative media outlets when requested, including Federalist. Is this even how big is this publication? I feel like this is like an alternative media news thing. The Federalist? Oh, okay. To date, no one knows the full extent of what Roberts and his taxpayer-funded PR agents have said because no record of any statement from the court can be found anywhere on the Supreme Court website. A shocking breach of protocol and transparency. Did the left-wing corporate media outlets, handpicked by Roberts to receive his political rant, print it in full, or did they selectively quote it? It is impossible to know because Chief Justice refusing to be transparent about what he said and who he said it to. I would say it's kind of weird that this statement wouldn't just be published on the Supreme Court website. But I don't know if you normally publish things on the Supreme Court website. Like those types of statements. That was one of the Twitter profiles in my edit, the Federalist. It was one of the Twitters on the ABC edit. I will say, though, but I mean, Robert's statement was correct. He didn't go out of his way yesterday to trash Trump on a purely political matter, the impeachment of corrupt judges. It's so funny that when these fucking dick sucks talk about Donald Trump and his impeachment, they're like, you should only impeach on criminal stuff. It's got to be a real big deal to impeach somebody. And then when it comes to impeachment for judges, oh, impeachment? That's just a little politics. That's just a political process. That's just a little political thing. Ah! Can you go live on Kick? Wait, have I not been live on Kick? Been live on Kick? What the fuck are you talking about? Okay. What Roberts was saying is if you want to impeach a judge, it needs to be over, like, bad behavior. It can't be because you disagree with the decision, which is true. You should never be impeaching a judge because you disagree with the decision. That usurps the role of the judiciary. It says that, well, your decisions are good only as long as we agree with them. But in that case, then you don't need a judiciary. You just need an executive, and they make their own decisions, right? But United States District Court in the District of Columbia. Motion to stay the March 18th minute order. What is this over? The deportation stuff? About the movements of aircraft outside of the United States and interactions with foreign nations, which have no bearing on any legal issue at stake in the case. The underlying premise of these orders, including the most recent one, regarding the production of these facts ex parte today at noon, is that the judicial branch is superior to the executive branch, particularly on non-legal matters involving foreign affairs and national government. Wait, what the fuck? Who wrote this? Motion is... What began as a dispute between litigants over the authority to protect the national security and manage the foreign relations. Oh, this is the government. Okay. Sorry, I was like, wait, this is insane, but I understand. Pam wrote it. Okay, it comes from the Trump government. Makes sense. Okay. The two branches are co-equal, and the court's continued intrusions into the prerogatives of the executive branch, especially on a non-legal and factually irrelevant matter, should end. The two branches are co-equal? What does this mean? I mean, like, how do you describe... I don't like the term co-equal, because it's not co-equal. It's like asymmetrically equal. Does that make sense? Like, they don't have the exact same authority on every issue. They have higher authorities on some issues that the other doesn't, if that makes sense. Like, like they're covering different realms of authority. Like, the executive branch and the judicial branch are not co-equal insofar as statements on what the law are, or what the law is. Sorry, what the laws are, what the law is. And the judicial branch does not have the same authority that the executive branch has to enforce the laws, right? So they're not co-equal in that case. They are, it's a checks and balance system. I'm being a little bit pedantic here, but she's invoking the term co-equal, like they should have the same say over what the law is. The court's pending questions relate to a comment by the court to a government attorney suggesting incorrectly that the attorney had the ability to divert aircraft operating in the president's direction on an extraterritorial mission to remove members of a designated foreign terrorist organization from the United States in connection with one or more sensitive diplomatic agreements requiring months of negotiation. The comment betrayed a complete misunderstanding of the serious national security, safety, regulatory, and logistical problems presented by a fiat from the court directed at pilots operating outside the United States and was made without regard to whether any such aircraft could feasibly be diverted or even had enough fuel to safely do so. You can always tell when you're reading arguments from like a Trump DOJ or from like a Trump appointee. I shouldn't say appointee, but like all these like, no, yeah, I could say appointee, because they don't actually make any legal arguments. They type like Redditors or Twitter users. It's actually insane how much this language and attitude has permeated to the deepest levels of government. Further, the court did not pause the hearing to give the attorney an opportunity to act on the remark, nor did it memorialize the remark in the subsequent minute order. One of the arguments I heard that they tried to go through is actually a verbal order from a judge. That doesn't count. It's got to be written. It's got to be in PDF format, or it's got to be printed out. I need a Xerox of it before I can actually take that statement seriously, which I don't believe anybody actually agrees with. I think it's an insane statement. Genuine question, when you do reading streams, why don't you just play an audiobook and play a video game? When I'm reading, when I read, it's almost always nonfiction. Now it's almost always nonfiction historical. When I'm taking in a bunch of new information, my brain needs to be fully engaged with it. I can't like play a game and take in a bunch of new information and contextualize and everything else at the same time. It wouldn't be possible. I wouldn't be absorbing as much. Jesus. You aren't reading if you're listening to an audiobook? I super disagree with that. I think you can listen to an audiobook and be fully engaged and fully plugged in. You just have to be deliberate about it. The reason why you tend to absorb more while reading than if you're listening to like an audiobook is because you can get away with listening to an audiobook and not paying attention, or listening to an audiobook and just watching or doing something else. Whereas when you're reading, it kind of forces you to be a little bit more present or mindful, I guess, in the consumption of the media. Although you can have those moments while reading too. But like listening to an audiobook is, imagine while you're reading, you know, sometimes when you read a paragraph and it's like really boring or you're checked out, you don't care, and you like, I don't know what the fuck I just read, and you have to reread the same paragraph like 4 times. The thing is, with an audiobook, you could do that, but you don't even realize you need to re-listen because you're not paying attention, and then it just keeps going and going, and by the end of it, you've absorbed nothing, so. Earlier, you were wondering if you should repeat the cultural Marxism point. It's also just referred to as the conflict perspective in sociology and political philosophy. Oh, okay. Do you say that you've read books you've listened to? Yeah, for sure. Why not? I listened to 1984, but I say read 1984. I think I listened to, when I used to drive to like MLGs and events, I would listen to audiobooks. I Am Legend book, No Country for Old Men. Those are fictional. The movie was better on both of those, by the way. I Am Legend and No Country for Old Men. The movie was better than both those books. The movies were better. I listened to John Stewart had a book, I think, Something About America. I didn't like that one very much. Even though I was a big fan of John Stewart, I thought the book was meh. Have you read Halo: The Fall of Reach? I read way back in the day, there were 3 Halo books that were published. I read all 3 of those, but I don't know anything since then. Books are a terrible way of passing along information. You know it's true. What? Brave New World, Fahrenheit 451, and We. No, haven't read any of those. There is no serious dispute that the government complied with the minute order, and the pending questions are grave encroachments on core aspects of absolute and unreviewable executive branch authority relating to national security. Unreviewable! Whoa! 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 Unreviewable! Unreviewable means a court cannot examine the action. Foreign relations and foreign policy, even addressing the question in an ex parte submission. What does this mean? After the fact? No. Means from one side or by one party only. Ah, okay. So when only one side has gotten to submit a response and the other hasn't yet. It's ex parte. Parte? Oh, sorry. Will result in an immediate flood of media inquiries and demands for the information, subject to diplomatic relations, but not acceptable. Certainty about how the court would address these demands. Worse, the risk created by addressing the court's pending questions would undermine the executive branch's ability to negotiate with foreign sovereigns in the future by subjecting all the arrangements resulting from any such negotiation. What about the fact that you're deporting people in the United States? I feel like that's more what this is about. It's not about your negotiating with foreign countries or anything. Jesus. The government continues to object to the compelled disclosures of the immaterial information sought and believes that the court's actions to date represent grave usurpations of the president's usurpations, right? Of the president's powers under the Alien Enemies Act and his inherent Article 2 powers. Subject to that continuing objection, the government submits that a stay is warranted here for 4 reasons. Why does John not run for office? Who the fuck is John? Oh, Jon Stewart, sorry. I don't know. Maybe he'll gear up to. How old is he? Oh, 62? He's way too young.
Tougher with Canada than you are with some of our biggest adversaries.
Only because any one of
you're tougher with Canada than you are with some of our biggest adversaries.
Only because it's meant to be our 51st Street. And
okay, but
but listen to this for a second.
We need their territory. They have territorial advantage. We're not going to let them get close to China.
Look, right? I deal with every country, indirectly or directly. One of the nastiest countries to deal with is Canada. The people that, now this was Trudeau, the people that good old Justin, I call him Governor Trudeau, his people were nasty. And they weren't telling the truth. They never told the truth. You know that anyone...
Okay, man, those allies. Is SCOTUS blog an official website of the Supreme Court? It's a .com, so I'm guessing no, right? Chief Justice Roberts criticized a call by... Like when it says public statement, and I've read this over and over again by John Roberts, or by things talking about John Roberts' statement, it was a public statement. What does public statement mean? Where was it at? In a statement released by the Supreme Court's Public Information Office on Tuesday. Okay. Where is that? The Supreme Court. Public Information Office. In a statement really... Oh, so maybe they just... emailed this out to people? I don't know. ICE picks up random Latino man who was born in Chicago while buying a pizza. The 22 cases include Chicago resident Julio Noriega, 54, a U.S. citizen who, according to court documents, was arrested, handcuffed, and spent most of the night at an ICE processing center in suburban Broadview. He was never questioned about his citizenship and was only released after agents looked at his ID. Hi, baby. Oh, hi, my baby. Oh, hello. I was born in Chicago, Illinois, and I'm a United States citizen. Noriega, or Norieja? I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name. Said in a statement, adding that on January 31st, after buying pizza in Berwyn, he was surrounded by ICE agents and arrested. Officers took away my wallet, which had his ID and social security card. They then handcuffed me and pushed me into a white van where other people were handcuffed as well. Okay. Meow. If you are... Okay, never mind. It says arrested in here. Did I read detained anywhere? Because this would be a full-on fucking arrest. You're not even detaining the guy. You're just arresting him. You're taking him to another place. On what? They need probable cause or something, right? I don't know. That's weird. Do they have grounds to sue the government? Maybe. I don't know. No. Oh, God. He goes back there and he meows and he's going to start fucking up my soundproofing. What do you want? Stop. I hear you. Stop. 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 What are you doing? No. Honey. What do you want? Look. You can sit right here. Look at how cool this is. Yes. There. Jesus. Okay, whatever. Then don't. I don't care. Just don't go back there. I know you're fucking with my shit intentionally. Jesus. No one could have imagined Milwaukee mother would be deported to Laos, former lawyer says. What? Hi. A former lawyer for the Hmong. Is that really what people from Laos are called? They're called Hmongs? Hi. Come up here. Was brought to the United States at 8 months old and lived in Milwaukee until she was deported 11 days ago to Laos. Says her expulsion came as a complete surprise. What? Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Ma Yang, 37, was born in Thailand and attained legal status as a permanent U.S. resident before the mother of five was stripped of her green card by the Trump administration. Scoot. Some 2+ years after being released from federal prison. What? Why? What are you doing? That's my camera. Oh, look, you should say hi. Honey, put your face. Look, up there. Look. Honey. Ugh, he's being weird right now. What? What are you doing? It's kind of like Among Us? Okay, sorry, Jesus. U.S. resident before the mother of five was stripped of her green card by the Trump admin some 2+ years after being released from federal prison, where she served 30 months on marijuana-related charges. In February, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement told Yang to report to the agency's Milwaukee facility. When she showed up, agents detained Yang, sent her to Indiana, then Chicago, and finally was shipped off to Laos. Jesus. I wish they would say, what marijuana-related charges? I wish they would just add that in here, just for my own mental ease. Like, was she selling like 4,000 pounds of marijuana? Like, I imagine it probably wasn't insignificant if she was in prison for 30 months. Like, what was the charge here? But also, damn, deporting? She's got 5 kids? The fuck? I scheduled the surgery for my youngest son. We've always wanted a daughter and figured we can save some money on her college with some track/swimming scholarships. He doesn't want it, but... Oh, I don't know if I do that anymore, dude. Now that they got rid of DEI and all that shit, I don't even think you have a good deal on daughters anymore. In a previous interview with the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel, Yang said her attorney in the case never told her deportation was a possibility. Defense attorney Matt Ritchie, who represented Ma Yang in the 2020 marijuana case, disputed this on Monday, saying his files and notes showed otherwise. He said he told Yang at the time that deportation could happen, but that he didn't think it would happen. We knew that Lau didn't take people from the U.S. Ritchie told The Independent she was doing her time, and when she got out of prison, she would presumably stay in the U.S., but there was no guarantee. There were no deportations to Lau. The idea of it never crossed anybody's mind. Ritchie said on Monday that many of Yang's 12 siblings had been born in the U.S., but the fact that Yang was born in a refugee camp overseas simply made her the victim of stupid birth circumstances. It was really just a weed case, he added with astonishment. She was such a small pawn in this whole thing. It was bad. Even if she didn't get kicked out of the country, she didn't do anything that deserved 30 months. But while Yang's present situation has received widespread attention, the harrowing details of her early life have not been previously covered. No, you're not going up there because you eat my light. Yeah, get out of here. She was here at 8 months old. God damn. I'm so curious. Like, we never get follow-ups on these stories. Or I'm sure there are actually profiles. But, like, what happens to people like this? Like, imagine you've lived in the U.S. since you're 8 months old, and then you get shipped to a country that you basically have never really been in before, right? Because remember, Denham said you don't form memories until you're 5 years old. But seriously, I mean, at 8 months, you wouldn't remember anything. Like, what do these people do? Like, you get off the plane and it's like, good luck. And you're like, okay, well, where do you go? What do you do? Jesus. September 2020, Yang and Bub were among 26 people arrested in a massive takedown coordinated by federal authorities. Investigators had been eavesdropping on Yang's calls, which they said proved her involvement in a cross-country... Stop! Why are you being so obnoxious? Stop! Get out! Get out of here! My God. In a massive takedown with this in a cross-country trafficking ring that shipped marijuana between California and Wisconsin, that she'd received and packaged cannabis and cash and stored numerous firearms in the home she shared with Bub. Okay, so it was a bigger thing than just like smoking weed. I feel like you're bearing the lead a little bit here. Like, I still don't think they should be deported, but I wish people would just be more upfront, like in the beginning of the article, because other people make accusations that they're being schemy or whatever, even though it's in the article. But investigators had been eavesdropping on Yang's call. Okay, Yang's initial involvement came when her sister Zena, asked if she could have packages delivered to her home. According to the sentencing memo, Ma agreed, but specifically chose not to ask what was in the packages, the memo states. It did not take long to figure out something illicit was occurring, but she did not ask what was in the packages, the memo contends. She was told by her sister that she couldn't get in trouble if she didn't know what was in the packages. Oh, fuck. Where did this argument come up at? I remember we argued over some criminal thing before, but like, if somebody... If I tell you, hey, I've got a big package, can you go deliver this to a friend? But like, I'm not going to tell you what's in it. And I'm going to give you $50. He's on the other side of town. Can you do this for me? You're like, okay. If you deliver that package and it ends up that there's like a head, like a body or, drugs or whatever in it, assuming you don't know what's in the package and you have no reason to know, you're probably okay, I think. But if the exact same situation happens, but the friend offers you $5,000 to transport it, I think that can be used as evidence against you in criminal court, where it's like, you knew that something was not good there. You knew that something, I think that can go towards trying to establish the intent, because you're being offered a sum of money that's so outside of what the ordinary offer would be that it speaks to a state of mind, I think. I think we looked this up. This came out about in the Tenet Media thing, yeah. In court filings, Yang, who had no prior criminal record, placed the bulk of the blame for the weapons on Bub, who was released from prison in January 24. He was a gun enthusiast, owned the firearms legally, and enjoyed going to the range. According to a 2020 bail motion, Ritchie submitted to the court. The subsequent Oh, okay. Oh, well, okay. That's different then. They made it sound like this was like a stash house with like fucking an armory ready to go to war with the cops or some bullshit. But the subsequent sentencing memo points to Yang's sister and her boyfriend's sister, and her sister's boyfriend as the ones who roped her into the situation, contending that Yang felt immense shame of her own for her actions. She certainly regrets her involvement in her crimes, but she has other significant regrets as well. She's not in her family, watching her children grow on video camera. She's not helped her children with their homework. Her children, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? Fucking kids. You can always make more. She's guilty. She has suffered. She has no. Okay. Damn. Obviously bad, but the extent of her involvement was receiving packages, which she obviously shouldn't have done. I don't know if 30 months in prison is appropriate. Maybe. But deported? Damn. That's wild. Oh, here is a question. You bring this up if you guys watch Peace Coast stream. I'm just curious on this. You know how right now we're having this conversation about your First Amendment rights as a lawful permanent resident, and people are saying that you apparently don't have First Amendment rights? That's like the contention that Republicans, I guess, are making now. Isn't it kind of weird that corporations enjoy protections for their freedom of speech? So theoretically, could a lawful permanent resident in the United States form a business, and the business that they form and run has more First Amendment rights than they do? Isn't that kind of strange? Would that be the case? Like, theoretically, a business could publish on their Twitter feed or could publish an ad saying, we support Hamas, donate to us, or we support Hamas, buy and shop here, and the business would be fine. But if the individual who owned the business published that same statement, they could be deported for supporting a terrorist group? That's kind of weird. The business would have to be founded in the U.S., right? Yeah. But it's just, you know. Destiny, I just called the Supreme Court to find out why Robert's statement isn't on their website. The lady on the phone told me this was his response to press inquiries provided by the spokeswoman who works for the PIO of the court. Okay. What happened to the ACLU? Did Doge dismantle them too? Haven't heard a peep from them regarding this. I don't know. I haven't heard much from the ACLU recently. They might be tweeting or making statements. We just haven't looked it up, but... French scientist reportedly denied U.S. entry due to Trump criticism. A French scientist on his way to a conference in the U.S. was allegedly denied entry by Customs and Border Patrol over messages found on his phone that criticized President Trump's science cuts. A space researcher was randomly selected upon arrival in Houston for a search, and CBP found messages criticizing the Trump admin's treatment of scientists, which, according to the agency, conveyed hatred of Trump and could be qualified as terrorism. Did you read the TDS bill? You mean the guy who just got fucked in a sting for trying to solicit a minor? RIP. The researcher's phone and computer were allegedly confiscated, and he was sent back to Europe the next day. The news prompted the attention of the French government, which expressed alarm. Really? This would have been taken by the U.S. authorities because the researcher's phone contained exchanges with colleagues in friendly relations in which he expressed a personal opinion on the Trump admin's research policy. According to one source cited by agency France Presse, CBP, Customs Border Patrol, said that the French researcher expressed hate and conspiracy messages, prompting an FBI investigation, only for the charge to be dropped later. Another source said the scientist was banned due to messages that can be described as terrorism. The incident marks a disturbing change in how visitors to the U.S. are treated. Legitimate criticism. I'm so curious what the messages were. Because I could see it. Like, there's a world where I'm sympathetic to this. But there's also worlds where I think it would be crazy. Like, if he's saying shit like, if they let me into this fucking country, I'm going to Charlie Hebdo this motherfucker, then I get it. But if it's just like this fucking retard is defunding all the science shit because he's an actual downy fuck, and that's like hatred or terror, I don't know. That seems... Do we know what the guy actually said? No, I don't think anything's been released. Which makes me think it probably wasn't that extreme because they would have released it. No, right? Wait, can Customs read her messages without a warrant? I have no clue. I don't know. I think at the border, I don't think you have fuck all for rights. Even U.S. citizens, I don't think have the same rights at the border coming into the country as you do otherwise. Have you seen the stuff about the Daily Wire today? No, not yet, but I got like 20 links open, so we'll get to stuff.
Listen, please get everybody to be quiet.
Also, oh my God, just as a quick two real life things. I don't know if I was just in the wrong area of town, but the interview that I did with Santos was in, is the southern part of Manhattan, is that considered downtown Manhattan? It is. Okay. I will say from firsthand experience now, oh my fucking God. Whatever that toll shit is that New York implemented, bro, I feel like I'm in London. Like the traffic, that didn't make sense of you. Sorry. The traffic is way better than I expected it to be. Like this was crazy. And it was on weekdays as well. This was so insane to me how much better the traffic was here. Holy fuck. Isn't that over? I thought it ended. I thought I heard something about it ending. But when I was in Manhattan the last few days, oh my God. I had to keep checking my watch. I'm like, is it Sunday? Is it Saturday? Is it a weekend? Even on weekends, it would be busier. LA traffic makes everything else look like the most efficient shit ever. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, the congestion pricing stuff. Oh my God, it was so good. Jesus. New York traffic clears up past 10 a.m. since COVID. Is that true? Traffic in New York has never really been that bad. I guess. But I'm coming from LA, so living in LA just changes your perspective on so much in the world, I guess. Like traffic in New York didn't seem like that big of a deal compared to LA. Homelessness in New York was like non-existent compared to LA. I don't know, just being in LA is just like changes your perspective, I feel, on a lot of things. Jesus. You want to talk about traffic? Toronto's traffic is brutal. Toronto is pretty bad, sure. New York has decent public transport. Yeah, that's true too. And the cabs are good. Is LA traffic so bad? It's bad. LA traffic is very bad. There was a brief moment in time where I almost considered killing my... No, I'm just kidding. Where I almost considered not having a manual because the clutch, gas, clutch, brake, clutch, gas, clutch, brake, like on the 5. Or the 405 was just agony. I can see you're live on Kick, but on my browser, but not on the mobile app. Only complaining because YouTube kills my battery at work. Could that be a broadcaster setting restricting mobile viewing, or is my app cooked? I don't know. Are other people on Kick watching me on the app? How do you guys have all these battery issues on your phones? Do you not charge your shit constantly, or like get like a portable battery? I feel like my phone is like always plugged into a charger, and I'm super paranoid about battery life. Like I always have like an extra battery with me and everything, and I never end up using. Like guy probably has an iPhone. I have an iPhone. I just checked the app and it works fine. Okay. Why do millennials like manuals so much? I don't think they do. I think manual's pretty rare in the US among anybody. Millennials might have been the last generation whose parents drove manual, because that used to be more common. Watching on YouTube is better than Kick because you can close your screen and still listen at work. When you move to Kick only, I have to keep the phone unlocked in my pocket at work. Is that true? You can't play it from the lock screen? I always find that works. It's just really inconsistent on iPhone. Like I just have to like open an app and close it and open it like 20 times, and then sometimes the lock screen will have a play button and sometimes it won't, and it just depends. I remember for a while, did YouTube get rid of this, or is it because I have like YouTube Pro or whatever the fuck? It used to be that you couldn't play YouTube while it was either locked or tabbed out of on your phone. I don't know if they rolled that back, but that's a YouTube Premium feature? Damn, that's brutal. Can you go over how to drive stick/paddles? Just got in a car with manual, don't want to break the engine. If it's paddles, you just bump the paddle and it goes up and down, so it doesn't matter. If it's a stick shift, just keep pushing the gas and it'll always go. Boom, vroom, vroom. I don't know. Everyone drives manual in Europe? That's so not true. There are more, I think there are more automatics than manuals in Europe. Manual versus automatic popularity in Europe. I think they might call it standard over there. I don't know. Current numbers have new cars with manuals close to 30% in Europe. So it's trending down a lot. At this point with car tech, it's been this way probably for at least like 10 years. Automatics are just superior to manuals in every single way. The only reason you get a manual is because you just enjoy driving it. I like driving manual cars, fun. But otherwise, like, it's better gas mileage and everything else, I think, on an automatic. And I don't even know if the prices are that different between the two now. Millennials were the last ones to experience them actually having better gas mileage than automatic. No wonder they're... Yeah, probably, yeah. Because back then the automatics had... I don't know why. They either didn't have as many gears or something was going on. How mad are you, Fish? How many times have you been to Montreal? I think just once. Super beautiful city and cool people. Or maybe twice, actually. Do you see that Bannon announced that he's working on a Trump third term? He'll be too old. There's no way. Copium, 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 copium. In awful traffic, do you do short bursts of moving or crawl as slowly as possible for as long as possible? You have to do short bursts. Or if you're a trucker, you'll probably be crawling. The reason why you have to do short bursts, though, is because if you just try to crawl along and you try to, like, there's a world where you can time your rolling so that you never have to actually, like, stop and go. But if you do that, and you're in an aggressive place, like in a city, like LA or whatever, people will cut you off. So you have to burst. If you try to roll, people will just cut you off, and then you have to slam your brakes anyway. What do you drive? I have a Ford Focus RS. If I see you in Discord, Twitter, any other part of the internet, say that you have a Ford Focus, I'm coming for that ass, okay? Learn the difference. This is not my car. This is cringe, okay? This is my car. Way different, okay? Way different, okay? Not this. Not this. This, okay? Fuck you. Oh, also, I finished watching the show called The Curse. Did anybody watch that? What an interesting series or show. Would you call it a series? It was 10 episodes. Why do people get triangle cars? So fucking ugly. I hate them. The worst car ever. Wait. I thought that was only like a Miami Beach thing. Are you talking about... Wait, what are these? I agree. They look horrible. What the fuck am I looking at? Wait, I don't even know if we're thinking of the same thing, though. Fuck, what are the... Oh, wait, it's this thing. I'm seeing these around Miami so often. They're fucking hideous and annoying, and they always have music blaring, and it's always dog shit music. What is this called? A slingshot. I've been watching a lot of House MD, and I've concluded that you based your entire personality on Gregory House. Is this true? No, they base House on me, okay? I see these things everywhere. No, I'm talking about your car where the hood and the windshield are almost the same angle. Oh, it's for aerodynamics. Fuck you, okay? So you can go fast. Why does Cuddy end up with that loser kid? Is he supposed to be like half her age? Was there ever a good explanation given for this? It triggered the fuck out of me. Almost as much as Hermione ending up with fucking Ron instead of Harry, like it should have been. Ugh. Ignore him and enforce the ban anyway. Good one, Matt Walsh. Not authoritarian at all. Her disappearance in the last season also really sucked. I heard for that, and by heard I mean I read it on the House MD subreddit, that she wanted a lot of money to appear in the last season. And even the last episode, they couldn't afford it, or they didn't want to pay her as much. The RS is nice, but I heard the suspension is pretty stiff. Is that true? It is the stiffest suspension you will ever sit in. More stiff than a fucking Formula. I don't know why the suspension is so ungodly stiff in it. I have no idea why. It is. I'm sure there's a good reason. Okay. Back to our links. Hold on.
Tariff.
I watched Jackie Heinrich from Fox over the weekend, and I thought she was absolutely terrible. She should be working for CNN, not Fox. Not surprisingly, I later found out that she's a fan of the White House Correspondents Association. Jackie is the host in this clip.
There, he surveyed some cars. It was happening as, Americans' 401k accounts were facing some struggles because of this tariff war happening right now. Was that an appropriate thing for the president to do there? Was it sensitive to the moment that we're in, buying a car, using the White House?
Why are there so many Fox hosts? We just watched a clip earlier of Trump being asked about, and then where he talked about the Canada shit. And then there was one we watched like a week ago before I left. Are Fox News hosts our last bastion of critical media? What's happening? Because I feel like I've seen a few of them ask questions like, oh, that's a surprisingly good question.
We're in, buying a car, using the White House as a backdrop for that?
Like, I would never expect to hear this question on Fox.
Well, first of all, he's promoting American-made products. I applaud him for doing that. He's not the first president to do that. Most presidents have done something like it in the...
This is a common talking point that people use, and it's bullshit. if Trump had passed some bill or done something, I guess, and he wanted to celebrate the passage of that bill, or he wanted to celebrate something relating to that by promoting Tesla, whatever, I would still think it's cringe because fuck Tesla, fuck Trump, and fuck all that. But if that was the case, that would at least be understandable. We don't have to invent what Trump is doing. We don't have to ascribe to him feelings and thoughts because we don't know. Trump said why he was doing the promotion for Tesla, because people are going after Elon and he thinks it's unfair and he wants Elon's business to be successful. We don't have to invent or put in new information or try to mind it. He said it. We just have to listen to him in front of the White House doing the car ad. So don't try to compare this to, because people want to compare this to, like we watched Biden drive the electric vehicle, the Ford.
Okay, here is it plan calling for government, and they announced it.
But like this is coupled with him doing one. I don't know if he's personal friends with the fucking CEO. Okay, like Donald Trump and Elon Musk are literal butt buddies every single fucking day. Okay, bro, the cringiest thing I will probably ever read from a politician, like all circumstances considered, was that Trump truth, where he was like, "Where is Elon? Why isn't he at Mar-a-Lago? Where is Elon at? I don't know where he is." Does anybody remember this? Link me this in chat. Holy fuck, that was so cringe. Like Biden didn't come out. Yeah, Biden didn't come out here and do this because Ford was having a bad day on the markets. He wasn't trying to boost the stock price for a personal friend. So this comparison is fucking bullshit that people keep trying to make it.
Most presidents have done something like it in the past. Joe Biden did it in his term and excluded Tesla.
House there, he
Also, the reason why Tesla was excluded from that meeting, whether this is fair or not, I don't know, but apparently was because all of the automakers there were working with, or their employees came from the United Auto Workers Labor Union, and I don't think Tesla employees come from there. And obviously the UAW is a huge pull, and I think they were present at that invitation to the White House, so I don't know if they didn't want Tesla there as a result of that, but... Fuck, where's that truth post? Wait, is this real or did I fall for fake news? Where are you? When are you coming to the center of the universe, Mar-a-Lago? Bill Gates asked to come tonight. We miss you and X. New Year's Eve is going to be amazing, DJT. Boing boing. Rip. Does anybody have the original truth? Why is it so hard to Google the truth website? Google's suppressing. Oh, Blue Living Abandoned did it. The website doesn't let you search it unless you have an account. Where are you? When are you coming to the center of the universe? Oh, this is so cringe. Do you think was this supposed to be like a text message, you think? Or unmute Blue Living Abandoned? You should know how to post a link without getting muted, okay? If you haven't figured it out by now, then that's on you. Suffer the 10 minutes and think about your actions. Dude, I saw this. We're not even gonna go over this. I don't understand this. Sarah Fields made some tweet where all these women came out against Harry Sisson, and I guess they're mad because Harry lied about talking to other girls or whatever. I don't know this. I don't understand why this is a thing or why people posted a thread about this or why rape review. No, there's not even any like rapey or bad behavior, I think, being alleged other than him, I guess, like lying about talking to other girls. And then, but this got, I think, a lot of engagement. I thought that first tweet got like 40,000 likes. Hold on. Oh, it's up to 63,000 now. Jesus. He played some girls, said he liked them all, and that he wasn't seeing other women, and then they sent him nudes. This whole thread calls them victims. Yeah, I don't know. Steven Crowder posted a redacted Happy Merchant meme after the release of the JFK files. But it's unclear whether this is intentional or not. Damn, that's quite the meme, if that's supposed to be that. I don't know if I've ever seen Steven Crowder do like anti-Semitic conspiracy, like neo-Nazi-ish stuff. I don't think I've ever seen Crowder do that. Ah, based. Every day, my pro-Palestinian dick gets bigger and bigger. In America and in Israel, when a strong right-wing leader wins an election, the leftist deep state weaponizes the justice system to thwart the people's will. They won't win in either place. We stand strong together. Fuck you, BB.
Saying on my phone, I don't know, some of you know this on the iPhone, they've got that little stock app. I added Tesla to it to give me a little boost during the day.
Oh, Jesus.
225 and dropping. So, and if you own one, we're not blaming you. You can take dental floss and pull the Tesla thing off, you know, and take out, just telling you.
Destiny internally. Don't be contrarian. Don't be contrarian. Don't be contrarian. Listen, there are people that give bog standard lib takes or bog standard conservative takes or bog standard progressive takes all over the internet. I don't know why you would watch my stream if that's what you're looking for. You're in for a bad time, bucko. In fact, I've got a 2-hour segment today planned on why Epstein was one of the most gregarious billionaires in U.S. history. I'm just kidding. To be honest, I did think this was a little petty and cringe. What do you how is it petty and cringe? Is it petty? Maybe, but bro, Republicans are the king of petty shit. Bro, people will say shit like, "Oh, I don't know, that's pretty petty. I don't know about that." Meanwhile, fuck, where's the ad of that woman? Oh, fuck. Of her like shooting a doll in the back of the head that she's pretending is like an illegal immigrant. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? She's like running for Congress.
Big breaking news on India Today Digital.
She lost in Missouri in 2024. Good.
Congressional candidate Valentina Gomez is facing online backlash after posting a video advocating for the public execution of undocumented immigrants who commit violent crimes. The provocative clip, shared on X, shows Gomez, a Colombian American and ardent supporter of, come on the heels of a high-profile subway murder.
Okay, thank you, India Today, for not showing me the thing. Whatever, don't care.
That simple. It's that simple. Public executions for any illegal that rapes or kills an American. They don't deserve deportation. They deserve to be ended.
Jesus Christ. Turn down the temperature, please. She was invited to the Capitol today? Or, by the way, wait, was she? Was she there at the joint? She also did the F-slur video? No, a while ago. What? Why is it that Russia is, I've only read like headlines. I haven't read too much while I was out of town. Is Russia saying that they need to have one of Ukraine's power plants as part of the negotiated peace agreement? The fuck? Why? Hello? Where is the power plant even located that they're asking for? Zaporizhia? It's a big nuclear power plant. Is the Pangburn event real? Why work with a dude who shit talked you so much and scammed tons of speakers out of their fees? Get paid up front. Listen, I don't know about those scams. So those were 7 years ago. People can change. The reality is if somebody wants to host a debate event for me, fuck it, I'll do it. Listen, I'm trying to get back into doing events now, so. Good luck. Don't get scammed. Breaking. The U.S. proposes ownership of Ukraine's electrical and nuclear plants to safeguard against Russia. This is so unhinged. There has been no dialogue about the specifics of Trump's proposal for Zaporizhia nuclear plant, which remains in Russian hands. ZNPP was expected to feature in the Putin-Trump phone call. Why don't we have any public appearances of Trump and Putin? Do we? Like a thing like in the White House, like you did with Zelensky. Have we seen any public Trump-Putin meeting appearance, things like that or whatever? They can't air fellatio of a Russian president like that. The fuck? Trump appoints Charlie Kirk, Walt Nauta, and Michael Flynn to military boards. Wait, is this the same Nauta that was part of the Mar-a-Lago document scheme? Or is it a different Nauta? How common is that last name? Yes? Oh my God. Charlie Kirk also to military boards. What military boards? Also, I don't know if you guys follow this Michael Flynn dude at all, who got boinged for lying to the FBI about contacts with Russians, which was fair. He did lie. It was intentional, and he should have gotten dinged for that. I fully support that. But I've seen a couple like shows or interviews or whatever this guy's been on. This guy is legitimately fucking crazy. Like he's like a full-on, like, I don't want to say QAnon, but he might be. He's like, let's see what comes up first. And before he's super reasonable, now I look like an asshole. Michael Flynn's Holy War, full documentary Frontline. What is this? Yes.
Wow.
Yes. My left ear loves it. Yes.
Say USA. Are there any FBI agents out there? Huh, yeah. I can't wait for Kash Patel to get confirmed. Oh my God. You know, you're given so much time up here on the stage, and I prepared some remarks. And I was going to talk about war, because there's so many young people that are here that are going to experience war in your lifetime. And we're in the middle of a war, but I'm not going to go through my prepared remarks, because I just think that sometimes they get a little bit rote. But I want all of you to understand that, and I said this the day after this recent presidential election, that this is not, we can't declare victory over Europe here just yet. I used the metaphor, and I talked on the Alex Jones show, and I think on Bannon's War Room, I used the analogy the day after the election that this is like D-Day +1. If you study a little bit of history, you know a little bit about World War II, the attack on Normandy Beach, we hit the cliffs there, we climbed the cliffs, we got into the hedgerows, and the first day after a very vicious set of battles where we lost tens of thousands of men on those beaches as we attacked into Europe, D-Day +1, we couldn't declare victory over Europe on that day. And we can't declare victory for the United States of America just yet. We still have about 30 days to go. And you see all this nonsense that's going on in Congress right now. While I was sitting back there, somebody gave me an update about what Speaker Mike Johnson just cut a deal with Jeffries. So one of the things that we have to do, and I always speak as though I will never be invited back. Because, for Turning Point and what Turning Point represents, it really is about the young people in our country. And I know we have a mixed bag in here. We have young and old that are in here for this great event. But the young people in this country have to understand it's your energy, your discipline, your courage that's going to have to take this country forward. I use this phrase, local action has a national impact. I met a woman a little while ago, about an hour and a half ago, who came up to me and said, I heard your message. She's from, I think it was from Nevada. And she said, I ran for school board. And now I'm on the school board. And I think that one of the things that we have to do is we cannot rely on one man. Okay, God ordained that man. Because what they really wanted is they wanted to turn his head into red mist. Okay, and they tried it not just once but twice, and they will try it again. This is not about one person. Our country is not about one person. Our country was founded on a bedrock of Judeo-Christian principles and values. It is
Can I say how retarded were the founding fathers that wanted this to be a Christian country? And they wrote so much in the fucking Constitution and the Bill of Rights and all this dumb shit, and they left that part out. Suspicious. Why would they do that, huh?
That Constitution is impenetrable. We have to be fearless about it. You have to understand it. You have to understand what it means. And this is not about taking our country back to some place where we've been. This is about moving our country forward. Moving our country forward into a place where we must be, where we need to be. And I will tell you that one of the things that I have studied and I have lived is this idea of this state of perpetual war that we constantly find ourselves in. Since I've been alive, I was born on an army base. Both of my grandfathers served in World War I. One of my grandfathers served in World War I and World War II. My father served in World War II and the Korean War. I had a brother that served during the Vietnam War. Myself and my younger brother Charlie, who's just recently retired, he hasn't quite retired yet. He's still serving. My son is serving. We have been in a state, in my lifetime, my adult lifetime, we've been in a state of perpetual war. I wrote a book about this quite a while back, and I talk about war as the norm in human society or human history, and peace is the aberration. I mean, for all of you that are, as I look back around some of these young faces, right? I mean, these young faces, and I've met a bunch of them out there in the hallways and stuff. I mean, in your lifetime, our nation has been at war your entire life. If you're in your early 20s, we've been at war your entire life since 2001. We have these wars over in Eastern Europe, the war in the Middle East. We got a war on our streets. We got a war on our border. We have wars against. I mean, we have wars that are going to kick in here with the Chinese government.
Your grandparents fighting World War I? I don't know about on my Cuban side. They were too busy controlling their slaves. I think my grandpa on my dad's side, I think he fought in Vietnam.
Already, and you've heard Tom Homan talk about this sometimes, right? I use the phrase, it's a military phrase, killed in action. On the streets of America in the last year, we've had over 200,000 Americans killed in action by fentanyl. Fentanyl is introduced by the Chinese, and then they bring it through their partners in the Mexican drug cartels, which hopefully we will designate them as foreign terrorist organizations and start using military. So this idea about perpetual, it's not something that we should be for. We should be, all these people in Congress, when you start to think about all these different debates, if you haven't been paying attention, you need to pay attention. Every single one of these documents that Congress tries to squeeze through, like this latest Defense Authorization Act, it would so tie Donald Trump's hands as president. It would tie his hands for damn near his entire presidency. Coming up, this latest bill, that when they said, all of us got online, we got online, we said, yeah, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't pass this thing. They're going to pass it, and there is marginal changes to it. So they're going to say, oh yeah, we changed it, we adjusted this, we changed the language here. It's bullshit. It's total bullshit. I mean, they will not change the essence of it. What they'll do is they adjust some words, they adjust some language. So these are things that are happening here and now, but what they do is they affect the young people. And I think one of the things that we have to do is we have to really get out there, and I think one of the things that a Turning Point organization does, but all of us, this idea about local action is so super important. It is something that we must get involved in our local communities. This country will only survive, because 4 years is like that. It's like it's a blip on the screen. This country will only survive if we get every single county back, every single town back. We retake our churches. All of you know what I'm talking about. There's churches out there. And I'm a Catholic kid, born and raised. I got 9 brothers and sisters, and I'm telling you, woo!
Wait, somebody said at 30 seconds he takes an oath to QAnon? What?
And it was Michael Flynn, I think we have VO of it, of him appearing to take the QAnon pledge. He's standing there. They do a pledge that sounds like a sort of standard pledge you take if you were, taking office, et cetera. And then they end it with this statement that has appeared a lot among the QAnon world. His lawyer is saying that that's not what he was doing. But let's just play this real quick.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Where we go one, we go all.
Where we go one, we go all.
God bless America.
Okay, so he recently also added a QAnon hashtag.
Is this like, is there an official QAnon pledge or whatever? Is that a thing or?
To his Twitter bio. And he started writing an internet column filled with QAnon style imagery. This guy used to be the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency. What is going on, Malcolm, with this man?
You know, a few years ago when he wrote his book.
Wait, what was Michael Flynn's? Was he? Is that the same office that Tulsi Gabbard has right now? Was it the head of the DNI or was it a different? Oh no, National Security Advisor. Is this just the head of the NSA? Wait, hold on. No, I don't think so. Is a senior aide in the exec. Oh no, this exists in the office of the president. Okay. Yes, where we go one, we go all is Q's motto. It's lifted from a movie, White Squall. Okay. What the fuck is this? Okay, don't care.
Back to
what is this? Oh. I already know what it's gonna be, but
now put it back to the state. Stop!
The fuck are these military boards? He announced Monday that a slew of his allies would be appointed to the boards of visitors at the nation's military academies, including lawmakers and conservative media personalities. Post on Truth Social picks for the West Point Board of Visitors. Oh, so they're not like actual positions of power. You just... Do you have to change your opinion about Nick again now that he's back with Ye? When was the last time my opinion of Nick changed? I thought it was when he got with Ye. I don't think it's changed since then. Also announced that members of the Air Force Academy Board of Visitors, military board, to board. Okay, so these are. You said he fell off after the first time to say now he's back? I don't think Fuentes is back. I think Fuentes' political career is in dire straits at the moment. It has been. I don't know if he's been making a comeback or not. I don't even know what his plans are right now, though. He might be happy to just like be a streamer. More Michael Flynn tweets. I want everyone to read this and try your best to understand what is happening right now inside of America. This is a 1959 quote from Nikita Khrushchev. He and people like him took their tasks very seriously. Study the past to understand the future. Your children's children will live under communism. You Americans are so gullible. No, you won't accept communism outright, but we'll keep feeding you small doses of socialism until you will finally wake up and find that you already have communism. We won't have to fight you. We'll so weaken your economy until you fall like overripe fruit into our hands. Okay, but they lost, so I don't know. I don't know what you're supposed to take from this quote. Well, I know he's implying some deep state bullshit, but... Was there ever a time you considered Fuentes a legitimate political threat? I think right before he joined up with EA the first time was probably his strongest political strength, right? Like he's getting to sit and talk with the president and everything. Admittedly due to a Milo Yiannopoulos connection, I think, but I think his CPAC, or what was it called? It wasn't CPAC. AFPAC, his conference, he had like actual, I think, sitting lawmakers there. It was a pretty big meme. When did Jack become such a cuck? I feel like I saw Jack become a cuck like 4 years ago. This Jack Dorsey, right? The original founder of Twitter. Or is this supposed to be a meme tweet or not? I don't know actually. But I feel like he's had like cucked positions. Something happened, bro. Elon Musk just took all of fucking Silicon Valley with him. I don't know if it's because Silicon Valley cucks are just too stupid to think on their own, or they just don't know anything about politics, so it's easy for them to be captivated by some tech billionaire bro, or if it's the people that listen to Peter Thiel and Curtis Yarv, I don't know what happened. It's just fucking retarded as fuck. Do they all do the same psychedelics together and get mind fucked by some weird trip center? That'd be pretty funny.
A shock to me. Yeah, I mean, it's really.
Why is everything on my computer over here so quiet? Is like everything being posted on the internet today just quiet? Or here, is this quiet for you guys? Or I don't know if the volume on this computer is low. The fuck?
Yeah, I mean, it's really. Yeah, I mean, it's really come as quite a shock to me that there's this level of really hatred and violence from the left.
It is quite okay.
I always thought the left, or the Democrats, were supposed to be the party of empathy, the party of caring, and yet they're burning down cars. They're
listen to that. Like, he embodies the paradox of tolerance. He embodies it, right? While this un-American, okay, naturalized citizen, not even born in America, this fucking piece of degenerate shit is constantly calling for the dissolution of our government on Twitter. We need to impeach all judges that disagree with us. He is appealing to that paradox of tolerance. I thought the liberals were supposed to be nice. You guys can't be violently rioting against my car dealership. You guys are supposed to be the nice ones. Also, impeach every judge that disagree. Impeach all the judges. Get every single judge out of the way of this administration. Impeach all the judges. I thought the liberals were nice. Like, it's so disgusting how on the nose he is with his blatant, like, tolerate me and I'm not going to tolerate you. God, it's so gross. Fuck.
From the left. I always thought the left, or the Democrats, were supposed to be the party of empathy, the party of caring, and yet...
Is impeaching people illegal and outside the law? Impeaching somebody because you disagree with their decisions is outside of how the system is supposed to work. Yes, correct.
They're burning down cars. They're firebombing dealerships. They're...
Hey, on what? I don't know if I'm allowed to say
that. Firing bullets into dealerships. They're just, smashing up Teslas. Tesla is a peaceful company. We've never done anything harmful. I've never done anything harmful. I've only done productive things. So I think we just have a deranged... there's some kind of mental illness thing going on here, because this
mental illness thing going on here. True.
Doesn't make any sense.
Why would they do this? So I have no idea what's going on here. What? What's happening?
Yeah, and I think there are larger forces at work as well. I mean, I don't know who's funding it and who's coordinating it.
Oh, there's always a deep state. There's always a deep state.
Because this is crazy. I've never seen anything like this.
Top Tesla investor just officially asked Elon Musk to step down as head of the company for destroying the electric vehicle maker's reputation. Anytime I see articles written like this, I always assume it's fucking bullshit. And by bullshit, I just mean like top investor, what? Like he has like a few $1 million of Tesla stock, or what does this mean? Until like the board is starting to call, like big members of the board or huge owners. Oh, and it's not even a fucking link to a story. What the fuck is this? Ross Gerber or Gerber. How much does he own? Why are there no article links? What is this?
I think we all make choices with our time, and Elon doesn't get more than 24 hours a day just because he's Elon. So we make choices. All of us do. Do we spend time with our family?
Wait. Does he look a little? He does, right? Hold on. He looks a little bit like Alec Baldwin, no? Like younger Alec Baldwin? Jesus, not that one. A little bit.
Do we go golfing? Do we work? And how we do this is, each individual chooses. And so Elon chooses to work, all the time, but you can only work so many hours a day. So it's 24, right? And he sleeps. So there's no question he's been committed to his job at the government. That's where he's spending his time. He is not running Tesla. And, that's why I'm going to say it. I think Tesla needs a new CEO. And I decided today I was going to start saying it. And so this is the first show that I'm saying it on. It's time for somebody to run Tesla. The business has been neglected for too long. There's too many important things Tesla is doing. So either Elon should come back to Tesla and be the CEO of Tesla and give up his other jobs, or he should focus on the government and keep doing what he's doing, but find a suitable CEO for Tesla.
So he is still the CEO of Tesla, huh? What? That's kind of weird. What the fuck? He's literally just there as like a meme. He's literally here as like a meme, like mascot for the fucking company. So cringe. I used to be super conservative until I started to honestly engage with your content. Wow, thanks. And then he's like, no, I'm a Nazi. Just kidding. Don't do that. Okay, we opened this a while ago. I didn't watch it. No, look for it. What is this?
My voice. Hear me on this. I want to say a short bit, and then we're going to march. Right? We're going to march to the Supreme Court after this.
This is the place that JD Vance got booed.
But I want you to record me in our hashtag that we're going to use. I'm going to tell it to you in a minute, because it's got a meaning. I want you to record me. I want you to go live and record me, or I want you to record it and I want you to post it on every social media platform you can find. My hat says, my grandpa killed Nazis. And if you haven't seen my shirt, it says John Brown Hunting Club. And at the bottom it says no quarter for Nazis. Is everybody recording? Yes. This is my message from the Heritage Foundation. And I want to get this banner to put in front of this truck.
I'm so sorry. I just don't trust any leftists talking about Nazis anymore. I feel like when they say Nazi, they just mean white supremacist, and then they just mean on some retarded shit there. Maybe this guy isn't like that, though, and I'm just unfairly webbing him, but...
Can we get this banner to come in front of... Clear the sidewalk. Clear the middle. Clear the middle. People need to walk through. People need to walk through. Listen to these guys. They're doing their job. Clear the middle of the sidewalk. Some of you can back up into this recess behind you. Back up into this recess. Clear the middle. Clear the middle. People need to walk. That's the rule. Thank you, guys. Clear the middle, everybody. People need to walk. That's the rules. We're not the ones that attack our country's capital, that beat and trample and stop law enforcement officers. George Soros is giving you money. George Soros is making $1 million.
Make it up nonsense, loser.
Hey, listen, this dude right next to George Soros is paying off. Let me tell you a secret, everybody. You ready? I was going to do this shit anyway. I wish somebody would pay my ass. Hey, George Soros, you can pay me, and I'll take it. I'm for real. And I've been doing this shit for free, and I'm fucking tired. But listen to me, this is important. This is a message to the Heritage Foundation. The Heritage Foundation are the architects of Project 2025. No, everybody knows that. What everybody may not know is Project 2025 is a list.
Wouldn't you say, though, that them calling a lot of the right Nazis is fair? I don't think the majority of the right are Nazis. I think it's a small percentage. But also the issue is just when progressives call people Nazis, they're not really talking about totalitarian authoritarianism or any type of... they're not... They literally just mean white supremacists, which is annoying. They don't care about the anti-Semitic part or the anti-Israeli or any of that bullshit. They don't care about any of it. They just mean white supremacists. Like Nazi, it took me too long to realize this, but on the progressive side, Nazi to them just means like white supremacy, and then sometimes like anti-America. That's just what they mean when they say this. Like, or they're being anti-American because they're on some like, this is about Western colonialism and some other cuck shit. But I don't know. I don't know if maybe he's not like this. I don't know anything about this particular guy, but that's usually what it means.
General blueprint for the taking down of American democracy. That's not hyperbole. It's not exaggeration. It's not melodrama. It is a roadmap to cripple democracy. That's what it is. That's what it's always been. Viktor Orban of Hungary pumps money into this building. A Hungarian dictator who, when he's not busy being a dictator, is sucking Vladimir Putin's dick. That's who finances and influences the Heritage Foundation. A Hungarian dictator, not Christians. Not Christians. There's no Christians in this building right here. There's no patriots in this building right here. These are fake Christians. These are fake patriots. These are the kind of Christians who take rights away from gay and trans people who are brave enough to be themselves while they go to RNC and shut Grindr down because they're shame fucking each other at night. These are self-loathing, closeted gay men like Peter Thiel, like J.D. Vance, like Mike Johnson, like Lindsey Graham. They're not just bigots. They're not just bigots, they're also hypocrites.
Self-loathing hypocrites.
This is the takedown of American democracy, and it's not sponsored by Christians and patriots. It's sponsored by Hungary and Russia and China and India and Brazil, the BRICS nations in the context of Russian influence and Chinese influence. This is oligarchy, it is kleptocracy, and it is kakistocracy. Everything they're doing, it looks sloppy, it looks accidental, it looks unorganized, and maybe it is, but they don't care, because that's not the point. It's not the Department of Government Efficiency. It is an entity built to do nothing other than topple the entire American society, from the economy to our law enforcement, to our military intelligence, to our veterans, to our healthcare, to our education. It is the crippling of this country in every way that a country can be crippled, and it couldn't work better for Putin if he wrote it himself, because he fucking did.
Okay. How much animosity do you have towards the standard rank and file Republican voter, not necessarily MAGA? I'm starting to legit hate my mother because of her vote. I mean, it's hard because they're just going along with evil, but like truly I just don't think they have all of the understanding or whatever. They're not like actually evil people. They just don't follow stuff that closely, which is truly like the average American voter. So, I mean, like, I think you can have a lot of frustration. I think that's super understandable. I do. But just be aware, I guess, of what's happening, I think. Okay, this Speed is going to China.
I'm about to end this stream and wrap it up. Shout out to London for showing them in this stream, man.
What is that? Is anybody seeing that? What is this place? Is that a dragon? China, here I come. See y'all soon.
I'm about to end this stream and wrap it up. Shout out to London for.
Okay. I feel like people think that China is like fucking North Korea or like some insane shit, like something crazy is going to happen. But there are like millions of Americans that go to China every year. For the most part, you're probably safe. Unless he tries to go to like a fucking Uyghur detention camp or something. Like. You had the same take that Asman was fine before. Delusion if you believe these people aren't evil. I guess it depends on how you define evil. But, I mean, if you want to think half the United States is evil, I guess that's up to you, but... I don't think he's playing up that angle, just hyping up a big streamer, or a big stream of the trailer. No, I don't think Speed is, but I just saw other people in chat typing shit. Also, yeah, I don't think Asmongold is an average American. I would say Asmongold does, like, actively contribute to evil. I wouldn't compare Asmongold to, like, your family members. This motherfucker lurking in DGG chat. Did this man voluntarily reveal he wrote this in his Twitch unban request, LeMayo? Why is this guy talking about my DGG chat logs? Holy shit. Hi, Hassan. Jesus.
I saw this Dexerto article, and I'm actually very excited for Asmongold to finally fucking chime in about how censorship is unacceptable. Texas senators have unanimously passed a bill that, if signed into law, could make several games, anime, manga series illegal to own in the state. The bill bans any obscene depiction of a minor or someone who looks like one. And it's a very unique predicament because, like, I don't necessarily disagree with this decision, although I do understand how this will be used against everything. I want to know where my Asmon heads are at on this one. It's awesome.
Does he even do real? I'm gonna be honest. Obviously, I just watch clips and shit that you guys link or that show up on this Twitter account. So maybe he does actual politics that's just not getting clipped. But everything I feel like I'm seeing coming from this channel is like just slop politics. Like, I wonder what Asmongold thinks about Lolicon getting banned because that's underage anime porn. He says he's free speech, and now they're gonna ban a lot. Like, do we do real politics on this channel ever? Did he ever? I guess. I mean, it wasn't always this bad, right? I'm not crazy.
I want to know where my Asmon heads are at on this one. It's awesome because Asmon literally lives in Texas, and he has to now delete half of his fucking library if this is the case. It is what it is, dude. So what happens? What is his take? I'm sure he had to cover this.
He fought with Asmon the way he does with you, with drama only.
The unique intersection. It happened literally after I said, hey, Asmon, there will come a time when this administration will take away something that you like, that you hold near and dear to you, and I'll see how you feel about free speech then. And then literally a week later, they're like...
I mean, I'm being nitpicky, but I don't care. This administration... Well, hold on. It says Texas senators, not senators from Texas. So this is not the Trump administration. This is just Texas, right? But whatever.
A week later, it's like Texas senators have unanimously passed a bill. Barely watches anime. I know he looks a type. No, dude, it's not about fucking anime. What are you talking about?
Oh, no. He didn't get the joke. We're making a child porn joke, bro. It's about child porn. LOL. LOL. LOL.
It's not about fucking anime. What are you talking about? It's video games as well. Asmongold's favorite content creator is literally a lolly content creator.
That's not a reference to me, is it? Is it a reference to some Twitter guy? I don't even know.
A child, like a child VTuber.
Oh.
His next video.
A child VTuber. Who? Rev or Rav? I don't know either of those names, and I don't want to, so...
Oh, I think I'm going to post...
Do those guys make sexual content, or... Was half of Nazi Germany evil? Is there such a drastic difference between those who enable fascism and fascists? Yes. There's a difference in motivation, maybe not in outcome, but the motivation is important to understand so you can counter it. If you go to somebody who's not evil and you treat them like they're evil and you try to make them not evil, you're not going to be very effective. You have to make different arguments. It's literally a VTuber who only makes videos about DEI.
But I gotta post that. I saw.
Okay.
Dude is so fucking dumb, man. I hate the fascist propagandists, but he doesn't endorse that sexualized anime shit, which are the games in question, and stupidly swears that YouTuber isn't one. It will be used to paint you calling people pedos publicly who aren't, and
ban this guy.
Ready shit you talk about dunks. What? Oh no, dude. Are you telling me that Asmongold fans are gonna yell at me?
Rev says Desu is anti-woke anime content slop. Okay.
Brother, he watches a fucking... Asmongold calls me a terrorist supporter every day.
Because you support terrorists by definition and by your own admission. You literally say you support entities that are U.S. designated terrorist organizations. Like that. Why would you compare these things? He calls me a terrorist supporter. As I say, I think Nasrallah is cool. I support the resistance, Hamas, and Hezbollah, and I support the Houthis doing awesome terrorist activities in the ocean. So it's the same thing as me calling him a pedophile.
The fuck are you talking about?
What?
He quite literally watches a lolly VTuber.
Also, that's so disingenuous. Unless I'm missing something and the lolly VTuber does lolicon or whatever. It might be, I don't know. Is the technical definition of lolly just child? So it's not actual like anime child porn, but like there's obviously a difference between watching that and watching like anime child porn. But Hassan is trying to play fast and loose with the terms because he obviously is going for that.
He is an open lolly VTuber, the VTuber he watches. You know, it's a joke. I'm not being serious.
Base. Okay, there you go.
No, oh my God, I can't believe his fans are gonna fucking say I'm lying about Asmongold or whatever. Anyway, let's Asmon tweet is so fucking.
Okay, that was our Hassan update. I think the argument is about the bill itself. It's super fucking vague if you read it. Is it like actually going to pass, or is it like something stupid that like one dude submitted and... Oh, Texas senators have unanimously passed a bill that have signed into law. How does the Texas shit work? If the senators have passed it, does that mean that it's already passed the lower house and they're just waiting for the governor to sign it? So it's basically a done deal?
Problem? So this is the issue, right?
Wait, prediction. I think that Asmongold is actually going to be against this. He's going to say, I agree with what they're trying to do in principle, but the issue is it's written so broadly that in the name of protecting children, it's going to be used to go after other stuff. That's my prediction.
Problem? So this is the issue, right? Ideologically, I support this. Like, I don't like lollies. I don't like the underage sexual depictions of underage characters, right? I don't like this. But the thing is that the reason why the real thing is like actual child sexual abuse material, the reason why it's illegal is because there's a victim of it, right? There's a victim of it, and that victim is then like, there becomes an ecosystem that encourages more victimization if that content is consumed and distributed, right? So the idea is that owning it and, you know, like creating it or putting it out there is...
Oh, no, right. Okay, you took it a step further and defends lolicon. Base.
Bad because it creates an ecosystem that causes real people to get hurt, right? And so based off of that logic, you can't apply that logic to anime because anime isn't real people. So I'm very, very torn on this. And I like...
Excuse me.
In a way, I wish that there was a way that you could do this, but I don't know if there is a way that you can do this without it being stupid.
Destiny, the VTuber has defended Lolly. He actively watches Lolly. In this one case, Hassan isn't lying. You wouldn't ascribe every single belief the VTuber has to Asmongold, though, right? It is possible that Asmongold defends... I guess here he's kind of conceptually defending lolicon. But even that, I feel like it's a different connotation to saying that he like is a lolicon enjoyer. I feel like they're all different things.
I like, in a way, I wish that there was a way that you could do this, but I don't know if there is a way that you can do this without it being stupid. Does that make sense to me? Like, I don't like the idea of these characters, but I also... Here's another thing, too. We have so many problems in the country. Do I want my tax money going towards litigating people that like lollies?
Oh, they got to go towards getting these trans women out of these gyms, these women gyms.
No, I don't. I think that money could be spent on like 50 other things that are better, right? And so, like, I know I'm going back and forth on this a lot because, as I said, I'm very torn about this. Give me 100%.
r/Asmongold reacts to the Hassan tweet. Hassan is a lolcon at this point. Always was LeMayo. He's legit acting like a Reddit mod. He literally is an obsessive ex-girlfriend. Oh, no.
Problem? So this is the issue, right?
Bro, Hassan is getting it rough from Asmongold's whole community. The largest political streamer on Twitch, by the way. And from Ethan Klein, who is like pretty influential on the internet, which is spreading to other podcasts. Uh-oh. Do you agree with Asmon's take on this one? Yeah, I think for as gross as lolicon is or whatever the fuck, there's not like a victim. How the fuck are you going to ban drawing child fucking anime peoples? It's retarded. I think that's retarded. If you want to talk about a country that has strong freedom of speech or whatever, and you're like, that cartoon drawing, that's illegal. That's fucking retarded. But listen, to each his own. This guy, by the way, is one of the most fashy, insane people, Stephen Miller. What is his role right now on the admin? He's like a Trump campaign manager guy. Does he just have like a... Oh, he's Deputy Chief of Staff. So the guy right below the Chief of Staff. And then the current White House Chief of Staff is, actually no, that's Chief of Staff. Oh, I've never heard this person's name before. Never mind. Okay. Wait, why is she the Chief of Staff over the Stephen Miller dude? I feel like that Stephen Miller guy is way, way, way more popular. She's the Trump whisperer?
So you called the judge's order just earlier today, quote, patently unlawful, end quote, and said that it was an assault on democracy itself. Does that mean that the administration is ignoring this order, and might you ignore future court orders that meet the criteria you laid out?
The President of the United States and his administration reserve all rights under the Constitution to conduct national security operations in defense of the United States.
Let me soy up. Hold on. There's no victim, but it encourages and reinforces a negative and dangerous thought pattern, making it more likely that an individual acts on certain negative urges in the future. That's a consequence of freedom of speech, my friend. If you don't like it, then that's fine. But if you're going to talk about banning that, then you should talk about banning violent media. You should talk about media that encourages any other sort of like watching people steal or commit violent acts. Like all of those things should be on the table then as well. You can't just pick one thing because it's the most, I guess, like popular virtue signal opinion and then ignore everything else. You have to be consistent.
The Alien Enemies Act, which was passed into law by the founding generation of this country, men like John Adams, was written explicitly to give the president the authority to repel an alien invasion of the United States. That is not something that a district court judge has any authority whatsoever to interfere with, to enjoin, to restrict, or to restrain any way. You can read the law yourself. There's not one clause in that law that makes it subject to judicial review, let alone district court review.
So, Stephen, when you say that this person has no authority at all, this is how our system works. It starts with these judges and then continues up. At what point does it become, in your view, legal for the justice system to be looking at this and making a judgment? And I fail to see how there's any other way but to start with where we're starting here before you get to eventually the Supreme Court.
Well, so first of all, there's a term in law, justiciable. This is not justiciable. In other words, this is not subject to judicial remedy. When the president is exercising his Article 2...
According to who, though? It's up to the judiciary to make that determination. You don't get to decide that, little bro. That's not your job. This is the whole point of your Marbury v. Madison case. This is the whole point of judicial review. It's not up for you to decide what's justiciable. Justiciable. Justiciable.
Justiciable.
Justiciable. Is it really? No.
Justiciable.
Justiciable. Justiciable. Whatever. What can be adjudicated?
This is not subject to judicial remedy. When the president is exercising his Article 2 powers to defend the country against an invasion or to repel a foreign terrorist that is unlawfully in the country, he's exercising his core Article 2 powers as commander-in-chief.
Is Venezuela invading the U.S.?
Like, little bro, you can't just say that and you're exempt from judicial review. Like, if the president walks around and, you know, throws a rock at somebody and he's like, well, I was defending our nation, so therefore you can't review this decision. Like, you can't just do that.
This is a very important point. This is a Title 50 authority. It's a commander-in-chief authority. So just to ask you a simple question, you talk about how the system works. Does a district court judge have the right to direct or enjoin troop movements overseas? Yes or no?
Well, Stephen, my question,
Oh, no, no.
If you could
in
answer
other
my
words,
question first,
in other
please.
words,
Is Venezuela
but
Venezuela invading our country in a way that would apply in this
TDA?
way?
So I'll answer yours, then you'll answer mine. Under the terms of the statute, Tren de Aragua is an alien enemy force that has come here as detailed at length in the proclamation at the direction of the Venezuelan government. The statute says that a president has the ability to repel an invasion or predatory incursion that is directed by a foreign
state
government.
or a government, right? Are they a state or a government?
This would be, yes, it is documented. The TDA was sent by the Venezuelan government in the proclamation. And here's an even more important point. Under the Constitution...
By the proclamation? So not like an actual court. So could the president just literally declare this about anybody? Right, you understand this is the issue, is the president could make this declaration about anybody or any group or anything, and they just start deporting people and go, oh, war powers. Sorry, national security, LOL.
Who makes that determination? A district court judge elected by no one, or the commander-in-chief of the Army and Navy?
The commander-in-chief can't just arbitrarily start labeling every single group of people he doesn't like as a terrorist group and then start exercising military powers to deport them, my friend.
The president and the president alone makes a decision of what triggers that determination.
So do you then think
in
we
statute.
are actually at war with Venezuela, the nation state of Venezuela?
You're not hearing me, and you're not understanding me.
Oh.
Read the statute. Alien Enemies Act, 1798. It says if a predatory incursion is perpetrated by a foreign government. So it lists three qualifying actions. It could be an act of war.
It does say in the very beginning there has to be a declared war against a nation or a state. That's what it says.
No, wrong. Look up the statute. It's on my account on social media.
That's actually where we
Everyone
found
can
it
go see
earlier.
What is the statute that he's referring to exactly? What's it called? Hold on.
Yes. It says, or a predatory incursion.
Okay. The Alien Enemies Act. Whenever there is a declared war between the United States and any foreign nation or government, or any invasion or predatory incursion is perpetrated, attempted, or threatened against the territory of the United States by any foreign nation or government, and the president makes public proclamation of the event, all natives, citizens, denizens, or subjects of the hostile nation or government being of the age of 14 years and upwards, who shall be within the United States and not actually naturalized, shall be liable to be apprehended, restrained, secured, and removed as alien enemies. I understand why this exists, and I kind of get it, but this part here, you would have to have a strong link to the foreign nation or government literally directing the gang to go to the United States.
Oh, wrong. Look up
to be a declared war.
Qualifying actions. It could be an act
it does
of war.
say in the very beginning there has to be a declared war against a nation or a state. That's what it says.
No, wrong.
She is wrong here. It's the or is important. In law, ors are very important. Ors and ands are very, 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 very important.
Look up the statute. It's on my account on social media.
That's actually where we
Everyone
found
can
it
go see
earlier.
Yes. It says or a predatory incursion or an invasion. The statute delineates three criteria for triggering the Alien Enemies Act. One is an act of war, which, by the way, an invasion is an act of war, but put that aside. One is an invasion, which this is. One is a predatory incursion, which this is. So it actually meets all three.
Wait, it meets all. Wait, what? Hold
Is an invasion, which, by the way, an invasion is an act of war, but put that aside. One is an invasion, which this is. One is a predatory incursion, which this is. So it actually meets all three statutory criteria. But with respect to this particular,
there is no declared war, so he just said it's an act of war. But these aren't like Venezuelan military people, although I guess they're claiming they are undercover directed by the Venezuelan government. You need the government part. That's important. Like,
the statute delineates three criteria. Predatory incursion. See it? Yes. It says or a predatory incursion.
By a government, a nation, hostile nation or government. By any foreign nation or government.
or an invasion. The statute
He even has it in his little quote that CNN put up here.
delineates 3 criteria for triggering the Alien Enemies Act. One is an act of war, which, by the way, an invasion is an act of war, but put that aside.
Wait, I don't see active war anywhere in here. I see declared war. Is active war somewhere? I think he just made that up, unless it's somewhere else. It's not listed in here.
One is an invasion, which this is. One is a predatory incursion, which this is. So it actually meets all 3 statutory criteria. But with respect to this particular statute, the proclamation is utilizing the incursion and invasion language in the statute.
So,
but this is a very important question, because no, hold on. It's a very important question. You said the way our system works is the President of the United States commands the armed forces of the country, commands the foreign policy of the country, and that's subject to district court review. That is fundamentally untrue.
I never said that, Stephen. I did not say.
That has never been true.
This was not a military operation. I mean,
a district court judge can no more enjoin the expulsion of foreign terrorists to foreign soil that he can direct the movement of Air Force One, that he can direct the movement of an aircraft carrier, that he can direct Marco Rubio to engage in diplomacy in a country or not.
Do you think the Supreme Court has any say over this or not? Like, does the Supreme Court of the United States have any say over the things that you were just outlining right here?
I believe what the Supreme Court will say is what I just said, which is that the president's conduct here is not subject to judicial review.
Okay, but you are acknowledging that they do, in fact, have a say here, even though you think they may agree with you.
I don't know who this lady is, but she's not very legally literate. I don't think she understands. I don't know why she was the one brought on to have this conversation. Okay.
What we are expecting is the Supreme Court to say what has always been the case, which is when the president is using his powers as commander-in-chief, those determinations are not subject to judicial review. In other words, the president's designation of Tren as a foreign terrorist organization and as an alien enemy are part of his inherent plenary authority. There is no way.
At what point in the system, Stephen,
how are you going to expel?
Power?
How are you going to expel illegal alien invaders from our country who are raping little girls, who are murdering little girls, if each and every deportation has to be adjudicated in a district court judge? That means you have no country. It means you have no sovereignty. It means you have no.
What are you talking? Like, she doesn't understand. When he's saying that the justices will say that this isn't justiciable or whatever, she's not saying they can't hear the case. Or she's saying, but aren't you saying they're going to hear the case anyway? What Stephen Miller is saying is they're going to say, we are not going to review this and then kick it out. That's what he's saying is going to happen. The correct counter to this is if people are raping and murdering people, you don't need to deport those people. We have criminal courts for that. Why would we need to invoke the Aliens Act or whatever, Alien Enemies Act, to deal with criminal issues in the United States of America? We don't need wartime powers. That's ridiculous.
Little girls who are murdering little girls,
murdering little girls, as far as I'm aware, in the United States, is a crime. That's still illegal. You can't do that. If you do that, there are tons of different authorities that can go after you. We've got 50 states. I believe murder is illegal in all of those states. You've got federal courts where federally murder is illegal.
Every deportation has to be adjudicated in a district court judge.
This is, by the way, one of the big complaints that Palestinians have in the West Bank is they don't have real courts. They have to go to Israeli military court. You don't need a military tribunal to hold people in the United States liable for crimes. That's ridiculous.
That means you have no country. It means you have no sovereignty. It means you have no future. It is fundamentally incompatible to have a country and have individual expulsions adjudicated by a single district court judge.
I'm just trying to figure out at what point in the system do you, because...
So who normally adjudicates expulsions? So just no due process as long as the government doesn't like a group of people enough? Hello?
What does the Trump administration believe? Because we do have separation of powers in this country. I hear what you're saying.
Yes,
you're saying
separation
the district
of powers.
court does
this
not
is the judiciary
have authority.
interfering
Stephen,
in
let me finish.
the executive function.
Let me
that
finish.
is the separation of powers. That is the separation of powers.
Did you ignore the judge's order here because you thought you could?
So the judge's order and the actions taken by the Departments of Defense, Justice, and Homeland Security.
Okay. Jeopardy time. Is he going to go with the order wasn't legitimate because it was spoken and not written? Or is he just going to say we ignored the order because it was bullshit? What do we think?
Are not in conflict. and the Department of Justice has been clear that they are not in conflict. But
so you think that you did go along with the order that the judge put out? You do not think that the Trump administration defied this order?
As the Justice Department said, there is no conflict between the judge's order.
Okay, or it'll just be, there's no conflict with the judge's order. As in, when the judge was ordering the planes to turn around, there were no planes to turn around because they were out of his jurisdiction or something? I don't know what he means by that, but okay. I don't know what the argument is there.
And the action is taken by the departments I just listed. But I'm making a deeper and more fundamental point.
Yeah.
The district
so,
court
yeah, I mean, if you don't have
no
to follow it, why didn't you?
The district court has no ability to in any way restrain the president's authorities under the Alien Enemies Act or his ability to conduct the foreign affairs of the United States. Let me paint a picture for you.
Paint a picture.
President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio had engaged in intensive diplomacy to obtain a bilateral security agreement with the nation of El Salvador. If a district court judge can enjoin that bilateral security agreement...
These are also the bad legal arguments, but there needs to be like a legally competent person on here. The question isn't about whether or not a district court judge can override your ability to negotiate with foreign countries as president, which they absolutely would not be able to, right? Because I think this is a very strong power that the president enjoys. But the question is about what's happening to people in the United States, right? If the president of the United States wanted to negotiate something with Cuba, then he's fine to do that. But the president couldn't then just deport my mom and say, well, I'm allowed to negotiate with other countries, right? So you have no say over what I do to people in the United States, whether on visa, lawful permanent residents, or citizens. That's the legal issue at stake here. Of course, I don't know if she's going to hone in on that, and he's obviously going to dance around that as much as possible because that's what the bullshit legal arguments are going with.
Yeah,
then we do not have
get
a
it.
democracy.
Steven, you've made your argument.
We do not have a foreign policy.
We've heard you say this. Did you ignore? Did the administration ignore the order from the district judge?
He already answered this. He's just going to say, no, we complied with it. But I don't think she knows how they violated it. Or I don't know if she can enunciate that.
It's a simple question.
I've answered, and I've answered
just
it.
Gonna repeat.
I've answered it because the Department of Justice has made a filing in the court. But let me make another point. The judge, in this case, put the lives of...
Do you think anyone is ever going to restrain Trump? He's ignored how many court orders now? At what point does someone actually take action against him? Or does he just get to do whatever he wants indefinitely because he's surrounded by sycophants and no one will tell him? Well, our Senate is weak, thanks to Schumer. Fuck him. He needs to get primary. He needs to be the fuck out of here. Okay? The question now is the no, not the DOJ, I'm sorry. Are the courts going to utilize the U.S. Marshals and start writing bench warrants for people? That's the next question. And now it's up to the courts, I guess, to see how legitimate they think they are, right? That's what we're all waiting for.
Every single person on those aircraft at risk. Did he know how much fuel was in those planes? Did he know the flight conditions? Did he know the weather conditions? Did he know how many crew hours?
Oh my
Did he know the need for crew rest? Did he know any of that? No. This judge violated...
But then that would be in your response, right? If you were the government, you could make that argument. Well, we wanted to comply with this order. However, safety conditions prohibited. Like, you could just argue that if you wanted to. You're not, because this is a bullshit excuse, but...
the law. He violated the Constitution.
So do
he
you
defied
think that
the system of government that we have in this country.
Because that does seem
And
to be
by the
what
way,
you're arguing.
These same district court judges didn't do a damn thing to stop Joe Biden from flooding this nation with millions of illegal aliens. Do these district court judges didn't issue...
Like that, this argument is nonsense. Hold on. I thought you just said that the president has basically sole authority to determine things like immigration policy. Maybe he wanted to flood the country with illegal aliens. Isn't that his right? Isn't that what you're arguing? If you can unilaterally deport people, couldn't he unilaterally bring people in? What do you mean?
Any injunctions to save the lives of Jocelyn Hungary or Laken Riley.
Can you explain what the marshals are and what they do? So I believe the U.S. Marshals technically exist underneath the branch of the Department of Justice, but I think the U.S. Marshals are the ones responsible for carrying out warrants issued by judges. What are bench warrants issued for? When you're holding people in contempt of court, so they're defying court orders and stuff, or if somebody like missed a court date. I think that's all just contempt, right? I don't know if contempt is the only thing, but...
Or
the
anyone
federal
else.
courts. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that what you said, there's a separation of powers.
Oh, I wasn't even thinking of that. I'm so stupid. Good point. Kick chatter, gather oil. Destiny. I don't get the argument of the plane not having enough fuel. Can you clarify that? If they don't have enough fuel, why not land and refill and bring them back? Yeah, true. It's not like the planes are stuck over there, right? If the justices are saying, or if the court order is saying, you know, you're not allowed to do this, then you just bring the same people back, right? Like, that's not impossible, though.
The judiciary exercises judgment and relief.
I don't speak for the White House. You are here to speak.
I will do.
You're here to speak for the White House. I just want you to
walk
answer
through
that
it.
one simple question.
I
okay?
am. Ready? Here we go.
Here we go.
Under a proper reading of the Constitution,
Oh.
district court judges.
Who activates the marshals? Is it the DOJ or the actual judges themselves? I believe it's just the courts themselves. Like if the court issues a bench warrant, I don't think you need I'm just guessing here, by the way. I could be totally wrong, but I don't think you need an action from the DOJ. I think that it's just automatic once a warrant is issued by a judge. Can you please explain what the point is of putting ore into the boxes? Yes. I want to build my belt further north, my bus, but there's a big field of copper ore, and building on top of ore is a forbidden building technique. So I'm just trying to stash this stupid fucking ore so that this field will disappear. That's why.
Provide relief to individual plaintiffs seeking relief. District court judges do not have the authority, as a general matter, to enjoin the functioning of the executive branch, but their authority is at its lowest point when the president is exercising his powers as commander-in-chief. And I asked you a question, you never answered it. Can a judge enjoin troop movements overseas? Can a district court judge enjoin troop movements overseas?
Stephen,
yes or no?
I am not going to get it.
Like the question isn't whether or not he can, whether or not they can stop those things. The question is that what the president is doing, right? Like the courts cannot tell the president of the United States how to do troop movements. But let's say the president says, I'm going to take every single black person from the United States and send them on a military expedition in Syria. And then the courts are like, hold on there. I don't think that's allowed. You wouldn't say, oh, well, hold on. I'm sorry. I thought he was the commander in chief. Are you saying that the president doesn't have the ability to command troops? No, you wouldn't say that. That's bullshit, right?
Into the
just say no, and then you'll know that I'm right.
This is a
just
separate
say no,
question,
and you'll know that
Stephen.
I'm right.
Okay, we're not talking about other
Because
troops
the
overseas.
president.
I need to ask you about something else.
The
that's
president
important.
issued a proclamation delineating in detail how the Venezuelan regime sent this gang, this terrorist organization, to our shores. And by the way, and I love being here, but all the outrage that we are seeing from the Democrat Party and from the corporate media.
Good one. Hold on. Fuck. Okay. Will there be A tonight? No, I told Andy to move back tomorrow. Or push it forward to tomorrow, depending on how you view that.
Promised American people, we're going to make this country safe again.
Asman
I
slap.
wake up every morning loving my job.
Asking for the entire flight to be returned.
Your guess is as good as mine, Lawrence. You know, you got some radical judge who makes a decision.
That's a good question.
That just defies logic. I mean, who in the right mind, whether you're a judge or not, wants known public... TDA, a recognized terrorist organization, sent here by the Maduro regime, to create
sorry, real quick in chat. Where is the evidence that they were sent here by Maduro? What does he mean when they say that? Have they released any evidence of that, or is this just a wacky Trump claim?
To unsettle the United States through the use of fentanyl to kill thousands of Americans, violence to American citizens, raping and murdering young women in this country. They are enemies of this country, and President Trump treated them as enemies, and we did exactly what we should have done. Again, President Trump is going to make this country safe again. He's going to do it one illegal alien at a time, and this weekend we did 261.
So Tom, what's next? Because
they got to get rid of more of them. I mean, there's a lot more than 200 of these people here. Yeah, they got to get rid of way more of them.
I'm getting a little worried about the manpower. These guys they have to be tired. You got 30 guys in the stack going on different busts every single day.
Honestly, I bet they probably have record recruitment numbers. Because I bet this is the way that a lot of people would want it to be, and I bet they have a ton of people signing up and that are super enthusiastic about doing this. Because like at least as like
the president's proclamation. Hold on. Oh, the president's invasion determination is not subject to judicial review under the political question doctrine. Isn't the political question doctrine just kind of like a Supreme Court meme where they're like, well, we try not to touch like heavily political issues? That's not like a fucking law or anything, no? Proclamation courts to the requirements of the statute. TDA's actions constitute an invasion or predatory incursion. Given its intimate connection to Venezuela, TDA is a foreign nation or government for purposes of Section 21. What? Hold on. I'm just curious how the government supports these arguments. As to the first prerequisite, the president determined the TDA is perpetrating an invasion or predatory incursion in the U.S. Although the word invasion, of course, includes a military entry and occupation of a country, the accepted definition of that term is far broader. An invasion is an intrusion or unwelcome incursion of some kind, especially the hostile or forcible encroachment on another's rights, or the arrival somewhere of people or things who are not wanted there. What the fuck? Okay. Nor is there any requirement that the purposes of the incursion are to possess or hold territory. See U.S. v. Texas. Here are the actions of TDA. Fit accepted conceptions of what constitutes an invasion. TDA's illegal entry into and continued unlawful presence in the U.S. is an unwelcome intrusion that entails hostile acts contrary to the rights of U.S. citizens to be free from criminality and violence. In arguing that there's no invasion or predatory incursion, plaintiffs cherry-pick dictionary definitions, limiting those terms to military incursions meant to displace a government or conquer territory. But there is no reason to limit the textual language of Section 21 solely to acts meant to perpetrate active hostilities between two governments, and plaintiffs' own proffered definitions are incomplete. But it's literally the Aliens Act calls out foreign nations or governments, like literally, definitionally so. That's clearly and obviously what the intention is for. In fact, every full definition they offer supports the government's position. The full definition of invasion that plaintiffs rely on, for instance, includes a hostile entrance into the possession of another, a definition that encompasses what TDA is undertaking here. Okay, given its intimate connection to Venezuela, TDA is a foreign nation or government. The proclamation makes clear that TDA qualifies as a foreign nation or government for at least two independent reasons. To start, TDA's infiltration of key elements of the Venezuelan state make it indistinguishable from Venezuela. See proclamation. TDA's growth itself can be attributed to promotion of the actions of former governor of Aragua, Tarek al-Assami, who is later appointed vice president in the Maduro regime, and Maduro's connections to the group via the state-sponsored narco-terrorism enterprise Cartel de los Soles are also clear. The Cartel de los Soles coordinates with and relies on TDA to carry out its objective of using illegal narcotics as a weapon to flood the United States. See it. I wonder what the supplied stuff is here. Given how significantly TDA has become intertwined in the fabric of Venezuela's structures, it functions as a governing entity in Venezuela. That was a jump. Okay. Through those ties, TDA has become indistinguishable from the Venezuelan government, and the two may be folded together for purposes of invoking Section 21. Holy shit. Imagine if other like Arab states started to say the same about the U.S. because of how many Jews are like in U.S. government or whatever. And they're like, you guys are basically Israel. You're basically the Mossad. Although plaintiffs try to depict this invocation of the AEA as a novel, the United States has a long history of using war powers against formerly non-state actors. Historically, the U.S. has authorized use of force against slave traders, pirates, and Indian tribes. Okay, it is engaged militarily during broader armed conflicts with opponents who had no formal connection to the state enemy, including during the Mexican, American, and Spanish American Wars. Jesus Christ. President Wilson famously sent more than 7,000 U.S. troops into Mexico to pursue Pancho Villa, the leader of a band of rebels opposed to the recognized Mexican government. While more recently, President Clinton authorized missile strikes on al-Qaeda targets in Africa and elsewhere. But these don't involve the rights of like U.S. citizens and shit. Although I guess here they're just trying to argue for who can be depicted as an enemy who's of the United States or what a nation or state is. But the Aliens Act or whatever, I don't even think existed. Wait, when did this act come about? Alien... Fuck. When was this thing? Maybe this might be really old, I don't know. Is it the Alien and Seditions Act? Because if so, this was like right at the very beginning. Okay, never mind. This is old here. I feel like a stronger legal argument would be here then if they're listing things when that act existed. Have there ever been like U.S. citizens deported or green card or visa holders deported under this act? Because I feel like the biggest use of this act, didn't they call forth this act, and maybe they're intentionally not citing it, didn't they call forth this act for internment camps for Asian people? Or am I crazy there? But they might not want to bring that one up, so... In all events, TDA acts as a de facto government in the areas where it operates. That means that every single gang, essentially, could be declared a foreign invader or foreign government or foreign anything, no? As the proclamation recognizes, Venezuelan national and local authorities have ceded ever greater control over their territories to transnational criminal organizations, including TDA. Proclamation Preamble. In those areas where it operates, TDA is in fact acting as a criminal government, independent or in place of the normal civil society and government, given TDA's governance and organizational structure, as well as its de facto control over parts of Venezuela in which it operates with impunity as an effective governing authority unto itself. It is well within the discretion of the president to determine it constitutes a foreign government for purposes of invoking Section 21. Do you understand the problem too? Like when we go back to the deportation of people over the Hamas stuff, right? Well, imagine if you go to protest in support of the Venezuelan government, if you give the government, the executive branch, such wide discretion over who to declare as terrorists, like, I feel like you could get deported for basically fucking anything, right? Like, if they're saying that TDA is essentially one and the same as the Venezuelan government, is there an argument that the government could make that if you're protesting in favor of Venezuela or Maduro, could you be deported for supporting enemy terrorists? Like that, it seems like that argument is already made in here, you know? Somebody said something in my subreddit that's living in my mind rent-free. I kind of echoed it on Twitter. I'm not going to be able to find the post. Maybe someone will remember it. Somebody posted, and I think one of the top comments were, it was like, these people will defend Gallows. And it's really true. It is very scary because regardless of what Trump will say today, we already know that they're defending way more than they ever said they would, even a year ago, right? How many people a year ago were saying, I don't think I would support pardons for all the J6ers. Like, the violent ones at least should be... Oh, they're all pardoned. Nope, it's fine. What about Hunter Biden? Joe Biden? Boom. Like, we already know that they're way past where they said they would be on almost every level. So the idea that if Gallows were to start, if, like, U.S. citizens were getting arrested for total bullshit reasons or whatever, like, these guys would defend it. They would. That's a very uncomfortable feeling. I really think they would.
I'm 34, right? And doing this because, like, at least as like I'm 34, right? And so for my whole life, this has been like a frustration with a lot of people. Hard and dangerous job? Yeah, it is.
You're going to run out of money.
That argument cuts against Asmongold a lot, by the way. The frustration about, like, all the dangers of illegal immigration and everything else, like, I've heard my whole life that demographic change in the United States is going to make it so that the Republican Party is unviable, that demographic change in the United States is going to lead to records of illegals voting, and it's going to make it so Republicans can't hold any districts, and blah, 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 and there's going to be a threat to the structure. All these things were said. It was all bullshit, right? As now we see them screeching about how excited they are to have won the popular vote in 2024. I've heard for at least 10 years that was supposed to be impossible, that Mexicans and all these other brown darkies are going to come through and they're going to take over every fucking state and make it so Republicans can't win anywhere. Meanwhile, right, we see Miami go fucking 50% fucking Trumple, right? I don't know what the final votes on that. Those were the first ones that came in. But yeah, so what happened to that? Because right now the biggest threat to our system and our Constitution and everything else, it seems to be those white evangelicals, you know? Really makes you think, huh? Not okay. I'm answering this question for the 4 millionth fucking time. Not gonna lie, you ignored the Project 2025 shit when people are shouting about it, and it's the biggest part of this. They need the numbers to overrule any opposition, so they just got it every federal agency. It's literally gerrymandering of federal personnel. I never said that Project 2025 wasn't real or wasn't going to happen. That was never my statement on it. My statement on it was just I don't think Americans care about messaging on policy that much, which I think I still largely stand behind. Like, nobody gives a fuck about stuff like this, about the legal stuff. Nobody cares. Oh my God, I'm sorry. This is the worst thing I've seen in my life. This is where I read the Gallows comment. It's Rob Noor on Trump revoking Biden's pardons. The pardoning power rests solely with the president. Ask yourself this. If a president issued a pardon at 2 p.m. September 1st, and it was signed by him at 2 p.m., and we found out they actually died at 1 p.m. on September 1st, would the pardon be legitimate? The answer would be no, because the power rests solely with the president. And it would be obvious he didn't sign this pardon, as he was deceased. Now, what if the president wasn't cognitively capable of signing a pardon? What if he had no idea about it, and his name was just auto-signed? And we found out that he actually died, and his name was just auto-signed. Would those pardons be legitimate? Just because unelected bureaucrats ran the entire Biden administration doesn't mean they also get pardoning power, right? So one of the big dangers, too, is we keep thinking like, oh my God, they're going to be hypocrites or they're going to change their opinion on things. They're not even really changing their opinions. It's just a new mental gymnastics, a new paradigm to incorporate the new information into something that doesn't make them hypocritical at all. Right? This should always be the fear, because they're going to say, well, we never violated our original principles. We're just changing the way that we view a particular action. Also, by the way, and I will fight back on this every time I see it. I don't give a fuck if it's unpopular or not. Fuck the electorate and fuck America. There is no proof, and there has never been any proof given that Joe Biden was cognitively incapable of serving as the president. Was he slow on debates? For sure. Was he bad speaking in the later part of his presidency? For sure. But the idea that there was ever a demonstration that he was cognitively incapable of functioning as president, that's never been offered. There's never been evidence of that whatsoever. If anything, I would argue that there is stronger evidence that Trump is not cognitively capable of deploying the job of the office of the presidency. And I think there's more evidence for that than Biden's shitty debate performance being evidence that he was incapable of acting as president. This is fucking bullshit. But don't ever give on that point. You can always say, what's your evidence? And if they say, oh, you're slow in a debate, okay. Put me in front of any of you motherfuckers. You're slow in debates too. Are you cognitively incapable of being president? Like, it's bullshit. But regardless. Oh, yeah, but it was this comment. Hope you guys know these guys will defend the gallows in a few months. That's true, because if you were to ask Rob Noor now, would you support executing American citizens because of their political opinions? He'll say, well, no, of course not. That would be horrible, and I would never support it. And if Trump ever does that, then I'll be the first one to call it out. And then in 6 months, when Trump does exactly that, but Trump says he does it by labeling them as like domestic terrorists or foreign enemies, then people like Robert go, well, yeah, but this isn't the same thing as that. What they're actually, these guys are threats to the nation. And we actually have a rich history of executing people in this country who are doing things that are terrorists in the United States. Like if there was a Russian spy, you'd be okay with them being executed, right? Like it's going to be, it'll just switch immediately. Like just, there are no principles and no values. Like it's always going to be this. Are you chatting with that libertarian retard you fought with on Twitter a few days ago? Fabian? Yeah. Tonight at 8 o'clock, actually. This debate is going to suck, though. I already know it's going to suck. And I can already tell because I've talked to this guy in the past and it's always a waste of time. I can tell you exactly how the debate is going to go. He's going to come on and I'm going to say, typically, when conservatives argue the First Amendment, they have a very broad application of this principle. They argue things like how social media platforms conduct bans can be an infringement on your First Amendment. Don't you think it's a little bit hypocritical that they would have such a narrow reading when it comes to like how you would deport a lawful permanent resident? And then he's going to say, I've pre-watched the whole debate, by the way. He's going to say, well, actually, we're not here to debate that. We're here to debate on whether or not deporting a visa holder is the exact same thing as attacking an American citizen for like a freedom of speech thing. And in that case, you're wrong, Destiny. These two things are not exactly the same. And that's the entire argument is going to be on that semantic distinction, by the way. Well, that's not semantic. It is a real distinction, but it's obviously it's not the meat of what my contention is with conservatives, but that's going to be the whole conversation tonight. Wait, what is this?
But if that's the game that Roberts is going to play, can you show me when Roberts excoriated the leader of the Democrats, Chuck Schumer? When, one, we had someone in an almost unprecedented manner leak the Dobbs decision, probably one of Roberts' clerks, which was already bad enough. And shucks, we weren't able to find out who leaked it.
That's totally disconnected from, or that's not, Robert's issues with Schumer had to do with Schumer saying that you'll face a whirlwind or whatever, which admittedly was probably a comment that Schumer, I guess, shouldn't have made. But Republicans have done so much worse at this point, so I don't even know how you could even bring up the Schumer comments.
There's only like 20 potential people that could have, but shucks, we just can't find. Where's Roberts on that? And then once it's leaked, Chuck Schumer directly calls out Kavanaugh and says he will pay, he will reap the whirlwind.
Yeah.
Then Democrats ignore the obvious law that says you can't, for the purposes of intimidating jurors or judges, protest them outside their property. Black and white, the law. They say, that's fine, leave all these people protest. Where was Roberts there? Why didn't Roberts speak up and say, holy shit, Chuck Schumer, you just inspired a mob to go after my fellow Supreme Court justices, and then there was an assassination attempt. Where was John Roberts there?
What is... Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Rob Noor was bringing up when Roberts also condemned Schumer, saying that like both sides do it. Did Rob Noor not know that Roberts did condemn Schumer? It was in the article. Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry. I just assumed that he was referring to that. Rob Noor, are you ready to apologize to Chief Justice Roberts? The sad thing is, he definitely didn't even look up whether Roberts criticized Schumer, and you can bet his response to this will be some alleged double standard of me. Didn't even look it up. Ha 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 ha. Wow, guess I was wrong about that. I could admit when I got something wrong. Why didn't you look? Was at work in my phone. Why'd you assume he hadn't said anything about it? Did you not search before you said what you said? Don't remember him saying it. Okay, I don't know. I'm assuming building the big political media company is on the back burner for now. Have you thought about, even right now, just talking about what your plans might have been out loud in case someone else might take up the mantle? For me, for a media company related stuff, my biggest issue for it is, it's not necessarily off the table. My biggest issue is I just don't know who else I would find that I would like synergize with that shares my values. It's a very difficult thing to do. It seems really hard. And then I have to find people that do that and that are entertaining enough to like put on camera and like do shows on their own or whatever. That's just, it's a whole thing. And I have like other aspirations, I think, right now that are a little bit beyond that or were. So I'm not sure. I don't know. It's still something that I think about. But the political environment, I think, changed a lot over the past year-ish, given the everything past this Trump election has been fucking wild. Holy shit. What the fuck? Okay. Asmund Slop. Where were we?
It doesn't look like you're getting support from the Democrats on this. You're going against the judges now.
What's your aspirations now? Now just streaming consistently, taking care of my health, and I'm slowly rolling back into political debates and everything. I have to wait for the fucking court shit to resolve itself though, because every time something comes up about it, it's more headlines and autistic shit. So that's the thing that I'm waiting the most to finish up with. And then once that's done, hopefully back into the fray, I guess. There's like a lot of, I feel like we're in a good moment right now for political activism in this country, but with the fucking dumb shit hanging over my head, I have to wait for that to clear up because it's too much of a liability, I think. I don't think I would ask anybody to take on the liability of working with me until all that gets resolved, I guess. How long will that take? I don't know. Fucking hopefully done within 6 months, I think.
You're getting support from the Democrats on this. You're going against the judges now. What's next?
Another flight. Another flight every day.
Another one.
Flight.
Based, epic.
Oh, jeez.
Ignoring the justices, or ignoring the
What's
courts.
next? Another one. Oh, God. Yep, I guess so, right?
The teams are going to be out there every day.
Yeah.
Every day, the men and women of ICE are going to be in the neighborhoods of this nation arresting criminal, illegal alien, public safety threats, and national security threats. Lawrence, you're not going to stop us. We made a promise to the American people. The President Trump has made a promise to American people. We're going to make this country safe again. I wake up every morning loving my job because I work for the greatest president in the history of my life, and we're going to make this country safe again. I'm proud to be a part of this administration. We're not stopping. I don't care what the judges think. I don't care what the left thinks. We're coming.
Yeah.
Will you watch your own content, Nuke? I've thought about it. I watched it off stream because I was curious like what all was in there. But the problem is like 60 to 70% of it is like old shit. So I never know when people like post stuff and they're like, we need accountability. It's like, what accountability am I supposed to say for like the Mia Rose incident? Like, what am I even supposed to say about this? Like, I've talked to her, I've apologized. Like, this is like 13 years old. Like, what do you want me to say? Like, I don't know. I feel like it's just every time a thing comes up, it's an opportunity for somebody to basically crawl through past drama and then to republish every single like bad event I've been involved in. It's like, I mean, what? Like, am I gonna post a response to this every single time? It's retarded. I do think it's funny that Ryan hedged so much at the beginning, though, admitting that like, listen, I am biased against Destiny. I hate him, and that's why I'm making this, and I am piling on. And you know what? I think that's kind of based. I think it's funny that he said it. Yeah, so props to him for that. But
I just love seeing you going through these protesters just crunching on the apple as their liberal tears just flood the hallway. Tom Holman, thanks so much for.
And you get out of context, honestly. I don't know if I would say most of Ryan's video is necessarily out of context. It's just a collection of like a lot of things over like 15 years of streaming. The only stuff I would argue is like quote unquote out of context, and I wouldn't even say it's out of context. It just needs a lot more context. Like when people want to bring up, for instance, like the Anna Voir stuff and say this is like a horrendous, terrible activity. It's like, one, there were a lot of crazy people involved in this event, okay, including Anna a little bit, all right, and two, like the worst of the worst that's happening here. These are like, we're all 30-plus-year-old adults who are just like sexing each other. Like, this is retarded that anybody cares about this that much. It made for good content, okay? And it was funny extreme stuff. But like, who's the guy at like, how is cyberbullying real? Just turn off the computer. Like, it's not like Anna was some full-time professional streamer whose career is made. Like, this is retarded that there's such a hyper fixation on this. I think it's fucking stupid, but you know. But to like, the problem is like, I think, so for instance, like I think that Anna part is maybe like, I want to say maybe 5 minutes or less of the video, but to fully flesh out the background, I was like, okay, well, here's like an hour story of how all of this shit unfolded. It's like, do I really want to like dig through all of my old personal life? I don't know.
Joining their liberal tears just flood the hallway. Tom Holman, thanks so much for joining the program.
I'm Steve Ducey.
Man, that's nuts. I agree, but unfortunately, good, hardworking non-citizens who have been here for decades will also get deported. Well,
can you elaborate on why something being old news changes the way it can be criticized? Well, the question is just, what is the purpose, right? Like, if you want to keep bringing up stuff over and over again, I mean, I guess it's fine. You have the right to do it. But why would you expect me to respond to the same thing over and over and over again? Like that's retarded. Well, I'm not like a slave to your demands to publish a video talking about a thing over and over again. It's like, what would be the point?
They should have tried to become citizens rather than just coming over here illegally. I mean, it's pretty simple, right? I mean, like, yeah, I'm sure, like, and...
Wait, what? Did you just say it's very simple to become a U.S. citizen, especially coming from South America?
Well, they should have tried to become citizens rather than just coming over here illegally. I mean, it's pretty simple, right? I mean, like, yeah, I'm sure, like, and there's a spectrum, right? Like, those people, like, realistically, I'm going to be honest, okay? And I think that we can all be honest about this. They're probably never going to get to all of them. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. Now, should they? Yeah, they should. But realistically, they're probably not. Like, it's just, like, at a certain point, the payoff for it decreases, and it's not worth doing. Some will slip through the cracks. Yeah, sure, exactly. And absolutely, imagine how fast ICE would be funded if they took public donations. Yeah, probably, right? And what's this here? Green card holders are considered permanent residents and are here illegally. Well, we're not talking about that. We're talking about something else. But yeah, and was here.
Wait, what do you mean we're talking? Weren't some of those Venezuelans that deported, weren't some of them green card holders? Or do we not even know because they haven't checked? Which is maybe even worse. Wouldn't Ryan say the purpose is to establish a pattern of behavior? Well, I guess. So stay away from me if you're a girl and you're afraid of me bullying you online, or...
Actually smiling, maybe a little bit, right?
Watch out.
White ethics is just emotional manipulation. I don't know if you know this, but like your link is just being deleted repeatedly. So every time that you post a link into my chat, it gets immediately deleted.
Damn.
And I'll ban you because you're just not listening. Like one of the only...
Wait, don't they just have auto link muting in Twitch chat? It's not a thing, or... Rob Noir is way too strong a name for a pair of high-pitched jowls perched on top of a pair of man mammaries. You know what? Somebody said this in chat, and I will give Rob credit for this. Rob doesn't bass boost the fuck out of his voice like every fucking streamer apparently does now, so props to Rob for that.
Rules in chat is to not spam, and you just keep typing the same thing to look at a video. That's
true.
Sorry. And you just keep typing the same thing to look at a video. It's annoying behavior, and I understand that you might want me to watch it and you think it's important, but the reality is that if I did that with every video, it would be extremely fucking annoying. Like, so yeah, you can type it a couple of times, but after that, that's enough. And so yeah, a lot of people just don't really get that. But yeah, I think this is what's going to happen. Judges.
Do you hate Rob now? Yes, ever since our fucking debate. Bro, that shit would be held against me forever. If I got caught pretending that I'd read something, especially when people call me the Wikipedia warrior. If I got caught pretending that I read something and then it shows up that I'm just like copy pasting from an AI, yeah, what the fuck?
Going against Constitution be jailed too? Yeah, maybe, right? And so they're gonna, not only are they not gonna do it, but they're gonna impeach the judge as well. That's pretty fucking extreme, I'll tell you that. I mean, to say the least, right? Find it wild how many kids join the military to help their parents gain citizenship. Hope they don't start ousting the parents while the kids enlisting. I don't know about that. Really depends. So yeah, I don't know. Let's see here. When the executive branch does not respect the rule of the court, we've crossed into a serious Rubicon.
True.
Well, the argument is that the court doesn't have jurisdiction to make a rule in this case to begin.
Who decides that, though? Why would you say the argument is? That's not a real argument. You understand that's not a real argument, right? That's just a dictator. We've got a serious problem when the president thinks he's above the law. Well, no, you see, actually, that's the issue, is there's a significant disagreement on whether or not the president is above the law. Like,
right? So that's not really what's being discussed, and there's a lot of interplay and complexity to it, right?
No.
Obviously, there's a separation of powers. Yeah, exactly. The court has no say in this. Exactly. Yeah, and again,
separation of powers means that the president is separate from everybody else checking his power. Oh, why didn't I know that? Separation of powers just means that nobody can review the president's actions. They're separate. Oh,
can decide and figure that out whether it's true or not. Do you think impeaching the judge is an abuse of power? I think that if there's evidence and proof that a judge is exercising their position in a political way, rather than in
a political way? Political? What the fuck does that mean? Everything is political. What does that mean? In a political way?
Accordance of the law, and then weaponizing their position in order to use it towards a political goal, then I think that they should be impeached. Absolutely. because judges are supposed to be impartial and they're not supposed to make decisions based off of, the way that they feel about things or anything like that. So impeach bad judges. Yeah, exactly. You should absolutely impeach bad judges. And there are a lot of bad judges. I think a great example of that is racist judges. Like, this is a big problem we used to have. We probably still have this problem to an extent, but it's been nerfed, right, in the last 50 years. So, like, think about how many racist judges there were in the 1970s. Probably hundreds, if not thousands of them, right? So you clearly should get rid of those people if they're proven to be showing a bias towards treating people differently based off of skin color. So if you have, and I view this to be relatively the same thing, because it's basically, fundamentally, you're using a secondary reason to dispense justice. You're not looking at it from the objective rule of the law. You're deciding ahead of time and then making the law work backwards to justify your decision.
Okay. That's a take. Okay. Our boy, who's no longer our boy.
Spike in anti-Semitism we're experiencing right now in America began after the worst instance of violence committed against Jewish people since the Holocaust.
Back in 2023, New York Senator Chuck Schumer made a passionate and personal speech from the Senate floor condemning anti-Semitism, and that is the topic of his new book called Anti-Semitism in America, A Warning. In it, he writes, the rise of anti-Semitism is a, quote, five-alarm fire that threatens American democracy. And Senator Schumer joins us now. Senator, thank you very much for being here.
Great to be with you all.
Wouldn't want to be looking out your window when I woke up this morning, right? You've got protesters out there. It's been a difficult few days. We're going to get to that. We're also going to get to the book. But I want to talk about what's going on in the Middle East, because overnight, the ceasefire that had held and that you had celebrated between Israel and Hamas has been broken.
Right.
Your reaction to that, and do you think a ceasefire could get back on the table?
Yes.
Could it be reestablished?
They were really close. And this ceasefire, the second round of the ceasefire is important because first it says Hamas, which I believe has been a large cause of the trouble, would disarm and Israel would remove its soldiers from Gaza. So they were close. It fell apart. I don't know the exact details. It happened overnight. But I think our government has to work really hard to bring them back to the table and get those hostages home.
Wow.
And I think it's possible because they were close at one point.
Now, last week, you and 9 other Democrats helped avert a government shutdown by voting for a Republican-written bill, which many Democrats have been angered by. And we've seen it described as a civil war, as a train wreck. Many Democrats believe, you know, if you have a government shutdown, that will force President Trump and Republicans to the negotiating table. Why not use your vote to push back and fight?
Because the idea that they would go to the negotiating table is they don't do it. This is a new group. This is not the old group. Let me explain. I knew when I took this vote, there'd be a lot of protests, but I felt I had to do it for the future, not only of the Democratic Party, but the country. Because here's as bad as that CR bill was, and it was bad, a shutdown is 10 times worse. Let me give you what happens.
Been blamed on the Democrats.
And you're right, Gail. But can I just explain why?
I just don't think, and I haven't been shown anything to the contrary. I just don't think that's true. I think typically the ruling party is the one that gets blamed for shutdowns. So I don't know where this understanding that Dems would have been blamed for it comes from. I don't think that happened under Trump. I think Trump was blamed for that shutdown when it happened under the Republicans there. I don't know where this idea that the Dems would have taken heat for this comes from, unless I'm missing something or there's some polling data or something I'm just not aware of.
You've been saying you were not going to vote. I think people were upset with you, and people are very upset with you because you had led people to believe that, no, I'm going to vote against.
Okay, well, let me explain why first a shutdown is terrible. People ought to know that. The executive branch, in this case, Musk, Doge, and this horrible guy Vogt, who have no concern for working people, would have had sole power to determine what opens and what closes. They determine what is essential. You can't...
It sucks, and the politicians can't say this publicly. Oh, God. Oh, God. His explanation here actually makes me hate him even fucking more. Oh, no. This would have been the best thing that could have happened, is if they would have made decisions that would have hurt a lot of American people. You can't keep staving off the pain of the Republican presidency. If they want to take actions that will hurt the people. Also, my God, what a way to blame conservatives. You're saying that you have a government shutdown with Republicans owning the House and the Senate. And then it's up to the executive to decide what stays open and what closes. And now, as a result of their decisions, Americans are getting hurt. What an unbelievably direct way to hold this administration responsible for making decisions that are hurting American people.
Can't go to court. So on day 2, get rid of SNAP and food for hungry kids. It's not essential. Day 4, get rid of mass transit.
Good! This is what Americans voted for. Give it to them. If they want to shut down SNAP, if they want to shut down whatever the fuck programs, this is Republican governance. Let them govern, okay? Stop trying to fucking keep the train on the tracks in the background and let them govern. If they want to shut it all the fuck down, then let them do it. Let people suffer. Let people see the results of a Republican-run government. Let them see it.
Aid. Let New York City do it. Not essential. Cut back on Medicaid and health care. Within 2 weeks, everyone would have been howling. Furthermore, it's even worse. It has no off-ramp. Guess who determines when we leave the shutdown? The Republicans. And let's not forget how bad they are. This guy, Vogt, probably the most evil man. He's the guy who came up with that Project 2025.
Yes.
Yeah, he has a whole playbook of what to shut down. So they had said, one of the Republican senators who knows said to us, you'll be in the shutdown for 6 to 9 months till we totally destroy the federal government.
What are they doing right now? That's what they're doing. They're doing it right now. They're already doing that. It's happening right now.
The shutdown was a much worse alternative. I knew I'd get a lot of flack.
But Senator,
I took some bullets from other people.
And you're still taking bullets, but should you have let people know you're thinking ahead of time? Because really,
He
people
did.
thought...
He said this ahead of time. It was stupid then, it's stupid now.
It came so fast. Hakeem and I had a strategy, which was to try and get a bipartisan bill.
Yeah.
Which meant
you sound exactly like I did when we bailed out Wall Street. The Wall Street bailouts were different. It was unironically too big to fail. If we didn't bail out Wall Street, we would have been looking at like potentially, I don't want to say permanent catastrophic failure in the United States, but this was a financial crisis that was rippling out to the entire fucking world. We took down like the world economy with that crisis. In that point, a bailout. Also, this is like a nonpartisan or apolitical thing. Like the financial institutions are financial institutions, right? They're not like the Republicans or the Democrats or whatever. So in that case, I think you can make an argument for a bailout. But right now, if you want to compare it to that, the Democrats are like giving a bailout to the Republicans who are just shitting on the Democrats constantly. Like, I don't even know how you would make this a one-to-one comparison, but like imagine if the banks that got bailed out were to turn around and say, it was the government's fault that this happened and they're stealing money from the American people and we're your saviors and fuck the government and vote for us, the big banks. Like this is such a fucked situation. In government, both halves should be trying to govern, but only Democrats are trying to govern, to save the system. It's like fucked.
in the House, the Republicans would have not been able to pass it. Only at the last minute did it happen that they all voted for it. And so Patty Murray tried to get that bipartisan bill on Wednesday. That's why I said we didn't have the votes yet. Mm-hmm. They pulled out Wednesday night, and Thursday we had 2 bad choices. But I assure the public, a shutdown would have been the greatest disaster we have to put the government in the sole hands of the evil, nasty, nihilistic people like Musk and Vogt and Trump. Would have been Senator. The greatest. We would have had half the federal government we have now. So I thought I did the thing a leader should do. Senator. Even when people don't see the danger around the curve, my job was to alert people to it, and I knew I'd get some bullets.
Senator, the leader in question, that is actually what people are debating right now. There are people in your party who don't want you to be a leader in the party anymore. And it's a question of what is this moment and what does it require? I want to ask a question about that moment involving the Venezuelan deportations and the court hearings around it. Put the charges or lack of evidence or whatever against these men aside for now, and let's just talk.
So could you argue that Schumer is doing what is better in the very short run, but also in the long run by not letting people see how shit Republicans are? Maybe. There's this other argument that I've heard floating behind the scenes, or not like connected behind the scenes, but that I see like floating around on Twitter and stuff. This argument that Republicans are fucking up right now. Don't give them a reason to blame Dems for anything, and just let them fuck up and then kind of see what happens. If that's like what they're going with secretly behind the scenes, I feel like I disagree with that spiritually or conceptually, but strategically that might be an argument. That might be a legitimate argument. I'm just not sure. I don't know enough. Nobody can like predict the future politically perfectly. Just answer this question and maybe I'll change my mind. So the Dems shut down the government. Now what? What happens next? What incentive does Trump have to reopen the government and come back to the table? What possible win comes out of it? They didn't negotiate beforehand, but now they'll suddenly be willing to. Why didn't they negotiate beforehand? Ask yourself that. Why didn't they negotiate beforehand? The reason why the Republicans didn't negotiate beforehand is because they don't have to. Why did Trump invade Ukraine? Because there's not going to be a punishment for it. Who cares? He can just do it and figure his shit out, right? The reason why the Republicans didn't negotiate beforehand is because they didn't think they needed to. And guess what? Schumer proved them right. They don't have to. They don't need to negotiate. The Dems are going to cave anyway. So yeah, Trump invaded Ukraine with Putin, okay? Russia invaded Ukraine. But it's... Why did the House pass the CR to begin with if a shutdown would have been so great for Trump? Why did Trump not veto the CR? Well, that would be way too on its nose, obvious, but you should ask for something. And that would be really, I feel like that would be an easy point too. Also, you're running this assumption that Republicans are going to control the media at all points in time for the rest of our lives? Is that the case? Like, well, the Republicans can sell it better. Then work on your media strategy. Like, I feel like that's, if you can't sell the idea that they want to pass a continuing resolution, by the way, because they're still too incompetent to figure out a fucking budget. They want to pass a continuing resolution and they haven't given us a single provision. We don't get one thing. And they want us to help them pass it? Fuck you. If you can't sell that to the American people, then all of you should retire anyway. And bring on some fucking newer, younger people that actually can do shit in government. If that's your excuse, right? I don't know how to convince the American people that it's the other party who have majorities in both halves of Congress who won't give us a single line on the CR. They won't give us a single thing on the CR. I don't know how to tell the American people it's their fault. Then fuck you. Then get the fuck out and leave her for somebody who can.
Talk about the interaction of the Trump administration and the court.
Yes.
They seem to take the position that this court doesn't have jurisdiction over them, and you have Tom Homan saying he doesn't care what the judge thinks. What did Democrats do if and when the Trump administration defies a federal judge?
First of all, we have to have rule of law. People say, well, that's not me. If we get rid of rule of law, the 248-year tradition in America, this democracy is over, okay? So it's vital to stop it. There are two courts.
How do the Democrats do that?
There are two courts. One is the Court of Public Opinion.
What are you talking about?
And the public has to make, if this happens, they have to make their voices known.
That's what we should be preaching. They should have leveraged a single issue beforehand and pushed that across the entire nation. Then you can shut it down and not immediately lose. That was the fuck up, not the shutdown. Yeah, sure. They should have asked for something. And they need better speakers. I'm sorry, no, I don't like Schumer. I don't know why I said that. Fuck Schumer. They need that guy. Who was the guy who was screaming about this guy? We need people like this guy.
Sad morning.
I don't know who this guy is, but just more people. We need more speakers like this, or AOC, or even fucking Bernie Sanders. As long as he's messaging on, this is what we need to pass the CR. Fight for something. Fight for something. Even Pelosi was saying not to pass the CR. What's going on there? Hello? Why are Schumer and Pelosi disagreeing on things? The fuck is happening with that?
Musk and Donald Trump tell you to do. Where's the independence of the committee? Where's the legislature? We're an equal branch of government.
We need this guy.
And you start off with a
TV.
blather?
He's a yapper.
Look at the empty seats here. Where's Elon Musk? I'm sure he's a genius and is a very credible person because of the wealth he's accumulated. But that does not put him above the law or the responsibility to come before this committee in this Congress. If he's so great, if these plans and all the fraud and abuse that he found are so eminent, why isn't he here explaining it?
True.
You know why.
True.
There are two courts. One is the Court of Public Opinion. And the public has to make, if this happens, they have to make their voices known, Democrats, Republicans, everyone, in the strongest terms, because it's ending our democracy. Now, first, we both...
Tim Walz has been doing a good job. I've seen him out giving... I don't know what his future political plans are or what he's doing, but Walz is out there. I like Walz as a speaker as well. I think he has a good mix of, like, seems like he could be your gym teacher, cool dude, but also like strong speaker with a spine and everything. So far from what I've seen of him, I like Walz.
But we also have the courts. And so far, the lower courts have done a good job. We hope the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court will do the same job. When the lower courts, and I'm very proud that we put in all those judges last year, many of whom are making these decisions, when the lower courts thus far have said to the Trump administration, you must stop, in most cases they have.
What the fuck kind of statement is that? In most cases they have? Do you understand how deranged of a statement that is? Usually, the federal government has been, like, they mostly listen to the courts. That's an all or nothing, buddy. That's a binary fucking statement. Like, imagine, like, this is like a rape tier analogy. Like, when the wife and the husband are having sex, most of the time, it's not rape. Like, this is a binary statement. Like, what? Why would you say that? Mostly they listen to the court. Probably because most of the court rulings are not substantial or not that important or whatever. The big ones, we've got a TRO that's like lapsed by a month because they were begging the Supreme Court to bail them out, in which Roberts actually came out and found his spine for once in his life and said, fuck you. What do you mean mostly?
Said to the Trump administration, you must stop. In most cases, they have.
But if they don't, that's not my question. We're not going to pay
Don't say if they don't. There's already some that they've been ignoring. This is one day old.
attention to the court.
If they don't,
Yeah.
and we go to the Supreme Court and it is defied, democracy is at real risk, and there will have to be
what?
There will have to be
the extreme measures, the extreme things. Extreme. You couldn't even take the extreme measure of voting down a fucking CR. What the fuck extreme measures do you want? What are you talking about?
extraordinary action taken.
Tony touched on it.
What does that mean? Push for examples. If you're in media, or if you're a staffer, or if you're literally anybody in the world, if you're an academic, if you're a teacher, if you're whoever the fuck you are, please, for the love of fucking God, ask for examples for every single thing you talk about. Because without an example, nothing you say matters. Take extraordinary measures. How? What extraordinary measures? Give an example of that. What the fuck does that mean? Otherwise, it's nothing.
Senator,
and that is by the people, by everybody.
But there are people in your own party that are saying, look, it's time.
Oh, the people are going to do something. Oh, all the people. Thank you. Okay, I got it. Thank you.
For you to go. They no longer trust your leadership. They want somebody else in there. What do you say about that?
Here's what I say.
In your own party saying
yes.
you've got to go.
Here's what I'm saying. I'm the best leader for the Senate. We have a lot of leaders. You know, when you don't have a president, there's not one leader of the party. There are lots of them. We have a lot of good people. But I am the best at keep winning Senate seats. I've done it in 2005. Just in 2020, no one thought we'd take back the Senate. Under my leadership, we took it. So
Was it really under your... Was that... I don't know how involved significant Schumer was. I know that Schumer and Pelosi, their names get thrown around a lot. I don't know how active Schumer is in making these decisions or helping senator people run for elections. I mean, he might be significant there, but...
Now,
you're
are
not going
executing...
anywhere. You're not going anywhere.
We have a great... We're moving forward. Hakeem and I have a plan. Let me just say this. There's a real contrast between the parties. The Republican Party now, particularly in office, is the party of rich oligarchs who want to really screw every average American so they can get tax cuts for the rich. And we are fighting that every day. So today...
I feel like... I need a ring sound effect. ...2016 call. They want their talking points back. Nobody cares about this tax cuts for the rich. We're way past this. We're talking about invading Greenland, annexing Canada, taking over Mexico, or trade warring them into non-existence, abandoning NATO. Like, we're way past the tax cuts for the billionaires line. Nobody cares about this, okay? Get up to date. We're in the culture wars now. You need to start talking culture wars talking points. You need to get people amped the fuck up on these types of cultural narrative talking points. No offense, but more Americans care about the transport shit than fucking tax cuts for billionaires, all right? Or tax cuts for the wealthy. These are old talking points, okay? Catch up.
We just issued a statement at 8 o'clock that describes it. Hakeem and I, we have a day of action on Medicaid. In every state, in every corner of the country, Democrats are talking about they're going to Medicaid centers. They're going to people who would be deprived and
Senator, people
held.
don't have faith in the Democrats.
Well, let me say this.
And those average Americans.
And we're going to do this day in, day out on issues. Why are they doing tariffs and raising your cost $2,000? It's beginning to work. Why are they taking away Fannie and Freddie and raising your housing costs dramatically? It's beginning to work. His numbers have come down. If we keep at it every day, relentless fighting and showing how they're hurting people so badly, Trump's numbers will get much lower. And his both popularity, but also his effectiveness will decline. That, I believe that strategy will work.
May I hold up the book?
Yes.
Yeah, let's get to the
This
book.
is why you were here.
Yes.
The book. News that stays news, anti-Semitism.
Yeah, it's coming out at a time where you said you never thought you'd have to write this book, but you never thought anti-Semitism would be as bad as it is. You said for many non-Jewish people, it's alarming, but it's not a real problem and not a priority. And to that you say,
who cares?
Yeah, Jewish people, we carry 5,000 years of history on our back. Connor Cruz O'Brien, the great Irish poet, said anti-Semitism is a light sleeper. When things get bad, often, almost in too many societies, it turns on the Jews. You know, I was brought up between 1950, I was born in 1950. For the first 50 years, the Jewish people, we call it the Golden Medina. Jews did great in America, like everybody else. We were advancing up the ladder. There was very little anti-Semitism because the pall of the Holocaust hung over America, and people realized what could happen. But starting in 2000 with 9/11, a little worse in the financial crisis, where a lot of them accused Jewish financiers, but it got much worse in 2017. So that for the first time, Jewish Americans say, maybe it could happen here, like it happened everywhere else. So I wrote this book. I wrote this book aimed at 5 audiences, and then I'll add a 6th. First, my generation, so they see we're not alone. My experience is often their experience. Second, to my generation's children. They know what's going on, but they didn't know the struggles of Israel, the history of anti-Semitism. You know, they know our holidays. There's a joke about the 3 words that describe every Jewish holiday.
I know this. What is it? They tried to kill us. We survived. Let's eat.
They tried to kill us. We survived. Let's eat.
Yes.
So they know about it. But third, it's aimed at non-Jewish people who say, you know, it's bad, but why are they so sensitive?
True.
You read this book, you'll see it.
Right.
Finally, I'm aiming it at my left, my people on the left, my friends on the left. I've always been a progressive, but we've always seen anti-Semitism on the right. You saw those people at 9/11, at January 6th wearing shirts that more than 6.
Oh, no! Wait, oh, no, he's an anti-Semite, sorry. I was going to say, oh, shit, he just gave away the whole 9/11 terror plot.
Million. But now a lot of it's trickled over to the left, and that's bad, too. And finally, I hope every student and every school makes this advisory or required reading. And you know who else should read it? Donald Trump.
I'm sure you're
He has shown, let me just say this, he'd do a lot to
Senator,
read it because Donald Trump, let me just finish this quick point.
Let him finish.
Donald Trump
We're talking about
has
anti-Semitism
shown
now.
that he regards Jews as transactional. Oh, they're good for votes, they're good for money. He has no understanding of the Jewish people, and it leads him to do bad things, sitting down with that anti-Semite Fuentes. When Charlottesville occurred, saying both sides are to blame. Cutting off funds to our synagogues that need protection from anti-Semitism.
Cutting off funds? What, does the government fund fucking synagogues? What's going on here? Hello? What?
This is an important question here.
Yes.
You're doing the one hand,
So I
on
hope-
the other hand, it's like
Yes.
Fiddler on the Roof here. We're doing
Yes.
one and the other hand. And on the other hand,
Yes.
this is an important question, though, that a lot of people struggle with.
Yeah.
Anti-Semitism, and then the line between anti-Semitism and criticism of Israel, its government, its actions.
Great question. To criticize Israel is not anti-Semitic. I've done it. I got a lot of flack when I criticized Netanyahu a while back.
Yes.
But when it goes over the line and you call someone an effing Zionist or effing Jew, how about the guy who went on the subway car and said, all Zionists get out of the subway car? How about the head of the Brooklyn Museum, Jewish, but nothing to do with Israel, whose house was scarred in red paint? And when people say, from the river to the sea, that's the Hamas slogan. Hamas is genocide.
Jesus, Schumer, with the worst arguments ever for, oh man, the conflation of Israel with Jews. Damn, okay.
They want to get rid of all the Jews. You know, their charter says, is that a Jew behind a tree? Shoot him.
Yeah.
When Hamas does these things and says river to the sea, that is anti-Semitic.
I'm sorry, the nature of these morning shows is the commercials come very fast. We're going to go to the break here. I hope people do read it. Anti-Semitism in America, a warning is on sale today. Senator Schumer, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for doing what you do, and thank you
We'll
for
be right back.
caring about the book.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see if we can... Oh, we're not going to get through all of this. David Shore. I almost spoke to this guy. I might still. We're friendly on Instagram.
I've been spending some time recently.
Okay, stop. His voice is getting more bassy in every video, right? Am I hallucinating? What do we got going on here? Come on. What?
Democrats have a problem that runs deeper than the 2024 election. I've been spending some time recently with top Democrats.
Ezra, stop. He's transforming into... How far back? What were we a month ago?
So earlier this week, I released
what's
an
going on
audio
here?
essay on Donald Trump.
So play YMCA.
This is 4 weeks ago.
So earlier this week, I released an audio essay on Donald Trump. So earlier...
This is 2 weeks ago.
Democrats have a problem that runs deeper than the 2024 election. They have a problem that runs deeper...
And this is today.
I've been spending some time recently with top Democrats as they think about how to rebuild after the 2024 loss. And I'll say that in the 20-some years I've been covering politics, I have never heard them so confused.
America is back.
Why do Dem leadership still treat Trump and his cronies like regular politicians? It's been 10 years of these Republican hacks proving they're willing to lie, cheat, and steal in order to gain power. It's really hard, I think, for people to change up. It's just hard for people to accept the new paradigm. And usually, like, an old generation has to die off or something significant has to happen for people to realize, okay, the old rule book isn't working anymore. I haven't studied this in detail, so I'm just passing along memes I've heard. I don't know how true this is. I'm just giving that as a hedge. But I've heard it said that in the beginning of World War II, one of the reasons why German tanks and the German like blitzkrieg strategy was so effective is because a lot of European nations were expecting to go back to the trenches. That they're like, all right, well, you know, remember World War I, trench warfare, we did get our shit or whatever. And then like these German tanks are just like literally rolling through shit. And it's like, hold on, this is not working. And then it was just like nobody was ready for that style of warfare. I don't know how true that is or how significant that was on the early impacts of the early war or whatever, but it's a thing I've heard said. But in general, I think adapting to new paradigms is just very difficult for people to do. And you want to push your rule set on your last paradigm as much as you can before you accept that it's not working anymore. It's like learning a new strategy for a game or for anything, you know, where you're like, okay, this isn't working, but I'm going to do my last strategy even better. And it's really hard for you to abandon it and be like, okay, fuck, this strategy doesn't work at all. We have to change something completely new, you know? Also, because it's like breaking a bad habit, it's going to get worse before it gets better. So if you change strategies out to something different, you're probably going to struggle a bit in the beginning, and then people are going to get mad, and they're going to tell you, and keep in mind it's politics, so it's popular opinion. People are going to get mad at you, and they're going to tell you, you need to go back to what you were doing before. So it's a lot, yeah. Wait, we got my polling stuff up. Hold on. That happened multiple times in modern history. They used the rules of the last war for this one, and they're forced to change. Yeah, I've heard that. Famously in Braveheart, they show that like the American troops would, you know, do the guerrilla warfare stuff, and the British troops were more organized in columns and stuff. It's probably exaggerated in that movie. I don't think it's, or no, it's not Braveheart. It was The Patriot. Sorry, Braveheart was the nonfiction account of William Wallace, Scotland. But there probably was something to be said for American guerrilla warfare, guerrilla-style warfare versus British troops not being, one, as familiar with the lay of the land, and then two, not having the same types of, I guess, like strategies or abilities to deal with that style of warfare. Okay. How many responses did we get from this? Wait, does it say? Total responses. Were there? Question mark. I think it was around 15 or 20,000. If you go on the tab survey responses, you will see. Do I have to control A for how many? Count numbers? 15,721. Is that how many responses? Split VOD. Hold on, I gotta open this shit. There you go. What were your, wait, let me use yours real quick, hold on. Or I guess you can have this, hold on. Okay. What were your political leanings prior to joining the DGG community? .8% were far right. 8.2% were socialist / communist. So from the left. 3.9% were very conservative or MAGA. 20.1% were conservative. 18.7% were progressive. Oh, you can't see that. I think my camera's blocking it. woke, far left, not communist. And then 12.9% were not very politically oriented, and 34.4% were liberal. All right. What were your political leanings? Ah, Jesus Christ. We are a converting camp. My God. Okay, I haven't actually looked at these yet, so. So now 4.5% are conservative, 1.9% are not very politically oriented, 2.9% are socialist communists, 11.5% are woke. I think somebody tried to make a bot to create like 5,000 votes for African Nazis. Congratulations. So I think we ended up tossing a lot of the far right votes on this slide, although we still have some of them, 49 are far right, but. What kind of Destiny content had the greatest part in bringing you into the DGG community? Debates with an aggressive/combative tone is 54.5%. Debates with a conversational/understanding tone, 19.3%. And then social commentary. So like red pill stuff was about 10%. Gaming stuff, 6%. Drama-centered content, 6%. Researched is 2.4%. Short-form political content like non-debate stream clips, 2.5%. This is, I think, a newer style of content that I'm doing, so not too bad, I guess. We'll see in a year how this plays out. What kind of Destiny content had the greatest impact on your political viewpoints and alignment? So this is what brought you into the community and then what changed your mind once you were here. So debates with conservatives with an understanding and conversational tone. Once you're here. Stop this autistic shit. Hold on. I'll just say this one time and then I'm never responding to this point again, okay? Destiny, it should be narrowed for whether it's aggressive against the political beliefs they had or ones against society. They just like, a whole bunch of you fucking retards are typing shit like, actually, Destiny, you need to have an option where the debate actually starts out with an aggressive tone and then 50% through it becomes conversational in nature. Or you need to have ones where the first 25% blah, blah. No, fuck off. You pick the one that fits closest and then that's it, okay? I'm not here to have 15,000 options for every single person to listen to debate, okay? Jesus, fuck. Oh my God. Pick the one that most closely picks your shit, okay? Or fits your thing. Jesus. Debates in an aggressive/combative tone. Yeah, like a lot. Probably one of the biggest ones is people were like, "Oh, you don't have a libertarian option." None of you are actual libertarians. Pick the one that most closely matches your belief. Fuck you, okay? I'm not doing this fake libertarian bullshit where you're like, you're just a conservative who likes drugs, okay? Get the fuck out of here, this retarded shit. Ooh, research focus streams are 15.5%. Damn, that's a lot bigger than I thought it would be. Short form political content is 4.2%, and then social commentary, no, still 9%. I feel like this tracks a lot with people say that a common email that I'll get is, I watched you debate one of my heroes, and then it feels like you made him look stupid because it was an aggressive debate. And so I got mad and I started watching your channel more. And then usually these types of debates are more, when I saw you talk to this guy and it was more understanding, I understood your thought process more, and blah, blah, blah. Although there's still a lot of aggressive people here. But 39% was debate with conversational or understanding tone. What kind of content do you think would be most effective in shifting the political ideology of someone unfamiliar with Destiny? It is crazy and funny how much this aggressive tone thing shrinks. I wonder if people are putting the answer that they think is true or the answer that they think is true for other people. Although I guess for this, it asks you for other people. Because in the first one, 55% of people say an aggressive debate is what brought me into the community. 31% say the aggressive debate is what shifted my political viewpoint. And then only 23% say that that would be the most effective way of bringing other people in. The conversational and understanding tone grows to 45%, even though it was 39% in that it changed the political views, and it was only 19% in bringing people initially into the community. That's interesting. 8% female, 92% male. Good job. We need to get this number down more. God, I'm just kidding. Saw you mentioned buying the Mosin because of DayZ. I just got the AK-74U because of DayZ. Love you. Nice, cute. 54% of our people are 25 to 35. 33.6% are 19 to 24. 36 to 50. Oh, damn. So a comfortable majority is over the age of, is 25 or older. %46 of people discovered me from my YouTube channel. 31% discovered me from somebody else's YouTube channel. 2.2% from Reddit. We still got 17.6% from Twitch. And then TikTok is at 2.1% right now. Over half of our fan base is 3+ years old. 30.5% discovered me 5 to 10 years ago. 37.2%, 3 to 5 years ago. And then 4.3% is less than a year old. 1 to 2 years ago is 18.9%. 10+ years is 9.2%. Oh, wait, so that was even bigger. 67. 78% plus, 79%, almost 80% are 3 years or older fans. %26% are European, 66% American, and Canadians. Jeez. Cute. I guess the it just has to be some balance of aggressive and patient conversations, I guess. I was just curious if I did that. How many voted? 16,000? I was curious if I did that about that, I think. If I did that poll, I was curious if there would be some huge number that would jump out. In a way, that was kind of the most disappointing result. Or not disappointing, I guess, but nothing really was crazy about that. I wonder if I could break it out by age and see if different ages of people are influenced by things more.
I've been spending some time recently with top Democrats as they think about how to rebuild after the 2024 loss. And I'll say that in the 20-some years I've been covering politics, I've never heard them so confused.
America is back.
How could they have possibly lost this election to this person? But also, how is the Democratic Party weakening so much among groups whose strength, whose support it once took for granted?
I also think, and I know we're watching a lot of Ezra Klein, and this is kind of the kick that he's on at the moment, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with examining this. But I do think it's important to maintain perspective on everything, because especially as we watch more of this content, and I don't know if other Democrats are falling into this hole. When I'm saying, like, we need the Democratic Party has to get back on track, they need to figure out ways to survive in this media environment, like, all of this is important, like, they've obviously made a lot of missteps and mistakes. It's not like, again, the Democrats have this completely and totally fucked party that just got destroyed in the last election. That's what the conservatives wanted to sell, but it's all still like pretty close. Like nothing is hopeless at the moment. Like there's a world where I would actually argue right now, okay, I would argue right now that the Democrats could probably even stay on track with their loser messaging and still have an over 50% chance of doing well in 2026 and maybe even 2028, just because the Trump stuff could fuck up so badly, right? So it's not like everything is hopeless and lost. It's just good to reimagine and reinvent yourself and move forward. And don't just rely on the other party to make mistakes for you to get ahead. Like you should be able to create moments of your own and capitalize on that and move into the future. Yeah.
Young voters, non-white voters, working class voters. What does it mean that the Democratic Party is losing what was once its base, its reliable base? Someone whose analysis on this I've come to respect over the years is David Shore. David Shore is the head of data science at Blue Oars Research, which is a big Democratic consulting firm.
So first, this is a big table of numbers.
Do you think America's low literacy rate for a developed country hurt this election? I don't know. Another opinion that I agree with from George Santos is we need to axe social studies, and we need to just go back to teaching fucking straight civics. I'm going to be honest, that might not be the best idea, but my recollection of social studies in grade school was just straight trash. I feel like I learned so much random disconnected shit because you're too young to learn much about the world or give a fuck much about anything. You don't learn anything in depth at all. But I feel like you could learn how the government works, at least for like the first 4 years. Like maybe other people did take civics, or did you guys have it? Maybe just because I was a private school kid, maybe we didn't have civics. I never took a class on civics ever. I feel like that would be pretty important.
It does a huge amount of political surveying and interpretation of data and testing of messaging, and it's gotten a lot of things right before other people did, including that educational polarization was becoming the central fault line for American democracy. And so when I saw Shore recently, and he began walking me through some of his slides, some of the ways he was interpreting the 2024 election and trying to help people see what had happened, my first thought was this would be worth doing in public. Rather than this being a thing that Democrats are debating in back rooms with each other, what if we did this in public? And so this episode is a bit of an experiment. He's walking me through this presentation and I am interrogating it. But I found this really, really helpful. I don't necessarily have every conclusion David does, but I think it is a good place to begin. And there's then a lot that can follow from having this conversation. As always, my email is ezrakleinshow@nytimes.com. David Shore, welcome to the show.
Excited to be here.
So what do you do? And why should I trust the data you're about to show us here?
I'm glad you asked. I'm the co-founder of a research firm called Blue Oars Research. We did 26 million interviews last year. We have a team of about 45 people, machine learning engineers, software engineers from companies like Google. And, we've done a lot of work to try to figure out what actually happened last year.
A lot of liberals I know feel really burnt by survey data. There's a sense that nobody picks up the phone. How are you surveying these older people if you're doing it online? Putting aside the fact that you conducted a lot of surveys, why are you confident those surveys reflect reality?
The fundamental, problem with survey research is just that people who answer...
Fuck. There's one of two things he can say. He's going to say the people that answer surveys aren't representative of an ordinary voting population. Maybe, because only certain people answer surveys. I feel like that's the basic one. A second one that I feel very strongly about, that I have no data at all to support, and it's just my vibe, I don't know if you'll get into this, is when people answer survey questions, they don't actually know what they're giving an answer to. Like, if I were to ask somebody, what's your number one issue with the United States right now? And they were to answer, my number one issue is I feel like wages are down. What they might actually be saying is, I got passed over by my boss for a raise because my boss is a fucking piece of shit and he hates me and he gave the raise instead to his fucking brother. And the way that comes out is my wage is stagnant, or I feel like I'm not earning as much money as I should. And that ends up being the answer to the poll, even though there's some other underlying feeling. Or it might be for trans stuff. I feel like trans stuff is taking over the United States, but the actual answer might just be that they feel like there aren't enough, I don't know, people in their life that are Christian anymore, or they're mad that their kid got caught listening to Wet Ass Pussy because they listen to a lot of bench press, something like that, But we'll see what he says. I don't know.
Reflect reality.
The fundamental, problem with survey research is just that people who answer surveys are really weird. There's kind of two ways that
yeah, it's okay. It's going to be that one. There's a different demographic of people who answer surveys than who actually vote in elections.
Can try to fix that. One is that you could try to get a normal representative set of people. That's just impossible in today's day and age. And the other is that you can just try to collect a lot of information so that you can, adjust for how weird they are. The reason I feel fairly confident about this is just, in our work, every time we make any change, to any part of our system, we go back and back test and see how it affects accuracy across every other election that we've ever surveyed. We can't be fully confident about any particular thing that we say. A lot of the data isn't back yet, but I think that there's enough data to tell a coherent story. There's the 26 million survey respondents of 8 million unique people. There's precinct and county level election results. We're also going to try to tie together all of the external data that other people have done. And, what I'll say about this election is that our forecasts this cycle were very accurate. Our overall error was about 1/3% nationally. And I think that, most of the things that we thought would happen did bear out. And, I do want to spend a second to answer, something that you'd asked a second ago, which is just why look at survey data?
Something that I also think would be interesting to do regressively, I'll never do this because it'd be way too much work, is go through all of the historic voting data on every single county and then randomly generate a projection for the next election and just do plus or minus 2 percentage points, I guess, on everything and see if your guess ends up being better or on track with most other people. I'm curious how much it's just people tend to vote a certain way, and for the most part, as long as you're within some tail, you're probably going to be pretty. I'm curious how accurate that would be. I don't know.
I think that, super politically engaged people are overrepresented at every single step of the political process. They're more likely to...
From the people who answer polls all the way up to people in Congress and people who are staffers and people who are working for think tanks. This is a huge issue.
That, super politically engaged people are overrepresented at every single step of the political process. They're more likely to run for office. They're more likely to work in campaigns and journalism. They're more likely to, listen to podcasts like this one. And I think that they're really the only point other than election day, when regular people get a say, is in polls. And so I think there isn't really any democratic alternative, to trying to listen to the people and hear what they have to say.
So I take that point. I always think it is good to remind me and everybody who listens to the show that they are weird.
Because we just had this issue pop up today where some guy in chat was like, so you think half the Nazis weren't evil? Isn't most of MAGA evil? And it's like, it truly is. And like, arguably, even I don't do a good job at stressing this point because I'll be exasperated and I'll be screaming at conservatives and shit I debate with. The reality is the vast majority of people just are totally not plugged in whatsoever to any big political thing. Like if you ask somebody about, don't you think Trump violating a TRO is bad? It's like, violating it? What is a TRO? And it's like, isn't that just the government? Like the judges are just the government, right? It's like, no, the judges are totally different. They're not part of the government. Well, yeah, but it's a different branch of government. And maybe they are a little politically plugged in. They're like, wait, I thought Trump chose the judges, so why does that even matter? Like, you go into the public thinking all these evil. You're like it's like the guy in the party meme, kind of, where he's in the corner and he's like, none of these people know how much of a threat Trump is to democracy, and all of the other people are dancing, and they're just like, bro, shit was expensive last year. I don't know anything about that. I don't give a fuck. Like, it's just like these people have no idea. And it's not even because they're stupid. Like, it sounds like judgmental or condescending. It's just most people just aren't plugged into it at all. People that follow politics, to some extent, do it as a hobby. You do it because you enjoy it, right? I do this because I enjoy it. Hassan and Asmagul and everybody else does it because it's fun. It's enjoyable. And if you don't have the hobby of politics, my God, following the actual political conversations themselves would be excruciatingly obnoxious. Jesus, how annoying and terrible would it be? And boring and just, ugh.
And if their intuitions about politics were shared, politics would not look the way it does at all.
Right.
Right? If the voting population were Ezra Klein Show listeners and people...
True. Wait. You should form a set of rules, let's call them keys, that could accurately predict their election results. Could be interesting. Oh, true. Maybe. We should work on that.
Politics would not look the way it does at all.
Right.
Right? If the voting population were Ezra Klein Show listeners and people they know,
right,
then elections end up very differently.
Right.
So I take a point on survey data. So where do we begin?
All right. So first, I'm just going to start with this slide over here that just looks at support for the Democratic presidential candidate in 2016, in 2020, and 2024 by race and ideology. In 2016, Democrats got 81% of Hispanic moderates. And in 2024, Democrats got 58% of Hispanic moderates. That's only about 7% more than the 52% that they got of white moderates.
That's pretty spooky.
The main story with respect to this is just a continuation of the trends that we saw 4 years ago. Throughout the entire Trump campaign, we've seen this racial depolarization.
The thing I find most surprising here is
this is one of the reasons also why, and people get mad at me because I think this applies even to Nazis. I guess maybe it's my fault because I say it jokingly sometimes, but like the neo-Nazi movement in the United States, like the underpinning really is more on like white separatism as opposed to white supremacy. And they are fairly inclusive of other types of ethnicities, as long as they're also okay with, not importing a bunch more new, brown or black people. And a lot of people that are parts of those movements are okay with that. And they won't even be like that racist towards the people that are here. Like they do draw a distinction between like, well, these are the good Mexicans, these are the bad ones. And if you think that's racist for white people to do it, you better fucking believe immigrants do it as well. Yeah.
You look at white voters, liberal, moderate, and conservative. And at least in this data from 2016 to 2024, there's a 0% swing in any of them. Because there are all these things that, if you go back to the debates we were having about Donald Trump then, it is the return and resurgence of a coalition trying to protect white power in this country. And I wrote things about this. I think there's good reason to believe that. Right. Even if that was part of the intention then.
Like, I hate that. Or maybe I'll give Ezra Klein credit. I'm sure there's more to that analysis than as silly as it sounds, but.
Power in this country. And I wrote things about this. I think there's good reason to believe that. Right. Even if that was part of the intention then, that does not appear in the results. Democrats lose modest amount of support among black voters in those years. They lose a huge amount of support.
You also have to be really careful too, and I don't know, I'm praying that Ezra doesn't fall into this trap, and I don't think so. You have to be so careful when you talk about entrenching white supremacy, because oh my God, we did a lot of these debates over the curriculum stuff. You got to be so careful when you talk about what white supremacy is, because progressives lost the plot on that years ago. Progressives will get in front of a group of black people and Hispanic people and say shit like white people are entrenching white supremacy by only wanting to reward hard work and saying that you have to learn one way and that you have to keep schedules. And we all know that these are white supremacist constructs. And it's like, motherfucker, you understand that like black people and Hispanic people hear you say shit like this, and it sounds like you're talking to them like they're apes. Like these people are too fucking retarded to use a Google Calendar or don't know how to use a fucking smartphone. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, it's not white supremacist to expect somebody to show up to a job on time or to be able to speak properly. Believe it or not, this is really crazy. I haven't dropped this bomb on stream yet, but you know there are black people that can hear when you're speaking like Ebonics versus speaking more properly, right? It's not like black people have that built into their programming and they can only speak one. Like, there's tons of different ideas and thoughts between all of these different groups of people, just like white people, believe it or not. And yeah, talking down to these like ethnic minorities like this, where it's like, no, man, you should be able to come in and speak like that to the boss. Oh, fuck me. I was the worst Ebonics impression ever. Delete my VOD rip, right? Like, every person in the United States who is of color, okay, doesn't only function in the most stereotypically fucking racist way possible, okay? That was my best D impersonation of Obama impersonation, okay? Fuck you.
Among Hispanic voters and a kind of significant amount among Asian voters. Why do you think that is? I think that a lot of political analysis in America has been, really centered around viewing everything through a very America-centric lens. Because there's this story in American politics. Like, if you want to understand 20th century American politics, then the big story is that there was this giant Southern realignment in 1964. Driven by the Civil Rights Act. Yeah, driven by the Civil Rights Act. And that carried forward. It took a really long time, for that to really work its way through down ballot. And so I think it was really tempting for American political scientists and kind of a lot of the, more detail-oriented American political pundits to just kind of see everything. People who write books like Why We're Polarized, for instance. Yeah, exactly. Just to see everything through this
through the lens of race.
Information. Thomas Piketty actually, recently wrote a great book about, the thing I'm about to talk about. But I think the most important trend politically of the last 30 to 40 years, both here and in every other country in the world, at least Western country that has elections, has been the story of education polarization. That basically
education and city and suburb, city and urban stuff, right? Yeah, the divide is growing. I really liked. Fuck! I hate how smart this guy is for political messaging. I highly recommend, if you give a fuck about just how to do politically effective work, I guess. How is it hard to find this? The fuck? Wait, am I retarded? Gavin Newsom, Charlie Kirk. Why is this thing in that, number one? Oh. Charlie Kirk has such a good explanation for this education stuff. If you were listening to Charlie Kirk speak politically, if he's out in a rally, he's going to say the cultural Marxists have brainwashed all these professors, but he gives just a pretty good simple explanation. I don't know if I buy it completely, but it's
Midwest was traditionally more of an ACT.
But this has been a point of pride for you that you didn't do a 4-year degree.
Well, yeah, because I represent most of the country. Is that actually still the majority of the country does not have a college degree. And if I may, bluntly critique the Democrat Party, you guys have become so college credentialed and educated that you guys snobbishly look on the muscular class of this country, people that kept things afloat and running during COVID. And yeah, the majority of the country didn't go to Harvard, Princeton, Yale, Stanford, Caltech, or Cal Berkeley, right?
Thank you.
And the Republican Party has become far more representative of them, large in part thanks to Trump. But yeah, and I say it with some pride also because as an entrepreneur, I try to build something, right? Not just seek a credential.
Love that. And there are 11 million folks. There are 11 million jobs out there. You make this point all the time.
Oh yeah, open jobs that don't require college degree.
Do not require a college degree. So when you say, and it's interesting because there's sort of that critique of the Democratic Party that we are captured by this sort of college elite. In what respect? Stress test that for a second. Allow me to. What specifically are you referencing in that context?
Well, your voters have become nearly, the higher you go up the education ladder, the higher the correlation it is that you vote for the Democrat Party. And it's almost a 1-to-1 with PhD. It's 75% for master's degrees and it's 65% for
why do you think that's the case? What are the issues that sort of are identified that align in that respect?
The sloppy analysis is they're smarter, therefore they must be Democrats. And I think that's silly and insane. But
and insulting.
I totally agree. The deeper and more profound analysis is that a lot of ideological bubbles that exist on these college campuses, they are homogeneous, not heterodox when it comes to what ideas are expressed. And then secondly, the value system that you leave on college campuses is high trust of institutions. So the biggest divide in America is not right versus left. It's whether or not you generally trust institutions or you don't trust institutions.
So I like that he says this because this is a thing that I've been saying for years now, right? That we're in an establishment versus anti-establishment era. It's not just left or right, but also that does make makes sense. If you go to college and you get a degree, you're probably more likely to trust part of the system because you've literally been through the system, and then you get a job largely thanks to the system. And the higher you go through that, you're literally becoming more part of the system, and you're working more with the system, and you're getting a degree because of the system, and then you're working more to reinforce, like that. This makes sense. It tracks more why this educational divide would exist. And then subsequently the people that don't engage with education and then they don't get good jobs and they don't get, it's not like they're going to see that as favorable where they're like, oh shit, I should have went to school. It's more, I don't know, you have a grudge against those people. Obviously they communicate differently than you. You start to develop different political opinions. Like this makes a lot of sense, I think.
And this has been largely inverted the last 20 years. Right. So back in the early 2000s, Democrats were low trust of institutions, Iraq war, anti-Bush, anti-NSA, anti-Patriot Act. And that's when you guys had a lot of activist spark and energy. That has been completely inverted. So the right is now low trust of institutions where the left is high trust of institutions. We're the ones that challenge the COVID vaccine. We're the ones that think that public health authorities might have lied to us during COVID. Right. We're the ones that don't necessarily believe the government when it says that we should keep on sending money to Ukraine. Again, that's a general rule. There's some exceptions to that.
But it's a good thing to keep in mind. I highly recommend that podcast. This is a very, very good analysis of how Charlie Kirk does political messaging, I think. But
world, at least Western country that has elections, has been the story of education polarization. You know, that basically everywhere we've seen highly educated people move to the left and, you know, working class people move to the right. I think a lot of people's analytical error when looking at Trump is that they saw Trump as this kind of reincarnation of, you know, the 1960s of like George Wallace or something, when really I think he was representing this global trend. You could look at a bunch of other countries. You have Marine Le Pen and
the United Kingdom with Brexit and all the anti-immigration shit across Europe and everything. Yeah.
In France, you have, you know, the AfD in Germany. And I think that, you know, people miss that, you know, there was kind of a broader global appeal, this kind of polarization.
I don't know if people remember this as much, but like Brexit and Trump literally felt like they went hand in hand internationally. Like these two movements, I'm pretty sure Trump supported Brexit. I think he like literally was speaking about it. And the Brexiters all seemed to kind of like Trump. There's like these two movements felt like they were very tightly intertwined, even though they're like, we're so separate in terms of obviously geography and the different problems facing the UK and America, but they still felt spiritually like they were united.
And on values.
The other thing that I find interesting here is the shift in voters who self-describe as conservative.
Right.
There's no shift in white self-described conservative voters between 2016 and 2024, but Democrats are winning 85% of black conservatives in 2016, but only 77% in 2024. They're winning 34% of conservative Hispanics in 2016. That falls by half to 17% in 2024. They're winning 28% of conservative Asians in 2016. That falls to 20% in 2024. So it's always a little bit weird for somebody who is self-described conservative to be voting for Democrats who are quite a liberal party now. What we're seeing among non-white voters is people voting more their ideology and less their ethnic group.
That's exactly right. And, you know, I would just say, I think, you know, this shouldn't be that surprising. I think now, you know, we identify the Democratic Party as straightforwardly liberal. You know, the Democratic Party used to be a coalition between liberals and moderates and conservatives. And as liberals kind of became the dominant coalition partner, it makes sense, you know, that the conservatives and moderates in our coalition, who were disproportionately non-white, given that this ideological polarization happened, you know, among whites 20 years ago or 30 years ago, that you would start to see this.
All right, let's move to slide 2 here.
All right. But there were some new 20 years ago that you coalition who were disproportionately non-white, given that this ideological polarization happened, you know, among whites 20 years ago or 30 years ago, that you would start to see this.
All right, let's move to slide 2 here.
All right. But there were some new trends this cycle. So
I can hear you go into presentation voice.
Yeah, no, great.
You're good.
Yeah. So this slide over here has what I think is probably the most important story of this cycle. So I have two graphs over here. You know, the first breaks down 2024 support by whether or not you had voted in 2020. And so this is New York Times data from, you know, Nate Cohn's Upshot polling, probably the highest quality public pollster in America. And what you can see here is just that in 2020 in their data, people who didn't vote, if they had voted, would have been a little bit more Democratic than the country overall. But over the next 4 years, people who didn't vote went from being a somewhat Democratic-leaning group to a group that Trump won by double digits.
People did. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to see if I can understand this. Non-voters. Okay, so if you... among 2020 voters. So the top group, these are people who did vote in 2020, or not top, it's the second line. And then these are people who didn't vote in 2020. So if you didn't vote in 2020, you were probably Democratic leaning. And then when you did vote in 2024, you were massively Trump leaning. If you did vote in 2020, for the most part, they still voted Democratic in 2024. Oh, this is cute. I feel like this tracks with the vibe take I had of you never, ever hear somebody say both sides are bad, so I guess I'm just going to vote for Kamala, or I guess I'm just going to vote for Biden. It's always, the people who always said both sides were bad were always voting for Trump or just not voting. It's so fucking annoying. But
okay. So the second graph here, we have for every precinct, we look at what percentage of people voted in 2022, and then we just look at what was the change in Democratic vote share from 2020 to 2024. And so what you could see here is that for the lowest turnout precincts, you know, Trump increased his vote share by, you know, something like 6%, while for the highest turnout precincts, Harris actually increased her support. And, you know, that's really the story of this election, is that, you know, people who follow news really closely, who get their news from traditional media, who like say that politics is an important part of their identity, they became more Democratic in absolute terms. But for people who don't follow politics closely at all, they just became a lot more Republican.
It's interesting because I obviously get a lot of incoming from people who would like the New York Times to cover Donald Trump differently.
Right.
And some of those arguments I agree with, some of them I don't, right? What I always think about with that, though, is that if your lever is New York Times headlines, you're not affecting the voters you are losing.
Right.
And the question Democrats are facing, when you look at how badly they lost less politically engaged voters, is how do you change the views of voters that you don't really have a good way to reach?
Yeah, and I mean, that's 100% right. And I just want to stress that this is a new problem. This problem didn't exist 4 years ago. And it's not just that New York Times readers are more liberal than the overall population. That's definitely true. It's that they're more liberal than they were 4 years ago, even though the country went the other way. And so there's this great political divergence, between people who consume all the news sources that we know about and read about versus the people who don't. And so as a result of these changes, this is really reversed a decades-long truism in American politics, where for the longest time, Democrats have said, and it's been true, that if everybody votes, we win, and that higher turnout is good for Democrats. And this is the first cycle where that definitively became the opposite of true.
This is something, and maybe I'm cheating because I think I'm borrowing from David Shore's earlier analyses, and I always used to make fun of Republicans for being so fucking afraid of voter turnout, but it's just been assumed that more and more voter turnout would always help Democrats, and that's not necessarily the case. It's one of the reasons why I thought that people get mad over the mail-in voting or whatever, and I never thought it was that big of a deal. Or there's also research that shows when people talk about like voter suppression, I think that when you're doing big things to suppress voter turnout, so maybe like tossing voter rolls or basically finding ways to make it so that people aren't registered to vote, like those can be big things. But when people talk about, they closed the voting booths so they were less available and like people to wait 5 hours in line to vote, I think that research showed that didn't really matter that much. If you showed up to vote and you wanted to vote, you were there, whether it was for 12 hours or whether it was for 2 hours. People would not go home, I think was the research. And that's contrary to a lot of the talk that you hear that these things, it's so easy to discourage people from voting. And I don't think that was the case. If they wanted to vote, they would go out and vote, and just closing a poll or closing a voting booth or whatever wasn't enough to deter people, generally speaking. But also, that idea that, if we just get more people to vote, the Democrats will always win, that was starting to fade, I think, by 2016. I think there was already contention there. By 2020, even with mail-in votes, people were saying these don't necessarily favor Democrats, and then now I guess David Shore is saying this completely flipped, yeah.
Here, I just have some numbers. If only people who had voted in 2022 had voted, Harris would have won the popular vote and also the Electoral College fairly easily. While if everyone had voted, Trump would have won the popular vote by nearly 5 points. Generally, what you see now is that every measure of socioeconomic status and political engagement is just monotonically related to your chance of liking Trump.
What is monotonically related?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Just that.
This is why Democrats can't win.
That's exactly right.
Monotonically. Does that mean a single thing can predict how likely a group is to vote for one side or the other? Just one single fact?
Problem. But it's basically just that the more, even the lowest, political engagement categories, the lowest education categories, the poorer, the lower socioeconomic status, the less engaged you are in politics, now the more Trumpy you are. And that just wasn't true 4 years ago.
So here's something that I've heard from a lot of Democrats and very good election analysts, which seems to be in some tension here. There is an argument that what happened to Democrats between 2020 and 2024 is their voters stayed home. And so what happened here was a shrinking of the electorate that disproportionately sliced off what Democrats for a while were calling the anti-MAGA coalition. How does that idea that Democrats didn't lose to Trump, they lost to the couch, sit with you?
It's just not empirically correct, I would say. Generally, turnout and support go in the same direction for the basic reason that there are a lot of people who didn't feel ready to vote for a Republican, but were still mad at the Democratic Party, and so they stayed home in response. And if you just look at the demographics of who these people are who voted for Biden last time and stayed home this time, they're generally low education, they're fairly politically disengaged, they're much less likely to watch shows like MSNBC and more likely to watch shows like Fox, and they frankly just look a lot like the voters who trended away from us.
So if you had forced them out to vote, they may have just voted for Donald Trump.
Right, exactly. And that does show up. If you look at African Americans, for example, African Americans who didn't vote were much more likely to say that they supported Trump than the ones that did this cycle. It's true that overall turnout fell in a lot of the country, but in the battleground states that actually decided the presidential election, turnout was roughly where it was from 4 years ago. And it just is clear as day that a bunch of people changed their mind.
How much is this just inflation? You are dealing with people who they're not paying a lot of attention to politics. They do pay attention and feel prices and the state of the country. You had a massive inflationary period, and they're pissed. And being pissed about inflation moved them against the incumbent party, which they held responsible in this country as in other countries for inflation.
I think that that's a very reasonable explanation. It makes sense that the people who care the least about politics are going to be the most mad about prices going up. And there's a lot of academic reasons to think that makes sense. I'm not making any claims, per se about why this happened, though I think inflation makes sense. If you actually poll these non-voters and, ask them what did they care the most about, they'll tell you.
I bet that I bet this probably tracks even more with the other categories given as well. Probably like the more educated you are, the more you're earning, the less likely you are to be impacted by inflation, the more likely you are to vote Democrat. The poorer you are, probably the more likely you were to be negatively impacted by inflation. the less money you have to spend, the less money you earn, the more likely you are to vote for Trump. Probably tracks along those lines as well, I would guess.
Though I think inflation makes sense if you actually poll these non-voters and, ask them, wait, what did they care the most about? They'll tell you inflation. I'll get to this later, but that's what every single subgroup of the electorate cared the most about by overwhelming margins. And so I don't think it's necessarily true that it's impossible for us to win those voters back. But, I'll talk about this later. There have been dramatic shifts in the media consumption habits of these people in the last 4 years, and so it may be a harder problem.
Before we discuss it, I think it's worth talking through the next chart too, because it's getting at the same question in a different way.
So here, we have a plot that we just took from The Economist. And in the bottom, we just have foreign-born population. And on the top, we just have increase in Republican vote share. And, what you can see is there's a very clear correlation.
This is by county.
This is by county. There's a
point change in Republican vote share, 2020 to 2024. Irish, Italian, or Polish ancestry.
very clear correlation between how many immigrants there were in a county and how much it increased by Donald Trump, towards Trump. You can see in counties like, Queens, New York, or Miami-Dade in Florida, Trump increased his vote share percentage by 10 percentage points, which is just crazy. And so when we go and we look at the precinct election results, what we see is that in immigrant communities of all races, our best guess is that immigrants went from being a Biden plus 27 group in 2020 to a group that Trump narrowly won in 2024. This group, of naturalized citizens is roughly 10% of the electorate.
So that means that immigrants swung much, much, much more than the median of the electorate.
That's exactly.
It's also funny too, because this, in a way, I don't know if it would map on directly, but in a way, this kind of tracks with the arguments about proclivity to commit crime, right? That people will say that there are a lot of immigrants are more predisposed to crime than the native-born citizens. Now, there are reasons that, the Cato Institute does a lot on this, that a lot of it has to do with, for instance, age and demographics. So, of course, immigrants are going to commit more crime than natives in general when you don't adjust for age, because immigrants typically immigrate in their prime crime-committing years, right? That if your average age of an immigrant, especially an illegal immigrant, is in the 20s, well, of course, they're going to have a higher proclivity for crime than your median aged population or mean age population that's in their 40s or 50s, because 60, 70, 80-year-old people don't tend to commit crime. But there's that return to the mean of the children of immigrants tend to commit more crime than the immigrants themselves. And one reading of that is that immigrants produce crime as a result of, their children hate America or whatever. But the second way to read that is if you compare it to native crime rates, they're just approaching the mean of, they're becoming true Americans, and their crime rates are now catching up to that. And it's kind of funny to imagine the voting stuff is similar. And that why are they starting to go for Trump, or why are they becoming more Republican? Well, they're just becoming more American because they've been here for a long time. Their families have been here for a long time. And now the difference in demographics and which parties support are just starting to more closely mirror native-born American citizens, which is funny.
Exactly right. Our estimates.
How can anyone explain that 27-point shift? That's insane. I don't know if he'll get into the data on it. I'm actually really curious to hear it. My bullshit vibe feeling on it was just that I think Republicans basically wrote off minority voters and just assumed that they could never win with them. Maybe, I don't know. Charlie Kirk didn't talk about that, I don't think. But instead, Republican messaging just broadened to, what do working class, real Americans think? And they just focused on that, while progressives. Again, I love you guys so much, but regardless of how you feel, it feels like pandering. When progressives are talking about minorities, it feels like they're talking about retarded children, the same way they treat women, ironically enough. That messaging is probably just not very effective. And when you run into a group that just wants to speak to ordinary American problems, I imagine an ordinary black working man or an ordinary black working family probably cares more about things like inflation or working opportunities or conditions more than reparations or white supremacy or Western colonialism or whatever kind of the trendy progressive issues are to talk about, or more than my guess is the average black person, the average Hispanic person probably didn't care that much that Iron Man was white, or that Cleopatra was represented by an African American as opposed to a Mediterranean. They probably don't care as much. These are battles that progressives are having for nobody. It reminds me of this a lot.
That movie should have been 10 minutes long. They literally should have got to the casino and just blown the security guards. They're crazy bitches. I love. That's all they make. They either make that or they make slavery movies every year. Those are for no one. I have black friends. I was like, dude, you guys like these? They're like, no, we thought these were for you. It's like, no. We all hate those. Stop making them. It's uncomfortable. Civil rights movies are good though. I like
it just feels like the Latinx thing. Like, who is this for? Who is Latinx for? It's not for Hispanic people, right? I don't know who is that word made for? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Immigrants swung much, much, much more than the median of the electorate.
That's exactly so my guess, my vibe guess is basically Republicans are like, okay, well, fuck minorities. We're just going to forget trying to signal to them. And in doing so, and just like signaling to a general electorate and treating everybody kind of like a human, I think they end up having a stronger message than they would have otherwise, which I think is kind of funny, but...
Right. Our estimates, it's really hard to know exactly what happened. It turns out that working class immigrants do not answer a ton of surveys, but our best guess is that they swung 23 percentage points against the Democratic Party. And so the crazy thing is if you believe this, I mean, there's some uncertainty, but I think some version of this is probably true, then something like half of the net votes that Trump received came from immigrants. And, this wasn't efficient for him. It's one of the big reasons, why the bias of the Electoral College went down by so much this cycle. Because if you look in the battleground states, things swung toward Trump maybe by like half a percentage point, and that was enough for him to win, or, 1 percentage point. But if you look at like the 4 biggest states where immigrants are concentrated, New York, California, Texas, Trump did extremely well. And so it wasn't very efficient for him, but in terms of people changing their mind, it was a massive percentage of the story.
So this gets to another way that I think the data has proven conventional wisdom from at least 2020 wrong. So 2020, you have an election that Joe Biden wins. He wins by...
Wait. Hassan does it all the time when he has a black person on his stream. Guaranteed at some point he's going to say as a black person. Yeah, but the problem is the black people and the Hispanic people on Hassan's stream, these aren't like ordinary black and Hispanic people. These are white black and Hispanic people, because all of the Hispanic and black people that Hassan is going to bring on a stream are going to be like fucking socialists who are going to tell you how, actually, let me tell you how MLK, even though he actually explicitly denounced socialism, let me tell you how MLK and all these people are actually black socialists, and socialism is actually a huge black movement thing, and Hispanic people actually love socialism, and let me tell you all about it. And like, these people represent a very, very small slice, a sliver of the actual ethnic minorities in the United States of America. Most Hispanic people do not like socialism. Most people who came from South America do not like socialism. Most black people don't give a fuck about whatever Black Panther, hardcore socialist communist. These are like college kids, okay? These are not representative views. That's like when he brings up Jews for peace or whatever. It's like, oh, look, there are a lot of Jews that are opposed to Israel's existence. Like, bro, come on.
Has proven conventional wisdom from at least 2020 wrong. So 2020, you have an election that Joe...
Yes and no for black issues. The justice system being racist in particular is very big for my community. Yeah, but the justice system being racist, I think, is a lot different than speaking about like Western colonialism or the more broad abstract academic concepts of those issues, I think.
A way that I think the data has proven conventional wisdom from at least 2020 wrong. So 2020, you have an election that Joe Biden wins. He wins by less than the polling says he will win by. And one reason he wins by less than the polling says he will win by is that Donald Trump is much better with Hispanic and Asian voters than he was expected to. And I remember seeing pretty strong research afterwards and talking to people who study the Hispanic vote, who were saying, well, in 2020, the pandemic really scrambled what the election was about. So in 2016, the election was about immigration. In 2020, it was about the pandemic. It was about lockdowns. It was about the economy. And so Hispanic voters who were driven off of Trump by his border talk in 2016 were more likely to vote for him in 2020. But that was weird, right? It was the pandemic in a way moderating Donald Trump's appeal. 2024, Trump runs, I would say, to the right of where he was on the border in 2016, right? We're talking mass deportations. We're talking more than a wall. And Trump does better among immigrant groups than he really ever has before. So the Democratic belief that when the topic turned back to immigration, you would see some of that polarization around Trump return and that he would be harmed in immigrant communities did not occur.
No, inflation probably.
What's going on there?
Played some kind of role here. Though, the flip side is if you look in the UK, it happened the same year. It's just that the incumbent was right wing instead of left wing. And, their labor did also, drop with, black and Asian and Hindu voters. And so I think that there's some kind of globalized right wing phenomena that's happening. It's hard to know exactly what, but I agree completely. Now I just move on.
Oh, damn. I think David Shore is hardcore into the numbers analysis. So he's probably not looking to opine on or guess oh, well, what actually happened here? He just kind of follows the numbers. Not that that's bad or anything. I'm just saying he's probably not gonna, hi, baby, venture a guess as to why things are changing if he can't show it directly in the polling data. What's up? How you doing? Hi, baby.
And, to the next slide. Here we have Harris support by single age year, by race and gender.
I found this chart a little hard to read. So can you describe to me what's happening here?
Single age year, by race and gender.
I found this chart a little hard to read. So can you describe to me what's happening here?
Sure. So we have 4 lines.
2024 Democratic support by age. People of color, men, POC women, white men, white women. Gap in 2022 support between women and men. Oh, Okay, I think. Wait. Oh, never mind. Okay. I thought this was more complicated than it was. So this is saying that between women and men. Never mind. I can't read this. The fuck? It looks like this is how women supported the Democratic Party, and this is how men supported the Democratic Party. But that's not it. Oh no, it's the difference between... No, I don't know what this is. Never mind. Fuck it.
On this chart, and the x-axis
hard to read. So can you describe to me what's happening here?
Sure. So we have 4 lines on this chart, and the x-axis is age, and the y-axis is our estimate for what fraction of people in that group voted for Kamala Harris in 2024. And
oh, okay. Why? I thought this was... I just assumed that this x-axis was by year, like the year they voted. Okay, I see. Okay.
And, you know, we have a light blue line for women of color. We have a dark blue dash line for men of color. We have like a light pink solid line for white women, and then a dash line for white men. And one of the things you can see here is if you just look at 18-year-olds, 18-year-old women of color are the only of the 4 that actually, voted that Harris won. Trump narrowly won, non-white men.
So I do find this part of this chart shocking. I sometimes talk about narrative violations, and I think if we knew anything about Donald Trump 8 years ago, it's that young people did not like him.
Wait, watch Josiah's live stream. Is something going on? Fuck. Wait, what is his... Does he stream on Twitch?
Washington police.
Oh, they're just doing their podcast. Why do you... What am I watching this for? Oh boy, Fabian. Debating him in 7 minutes. Oh boy.
Right. And Republicans are maybe throwing away young people for generations in order to run up their margins among seniors. But if you look at this chart among white men who are 75 years old, supported Kamala Harris at a significantly higher rate than white men who are 20 years old.
That's exactly right.
That's a real shift.
It is a real shift. This is the
Oh, I see. Okay.
thing I am the most shocked by, I think, in the last 4 years is that young people have gone from being the most progressive generation since the baby boomers, and maybe in some ways more so, to becoming potentially the most conservative, generation that we've experienced, maybe in 50 to 60 years. And so, the next chart, just to describe
this chart in some ways convinced me to do this podcast.
Oh, thank you.
This chart shocks me.
I agree. This is, to me, the scariest chart in this entire presentation. And again, something I'm very surprised by. On the bottom, we have age. And at the top, we have the gender gap in support between women and men. And, for support for Kamala Harris. And so what you can see is that...
I feel like this is going to be really annoying. Wait, let me see this last chart again. Chill. So you have your white men down here. Way the fuck down here. Meow. What? Why are you being so weird? Can you not hear him meowing in the background? So you have your white men all the way down there. Okay, very low support. Now you have gender gap. I think that the demonization of like white young men, I think really hurt. Don't you dare. If you stop. Why? Look, sit here. Here. Get here. Look. Sit here and be happy. You don't have to go up there. Just sit right here. Look. You have your own chair. You can just chill right here. Just chill. Whatever. Okay. He's going to go and claw my shit up. I know he is. When all those DNC candidates couldn't answer that white men question, trigger the fuck out of me. Hi. What? He wants attention, and as soon as I start giving it to him, he's going to scratch my shit up. I know he is. Okay.
We have the gender gap in support between women and men, and for support for Kamala Harris. And so what you can see is that for voters over 30, the gender gap was fairly stable at around 10%, which is roughly where it's been in American politics.
And voters over 75, it's even lower.
That's right.
It's a fairly low gender gap among older voters.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people, underestimate how recent the gender gap is. Historically, Republicans did better with women than men, and this was true across most of the West. That center-left parties did better with men than women, and that's changed in the United States in the Clinton era. But it's been stable since then. But what's crazy is if you look at people who are under the age of 30, the gender gap has exploded. If you look at 18-year-old men were 23 percentage points more likely to support, Donald Trump than 18-year-old women, which is just completely unprecedented in American politics.
Is that abortion?
I think it's too early to say exactly what the cause is. What's interesting is that this is happening.
Cultural stuff. Big deal. That red pill shit was really effective.
In other countries as well. Obviously, different countries have different political systems, but I've seen similar patterns in Canada, in the UK, in Norway. There's a lot of research, to do here, but it's still very striking. A lot of people talk about the Democratic young men problem, and I think it's still somehow underrated because the actual numbers are just a lot worse than people think.
The huge gender gap implies to me it's not just inflation. Women pay high prices for eggs too.
Right. And I'll say, if you look at the UK election last year, the Labour Party did a lot better, because the incumbent party was unpopular. But I think what's interesting is that if you look at it by age, the Conservatives actually increased their vote share among 18 to 24-year-old voters, I think by 2 or 3%, even though they only did, even though they did 8 or 9% worse overall. And so I do think it's not just inflation, it's not just backlash to the incumbent governments, though I'm sure that's part of the story too.
I feel like the story you're implying that you believe here is that this is polarization among young men and women driven by men who are in high school, who are young, who are online, particularly online during COVID, as Me Too is cresting. At the time of, as Jordan Peterson is a big figure, Andrew Tate is rising.
Ben Shapiro,
you have what now it's called the manosphere.
Actually, I shouldn't even include Ben Shapiro there. It would be your Jordan Peterson and then your red pill people. Yeah.
But there is a sense the Democratic Party is becoming much more pro-women party, and in some ways sort of anti-young men, and that just had a huge effect on young men's political opinions.
Well, I do want to just stress that this seems to be a global phenomena, and I don't want to overcenter the particular things the Democratic Party has done rather than the broader cultural.
Peterson and Tate are global figures.
No, exactly. I agree.
Yeah, I think another thing you have to. I was just going to say that another thing you have to be careful of too is global it's becoming less and less a thing. There still is a whole planet that's different. But in a lot of ways, we're a lot more connected than we ever were before, to where a lot of these political figures or a lot of these social figures are viewed by everybody, right? The Tates and the Red Pill movement was not just a U.S. thing. Even if it was the loudest in the United States, which I don't even know if that's true, but even if it was the loudest in the United States, this was a global phenomenon because all of our social media is global, right? Look at how much Elon Musk is trying to influence what's going on with Marie Le Pen or AfD in Germany or South African politics, and the United Kingdom. Yeah, like all of these places are all consuming very similar content, and it's important to be aware of that.
Agree with that. What I'll say is I just think that, we're in the midst of a big cultural change that I think that, people are really underestimating. If you look at Zoomers, I don't have slides on this, but there's just a lot of really interesting ways that they're very different in the data. They're much more likely than previous generations to say that making money is extremely important to them. They are a lot more, if you look at their...
I will say, I don't know if that one poll was true or not. Was this all Zoomers? I don't think it was just women, right? I think it was all Zoomers. They were asked, what do you think is a wealthy wage? And it was like, I thought boomers said 100K, and Gen X said 110K, and millennials said 105K, and I think Zoomers said 650K. What? Was that poll real? That was retarded. That was an insane poll. If it was real, and I'm not just thinking of some fucking people. Oh shit, it's 8 o'clock. Influencer culture is warping everything? Yeah, I think so to some extent, yeah. Somebody linked me that poll. I'm curious if that was a real thing or if I was just repeating dumb shit that I've just seen on Twitter or whatever. Rich is anyone that can afford the Pokemon cookies without worrying. True. Wow. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, hello?
Yeah, I had myself muted and deaf just in case somebody said some wild shit in there.
Oh, good job. I'm just setting my shit up. Do you want to introduce yourself real quick in case people don't know who you are?
Yeah, sure. I'm just. Are you going to show your camera here, or do I got to like pull up your?
No,
stream?
I'm doing it. I'm getting it all on.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I am Scott. You can call me Scott from Fabian Liberty. I'm an anarcho-capitalist, libertarian, debater. Mostly talk about philosophy and economics, occasionally psychology, etc. You can find me on Fabian Liberty. Just Google. I'm streaming on YouTube.
All right.
I don't feel like you need an introduction at this point. Like, let's be honest.
That's all good. Okay. We were disagreeing over some Asmongold stuff.
Yeah.
I think my primary contention was I feel like it's extremely hypocritical to be so narrow in our understanding of the First Amendment when it comes to people who are lawful permanent residents exercising their free speech, but then be so broad when talking about freedom of speech in general when it applies to popular or political opinions that we like. So, for instance, when conservatives will often talk about how getting banned from social media is actually an infringement on my First Amendment right, I just feel like there's a lot of hypocrisy in those two positions.
Okay, there's a couple of things there. So, first thing I want to say is it starts off, right, with you posting a video of like free speech, Asmongold with one position and another position, right? My argument is that these are wildly different cases and that it's not hypocritical to be against one or the other. And so before we can get anywhere, right, you know, and you mentioned this yourself, you say, you know, you think it's wrong or bad in some regard to be broad in one sense and then not in another sense. What do you mean by free speech, and can we work within that for the bounds of this confirmation, right? Like, I'm willing to do an internal critique of your concept of free speech, but right now we're throwing out free speech as like First Amendment, as an idea.
Yeah, I would say freedom of speech. Well, my critique is an internal critique of the standard conservative position on freedom of speech. So do you want to critique my version of freedom of speech, or do you want to critique my internal critique of their version of freedom of speech?
Okay, well, you're posting a video, right, saying like this is his idea of free speech in one context, this is his idea of free speech in another context, right?
Yeah.
So in order for you to critique it, right, you would need a starting position of what you believe free speech is before you can go into an internal critique of what they believe free speech is, because in neither of those are you showcasing an example of how Asmongold, not the right, which obviously isn't a monolith and there's going to be a lot of disagreement, right, how they are defining it.
Well,
right?
that's the
So
whole point of an internal
better.
critique is that I don't need a position on it. I can give one. I don't mind arguing about it. But the whole point of an internal critique is I'm just critiquing the two positions that they presented now.
No, I know what an internal critique is, right? Like I don't need to be a consequentialist, right, to critique consequentialism, or even more so to critique how you arrived at the answer for, you know, something through a consequential analysis. I could also do a consequential analysis without being a consequentialist in that regard, right? But what I'm saying is that if you are saying that there is hypocrisy or that there's something wrong here in his domain, obviously you have an opinion of what free speech is before you gain, you know, before you go into this position of like internally critiquing what theirs are. I want to know what yours are, where you're coming from first. Then we can maybe move into why you think he's utilizing two different definitions of freedom of speech, and thus is the contradiction that creates the hypocrisy that you're supposedly pointing out. I think it's all bullshit, but I don't want to like,
yeah, that's fine.
You know, say that from the jump.
Sure. Yeah, okay. I can give my position. I have no problem doing that and argue over my position. I don't think for an internal critique, I don't think I necessarily need to have a position, right? Like somebody can say, I think stormtroopers are tall and I think stormtroopers are short, and I can say these positions are inconsistent. I don't have to have a position on if I think stormtroopers are tall, short, or medium build. I can just say that your own position, not you, but the person's position is inconsistent, right? But I can give my position on my.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You're critiquing, saying that there's multiple definitions that they're using, right?
Yes, correct.
And you're saying that there's hypocrisy in that.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to have a conversation about that, and we're going to use the term free speech throughout that conversation. So I need to know what you mean by that, as opposed to you jumping to different definitions that they give and how they contradict. I need to know what you mean when you say free speech.
Okay. And then I'm so sorry. This is getting so bad. Do you need to know what I mean when I say free speech for me, or what I mean when I say they believe in freedom of speech for them? Which one are you asking for?
I'm like we're off to a bad start. Like,
Yeah,
I'm not trying to marry you to your definition for an internal critique. I just need to know what you mean, and then we can get into what they mean. We can talk about the differences, like why yours is consistent, why this is inconsistent.
Okay, sure.
I can give mine as well if you prefer.
I'm just going to ramble a little bit, and you tell me if I'm on the right track or whatever. Okay. So for me, I have a very legalistic interpretation. When somebody says First Amendment, I'm thinking of the First Amendment as applied in the United States in a legal manner. So generally, this means the government taking actions to restrict a person's freedom of speech. This can be through a variety of ways, like arresting people who are doing things you don't like. It could mean making certain things like liable for civil action, so like defamation and stuff like that could be an infringement on your freedom of speech. It could mean making certain types of speech, like I said criminal, so like incitement to violence. When I'm talking about freedom of speech, I usually, if I'm talking like First Amendment freedom of speech, I'm talking in that regard, the legal defense of the First Amendment. Now, for conservatives, I feel like conservatives bounce back and forth between when it's speech that they like. The First Amendment is the broadest, like spiritual. This is this is what we mean in our hearts when we say freedom of speech, and that extends all the way to we shouldn't ban opposing viewpoints on Twitter because that violates like the American idea of freedom of speech. And then when it comes to people they don't like, that becomes very narrow. Like, well, if a green card holder is protesting, but they support a group that the United States has designated as a terrorist group, they don't have the right to do that, and they should be deported. So I would argue that one of these views is very broad and expansive, and the other is incredibly narrow. And I don't know what justification you could give for the former that wouldn't fail the latter. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So from here on out, we'll say First Amendment. We're talking about the negative right from the state to have your speech infringed upon in some capacity by the state. And then when we say free speech, we might mean that more broadly from like a utilitarian perspective of like, you know, the concept of free speech or like the public square, et cetera. Is that okay?
Sure.
I just don't want us to get too confused and too in the weeds, right? So
no, yeah, that's fine. I imagine if we're chatting, assuming both of us are doing our best to understand the other, we'll if there's like a confusion, we can just clarify.
Okay, yeah. So in this instance, right, where you're like quipping at Asmongold and accusing him of hypocrisy, right? The freedom of speech that you're highlighting in the first half of the video on the left side of the frame, right, is him reacting to J.D. Vance in Europe, right? So obviously he can't be talking about freedom of speech from a legalistic perspective or the First Amendment, because those things don't exist in Europe because they are not under the American Constitution. Some of them have freedom of speech in like their charters, right? But they don't have the First Amendment or the Bill of Rights or our specific Constitution. So clearly, in that first context, he can't be talking about it from a negative rights from the state as pursuant to the First Amendment, because we're not talking about America, obviously, right? Like it even says in the caption, we're talking about Europe, and he's reacting to like people being arrested for praying silently near an abortion clinic, or like people, you know, in England, for example, you know, saying, you know, I don't like all these fucking Pakistani flags in my city, and then the police coming and like, you know, potentially arresting them and things of that nature, or, you know, these other kind of like egregious edge cases, right? They're clearly not the day-to-day things, but scary, you know, in that speech, right? So clearly we're talking about the overarching concept of freedom of speech, that you ought be able to address your government or, you know, speak your mind and risk being offensive, you know, without some form of coercion used against you, either by the state or some corporate power or something, right?
I would agree that that's necessary, that you're necessarily not talking about American freedom of speech. But this is also kind of my criticism of people like Asmongold, is it seems like when Americans criticize Europeans' freedom of speech, they do it from an American legalistic understanding, or even an American maybe conceptual understanding where freedom of speech is as defined by the First Amendment of the United States. And if you're a European country, you're not following that definition, you don't have freedom of speech. That's like a criticism that I have of people like
Okay,
Asmongold.
so that's a fair assessment, right? Which is to say, like, if you have hate speech laws, right, you don't have freedom of speech.
Correct.
Right. So there is certainly a reference to the American ideal.
Or wait, just to clarify,
the
when I
negative
said correct,
rights that we have from the First Amendment.
Yeah. So when somebody says, like, if you have hate speech laws, you don't have freedom of speech, in my mind, that statement is at ends with what you just said, where you're like, well, when we talk about freedom of speech, we mean, like, we don't necessarily mean the American definition. We just mean like a broader conceptual
Yeah, that's
one.
what I said.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, but I'm saying
No, I said that's a fair point.
What's a fair point? Sorry.
I was agreeing with you. I said that's a fair point, and then I was summarizing to make sure I'm steel manning your position.
Yeah. Wait, I'm sorry. Just to understand, when you said that's a fair point, what point of mine did you say was a fair point? I'm just trying to understand.
I'm saying it's a fair. I said it's a fair point that an American, under the context of recognizing freedom of speech, right, that they live in a cultural context of the First Amendment, and when they look at a European nation that has hate speech laws, right, where they're not free to speak in the same way that we're free to speak, via the constitutional protections, that they claim that that's not freedom of speech.
Yeah, so I would say that's not a fair point. That was my criticism, because to critique the European system's concept of freedom of speech and say that it's not, they don't actually have freedom of speech because they don't have our legal understanding of freedom of speech, I would say that's a silly criticism, which I feel like conservatives engage in.
We're saying the same things, but I think
all right,
like
as long
I
as
was
you
saying
think,
you're correct.
Okay.
Like that's fine. I think you're making a fair point that comes from that context, right?
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
But so the hypocrisy, you keep jumping to conservatives, which is something you did later in the conversation when you said you were making your real argument, as opposed to the arguments you were making before, which were against Asmongold. So are you saying that, like, like
when I'm saying,
you don't have any critique of Asmongold?
No.
But
Wait,
you're actually only talking about conservatives?
When I was saying real argument,
that seems to be what you're saying.
No. When I was saying real argument, I think what we were talking about was my definition of freedom of speech versus my internal critique of the two different definitions proffered by Asmongold or conservatives. Like, I have a position on freedom of speech, but I don't think that was part of the conversation or the contention, but we can get into that if you want. But that was my
right.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is I'm seeing the parallels here, right? Where you keep switching. I keep talking about Asmongold because that's a critique, because I think your critique is bullshit.
Okay.
And I think it's just like a clickbait thing to, like, gain a little drama, gain a little rage. Just do what you do, entertain, not necessarily worry about political truth or progressive policy or any of those things.
Okay.
That's my belief of you. Obviously you wouldn't agree with that, but that's where I'm coming from. And so you keep switching to conservatives, right, or the right, et cetera, as opposed to my initial issue, which is that you're claiming hypocrisy and you're utilizing a large swath of different people that you can grab examples from and separating yourself away from the individual. So is your argument actually against Asmongold, or is this just a vector for a larger conversation because you think conservatives in general are hypocrites and bad and don't believe in free speech, but you don't actually have a critique of Asmongold specifically?
Well, it's both. Asmongold is a vector to critique the conservative position because I think Asmongold represents the standard conservative position right now. Also, is a language thing. When I say conservative right now, I generally just mean MAGA is what I'm saying. So whatever the Republican Party or MAGA right now currently believes is what I'm saying. And I think that Asmongold embodies that. So when I critique Asmongold on his hypocrisy, I'm also using that as a vector to broadly critique MAGA or conservatives on their hypocrisy, because I think he represents it. I think they line up.
Okay, so I would like for you to flesh out, if you can, for me, your argument, because I'm still not seeing the hypocrisy thus yet, right? Like you're saying that the conservatives use a strict sense of Constitution when it applies to things for them, and then they use a broad sense when it applies to things that they dislike.
I believe that just the opposite.
Where's
I think
the
it is
hypocrisy?
The opposite of what you just said. So, yeah. So I think that the hypocrisy is when conservatives speak broadly about freedom of speech, it seems like they're very mindful of the concept of a chilling effect. So an example of this might be when the Twitter files came out, a lot of conservatives said just the fact that the FBI would even communicate with Twitter about some accounts is enough to create a chilling effect on speech on that environment, and that would count as a violation of our freedom of speech as Americans. Or an example would be from the Trump camp. I think he sued both Facebook and X for banning his social media account. He said it was a violation of his First Amendment right as an American to be heard, to have his freedom of speech. So that seems to be with the understanding of, if we ban certain types of speech or allow actors that are large enough to target certain types of speech, it will create a chilling effect that will make it hard for Americans to voice their opinion on certain subjects, and we would just be chilling political conversation. But then when it comes to people who are protesting, if they're lawful permanent residents or visa holders, well, they can be deported just for supporting a group that the president, through no majority in Congress or really through his own arbitrary discretion, declares a terrorist group. Well, how would that not create an insane chilling effect where people are afraid of protesting even a certain thing because they might be on the wrong side of what the president decides is a terror group? That seems like it would be incredibly chilling. So I don't understand how you can defend one and not the other.
So again, now I may agree with you to a certain extent when you're only talking about conservatives, right? I certainly, like, conservative is such a large group that some would hold that opinion, right? But the original critique is against Asmongold, and so the cases are specific, right? They are not these broad, vague things, like, and you're adding in this element of, like, the Twitter files and things of that nature. You're saying that
wait, to be clear, I'm not adding that in. I'm just giving
understand-
examples of, like, what the conservative belief is.
Well, you did on Twitter as well. You did on Twitter as a response to like what I had. Right. So that when I say you're adding that specific, it's the same specific example you gave.
Okay.
Right. So the specific context here is that Asmongold specifically, that you're critiquing, is a hypocrite for being against the kind of egregious things, examples that may or may not be true. I don't want to get into all of that. Like which ones aren't true from J.D. Vance's position, right? The assumption that at least some of these are true, that those are bad, that those are scary, or that those have some chilling effect, even if you will, right? That, like, going after one of those people has a chilling effect when you make hate speech laws, right? And then you're now kind of like, because you're using conservatives, you're also decoupling yourself from the case of Mahmoud Khalil, which is what he's looking at. And I fail to see where there is a hypocrisy under, this concept of free speech, where it seems like you're using conservatives to then paint a concept where conservatives in one context are hyper-specific and then in another context are not hyper-specific, and that is where this contradiction comes in. But again, we're talking about Europe, so this is really like there are many layers where that connection you actually haven't made, and I don't believe you actually believe it. So I'm trying to figure out, stop running to conservatives and explain how Asmongold is a hypocrite for being for deporting Mahmoud Khalil, but being against people praying, near an abortion clinic and getting arrested, or people getting arrested for mean tweets.
Okay, so I guess what part of this do I need to connect, do you think, to make the argument coherent?
Well, I mean, you need to showcase the contradiction. Instead, you were just saying
the contradiction,
conservatives as a group.
Okay, sure. I'll stop saying conservatives as a group.
Specific in this area, not in another.
Sure, I'm using it interchangeably with Asmongold, but I'll be specific to Asmongold. So I believe that Asmongold would be hypercritical of Europe's freedom of speech under a very broad definition of the First Amendment, a very, very broad understanding that people getting banned even by social media platforms or European countries prohibiting certain activity or making certain activity illegal, that's a violation of freedom of speech. But when it comes to the United States, I don't know how he could possibly conceive of a European country violating freedom of speech just because they have a different perspective on what they'll defend and what they won't. And then when you come to the United States, you can start deporting lawful permanent residents because they're protesting groups that the president has said is a bad group. I don't know what the consistent principle would be that you would appeal to there that would allow the deportation of Mahmoud, whatever the guy's name is, Khalil, or Khalil Mahmoud. But so you that's okay under freedom of speech, but Germany or Sweden or the UK having different hate speech laws is not okay. I don't know what possible consistent principle you could appeal to there other than just being hypocritical.
So you're saying that you need a consistent principle to deport one, but to be against the other, right?
Yeah, and I can't imagine what that would be, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would say, like, just as an example, right? Because we're kind of pretending to understand the inner workings of Asmongold's mind here, right?
No,
but
I've watched a lot of Asmongold content. I know how he views on this stuff, but
Well, sure, but you don't have his inner monologue memorized, you know. Like,
I don't need his
but
inner monologue. I
nevertheless,
have his outer monologue. He's spoken about a lot of these issues before. I know what he feels about the Twitter files and what he feels about freedom of speech and people getting banned on platforms. Like, I've heard him talk about all this before. But
Sure. You have a good understanding of Asmongold's concept of freedom of speech, presumably.
Sure. Okay.
I'll buy that. That's fine. So regardless, yeah, the consistent principle could be, you know, like I just need one example, so I'll give, you know, sure one. So in one instance, his concept of freedom of speech would be, you know, hate speech laws that aren't a call to violence, that aren't a call to action against anybody, that are simply constructed because they're offensive or because they, you know, they harm people through the usage of words without any assault or battery or any, you know, calls to violence or action or any support of any terrorist groups, could be something that is wrong and against the concept of free speech. And then in the example of, let's say, Mahmoud Khalil, someone that like worked for UNRWA and then came over here, and then someone who claims that he's not, you know, a representative of Columbia University apartheid divestment, but gives speeches where he says that violence is acceptable and that all forms of violence will be called terrorism. So and so it doesn't matter what type of violence we do. A person that actively is a representative for them after they've taken over portions of private property, because Columbia University is a private school. It's not a public school, so there's no way, shape, or form public property, that they take over property. The same person that the DOJ or the Department of Justice is saying that they're passing out specific Hamas flyers, and that the law specifically gives an example in the state statute for green card holders that people that support groups like, for example, they actually give an example of the Palestinian Liberation Organization would be someone that is disqualified from green card status because they are, you know, supporting and engaged in terrorist activity just by being a representative. So I think those violent actions, those what he called in his clip, you know, why are we importing people that are a problem, right? Because obviously citizenship versus non-citizenship kind of creates a distinction here. I think all of those things together could very easily, like they wouldn't necessarily be my position, but very obviously show that these are wildly different comparisons where one could still claim to be for free speech and one could claim, you know, that this person in particular is a problem that is engaged in disruptive, destructive things towards you know, American culture and private property and violating all of the things that they said that they would do when they signed the green card.
So there's a lot there. The very simple question would be, so if you're talking about, like, for instance, like incitement to violence, then the question would be, okay, well, was he charged with a crime? If we feel like he did a behavior that was criminal, why was he not charged with any crimes for this?
Yeah, I mean, I personally am for, you know, giving the person a trial.
Doesn't matter. We're talking about Asmongold's position, not you personally. But the question would be, if we're going to say,
right,
well,
but
part of the reason
that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant to the whether or not these are disanalogous and whether or not this showcases hypocrisy.
Well, no, I think it's super relevant, because if you're going to say
the actual argument,
well, if you're going to say, unless he's trying to say that we can determine who's in, like, for this to be true, his argument would have to be we can determine who's inciting violence or not without relying on a court to do so. But that would be a pretty bizarre claim for an American to make, no?
Again, it's not relevant to whether or not he's a hypocrite in terms of free speech, right? Like whether or not he supports, you know, a green card holder's status and their right to a criminal trial or criminal investigation or habeas corpus, right? One of those things, that would be a different right or a different extant right that you might derive from the government or something. We've moved out of the domain of freedom of speech, and now we've moved in the domain of like the right to a trial, et cetera. Someone that is a green card holder, not a citizen, is someone that is here, you know, I guess you could say at the luxury of our state or whatever. I'm a fucking anarchist. I don't think anybody should be deported unless they're proven to do property damage, right?
Wait, so do you think,
that's
I'm
not
just
relevant
curious.
to whether or not
Sure.
you're trying to call him a hypocrite.
Do you
that's just
think that,
adding new layers
do you think that
of things you don't like.
Do you think that he would say that he doesn't think that lawful permanent residents are entitled to a trial? Do you think that would be his...
I don't know what he would say.
Well, we have to be able to make an assumption. Otherwise, then I could, in that case, literally nobody is a hypocrite ever, because I could always invent a fantabulous, fictitious position that would resolve any issue if I can just redefine things at will.
That's not true. That's not true.
Give me an example and I'll do it.
You're
Give me an
trying to
example, I'll
add.
do it.
No, you're adding a domain that is not what is up for discussion and not what you are critiquing. You're
Well, no,
adding
you're
new
trying-
information and asking me to guess
No.
what they would think in that position. That's not relevant to whether or not you found hypocrisy that you felt you needed to
If I
call out
can't
in that
make some basic assumptions, you could just say like, oh, well, maybe Asmongold doesn't think that green card holders are humans, so they're not entitled to any rights. And that would be an.
I mean, you could, and it would be equally irrelevant to whether or not you showcased.
Yeah, but if I can't make some
in his
basic
positions
assumptions
on freedom of speech in one and the other.
Yeah, but how could I possibly make any claim of hypocrisy ever if I can't make some basic assumptions about fundamental beliefs as a human being? Like,
Well, you could have a well-reasoned philosophy and apply logic and find a contradiction.
Okay, can you give
can't
me-
find a contradiction.
Okay.
So now you're trying to
Can you-
invent other positions that he may or may not have, so it showcases things that are bad in the situation.
Okay, wait,
You
I'm just
make the
curious, can
claim
you-
that he's a hypocrite? So I'm like, why would you do that? I think it's bullshit. I think they're disanalogous.
Okay,
and now I don't want to muddy the water. I
Sure.
want you to nail
We're not
you
muttering the
down
waters.
on
you
this
give me
bullshit.
Sure. I just want an example. Can you give me one example of a thing you think I couldn't find a contradiction in? If I'm allowed to, if you're not allowed to make any base assumption about what somebody thinks, could you give me an example of two positions you think are hypocritical?
Well, you could say A equals not A.
No, but
right? I
we're
don't
not-
need to know a single fucking thing about anybody to know that A equals not A. Right? I don't need to then add other context to it.
Okay, what if I had
there's
the
a
context that
contradiction.
1A is written capital and 1A is written lowercase, therefore you can have A equals not A?
Well, then you're no longer in the like. In
Well, why
the
would you
logic that
assume
we're
the?
describing.
Why
You're
would
not
you?
talking
Wait,
about
wait, wait.
the
Why would you assume
law
the
of
case?
identity.
Why would you assume the case of each? You didn't say law of identity. You just said A equals A, or A can equal not A.
Yeah, sure. If you would prefer that I say the law of identity as opposed to A equals not A, like again, you're muddying again.
No, I'm not
to go
muddying.
against
I'm
the
just showing
argument.
you
What
how-
I'm talking about is no, you're not showcasing anything. A contradiction exists. You claim that there is hypocrisy, and then in order to try and
You just
substantiate
added
that claim,
extras. Do
you're
you see how
adding
you
new shit.
added extras? You gave me the example.
I
of
didn't add
A.
a single new thing.
You said A can't
You
equal not A.
asked for an example.
You said A can't equal not A, and I'm saying, well, what if one is uppercase and one is lowercase? Boom. Now I've
A cannot equal not A is just a short-term way of describing the Aristotelian concept of the law of identity.
Sure, and I could
you
invoke
you
like
could include,
paralogics
if you
or
want,
something if I
the
wanted
law
to.
of like excluded middle. Yeah, but you dragged it to this, right? I'm saying, where is the hypocrisy? And you're saying, well, what does he think about habeas corpus? Okay, if he makes a claim about habeas corpus in both of these instances and they contradict, then sure, you found hypocrisy. You found a contradiction. But you can't add a new element to try and invent hypocrisy. Like you made the claim that he's a hypocrite, and then you extrapolated that into a conversation about how conservatives are hypocrites.
Stop saying I'm
Once you got
extrapolating
nailed
out to
down on the
conservatives.
fact that you
I
can't
said
show
I haven't
it.
gotten nailed down on anything. Stop trying to do this extrapolating to conservatives. I said I'll talk only about Asmongold. But now you're claiming that I can't claim that he's inconsistent in his beliefs here because I can't assume that he believes that Americans are due process. If I can't make that assumption, then no, I can't prove that he. I don't know. I don't know if he thinks Venezuelans are human. I haven't actually heard him say that. And if you're saying, well, I can't make that assumption, then I can't prove any statement of his being hypocritical or not. There's no way.
Whether or not, no, hold on. This is again. You're trying to make assumptions about what his positions are on.
I'm curious if we were to take a bet.
Hold
No,
on,
wait, stop. If we were to bet, no, this is such a ridiculous claim. Oh my God.
No, you're sneaking in this concept that like maybe he doesn't believe they're human, which is
You're the one who's saying that he doesn't believe in
sneaky.
due process.
Whether or not due process is something that you give
Oh my God.
to
I told you
someone
this is how this conversation
that is
would
a
go
green
every
card
fucking time.
holder that is suspected of terrorism, right? Is
No,
not the
he's
same
not
thing
suspected
as
of
due
terrorism.
process.
He's not suspected of
He's
terrorism. Why are you
suspected
saying
of
that?
engaging in terrorist activity.
He's
I
not
apologize.
suspected of engaging in terrorist activity. The claim
That's
that I saw was
exactly
that he was protesting in favor of Hamas. That's all I saw, and there haven't been any criminal charges or anything to support that.
So we can look at state statute, what is it, 1182, right? That discusses when someone is violated.
Who determines if you violate a statute?
Or listen to me, when someone is
you're
ineligible for green card
doesn't matter.
status.
Who determines that?
Like I said, we can look at it. We can.
No,
you know what I
we
mean?
don't.
Like,
we don't.
I'm not a
determine it.
lawyer. You're not a lawyer.
Doesn't a jury in a court system? Don't you have due process for these determinations? Isn't there arbitration involved?
Again, whether or not, again, I believe that is probably
no.
the
Why do you see how you're muddying the waters when you do this? I
Pause.
believe. I don't care what you believe. We're not talking about what you believe. But we don't make determinations
muddying
based on
the waters.
what a governor says or
I'm
what a
not making
president
the
says.
water-
There's due
I'm not-
process. You have to be charged with a crime, or there has to be some arbitration for this. Not just the president makes a tweet, now
Okay.
you're deported.
That is okay. So again, right, I'm not muddying the waters by making a clarification of a distinction between my position and the position I'm arguing for, right? So like that's silly. But moving forward, right, you are saying now that it is an assumption amongst all people that whether or not you can deport someone that is on a green card status, not a citizen, not someone that is either a temporary resident or someone that has some type of visa, right? That they have obligations to fulfill in order to be here as a guest in our nation. And you're saying that they have a right to a trial for deportation, but they're not being imprisoned, right? They're not going to jail. You don't need to charge a crime in order to that I'm revoking
okay, I understand what you're saying.
status
But
to
then
be
who's
here.
to decide if they've actually done the thing that would have their green card revoked? Who decides that?
Again, and this is
Wait, you're not going to answer that.
Where is the hypocrisy?
Right,
Right,
wait, can
because
you just answer that? It's not a distraction.
From the claim that
it's
you made.
literally paramount. It's who decides if you've violated this. He's not going to answer this question. Okay.
Yeah, why would I continue to answer a question that's an aside that is an escape route for you to because
if it was common
I'm
practice,
accusing you of hypocrisy,
if it was common practice,
and now you're saying let me go through this other thing, and you make a claim of hypocrisy, and then you have to substantiate.
I already have fully substantiated it, but the only way that you've escaped that substantiation is by saying I don't think Asmongold believes in due process for green card holders, which is a ridiculous statement.
It's not a ridiculous statement, number one. Number two, you said
can you say, what do you think are the chances that Asmongold, what do you think are the chances that Asmongold doesn't support due process for green card holders? Can you just give me an estimate on that? What do you think is the percentage chance that Asmongold would say, I don't think that green card holders get due process in the United States?
So let me recap, and then I'll answer your question, right? So you asked me if there was any way in which there was consistent principles or beliefs in which there wasn't hypocrisy between these two domains. I gave you a fuck ton of evidence as to how these are completely disanalogous
Didn't give
examples.
any evidence at all. But...
And yes, I did. I absolutely did. I gave argument. You said there was a lot there.
You gave a whole bunch of accusations against the person, but you didn't actually substantiate who determines those allegations. You gave me a bunch of allegations about him supporting Hamas and about him engaging in terrorist activity but who determines that?
Hold on. That is not what's at question here. What is not at
Wait, of course that's what is at question.
No, you're interrupting.
If he was in a criminal court, if he got held liable for a crime or something.
Positions.
Okay.
You're interrupting again. Let me kick your ass again. Calm down for a moment, and then you can refute what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you're interrupting to try and go down this hole of due process. Now that is a separate conversation that you and I can debate. We can have conversations about that, and we can maybe even extrapolate and guess what Asmongold thinks about that. But the question is there hypocrisy? You said, are there consistent principles between these? Then I gave you a bunch of ways in which those principles could exist. One of many examples that could be, right? Because you're saying, I can't see any way in which these are not hypocrisy. And then I give you examples of how they could not be hypocrisy, okay? It is irrelevant as to whether or not the facts of Mahmoud Khalil's deportation, either determined by a court or not, whether or not those facts remain to be true, whether or not he actually passed that out, that is the claim of the DOJ. Whether or not it is a fact that he spoke in front of Kuhad and lied and said that he wasn't, because I can just show you the video, right? So again, you're saying what is a position where there isn't hypocrisy? I give it to you, and you're distracting by saying that we need habeas corpus and a right to a trial. I don't necessarily disagree with that, but that is in no way, shape, or form evidence of his hypocrisy. It's a new position you're using to escape your argument.
Do you think that freedom of speech exists or can exist without due process? Or do you think that one of these things assumes the other?
I think freedom of speech I think freedom of speech is an ideal. right?
Can freedom of speech
it's a
exist?
negative right from the state.
Can you have the negative
Right.
right of freedom of speech without the negative or positive, depending on you, right of due process?
I mean, I guess hypothetically you could.
Really?
But
So
again,
if I can lock you up for any reason without putting you in front of a court, you think you can still have freedom of speech?
So this is so again.
He's going to
this
call it a
is-
distraction and not answer. Okay, I gotcha.
Well, no, it's two domains, right?
It's not.
One is Yes, it is.
It's not. You like to do philosophy. You don't care about like legal structure or anything. So it's just like
I
this
like to engage
opining
in
and
truth.
pontificating. It's
And,
not
like,
truth. It's
not-
abstract. I like concepts that
So
aren't
you're-
related to
you're-
anything that
hold on.
Asmongold or
You're
me are
trying
talking
to
about.
run-
I'm not running anywhere. I'm right here. My original claim was that
Well, then
Asmongold
shut
is
the fuck
using a
up.
broad definition of what the First Amendment
Don't
is
ask a
when
question.
criticizing Europe. But when it comes to the United States, he's willing to say that a lawful permanent resident can be deported without even being formally charged with a crime. There is no possible theory, underlying conceptual foundation by which you can believe in freedom of speech that's so important that an American
Here
can tell a
comes the
European
Gish
country.
Gallop.
This is
Here
what you've been
comes
doing
the
the
Gish
entire conversation.
Gallop.
Who do you think's spoken more of this conversation? Just curious. You have by
Well,
like
so,
3
a
times.
Gish
Exactly.
Gallop- a Gish-
A
a
Gish
Gish
Gallop is
Gallop-
when you named 50
that's
different
not what
things
it
that the
is.
State Department accused Khalil Mahmoud of doing that had nothing to do with the argument. That was a Gish Gallop, by the way, because you
3.
named like 5
I named
different things
3.
that had nothing to do with
Only named
anything
3.
we're talking about, okay? That's great.
I don't
3.
think
It's
you know what a
Gish
Gish Gallop
Gallop.
is. It's not.
I know
you
what
don't
a
know
Gish
what a
Gallop
Gish
is.
Gallop
Thank
is
you.
even.
Okay.
No, it's when you
point is
make a string of accusations
there's no
as opposed to a cohesive argument.
There's no foundational
You are
principled
still
position
running.
that you can have that would allow
Still
you to
running.
criticize European countries for their lack of freedom of speech while supporting the deportation of a lawful permanent resident without any sort of due process. There is no consistent foundation by which you can do that, which is why I say his position is hypocritical.
Okay, so what is due process in this context, right? Because there are two different things, two different situations that we're discussing. And again, like you muddy the water with conservatives, like you muddy the water
at all.
with like
Was
saying
very
that there's
willing
a
to clarify,
hypocrisy,
and I even told you
but you're
why
not-
I
you're
use Asmongold as a
clarifying.
stand-in for conservatives, because this is the standard conservative belief, and I said I would talk only about Asmongold, but you keep bringing up this bad argument over and over again because you think it strengthens your position, but that's fine.
Yeah. So again, when you're adding in this element of due process, which is not showcased or highlighted in the video, but you're saying it's important that the due process is.
I'm not. No, hold on. You're making this such a ridiculous conversation. No sane human being
you're
would
not-
ever make the
hold on.
argument
No,
that you
no,
have
no,
any
no,
freedom
dude,
of speech
Destiny,
without due
Destiny,
process.
Destiny.
These things go
You have
hand
not
in
let
hand
me
with each
critique-
other.
You have not let me critique what happened like 2 minutes ago, right? What happened like 2 minutes ago before you went on and accusing me of gish galloping and making these arguments, even though I'm making a cohesive argument. These are pieces of evidence that go into one argument as opposed to individuated arguments. There's the difference, right? So the cohesive argument here is that one, you have to showcase hypocrisy in the words that you are stating. You're adding a new element of due process, which the video evidence that you're showing doesn't talk about whether or not there is a right to due process, number one. But maybe the greater context of the video does. I couldn't find the transcript. Maybe it does. And that would be interesting and maybe relevant, but not to the clip that you posted. Secondly, when you were talking about due process, you are equivocating between due process for people that are charged with a crime and that people then go to jail or are punished for said crime.
That's not
versus
true.
Whether or
There's
not
due
someone
process.
deserves,
I know that you're unaware of this, but there is due process. There is due process for people who are immigrants and have to be held for immigration
You're
hearings as
interrupting
well.
me.
Due process isn't
but
just
there's-
for people being charged with crimes necessarily. There's also due process for immigrants for hearings related to your immigration status.
You are equivocating the necessary element of charging with a crime versus whether or not a green card holder that is a guest in the country can be deported and whether or not they lose their status. These are two different things. Okay, if the Department of, the courts will have to decide this, obviously, right? Neither of us are lawyers. The question is whether or not Asmongold is a hypocrite and whether or not you're just like finding something spicy on Twitter and you're making bullshit arguments as opposed to actually having a substantive disagreement with what he's saying. That's the issue here, right? Because we both have different positions from Asmongold. The question about whether or not due process is the same for criminal acts and whether or not someone that is a green card, a guest in the country, is something entirely different. He doesn't need to be charged with a crime, right? Like maybe he does. I would take that back. Maybe he does need to be charged with a crime, and that's what the judges presume. But that is like 3 degrees of separation on whether or not Asmongold is a hypocrite on the concept of free speech when he thinks hate speech laws in Europe that are like people are getting arrested for tweets is the same thing as a representative for an organization that takes over private property violently, is accused, but you say he should have due process. I agree with that as well, but is accused by the Department of Justice of passing out terrorist literature and is not a citizen, is a green card holder.
So do you think Asmongold would agree with the argument that the government could accuse any green card holder of anything, and therefore that person could be deported without any sort of due process? Your answer is going to be, that's irrelevant. You're adding things.
Well, no. My answer, like, if I say it's irrelevant, you'll attack me for that. But then if I say that this is my position,
for the 25 tier 1 suburbs.
Find a way to attack me on that.
I'm not. Wait. I'm never. I'm not asking
my position
you.
is that they should have.
I'm not asking you your position. What did I just ask you?
You asked me, do I think that green card holders should have some level of due process?
I asked you, do you think Asmongold thinks should green card holders have some level of due process? Or do you think Asmongold would agree with the statement, anybody can be deported if the president accuses you of a crime as long as you're just a green card holder?
I don't know.
Okay, if you're not willing to engage in a real conversation and you're just trying to approach this like we're year one philosophy. No, this is a year 1 philosophy student of like, given the prompt, is there a hypocritical statement? We don't exist in that world. There's a whole body of Asmongold content and political views that I know he has, that Asmongold has, that he's not even going to deny having, that I know he has. And that's what I'm criticizing. I'm not including every single relevant supporting axiomatic statement.
You're lying.
What am I lying about?
No, you're saying that this isn't a specific case when it is. We're talking about a video of him reacting to Mahmoud Khalil. We're not talking about what he feels in terms of like Venezuelan trend.
Yes, of course. That's all being
level
called.
Of evidence
what do you
is
think?
Necessary
Yes,
for
of
that,
course. That's being called into part of the analysis, part of the hypocrisies. Of course, it's his position on all of these things. Yeah.
You're not showcasing hypocrisy by adding new things and then having us guess on what his
nobody
positions
has
are
to
on
guess.
So that you
Everybody
can
understood
create
exactly what was
hypocrisy.
being said. No, there's nobody disagrees that Asmongold holds any of these positions whatsoever. This is just you because you're having.
What are you talking about?
Asmongold.
So no one disagrees that Asmongold has a specific position on the right of habeas corpus in all examples.
Nobody disagrees that Asmongold would say that if you're an immigrant, you can't just be tossed out of the country because the president accuses you of something. I'm sure he would never take a position saying that that's the case.
Okay, right, but does that, I mean, sure, you believe that, I don't know that, but that's probably true, right? Like, it's a pretty safe assumption, right? So again, there is a substantive difference between the specific case that you are saying is hypocrisy. Now, again, you love to do this apparently. You're generalizing it to his position on all of these other things. We now have to guess what his position is on Venezuelan, deportation of Tren de Agua.
What do you mean? To make a claim of hypocrisy, to some extent, I have to individualize, or I have to generalize, because if I give a special case for everything, then this goes back to my initial argument that nobody's hypocrisy about anything.
You're saying A and B are two hypocritical positions, and then you're adding C into it to prove the hypocrisy. The fuck are you talking about? That's insane. Like, there is a specific case that we are talking about. We are not talking about all forms of other things. We are not, like, I am not a legal scholar. You are not a legal scholar. Asmongold clearly isn't a
Is he trolling? No, he's doing
what we are talking
he's just
about
interpreting these two single statements in a vacuum, and by the language of the two statements, he's trying to say that these two things.
Fucking pay attention.
Well, because I already said how this entire argument would go down before we even spoke, and it's exactly what I thought it was. It's a waste of time. All you're doing is you're taking the text of both of these statements, and then you're analyzing strictly the text of both of these statements, and you're trying to see if we can find like a logic, like capital logic, hypocritical thing between these two statements. And the answer is going to be
I'm looking.
Yes, but now you're going to say, well, I'm
looking for hypocrisy.
No. But
I'm
you're
looking for
hypocrisy.
Substantiate it, not add new shit.
No one is adding new shit. We're having these in the context.
You have been this entire conversation.
We're having these in the context of the political beliefs that this person has, and I'm appealing to the hypocrisy that he has relating to his political beliefs and the political ideas that he presents on his stream. Not, can I take these two statements, present them in a vacuum to a year one philosophy student, and see if we can do some propositional logic on them to find a contradiction or not. That nobody's engaged in that secondary thing. If you want to engage in the secondary thing, that's fine. But literally nobody's doing this. Nobody cares about this.
All right. So let's back away from this. I would say that you have failed in the ability to show the hypocrisy or the contradiction. But regardless, we're both tired of this, and it seems like we're going in circles because you won't admit to my framing and vice versa, right? So let's now separate from the Asmongold critique, right, and move into like your third tweet response to me, right, where you said this is your real argument as opposed to like the argument against Asmongold, which is that conservatives as a large group or institution are hypocritical because they have hyper specific things when it's on speech that they like, and that they have hyper broad things when it's things that they don't like, right? So for example, you brought up the Twitter files as an example of like things that they don't like, where you're saying a private company is doing that, and you brought up the idea of like chilling effect in that regard. Where I'm curious as to how you substantiate that, or how that's different from the left, how that is like a right specific thing as opposed to just a general thing of people in politics, is that they tend to be in that they tend to be in that vein, that's how normies are. Why is that a right-wing thing?
Why is it a right-wing thing that I think that they're hypocritical in terms of what they would defend and what they won't defend for speech?
Yeah, well, so when you move away from the Asmongold critique, right, and you say this is my real argument, I have an issue with, because then you went into like January 6th, and I was like, that has nothing to fucking do, like this is just whataboutism. You're like, hey, no, here's my real argument. My real argument
how is what I'm doing whataboutism when you're asking me to talk about the Democratic side of things when I'm just critiquing the Republican side of things? Isn't that definitionally you're just looking for hypocrisy now instead of actually wondering if my statement is true or not? No.
Well, the conversation is about hypocrisy. I'm saying that your critique is of the right. I don't necessarily disagree once we get into the domain of the right and there are all these different factions. But I'm saying, why are you bringing this up as like a critique against the right, as opposed to just recognizing that this is how normies on Twitter are? Like, do you have a specific like example or thing that you think that this is a problem specifically on the right?
I think that, yes, I think that the right
muddying the waters.
I think the right is
by bringing up some other shit.
I think that the right specifically has an issue with this because the right, more than the left, on a number of issues, seems to significantly change their mind depending upon whose behavior is being spoken about, basically implicated.
So you have a positive position, which is that, I mean, I guess you're talking about Trump, maybe. I don't know. I mean, is that fair?
Well, I don't want to give an example.
Like
I can give
crowd?
examples, but I feel like if I give examples, you're going to say I'm muddying the waters again. So I don't know. Yes, but I'm talking about MAGA in general. When I'm talking about conservative, I'm talking about MAGA.
No. It's like, I don't think giving examples is muddying the water or gish galloping, so long as it comes to a central point in your argument, which is not what you were doing before. It's muddying the waters when you use it to subvert from the argument.
Gotcha. Well, you couldn't understand earlier because you were looking at it as a year one high school philosophy student trying to do prop logic on two statements completely disconnected from the rest of a person's body of work. But I understand that was the type of argument you wanted to engage in. That's just not what anybody else, I think, in my Twitter sphere is arguing about.
No, I'm just trying to get you to, substantiate your claim.
Yeah, okay. I'm trying to get you to understand what the argument is, which isn't a basic prop logic analysis between two different statements. But
well, no, the argument is mine, which is that I think it was a bullshit hypocrisy, and I wanted you to substantiate it.
Yeah, but I didn't know that you were saying bullshit hypocrisy as per defined as a year one prop logic analysis of the two statements by just their text without taking into account anything else. Yeah.
These jabs aren't like actually like.
I'm only jabbing back when you're jabbing. So if you want to keep jabbing, we can go back and forth on that. I don't care. Yeah, if you want to keep saying
right. But it's like you're not saying. Right, you're not saying anything, but it's
I
fine.
am saying something. I'm saying that the analysis that you're engaged in is boring and nobody cares about it. And clearly nobody thought that was the analysis that I was engaged in, but you wanted to engage in that analysis so that's the only point you can actually defend. So.
Well, no, I think it's the truth.
I expected it like a political conversation, not a prop logic conversation. If we would have started with by analyzing, if the argument would have been, if we analyzed the logic of the two statements, text alone, divorced from any other statement any other party has made, is there hypocrisy here? Then I would say, oh, by that definition, no. But that's literally not what anybody talks about ever when we're talking about hypocrisy, me included.
So let's extrapolate. Right?
Sure.
You right. So you want to get out of the domain of logic, right? You're saying he's
again another jab by saying that I'm being irrational or out of the domain of logic. No, I'm getting out of the domain of formal analysis of prop logic of just two statements. You understand that there are broader arguments to be made that isn't just the analyzing of text in two different statements, right?
Yeah, no, I'm saying you can still make logical, valid arguments. I'm saying getting out of the domain of logic. I mean, specifically attacking it from like its logical consistency and just going into the ideas, right? So going into the ideas, you're like from the political philosophy standpoint, you're saying that Asmongold and the right more often has an inconsistent worldview on freedom of speech. Right, that they're for freedom of speech in one domain and they're against freedom of speech in other domains. And you think that this specific example is anti-free speech in some regard? Why do you believe that? In order for there, like, if that's where your critique is, like, why is it anti-free speech to deport a green card holder or to say that we ought to get rid of people like that?
Because I think that typically when you're taking action against people that have already earned some sort of U.S. recognition, like visa or lawful permanent residence, when you're making these decisions in a way that doesn't seem to be viewpoint neutral, then it feels like what you are making these decisions based on is the speech of the party, and the speech of the party, if you're deciding to deport somebody based on their speech, their viewpoint, then that feels like anti-freedom of speech to me.
So, but the argument isn't, right, that Trump, I mean, like Trump says stupid shit, right, all the goddamn time, right? So, but you're saying that it feels like it is biased in its selection, right? Because Trump is more pro-Israel and he's getting rid of like anti-Palestinian protesters, right? But
well, I'm saying, wait. I'm saying that the deportation claim here doesn't appear to be viewpoint neutral. It appears to be based on the political persuasion of the individual, which I would argue, and the Supreme Court obviously would agree, is not freedom of speech. Because you're making, when I say viewpoint neutral, I mean that the decision isn't being made based on like a crime being committed or anything else. It's just being made based on the viewpoint of the speaker.
Okay, so you're saying that we could be following deportation laws as they are. But because he's choosing to exercise those deportation laws against an individual that is politically against him in some way, that this is anti-free speech?
If that's the basis on which he's exercising these laws, yes.
Well, the basis upon which he's exercising these laws, what do you mean by that? Like his belief system, his bias, et cetera? Like, is that what you mean?
Yeah, it's a political point of view. He's a huge supporter of Israel, and these people were huge supporters of, I guess, Hamas or Palestine, and therefore, because of that, now they're going to be deported because of that.
So in a world where like media narratives and 24-hour news cycles, right? I don't know whether or not Trump is consistent. It wouldn't surprise me if he wasn't, right? Consistently deporting like violent right-wing green card protesters. I don't know that they're like, I don't know. I can't think of any examples off the top of my head.
I can't think of examples of like protesters with green cards, but I know for the J6 people, for instance, he pardoned all of those people. So it seems like, and those were people that were accused of and committed crimes. So it seems like we have some viewpoint issues here in terms of who he's supporting and who he's being against. But
well, those are right. Yeah, but there's obviously substantive differences there, right? Obviously you could call out the bias. You could have like a certain, hatred for J6, insurrectionists, et cetera. But you could still recognize that one group are citizens, and we're talking about a pardon and a belief system that these people had already served.
Yeah, but they weren't pardoned. But you remember the question was about
unfairly.
The question was about viewpoint,
right? But that's not the same thing as green card.
I understand that, but the question was about viewpoint. J6 pardons weren't done because they were citizens. They were done because they shared his viewpoint.
Well, I mean, I don't know that they were done specifically because they shared his viewpoint. I'm sure that had something to do with it.
Wait,
but I
really?
think that he had a belief that they were unjustly persecuted by the previous administration.
But you're not willing, hold on, wait, I just need to hear you say that. You're not willing to admit that the J6 pardons were done because they shared a viewpoint with Donald Trump?
I don't know that is, I don't know whether or not that is true or not, right? Like, I wouldn't do a univariate analysis, but I mean, even still, like, I'm sure it has some overlap. But what do you
think was the driving factor? No, wait. If we're not, because we're not going to live in reality. What do you think was the driving, motivating factor?
I'm not living in anti-reality. I'm saying he has a belief about the way that they were punished. That doesn't necessarily mean that he did it because they shared a specific viewpoint with him.
Didn't he literally say that they were unfairly prosecuted? Relevant. It's super relevant, and this would be like
look. We can just say, look, it doesn't matter. For argument's sake, let's say that's exactly why.
Okay.
Right? He did it because they're right-wing protesters that agree with him.
Gotcha.
Right? And right? And like that's why he did it. It didn't even have anything to do with like his belief that they were unfairly punished or whatever, right? It's purely just because they're right-wing protesters.
Yes.
He's like, I like that shit. I'm going to pardon you.
Okay.
There's still a substantive difference between a green card holder, right, and a pardon for U.S. citizens that have served some level of time in either in jail or in fines, et cetera, right? Like these are obviously two different things, right? So the thing that I'm saying is that if we're trying to find hypocrisy or this chilling effect, right? Like you're really, really stretching that. Like the chilling effect here is that
Do you think that green card holders don't have rights
accused
in the United States? Do you think they don't have like First Amendment rights or anything? Or
it depends. I mean, what position do you want me to take? An internal critique or my own, right?
Well, no, legally in the United States right now, we're illegally. Do you think that green card holders don't have First Amendment rights in the United States of America?
They do and they don't, right? They have freedom of speech and legally, right? But they also have, pursuant to the green card application, they do have things that they can't say and behaviors that they can't engage in, right?
Okay.
So that was the state statute 1182.
Sure.
So like, sure, they have that right, but then there are things that they're disqualified from.
Correct.
Certain
Okay.
activities.
So unless it's specifically called out, we would say that this is probably a right that's afforded to them, right? Except for in cases where there might be a specific carve out in law. We would say they do have First Amendment privileges in the United States, unless it's like specifically called out in some law or something.
Unless it's, yeah. I mean, like there's a lot of fucking laws that deal with this. Even 1182 is like fucking like 100 pages if you go to house.gov. If you want to look at like the disqualifying terrorism stuff, you want to Control F for like representative. That's where you'll find most of that stuff. But yeah. So like that, I'm fine with that. You would assume that they have some First Amendment right, legally speaking. Again, I'm not a constitutional scholar, and my theory on rights is natural rights, right? Not pursuant to the state. But yeah, that's fine. So you're like, in order to say like the media highlights this specific example, right? The media is always loves a Trump scandal, and Trump gives them out like fucking daily, like candy, right? And so the claim is that Asmongold or that conservatives in general are hypocritical for being for the deportation of a green card holder. And then we get into this domain of like, well, it's the habeas corpus. Do they have a right to a trial to prove these things? Or is it a chilling effect that the president can make accusations and that the Department of Justice can make accusations and then kind of like deport them without some form of trial, and that then extrapolates to every green card holder that wants to protest peacefully. Is that the argument there?
I guess, sure. To be clear, just on one quick thing, like due process doesn't have to necessarily mean like a criminal trial. There could be some other sort of arbitration, like immigration courts. But okay, sure, okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, like due process is going to be defined by like a whole fucking, like so much common law, right? And it's going to be dependent upon the situation in general, right? So the mere accusation is wrong. Now that's been stopped by the courts, right? And so like, I guess if your critique is not of Asmongold, right? But your critique is of those elements of the right that are like super fashy.
I don't know how wait, just real quick. I don't know why we keep coming back from this. The reason why I critique Asmongold is because I feel like he embodies all of those viewpoints of the right. That if you watch his content,
where's your evidence?
If you watch his content, he's constantly
that he embodies the.
Because if you watch his content, he overwhelmingly agrees that he. I'm sorry, I don't know if we have a lag or thing.
Well, no, I'm just saying. Like, do you have any evidence that he disagrees with any form of due process for anyone, and that like a claim is enough? Or do you just kind of vibe it? Like you think that there's like a certain vitriol on one side.
I don't think.
Like, you know what I mean? Like,
no, I don't think that he would have that thing. I think he would say that some due process is important, which is why I made the appeal to hypocrisy, because I think if this was a different type of issue, I think that he would have a different position on it. If somebody said, we're going to deport immigrants who were protesting in favor of the stolen immigration theory, and we're going to say that their protests were supporting the J6 protesters who were a violent group, and now we're going to start deporting them, I think conservatives would all of a sudden become incredibly First Amendment conscientious, saying that, no, you have a right to protest and blah, 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 blah. That's where the hypocrisy claim comes from.
I don't disagree that some segment of the right would have that opinion.
Just to be clear, we massively disagree if that's your statement, because I don't think it would be some portion. I think it would be a vast majority, like 70% plus would have this position of MAGA. But just to be clear.
So you think 70% position, of MAGA, so MAGA is already like a portion of the.
MAGA is like 90% of the right, I would say. It's the people who voted for Trump, basically.
So what? Okay, so you would define MAGA as the people who voted for Trump, which is what, like 40% of the country?
Yeah, I guess I'm defining it because
42 or something.
Sure, I'm defining it that way so that when we say conservative, we don't just mean like conservative beliefs worldwide or something. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I disagree. I disagree, but I have as much evidence as you do, right? Which is like not very much, right? That like 90% of everyone that voted for Donald Trump would radically shift from the perspective of like green card holders don't need due process if they're accused of violent crimes. But then if we put the shoe on the other foot, let's say pro-Israel, well, actually pro-Israel is a bad idea because that's kind of special because a lot of right-wingers hate Israel.
Sure, my evidence for that, I would just point to a ton of other positions that they'll take completely contrary views on, depending on if it's right or left, and I would just extrapolate it to this pretty simply, and I could probably run through thought experiments with any conservative.
Right. When you say they, right, like
MAGA.
The right isn't a monolith, the left isn't
are
a monolith. MAGA's not a monolith.
MAGA is monolithically in support of everything Trump says. Yes, it's one of the big problems we have right now in this country. Of the major positions. But like so your evidence of the hypocrisy is that you believe that the MAGA are sycophants that would simply go along with what Trump says, regardless of the circumstances. And that's your argument? Like this is so many degrees of separation of you like proving some hypocrisy. It sounds like you're just making accusations and oversimplifications against the right, which is what I accused you of doing in the beginning, because I said that that's just a bullshit critique and that you're not actually making a substantive claim. And then I think that these cases are wildly different and you can disagree, which I said in my original post, with deporting Mahmoud Khalil. And I said that you could disagree with like him not getting trial. Right? That's the very first thing I said is you can disagree with the deporting and recognize that these are substantively different cases, that praying outside of an abortion clinic or mean tweets is not the same thing as the Department of Justice claiming that someone has terrorist links, is passing out terrorist literature. We've seen them call for violence to violent groups. They were a representative for a group that took over private property and that they were formerly members of UNRWA and that this is someone that they want to get rid of. Things don't apply to him, so I don't know why we just added all that stuff. But
all of those things apply to Mahmoud Khalil. Which is the case we're talking about.
Yeah, but these are just things that have been said. Like there's no process by which, this goes back to an argument. It's like, or my argument is that without due process,
it doesn't matter what they're saying. You're saying they're hypocritical for these things, right? Like I already said again that you could agree that he deserves a trial. You could agree that like the deportation is necessarily wrong. But what I'm saying is that these are wildly different cases, and calling this out is like hypocrisy because conservatives or
disagree
are
that they're
against
wildly
mean
different.
tweets
I don't
going
disagree.
to jail
I don't disagree.
versus what
I
they
don't
consider to be
disagree.
violent protesters.
I don't disagree that these are different cases, but I'm making a prediction for what their position would be if the person was protesting a different type of idea. That's the whole point.
Right, so you're vibing out what you think they would be in a different situation.
Yeah, welcome to political analysis. It's not just all prop logic analysis of simple statements. This is not the world of politics where you just here's a question, and I know you're not going to answer because you're going to say it's not relevant.
Right?
The question is
silly.
No, it's not. It's not hypocritical. As in, can we find some logical disunion between the text of two statements? Nobody speaks that way in the real world. I'm sorry, but here's a question.
No, that's
is there
one
a
of the domains of argument. I proved you wrong in that.
You didn't prove me wrong there. You proved that you weren't able to follow the conversation. Can you give me a single example where you feel like the Republicans have broken from Trump in a significant way, besides the vaccine, I guess?
Okay, so besides the big thing that they were against on that, and
because I would argue with you there. The reason why they broke with him on the vaccine was because of his other bad information on the disease and stuff. I would say they were following him, but it was a statement that he issued prior to the vaccine being released. So besides that, can you give a single thing where they've broken with Trump on?
Yeah, so I think most of MAGA was pretty upset when he did that deal with OpenAI and connected those. I think they're right, like when he had said that there was, what was it, like 50 billion or something. They're very upset about that. I think there are tons and tons
who
of
was upset about this? What? Give me a single large conservative figure that was upset about this.
Okay, yeah, sure. Well, give me a second. I'm not here. Wasn't necessarily looking for OpenAI deal Trump. Let's see if we can find some stuff on. right? The $500 billion in AI investment. So let me see if we can do a search through like X or something on OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank. Probably just find something. So we'll go to the search. Advanced search, we're looking for any of these words. And then we'll put them in quotes. Sorry, give me just a second. I'm looking for you so we can see exactly which big guys were upset. Let's see. X search function sucks these days anyways. Fuck, it's my people.
I wouldn't even
more libertarian.
Sure, and I wouldn't even say this isn't even like a big issue. Like
shit.
of all the things that Trump has done, like this one thing is not even like a huge talking point.
Mike
But I don't remember
Benz-
any.
Mike Benz was pretty upset about it, right? That's the guy that like is the big USAID guy on the right after his Joe Rogan stuff. Let's see who else mentions it. Danny Can Talk, right? He has an issue with it. Oh, that's one of my people. I thought it was bigger than that. Let's see. Dude, my algorithm is full of so many fucking libertarians, right? Ian Carroll, right? But obviously you would say, would you think that he's outside of like MAGA because he's too like anti-Israel or something? OpenAI, nope, that's something else. Looks like, see if I can find the rabbit hole on it.
Do you not think that Trump pushes like a sort of like rabid devotion to him in a way that's pretty unique in politics over the past?
Yeah, it's like Undoomed. It's like he's only got like 70K followers. Yeah, I mean, like we can move on to a different example if you want. It's fine. I mean, like I'm not finding a ton of it. This was off the top of my head. Like, what is something pissed people off? This is what I remember. Maybe it's because I'm in more of a libertarian space. It's mostly libertarians pissed off about it.
Sure. I would say that probably the biggest issue, the biggest divide recently was probably on the H-1B stuff, but even that basically went away and nobody's changed their position on Trump as a result of it. I think that Trump probably demands a more sycophantic like obsession and more like ideological orthodoxy among his followers than any other politician, even in the conservative movement, but especially on the liberal or leftist side. Like I think that's a pretty.
Well, I don't know about demands, but he's
demands. When I say demands, I mean that
passively, yeah.
No, actively, as in like if
you meant it like.
I mean, like if a news reporter says something mean about him, he'll tweet that person needs to be fired. Or if a politician goes against him, he'll say that person needs to be primaried and kicked out of the party. Or
right, like Thomas Massey, right, for not going along with his spending bills, right, because like
sure, or any news reporter that says anything mean about him or questions him on anything like critical, like all of these statements are.
Yeah, so I mean, like I do think that MAGA has obviously had instances where they've been pissed off at Trump, but I do agree that there is a cult of personality and a little bit more of like a sycophant kind of relationship between a populist candidate, obviously, right, and who's a president, as opposed to some of the more boring kind of candidates we've had in the past. And that conversation does get a little less, has been a little bit more radical, and there has been more tribalism, right? But I fail to see the connection that, you're saying they're hypocritical on free speech, and specifically, and we can get out of the case of Mahmoud Khalil because like the case is just so egregious that like if all the things the DOJ says are true, it's kind of like an open and shut case. That,
well, hold on. If that was let's just say for 1 second, if that was a U.S. citizen, would anything they have done been wrong?
Well, I mean, I think it probably would be like misdemeanor crimes, right? Like, because obviously, like taking over public property, like there was like instances where people were like, like getting yelling.
Let's say that I even grant you that, and I don't know if he was personally implicated in this, but let's say they grant you that. Or go ahead, hold on.
Well, yeah. Well, the other thing that like it would certainly merit investigation if you have someone that is, speaking at these events. That's certainly like I think they might be interested with his connections with the UN. Was it WRA, RWA? I can never remember the acronym. It's fine.
Sure.
Let's say what you just said. Sure. It could be these other things.
Let's say that what you just said
would require investigations.
Yeah. Let's say that what you just said was true. Okay, and let's say that we would qualify for misdemeanor crimes. Okay, let's say that was true, and let's say we could even get convicted on it. Not that he has to be, but let's say he could. Do you think the idea of deporting somebody for what's essentially a misdemeanor crime, if they're a green card holder, does that bode well, or does that bode incredibly poorly for the concept of freedom of speech in the United States?
I think it has very limited impact because of the specifics of the case, right? I mean, there's
no, not the specifics of this case. I'm saying broadly speaking, if you could
Yeah.
deport somebody for what you're saying are essentially
Hold on.
misdemeanor crime. Go ahead.
Right. So again, like the state abuses its authority all the fucking time.
I'm not asking
right?
for a libertarian
Like,
analysis.
You stop interrupting me and let me make the position or the claim and answer your question, I should say. So again, if we go through an investigation and we find that he has terrorist links and that he's pushing out, Hamas literature and that he's, potentially has other links or, is soliciting funding or something like that could be a much, much more serious thing, but that would require an investigation. If you could deport someone purely for, let's say, jaywalking and, I don't know, keying a Tesla once, et cetera, the question is would that have some large chilling effect? That's a psychological thing, right? Like the measurement of chilling
Hold on,
effect
wait. I'm not
is
talking
psychological
about,
in nature.
I don't know if you meant keying a Tesla because it was specifically the Tesla brand, but I'm talking about a non-viewpoint neutral law where I could come out and say, I support the IDF, you're fine. I support the UK, you're fine. I support Ukraine, you're fine. I support Hamas, you're out of here. That's not a viewpoint neutral assessment of who should be deported from this country. Don't you think that is a bad thing for the concept of the freedom of speech?
So you're saying that it's bad that some organizations that are terrorist organizations would be labeled a terrorist organization for the purposes of revoking green card status. That would be negative for the country if we started deporting people from our country that are guests here because the United States or the intelligence apparatus, et cetera, had determined that they had links to terrorist organizations.
Stop. Wait. You're mixing. You're mixing so much in here. Links to terrorist organizations is way different than just protests in favor of.
Okay. Sorry. So not necessarily a link to terrorist organizations, just supporting terrorist organizations as a green card holder.
Sure.
That it would have a chilling effect if they were supporting terrorist organizations.
Yes.
And so we got to make sure that we don't deport people for supporting, let's say, ISIS when they're invited here as guests and they write a contract. I don't know why you keep saying
invited here as guests. They're lawful permanent residents. They've gone through a process. They're not just here by invitation. But
well, like presumably, right? Like I'm more open borders, right, than the
I'm not talking about open borders or anything. I'm just saying it's weird to say invited here as a guest. Maybe you can make that argument for a visa holder, maybe, but they're lawful permanent residents. They've got green cards. It's an extensive process to qualify for that.
But they're not citizens, right?
Well, why wouldn't you say a citizen is here as a guest? If a lawful permanent, they can go through a process as well to become a citizen, right? That's your
there's a distinction between being granted citizenship and a distinction between lawful permanent
yeah, but as a
residents,
citizen, if a green card holder is just a guest, then why isn't somebody who applies for and gains citizenship? Why aren't they also a guest? What?
Well, okay, so because there are differences in the behavior and things that change whether or not a green card holder versus a citizen, can lose their status. A citizen.
That's tautological. I'm not asking you what the law is. I'm asking you why there ought to be a philosophical distinction between this word guest. This isn't a word found in law. This is just a word you're using. I'm just curious why you're calling a green card holder a guest, but like a citizen.
I'm using the word guest because their status in the country is pursuant to an agreement that they made, right? So a guest comes into your home, right? And the moment that a guest comes into your home and they start acting wild, acting a fool, they refuse to take their shoes off, whatever it is, you can kick them out of your home. But if someone is living in your home and has signed the lease, right, then that's a little different.
Do you think that a green card holder is more akin to signing a lease or is more akin to just a guest in your home? Keep in mind the name is lawful permanent resident. Yeah.
So actually, I'll continue the analogy a little better, right? So let's say a visa holder would be like a guest that's not on the lease, right?
Sure.
And then a green card holder would be someone that is on the lease, right? And then you, the citizen, would be the owner of the home. You as the owner of the home can't just be kicked out of your home unless you violate like some crazy crime and you go to jail, right? You go murder somebody for some reason. But the guest, if you will, if you want to say like it's not a guest, it's a green card holder, you don't like that word, that's fine, right? But the green card holder, if he violates the lease, right, because he signed an agreement that he would behave and do certain things to be there, now we can evict that person. Now, you see what I'm saying? So there obviously would be a difference between a citizen and a green card holder here. And that difference is that a green card holder has certain actions that they're not allowed to engage in and has certain things that they need to do in order to maintain their status.
Yeah, so I think it's not the worst analogy ever, but I think that I would say that a citizen is somebody who owns their home. And I would say a lawful permanent resident is probably somebody who has like a mortgage, right? Because once you're a lawful permanent resident, you have it forever, unless you do one of, a handful of actions that can get it revoked. And generally, LPR is your journey to citizenship. So, and again...
Well, not all of us are millionaires with mortgages, okay? Most of us are renters and poor, Destiny. All right?
Sure, just an analogy.
Yeah,
but
I mean, that's fine. I mean, it's fine, but the problem is that the reason I'm using a lease is because there are certain behaviors and rules that you can't break that would not apply to a citizen.
Sure,
right?
there
are ways in which you can lose your green card.
Yeah, I agree with that.
This is potentially one of them.
Sure, I think that it would be okay if those behaviors were limited to the narrow subset of behaviors that we would probably imagine this act was created for. So, for instance, providing material support for terrorist groups is probably a thing that...
Well, no. I mean, like, you can disagree with the law, right? But like, if you read 1182, let me.
I know you're going to do the super narrow reading of the law. I understand.
No. It's actually. I'm not going to do a super narrow. I promise.
I'm familiar with the law. I know. I'm familiar with the law. I understand.
So
We've read it as well, right?
Okay. Well, for the audience's sake, right? Yeah. They give an example of what would be considered engaging in terrorist activity to make it clearer, right? Mm-hmm. To just kind of give you an example. And the example they give is an alien who is an officer, official, representative, or spokesman of the Palestinian Liberation Organization is considered, for purposes of this chapter, to be engaged in terrorist activity. Mm-hmm. Now, when we're talking about Muhammad Khalil, right, we're talking about someone who is a representative for this group who is accused. We don't know.
Well, wait
for
a second.
Sure,
Hold
right,
on. Wait. First of all, wait, real quick.
Passing out Hamas literature.
So I think that the issue that you run into is when this law was created, the concept of what a terrorist was a lot more narrow in that we typically weren't referring to state actors. So if we were to apply this as the law was written, where you have like somebody supporting, like Al-Qaeda or something like that.
Well, no, they give an example. Use Palestinian Liberation Organization,
okay,
PLO.
But the PLO.
Hamas is obviously worse
than
PLO,
but the
right?
PLO wouldn't apply anymore. So that I'm guessing this law was written in the 60s or 70s. When was it written? If the PLO is called out.
Text contains I don't know when this specific clause of it was written,
if it's calling out the PLO when they were a terrorist organization, sure. If it was probably that example, my guess is that example is coming from the 60s or 70s when the PLO was legitimately just a terrorist organization, right? But
that's a guess. But even the PLO, when they're engaged in the Black September in Lebanon and when they're trying to kill people in Jordan, right? Let's take the most extreme example. I don't know why you're saying it probably is that, but maybe it is. Right?
I didn't even finish my reason. Okay, the issue that we run into today is that there are groups that are designated as terrorist groups that are also the de facto governments of places, and that's a significant problem because now if
that would be PLO and Hamas as well, right? They would both be that under almost all of PLO's time, they would be comparable to Hamas as de facto representatives of the government, right? So the example they give is one that meets the criteria that you're saying. So there's no contradiction. There's no issue.
I don't agree with that. I think that.
What do you mean you don't agree with that? Has a PLO?
When
who was in charge? Like, was this written like right after the Nakba?
Well, that's why No, it wouldn't have been because the PLO I don't think formed until the 60s. That's why I'm asking if this was in the 60s or earlier. But the reason why
they would have been the representatives the entire time for the Palestinians in those negotiations.
Okay.
So it just doesn't apply, right?
Yeah, I don't know. What other? Yeah, I don't know he has no desire to. I don't know what to say. Yeah,
No,
I
I'm
hope
saying,
that you guys
can you
keep
give
the
a
same
period
energy.
of time since the PLO?
The example that I'm giving you, you won't
A
let me finish.
single
I'm just
time
going to keep
the
talking until I
PLO,
get my
they
whole point out.
wouldn't.
The example that I'm giving you is that right now we have an issue where state actors are designated terror groups. Okay, if somebody were to say, I'm going to designate the IDF as a terror group, I think that rightfully there are people in this country that go, well, hold on, can I not even protest in support of Israel without being claimed to support terrorism because the IDF is Israel's official military arm? And I think that they would have a good argument there. I would say, well, it seems like it would be a misuse of this act to criminalize or at least make deportation worthy the idea of protesting in support of an entire state. In Gaza, the state, the administrative body for Gaza, the Gaza Strip, is Hamas. So it's interesting that Hamas, the state government of the Gaza Strip, can be entirely declared as a terrorist group because that means you basically cannot protest in support of the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip without being worried about being deported. And I think that anybody that actually cares about freedom of speech or the concept of protest or protesting the people in power, which is what the First Amendment was written for, was arguably there to protect more than anything else at all, can now be deported for protesting in support of a state of people because that state is also declared arbitrarily by the executive, by the way, because they can declare anybody a terrorist, as a terrorist group. I think that is problematic. I think that line of logic is incredibly simple and easy to follow. And I think that anybody that thinks that freedom of speech is important, especially viewpoint neutral laws like deporting people because they've done a bad act, not just because of who they support, that's an important concept to protect. That people shouldn't be deported just for supporting a state that the government doesn't currently like. That's my point.
Okay, so would you consider Hamas to be a terrorist organization? Yes or no?
For the purposes of this law, no. For the purposes of this law, no.
So Destiny does not believe that Hamas is a terrorist organization.
Are you really going for a clip for clips? What do you think the age of consent should be if there's no government? Like we can play for clips if you want. The problem is Hamas a terrorist organization? What a terrorist organization even is? What a terrorist organization even is? What a terrorist organization even is it's not even like a thing that's internationally like rigidly defined. Okay? Does Hamas commit terrorist? No, I agree. Does Hamas commit terrorist acts? Yes, of course they do. And I'm not going to sit here and say that they don't. Would I call them terrorists? I probably have. But insofar as would I consider them a terrorist group for protesting? Well, probably not. That's the de facto government of the Gaza Strip, and it seems weird to label people that protest in support of the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip as terrorists to be deported from the country. I think and that's not a viewpoint neutral distinction.
There's a lot here, right? So
no, it's pretty simple.
Your claim is right. No. You can. Is it impossible to, let's say, protest in support of Palestinian liberation, if you will, right, as a phrase, without supporting Hamas? Is that possible?
It might be. Theoretically, it is. But would I rely on the government to make that distinction?
Hold on. Theoretically, I cannot go grab a sign that says "Free Palestine, fuck Hamas."
You could.
I can't think Hamas is bad for Palestine.
You could do that, yeah.
Right. So you don't need to protest in support of any specific state government in order to support the liberation of its people out of the war, correct?
You don't need to do that. But if the government has made supporting Hamas a deportable offense, am I going to risk championing the state of Hamas, which is what the Gaza Strip is? Why would you risk that? How can that not have an incredibly chilling effect on speech and what people feel comfortable protesting if they're lawful permanent residents?
Right. So this is the issue. You know, the very issue that you accused conservatives of is what you're doing now, right? Which is the broad interpretation of the concept of chilling effect. Right. You're saying that there's a chilling effect that if the government deports someone that's handing out Hamas material, that assuming the accusations are true. Right?
Oh, no, wait, hold on. Let me just hear this. Wait, hold on. Wait. Yeah, I understand. This is my question.
Hold on. Wait. I'll wrap it up. I'll wrap it up in a nice little bow, right? You're saying that if they deport someone that is, handing out material directly from Hamas propaganda, right, that they are engaged in destruction or control of private property, right, and that they are a representative in those and that they lose their green card status, that there will be a chilling effect on other people doing nonviolent protests.
I don't know why you're adding violent. I'm not answering your question because you keep adding things. Violent, nonviolent, that's not what we're talking about. It has nothing to do with the laws written. Can you acknowledge you just added that for no reason?
Yes, it absolutely does. I added it for a very distinctive reason.
Wait. So are you claiming that if they were supporting Hamas in forms of protest, but they weren't violent, that this current act wouldn't allow for them to be deported?
No, I'm claiming that those are two separate things that would both be bad.
Okay, wait, no, we're not talking about things that are bad. That's not a question. I'm asking you, would you be allowed to be deported? No. Would you be deported if you supported Hamas in a nonviolent protest under the current law? Would you be deported if you supported Hamas in a nonviolent protest under the current law?
I'm going to explain in context.
Wait,
right?
say yes or no and then explain in context. Say yes or no and then explain in context.
Yes.
Would you be? Okay,
yes.
thank you. Okay.
Yes.
So the violent,
and
nonviolent doesn't matter. Yeah.
Right. the violent, nonviolent does matter. And the reason that it matters is that when you are claiming a specific case that has those elements, right? The violent thing is a disqualifying thing for their green card, and so would the Hamas.
But the violent thing is not
disqualifying
disqualifying.
thing
Hold
for
on,
their
wait.
green card.
The
And
violent
so,
thing would not be disqualifying. If I protested in a violent protest supporting BLM and I was a lawful permanent resident, would I get deported? No. So it's not. So the violent thing doesn't matter at all.
Well, hold on.
That's
Do
why
you know
it's not
that for a
viewpoint
fact,
neutral.
or do you know that for a fact, or are you just saying?
Yes,
that
because the Aliens Act only calls out for acts of terrorism or supporting terrorist groups. It's not about, you can't get deported for misdemeanors in the United States. That's an insane proposition, and everybody should agree with that.
Well, there's a couple of distinctions here, right? So I don't know whether or not that is illegal, but that is still a substantive difference when you are talking about opinion, right? When you're talking about whether or not somebody is hypocritical in
We're not talking about the hypocritical thing. We're only talking about the chilling effect. No, no. Okay, I'm going to go back and I'm going to ask my question, because now you're trying to avoid the chilling effect.
And the chilling effect. I'm not avoiding the chilling effect. I'm going right to it right now.
Okay.
When you were talking about a chilling effect, you were talking about a psychological effect that occurs, right, where individuals feel the need to self-censor in fear of repercussion.
Yes.
Okay, and so the violent aspect or the takeover of public property, right, is a degree of separation from what you would consider to be lawful protest, right? Under the First Amendment, you have the right
I don't know why you're bringing this up.
It absolutely is, because if you're
not,
talking
because you
about
won't
the
get
First
deported
Amendment,
if you do it
yes,
for
it
BLM.
is.
If an LPR were to do this in support of BLM, they wouldn't get deported. So I don't know why you're bringing this up.
That's not the. I'm explaining it to you. The explanation here is when you're talking about a fucking chilling effect, you are talking about individuals that are engaged in First Amendment free speech protest. Okay, you have the right to peaceable assembly. You don't have the right to take over private property, bar people entry from certain walkways and areas. That is a violate. That is not protected under the First Amendment. Just because that isn't a necessary.
No one disagrees with this.
Of the
I don't know why you're
deportation.
bringing this up. Nobody disagrees with this. Yeah, you don't have a right
Because
to
you
obstruct.
because you critiqued me and explaining the substantive difference between people that are peacefully protesting, not in support of a terrorist organization, but instead in support of liberation of a people and against the state, versus this specific example. And I'm bringing up the fact that it's not peaceable assembly, because that would be a difference in someone peacefully protesting. And the more degrees of separation there are from one case to the individual, the less likely there is to be a chilling effect. If I see somebody that is violent, that is passing out literature for a terrorist organization,
Like half of
that
this
is saying
answer is
that
irrelevant.
violence is justified.
This is such a simple thing.
It's not irrelevant. I just explained how it's not irrelevant.
Okay,
that there are degrees of separation that changes the effect of chilling
If
effect.
you think that you can be deported just for supporting Hamas, okay, without being violent, without engaging in any violence, if you can be deported just for supporting Hamas, do you think that that would create a chilling effect on people who want to
Well,
protest?
you can't be deported. I don't think you can be deported for that. I think you have to be a representative, which he was.
No, it's literally just for supporting, and it's left in a very vague manner in this law. If you could be deported just for, well, let's assume, okay, if you could be deported just for supporting.
Well, I think to make the connection to terrorist activity, it has to be that way. Like he has to be either an officer or a representative. He was a representative of QAD, which was engaged in terrorist activity.
He was a representative according, but you don't care about due process, so that doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, you can just like due process or not. You can just see, right? He gave speeches at QAD. He claimed
that
like,
doesn't
he was
make
there
you
in front of them giving interviews. QAD is Columbia University Apartheid Divestment or Divest.
And that's a terrorist
right?
organization in the United States?
I didn't say that was a terrorist organization. I said they were engaged in terrorist activity.
What terrorist
when
activity?
You are taking over, if you are taking over private property, right, for a political goal, then you're engaged in the destruction and seizure of private property for a political goal.
Is that
it doesn't get
terrorism?
more clear-cut terrorist than that. That's
Is
terrorism.
that a criminal charge as defined by who?
Well, I'm I don't know if it's meeting a specific legal doctrine in this.
Well, you
one.
just
Again, I'm
gave
not
me a
legal
definition
scholar.
like it was a legal definition. I don't even know you get charged for like
So
that.
would you
terrorism?
Well, no, I'm saying.
Wait. Actually, no, I'll agree with you. I'll agree with you. I'll agree with you. No, wait. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I'll agree with you. Okay, let's say that I agree with you then. Fine. We determined that that's terrorist activity. Do you think that it would cause a chilling effect of you going out and supporting a group like the Palestinians if you could be deported for something like that? Do you think that people would think twice about going out and being a part of a protest if you could get deported if they determined that the protest had become a terrorist protest?
Yeah, I do think that there's like this distinction of like, where they say like if there's a Nazi flag at a protest, then it's a Nazi rally, right? And it's like, was I even there? Did I even see that? Like, I do think that there could be some level of like fear in that, right? Like, there
that's my whole argument. Then what do we disagree
for
on?
some people.
Yeah, like for green card holders.
Well, again, like any action is going to cause some level of chilling effect.
That's fine. That's good.
Right?
For instance, criminal laws should hopefully create a chilling effect on crime, but we don't want to have a chilling effect on viewpoint, right? On somebody expressing a certain point of view.
But the problem is that you're consistently comparing like a downstream effect, a chilling effect, on things that are disanalogous to the individual in question, right?
No,
like
this isn't about the individual in question. It's about the law in question. And it's not just him who's been deported now. There's other people that have been implicated under this. But I'm talking about the law as we're treating it with respect to this individual and then brought into the population. How would this not create a chilling effect if you think you could be deported because you go to a protest supporting the wrong group of people?
Right. If you have that opinion, you probably got that opinion by like, I don't know, watching somebody like you that's making that disanalogous connection, but they're not the same thing.
Or you're looking at a guy like this Khalil Mahmoud who's literally being deported without being formally charged with anything, and it's just the word of an organization against his word.
Right. I totally agree that the judge is correct in saying like, look, there needs to be due process to prove these claims. Right. But what we're saying here, right. And again, what I'm saying is you're saying that there will be a chilling effect if someone is engaged in behavior in one way and then on people that are engaged in similar behavior. Right. So when you say someone shows up to a protest, they're not a representative. Right? They're not a representative while the protest is actively engaged in seizing of private property for their political goals. And then, of course, they're not a representative of this organization giving speeches where they're condoning violence as a leader of this group, right? And they're not a representative that is accused. We don't know, like that. That's why I agree with a due process here on whether or not they're passing out literature from Hamas and all that is a wildly different thing than you as a green card holder. Let's say you're from, Egypt,
I understand what you're
maybe
saying.
you're a Palestinian refugee, whatever.
You're laying out all these requirements, but nobody is saying that you have to do all of these things to be deported. Nobody's saying you have to engage in every single action that he engaged in to be deported. They're just saying you have to support a terrorist organization. But then why do you keep listing all of these where you're like, well, it's like...
Because you're claiming that there is a chilling effect in regards to this case, or let's say a separate
So you think there is... No, wait, no, Heather. Oh my God, you talk so much. So then let me just hear you say clearly. If he gets deported for this... You're not correcting me. You're just giving the most irrelevant raps or yaps ever. Holy shit. You think that if the government is able to deport this person with no due process whatsoever because of just the claims the government has made about him, you don't think that would create a chilling effect on other nonviolent and innocent protesters who aren't doing any type of terror? You don't think that would create a chilling effect on them at all?
So I'm not like a seer, right? But I do.
You
think,
can't even make a reasonable inference whatsoever. Holy shit. Conservatives always do this game of like, I can't read his mind, I can't tell the future, I can't. Holy fuck. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remain consistent, right?
No, it's
not that crazy.
Okay.
Like, I mean, I get that you don't like my style of talking. I'm not as entertaining as you. I get it, dude. Like, you're super famous because you're better.
No, it has nothing to. It's just that
getting to the point, maybe,
yes,
right? Like maybe I'm too verbose, right?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
right. But
I'm
trying to have the actual conversation.
You're not having it. You're having your own. You're fighting shadows right now. I don't know. The conversation is much more simple than you're trying to make it.
Well, I don't think I'm fighting shadows. I think we'll look back and you'll see that there's a lot there. But
I'm sorry, hold on. Just to explain why the whole recent yap was irrelevant. Okay, imagine that did you follow the case of Ahmaud Arbery at all?
I couldn't like. I mean, like on the news.
Let's assume that what I'm saying is true. Okay, Ahmaud Arbery was jogging. Supposedly, he went into a building that people say was under construction. Some people accused him of robbing from there without good evidence, and then they drove down and then they killed him. Okay, and then let's say that the judge looked at it and they said, you know what? I think that vigilantism, when you suspect people of doing a crime, I think that that's actually okay in this circumstance, and you allow those people to walk. And then let's say I come out and I say, well, hold on, don't you think this creates a bad effect in a community where anybody can hunt somebody down and kill them through vigilantism? Don't you think that would be a bad thing for the community? And then you counter, well, if this person was jogging more than a mile away from their house, and if this person was going into a building that was under construction, and if and you start laying out all of the aspects of the Ahmaud Arbery case, I would go, well, hold on. We're not talking about as applied to this very specific case. We're talking about the rule that's now being crafted and that's being cited because they didn't say you had to have all these qualifications to be deported before. These arguments that you're giving about him passing out literature and speaking in front of Lufa or whatever the fuck else, all this shit, the government isn't saying he had to have done all of these things to be deported. They're just saying you have to protest in support of a terrorist organization and that you can be deported. So you don't think that creates a chilling effect on people? I think it's a very obvious answer that, yeah, of course, this would make people incredibly fearful to protest in support of, say, Palestine.
Okay, so again, there's God, man, you have so many layers where you're muddying things, man. You really do.
Explain one thing that I just muddied. Wait, wait. You just said I'm muddying. Explain one thing that I just muddied.
I'm doing it right now. Calm down. So first case, right, Ahmaud Arbery in this situation, and you're utilizing the chilling effect. The examples you're giving are criminal cases.
That's not relevant. That's not relevant that it's criminal. The point is that you don't have to have every single behavior.
You don't have a right. Do you or do you not have a right to green card status under U.S. law?
If you meet the qualifications for it, then yeah, I guess, yeah.
Where are you getting that it is a right? It's a privilege. It's a privilege. Is it not? You have a right? Where is the right coming from?
I mean, it's from law. There's statutes that govern how you can apply for green cards, and then you have rights to those green cards once you have them. What do you mean?
I would disagree that there is, maybe someone in chat or someone can find it, where there is a court case that enshrines green card status as a right as opposed to a privilege, and that you can lose that privilege.
Okay, do you think that owning a firearm in the United States, is that a right or a privilege? Because I would argue that's a right that's enshrined in the Second Amendment, but
by the Constitution, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
But it can be revoked if you're a felon, right? If you're a violent felon, I don't think you can own a firearm, and that's been defended by the Supreme Court. So, is owning firearms just a privilege?
Firearms is complicated because it's like emoluments clause.
Okay, what about voting? Is voting a right? Because you can lose that as well if you're a felon.
Yeah, pursuant to the Constitution. Yeah, I don't think voting is a right.
Okay, so then there are no rights. So I don't know why you even made that distinction. There are no rights at all. Okay, go ahead.
Well, no, I'm doing an internal critique to showcase that you are, again, muddying the waters because you want me to showcase that, right? Where was it that you were doing it? By comparing U.S. citizens that are accused of a crime and whether or not there is due process for that crime versus whether or not someone that is a green card holder can have that green card status revoked. Would you not agree that there could potentially be legally, and that it wouldn't be in any contradiction within U.S. law, that there could potentially be different
Yes, but that's not the point of my analogy. We were talking about whether you create a chilling effect and why you don't have to have the underlying, you don't have to match every single element of what another person did to feel like a particular thing could apply to you. It's like saying, give me an example of two things that are sweet, and I say banana and an apple are sweet. And you go, are you really saying a banana and an apple are the same thing? Isn't it possible that these two things can be different? Well, of course they're different, but for the purpose of my analogy, that doesn't matter. It's not relevant.
I addressed this already, right? I said that chilling effect is a psychological thing that happens, right?
Yes.
And that anything that the state does, like I could have a chilling effect on all kinds of things,
which is good. We want a chilling effect on some things.
Right. Well, like unreasonable things, right? I could be an unreasonable person and be affected, by some action that is like completely disanalogous.
We're not talking about unreasonable. By definition, we're just talking about reasonable person's fears. So that being
exactly. Well, no, you have to make that distinction so that you can
I don't have
argument,
to make that distinction because that distinction is already made in law. There's a reasonable person standard that we have in law. You don't say that we make laws for unreasonable people. That's not how it works in the United States. But
Right, exactly. So we recognize that the chilling effect in under certain situations, like when we talked about gun laws, is one that they utilize. I think they had quite a few chilling effect case law in like gun laws, right? Whether or not it was creating a chilling effect because there was all of these regulations that essentially made it impossible to have a gun there. So people just didn't do it, right? So the reason that I'm showcasing a reasonable versus unreasonable person is that if we recognize that it must be reasonable, utilizing you're trying to create the new case, right? The new case is, what if people are arrested and the only thing they do is protest in support of Hamas? But the original case that we're talking about, why we're talking about the supposed hypocrisy of Asmongold, et cetera, is about Mahmoud Khalil. And so it's absolutely pertinent to showcase all of the ways in which a person that is protesting for Palestine, right, or for Palestinian liberation, that is not a representative, not engaged in property crime.
Sure. Okay.
Not,
So then here's the question. Yeah, so, okay. So then let's say that you
the chilling effect would be unreasonable.
So then let's say you're in the United States, okay, and somebody says, "Oh, this guy who's a banker who's Jewish is making way too much money. We're going to go and kill that dude, okay? Because we think it's insane how much money this Jewish banker has made, okay?" Would a Jew in the United States who is a blacksmith, okay, or some other artisan, or a leather crafter, or whatever you want, an 1800s job they have, would that person be right to be afraid? Or would you go, well, no, that was just a Jewish banker. It wasn't anything about like a Jewish craftsman. That was just a banker.
That's actually a really good analogy, right? I would say that there is a difference, but nevertheless, it is a good analogy to showcase how one factor can be so strong that it can be terrifying, right? Which is
well, wait, it's not that the factor is so strong. Right. It's that the factor is determinative. That's why I'm saying it like these laws have to be viewpoint neutral. So, for instance, if he was engaged in all the same behaviors, instead of taking pamphlets from DUA, LOP, or whatever, CUDA, he was taking pamphlets from the BLM organizers. And if instead of going into a building to protest for Palestinians, it was for BLM activism or whatever, like he might even get charged with misdemeanor crimes or whatever, but he's not going to be deported. But because it's Palestinians, which is a viewpoint, whether you support or oppose Palestine.
I feel like Trump probably hates BLM as much as Palestinians. So who knows, right? He is a bit wild, but I don't know that BLM would be classified as a terrorist organization.
Sure. So I'm saying that
he wouldn't have the same authority.
You might have a second thought about supporting and protest of an organization that the president has declared a terrorist organization. Or even let's say he were to declare BLM a terrorist organization. Do you think that would significantly curb the amount of green card holders that protest in favor of BLM?
Okay, so if he were to make BLM a terrorist organization, right, and he were to engage in deporting someone simply for supporting a terrorist organization, right? So these two things would need to be true.
So if he just right now, if he declared BLM, if he declared BLM a terrorist organization right now, if you were a green card holder, you think he'd be like, oh no, I'm probably safe to protest until he actually arrests a BLM person. You're willing to be the first case of that?
Well, again, he would these are two separations, right? One is that BLM isn't a terrorist organization, and in the example, he declared it as such. And the second is that there have been previous deportations for people simply for protesting in support of a terrorist organization. As so far, I don't have that. Do you have that? That has occurred, that someone has been deported? I don't think anybody has been deported.
Well, so far,
as of yet,
well,
like we're waiting trial
Mahmoud guy hasn't been. Yeah, but it seems like he got
the accusations are far more than that, correct?
Yeah, but accusations by who? Has he even been charged with a crime, or what is the process?
The Department of Justice went to Pam Bondi when she gave her statement to the press corps that the reason that this person had popped up on their radar was because he was passing out Hamas literature, right?
Which is fine. In the United States, you can do this, right?
Yes, in the United States, you can do this if you're a citizen, but this is potentially disqualifying as a green card holder alone. But there are several elements,
sure,
right?
But wait. But
so
then, let's just on that one thing. On that one
right?
thing, are you okay with that? On that one factor, that a U.S. citizen should pass out?
I already told you that I would need proof of property damage or a violation of the non-aggression principle, and that includes illegal aliens too. I don't care if you're an illegal alien. I wouldn't deport anybody unless they had done some form of property crime. So you're asking my position. That's my position.
So then if we had a state that deported people for simply doing a thing that a citizen could do, no problem, right? Because I could go hand out Hamas literature all day and it'd be no problem. But if you were a green card holder, you could have your green card revoked and you could be deported for that. Is this not a problematic environment if we're free speech warriors?
Well, free speech isn't the thing that I would connect to these two things, right? Like
why?
Again,
it's literally speech.
That's not my
passing out a pamphlet. What could be speech more than that?
Well, again, like my issue with a deportation wouldn't be on speech grounds. It would be on the fact that whether or not they committed property damage. Right?
Well, sure, but I'm saying that if we are going to deport people for a thing that a citizen could do willy-nilly without even being charged with a crime, isn't that kind of problematic if it's not a viewpoint neutral thing. It's not
yeah,
like
for sure. For like I agree that it's problematic to do any of this without a trial, number one. And there are substantive reasons that if all of these instances were proven correct, would support the deportation of Mahmoud Khalil. And specifically for me, the key factor is that he engaged in property crime, and that property crime was egregious because it was in support of terrorist organizations, etc. Now, we can have issues with how Trump or the Trump administration classifies terrorist organizations, right? I mean, you kind of admitted, right, like in this context they're not a terrorist organization, but you've called them a terrorist organization plenty of times before.
That's
right?
but that's way different when we're talking about for purposes of like legal distinction. And I have had this conversation on my stream a million times. I've argued with Pisco over it, that terrorism and terrorists are things that we say. We're not really making a huge distinction in terms of what terrorist is, and you're not going to find any way to actually designate or create like a definition of terrorism that we can broadly apply to everything. Like it's a loosey goosey category of things.
But
these
Hamas
are people that we
is
don't
a
like.
terrorist organization from like previously. Like Trump didn't make Hamas a terrorist organization. Like they are a terrorist organization, correct?
Yes,
like legally speaking.
But the definition for a terrorist organization in the United States is the president says so, which I think is also a problem.
I mean, like I don't. Yeah, I mean, like that's I have no critique of saying that, like, whether or not they designate a group of terrorist organizations is problematic. I'm a libertarian, and I've seen plenty of literature that talks about sovereign citizens, ANCAPs, and libertarians are like potential domestic terrorists, and it's like, the fuck are you getting that from? Like, we're against the non-aggression principle. Like you couldn't get more peaceful than us other than pacifists, right? Because like that's a silly distinction, right? But again, when we're talking about, is somebody like Asmongold or a right-wing pundit or someone talking in politics a hypocrite on the grounds of free speech when they are looking at European governments that are going into people's homes, going on raids in Germany because their tweets offended people or because they were praying near abortion clinics, versus are they for the deportation of someone whose green card status gets revoked?
Due to their viewpoint. Due to their viewpoint.
Well, you're making the accusation that it's due to the viewpoint. Like the Trump administration isn't making that accusation. The Trump administration is saying,
well, of course they're not going to, because if they say that, then it's going to be a violation of the First Amendment. Of course they can't admit it's due to viewpoint. You can't have viewpoint.
Right, for sure. But like, where's your evidence that it's viewpoint and that it's not, that it's this person is severely problematic?
Well, I can't ever win that because the president is allowed to declare a group of people. Well, they're allowed to declare a group of people a terrorist organization without any process. I think the president could just say these are terrorists. But for whatever thing that you think of, not to be edgy,
right?
I mean, I can do, sure, I guess, but I mean, like, you're a libertarian, and I'm sure that you've made arguments in the past, I'm sure I go through your Twitter, that anything that you claim Hamas has done would easily fit the U.S. government. I'm sure it would fit the IDF, for sure. I probably know every example for where this could apply to the IDF. So if you're going to say that you're supporting terrorism by supporting Hamas, I know that if a president were to come in again next cycle and say, hey, actually, I'm going to declare the IDF a terrorist organization, I'm sure a lot of people in the U.S. would have an issue with that Jews are being deported back to Israel for supporting the IDF.
Well, yeah, for sure. But
I would say that's hypocritical, right? Would that be hypocritical?
Well, no. No, it wouldn't be hypocritical. And the reason it wouldn't be hypocritical is because, and this is like, we both agree that Hamas is engaged in terrorist activity constantly, that they're a terrorist organization. And like, you've done tons of debates.
I don't know if I would agree. I don't know if I would agree with that
Palestinian people that like,
I wouldn't agree with that for
they
legal
engage
purposes.
In heavy propaganda.
I wouldn't
right?
agree that. I do agree with that. I wouldn't agree with this for legal purposes, though. If we're talking about deporting people, I would only define, if I were to have any definition of terrorism, they would have to be non-state actors at the least, because having a group of people who are represented only by a terrorist organization and then banning protests in favor of that organization, I think is highly problematic. People should be able to protest in favor of the Palestinians in Gaza if they want, and their government, which is Hamas, if they choose to do so.
Okay, but like, so what happens if you have a failed state, right? And then a terrorist organization takes over the failed state. So, like, would you say that the Taliban, like, you can't, like, if the Taliban are currently fighting in Iraq, and Iraq has, a bastion of defense of, like, a UN recognized nation state, they're a terrorist organization, that's fine. But the moment that the Taliban take over Iraq, it changes in some capacity because the Taliban are those in charge of Iraq?
I think because
why?
because they're now the representative body of those people. It becomes incredibly hard to distinguish the two, especially if I'm going to start getting deported for it, right? It's probably hard to support. Like, I'm sure there are people that support Israel that maybe don't support the actions of the IDF, but would you feel confident as a green card holder that the government is going to be able to make that distinction in your protests if they're going to determine whether or not to deport you? Because I'm sure if you're protesting alongside other people, they probably do support the IDF. And if you're at a I support Israel but not the IDF protest, and somebody comes up with a sign saying like the IDF are God's soldiers, are you leaving that protest, or are you going to try to bully them out of it? Like it's just a huge burden that I think is highly problematic and creates a chilling effect on speech.
I do think that, like, I think your examples are unreasonable. That's my issue, right? Like, I think that you were saying, like, when we look at this case has a lot of elements of an outlier, right?
Well, but nobody's ever been deported for when was the last time somebody got deported for something like this? I feel like the last big case I remember had to do with like it was a big sting operation for people in the United States in around like the Miami shooting, I think, but they were providing like support for, I think it was Al Qaeda, but they were trying to like buy weapons and shit for them. I think that's totally fair. So even when it comes to governments, if you're like trying to procure weapons for Hamas or whatever, then I think at that point, even if you're an LPR, fine, we can talk about deportation then. But just for protesting in support of them, even in supporting their actions and saying October 7th was base, fuck Israel, I support the Palestinians and Hamas represents them. I mean, I think that to be viewpoint neutral, we kind of have to allow it. If you support the IDF operations in Gaza, how could you not have another person who's allowed to support Hamas's operations in Israel?
Right. So, I mean, like, you're saying I believe these things. I'm assuming.
Well, I don't know. I know that you don't believe them.
You don't believe those, right? No. When I say I mean I quoting you. You don't believe these things, right? You're doing the internal critique of the right wing. Correct?
No, I do believe those things. You should be able to support both for sure. But I would be okay with deporting people providing material support.
But you're in favor of like some level of hate speech laws, right?
Fuck no. What? I think hate speech. I think hate laws are okay as like aggravating charges. So like if you kill somebody and you do it because they're black, then maybe the hate speech like amplifies the charge. But hate speech laws in the United States, I'm sorry, in the U.S., no.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm trying to like hammer out your position here. I apologize. I'm not like watching you all the time, right? So are you in favor of laws that are like some like indirect justifications for violence at protests? That's fine, right?
I think the Brandenburg test works. Like if it's not a direct incitement, if you don't knowingly,
right.
Yeah, then I think it's.
So you're not saying like, hey, attack that Jew. You're just saying like Jews are evil and attacking them is justified.
Sure, and even maybe like I think death to all Jews or something that might be defensible speech in the United States. Sure.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm just trying to understand your position. I'm not trying to like get you on a gotcha. I'm just not trying to be like. Anyways, so. In this regard, the hypocrisy that we're isolating here is that the chilling effect from not Mahmoud Khalil, right? But the justification for Mahmoud Khalil specifically being a lack of due process and the idea that the only thing that you need to do to lose your green card status is be at a protest that is supporting a arbitrarily designated terrorist group is antithetical to conservatives' other positions and broad interpretations of free speech. That's the argument?
Yes. Just as a real quick thing, when I say viewpoint neutral, I'm not trying to whatever. Do you understand what I mean when I say viewpoint neutral?
Well, I mean, like, sure.
Just as a quick thing, when I say,
like, let me get what you're saying.
Yeah, wait, real quick. Yeah,
like,
when I say viewpoint
like
neutral,
another party or something.
When I say viewpoint neutral, I mean that the law or whatever that is prohibiting some behavior isn't reliant upon the viewpoint of the speaker. So, if, for instance, if I say you're not allowed to firebomb buildings, that's a viewpoint neutral law. If I say you're not allowed to firebomb buildings when you're supporting BLM, that's not a viewpoint neutral. Or you're not allowed to bully people in restaurants if you're a conservative, that wouldn't be viewpoint neutral. It's considering the viewpoint of the author in determining whether or not the behavior is legal or illegal. Generally, all laws in the United States have to be viewpoint neutral. There's a really good reason for that. So my charge is that because my charge is that the only reason why Hamas is designated even as a terrorist organization and why this law is being enforced so harshly on this particular person is because of the lack of viewpoint neutrality. It's because they support a group that Trump disagrees with politically.
Wait, hold on. So, I mean, who originally designated Hamas a terrorist organization?
I don't know, they've probably been designated for a long time. But this is the first time I've heard of somebody being deported for protesting in support of them. Keep in mind that these protests happened originally under Biden, right? And I don't remember anybody being deported or talking about deportations there under him.
Say that happened in 1997. So would that be Bill Clinton administration, right?
Sure.
It's Clinton administration.
Sure.
October 97. Yeah. All right. So Hamas has been a terrorist organization since 97. Why is it lacking viewpoint neutrality? Like from your perspective, if the law is that you lose your green card status and it can be revoked if you are engaging in all of these things, and it's not Hamas, but it's terrorist activity. Like,
because the only
lack
time
of
I've ever
neutrality?
seen this be enforced is right now under the Trump administration against the left.
Okay, but that's not an argument against that, right? Like why is it lacking viewpoint neutrality if it is a terrorist organization, not like Trump arbitrarily made something a terrorist organization?
It's the enforcement. It's the arbitrary enforcement of it.
Okay, so it's not the viewpoint neutrality of the law itself, but the fact that Trump decided to go after
As hard as possible,
the
yes.
specific person.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
So
law itself, I don't think it has a problem with viewpoint neutrality. I don't believe it, or it definitely doesn't, because you could designate anybody a terrorist group.
right, I mean, so is it because the hypocrisy on free speech here then becomes down to Trump's enforcement of the law. He chooses to enforce a law that wasn't commonly enforced to get rid of people, and your claim is that he's doing it because they disagree with me?
Yes, and I think there's other evidence that I would use to support his enforcement of laws that way. Yes, and that seems to be a consistent thing that he does. So the two examples I would say is like pardoning J6ers was utilizing the pardon power in a highly politically charged way. I would say that the 7-country ban was done in a way against, he wanted originally to do all Muslims, then eventually did 7 Muslim majority states or whatever, that like he shows a political bend to the people that he targets. And it seems like this particular thing with the enforcement of the deportation here seems to be not an outlier, but consistent with his prior behavior.
Yeah, so with the January 6th situation, right, there have been political pardons before. I mean, his argument would obviously be that these were politically targeted individuals, right? Obviously, you feel very differently about that, but I don't know, I don't think we're going to just agree that, right? I think you have a strong opinion about J6ers that most conservatives don't, in terms of like whether or not they're political prisoners, right? Whether or not they were held in solitary confinement for too long.
Sure,
whether
but
or not the
we
punishment
can't.
was too harsh.
Yeah, I don't think we can have
Right.
reasonable minds can't disagree here, though. If you disagree on this point, you've lost the plot, and there's no communicating at that point. I think because these are people that were charged by the federal government. They were convicted of crimes in front of juries. Like, if you think these are political prisoners at this point, then you can define anything as anything if you want.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that the opinion of mini MAGA would be, whatever, like you said, lost the plot. Like, all of these people are all innocent. These were nothing but grandmas that went through, when some of them obviously engaged in violence. But you could very easily say that they have already served their time, and that they felt that it was a level of cruel and unusual punishment, and that the pardons were,
Yeah, but there's a process to challenge that, right? That's what the appeals courts and everything are for.
Well, I mean, pardoning is a process as well. Like, you could make the same claim about like Biden, right? And be like, hey, there's a process, but he doesn't trust the Trump administration to utilize that process effectively against his family and friends. So he pardons them. Or maybe he didn't auto pin, whatever. I don't care, right? Like, it's a silly thing. But so that's one example, right? Which is about their viewpoints. I don't know that you're. I think
to be clear, hold on, so I can understand. You think
here.
that Donald Trump, you think I'm making a leap of logic. You think Donald Trump doesn't exercise viewpoint-dependent authority, that he's just exercising the law blind to the political views of people, and he's just exercising what he thinks, he's carrying out what justice is. It just so happens that it's always against the left and never against the right?
Well, I would say that any president that isn't like an artificial intelligence, right?
Okay, well then
has
let's
a
compare.
bias,
Sure, then let's
right?
compare. Wait,
You know
wait,
what I mean?
wait, no,
Like,
wait. So
yeah,
that,
what
wait,
they
that's a
think is right
factual
or
argument.
wrong.
So then let's compare. When Biden came into office, he allowed the special prosecutor to remain that was investigating Hunter Biden, and he allowed Durham to continue his special investigation into Biden over the secret documents, right? When Trump was president, he fired Comey from the FBI, and he did everything he could to shut down the Mueller investigation. And now that he's president again, all the Jack Smith stuff has been dismissed, is gone. So these don't seem to be the same. There's a substantive difference between how the two treat being investigated and how they treat the legal system.
Being investigated and them engaging in different. I'm trying to connect this. Like, your argument is what exactly? Like, I understand.
My argument is that Donald Trump weaponizes
factual arguments, presumably. Right?
Sure, Donald Trump has weaponized the legal system to prosecute political enemies, and the Republicans in general have done this. And the Democrats, for the most part, seem to be following established process and procedure, and even give room to their adversaries for their investigations. Where we got all the Hunter Biden shit from. Biden, if he was like Trump, could have easily come in and shut all that down, but he didn't. He allowed all that to continue. Donald Trump would never allow his child to be charged with a crime.
I mean, like, we could get into that, but I feel like that is like a whole nother rabbit hole of a conversation about whether or not we think Democrats in general or the Biden administration versus the Trump administration, like what is and isn't, political witch hunts against one person versus what isn't. You know what I mean? Like I feel like that would. I feel like we're getting to a place anyways where we're likely wrapping up our arguments on this. And if you want to, I mean, I guess we can get into that, but I don't know that it's necessarily helpful to this conversation to engage with the claim that Democrats are largely, utilizing the legal process appropriately, and that Republicans, or at least Trump, is largely weaponizing it against his enemies. I think you would find massive disagreement on that.
Well, yeah, but only with people who aren't familiar with the
plenty of debates.
Yeah, but only with people who aren't familiar with the facts. And this has been consistent with every single conversation I've had on this. Like, if I were to ask, for instance, what's the similarity to the pardoning of Eric Adams? What's one similar thing a Democrat has done in the past 25 years?
Dude, I'm not prepared to have a conversation, like researched well enough to bring back and recollect with my notes on these specific details versus the other. I'm perfectly fine with saying that I have other domains that I'm usually practice in, which is philosophy, as opposed to those things. I don't.
Okay,
but
I'm just curious when you think, because you've got a feeling in your mind of the Democrats are just as bad as the Republicans on this. What is in your mind? What's the most egregious abuse of weaponization of the legal system that the Democrats have engaged in, for you to have that feeling?
Yeah, I think. Are we specifically talking about Republicans in general, or
Republicans versus Democrats? What's a way that Democrat anyway the ways that you feel like Democrats have weaponized the justice system in a way that is similar?
Yeah, I would say. Yeah, so I would say that probably the Jean Carroll case was one, but of course that's just a judge. That's not the Democrats in at all. New York and their the whole 34 felonies situation, I think was rather egregious as a case.
Why was it egregious? Or why do you feel like it was egregious? Assuming the facts of the case are true, that Donald Trump was using campaign funds secretly and then lying about them to give them to a guy to pay off somebody to hide a story.
Yeah, so I mean, again, like I said, this isn't the conversation that I came prepared for, but off the top of my head, right? The initial crime that he's suspected of would no longer fall in the statute of limitations unless connected to another crime. They were given, multiple choices on what they could attempt to connect him with, which kind of leads to a contradiction in guessing what the motivations were as a means of going after him, as opposed to just charging him with a specific connection.
Well, wait,
they couldn't
that
make any one specific connection.
Well, I mean, they did make that connection. That's what happened. They did make that connection, and that connection was real.
Well, I remember
was convicted in front of him.
There was 3 connections that they had a choice to pick from, right?
Sure.
That were connected to the money laundering. Again, I'd have to go through.
Yeah, but it's up to them to pick the
details
strongest case. Okay, sure. But I just
I came prepared to debate the concept of free speech, the Asmongold critique, why you believe that there was hypocrisy in that regard, and the case as so far as it applies to Mahmoud Khalil and situations in Europe, not necessarily court cases of Donald Trump or the Democratic administration in terms of how they use the Justice Department.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. Yeah,
years.
but
You know what I mean?
you had an impression. I was curious what the impression was based on, but because every single person I've debated on this or argued with this always has a strong impression,
Yeah,
and when I
mean-
ask them for anything, they don't ever have any examples. So I'm just curious where the impression comes from.
Well, I would say primarily my impression comes just from I don't want to be like a broken record, but like as an anarchist, right? Like I just don't trust any of these fucking people or any of these institutions. And like, you know what I mean? So like I immediately assume most politicians and people that are career politicians are like, I start with the default assumption that they're dirty, that they're corrupt, that they take money from different places, that they abuse their power when they have the means of abusing
Okay,
their
sure,
power.
but even as a
especially
libertarian or
in any
ANCAP,
domain.
not all bad is the same bad, right? Like I'm
No,
sure
for
that you
sure,
would admit
but,
that like maybe in a democracy a politician might be corrupt, but that's going to be probably a different level of corruption than like an oligarchy or dictatorship or monarch, right? That there's levels to it, right? Or certain politicians can be more corrupt than others in the United States, right?
Yeah, or they're corrupt in different ways, right? You know,
Sure.
right? Like, you know what I mean? Like I might agree that like a monarchy is better than a democracy, for example. Pardon me. Right, because I think democracy is like inherently worse than monarchy systems, but that's like a whole nother conversation. Yeah, so I guess, do you have like some closing on this position of why you think there's hypocrisy presented in him, or do you want me to go first and you respond? It doesn't matter, or
no.
or is there some other
I mean, I
thing?
feel like-
Because I just don't think I haven't seen the connection still. It just seems like there's so many tenuous connections to try and draw this. And I don't know. I
What was
remain
my
unconvinced.
just to
It
be
seems like a bullshit
sure,
critique.
I'm never convincing you. I understand that. What was the most tenuous of connections? Just to be clear, in my argument, like what do you think was the one that was the weakest connection?
So the weakest connection, actually I'll go with the last poor connection, right? Which is that the chilling effect would occur, and that this would be anti-free speech because there's a chilling effect specifically on green card holders who would go to peacefully protest at an event where there was some other group that might support Hamas, and that is connected to this case in Mahmoud Khalil, when there are all of these other elements. And I think that that's an unreasonable connection. But that's like the most recent one, right?
Okay. I feel like I made my argument. You can have your final say or whatever.
Yeah, I'm Fabian Liberty. You can find me Fabian Liberty. Just Google it. Yeah, I remain unconvinced that there is this clear hypocrisy. I think it's just being spicy on Twitter to try and get engagement, and I think you proved that on Twitter when you were like, "Here's my real argument," and you backpedaled in that degree. And yeah, I wish someone with as much clout as you, as much attention as you, would care more about the principles as opposed to just whatever wavering thing gets you the attention or gets you the dub in the moment.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for that conversation.
A good one.
Fuck. Never again, okay? Holy fucking AIDS Christ. I knew this conversation would go this way because every time we talk about it was the same type of conversation. Don't ever let me do this again. Don't let me do it. Not with Fabian, okay? We know this. I know this, okay? We're smarter than this. Don't let us do this. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Can you summarize both of your positions? Yeah, I think I typed it in chat before the debate happened. Basically, his position is he wanted to take a basic logical analysis of the two statements that we'd made to try to spot a logical contradiction. So in one person, like in one statement, somebody says A is greater than B, and then in another statement, a person says B is less than A or something, or A is less than B, sorry. And he's trying to find a contradiction, like a logical contradiction like that. And if the contradiction can't be found between both statements, then he would say that logically speaking, you haven't proven hypocrisy because you don't have that contradiction. My argument is obviously not heavy, like philosophy, prop logic based. It's more of these are the general positions of conservatives as not embellished, emblemized by Asmongold, I think that they have a very broad reading of the First Amendment when it comes to viewpoints that they support. So, for instance, going to Europe and bullying them about freedom of speech, and they have a very narrow reading of freedom of speech when it comes to people that they want to get rid of. So they weaponize the concept. And then here's the examples. But since Asmongold hadn't said each of those individual statements, I guess, in the right way in those arguments, that somehow that wasn't sufficient to demonstrate a hypocrisy that would satisfy somebody doing a textual analysis of both statements, which is not. But I think I'm pretty sure I typed in chat. This is how this conversation was going to go. So Fabian is a big ANCAP libertarian philosophy memer who this is just his style of conversation. You could counter by saying logically that freedom of speech requires due process. Yeah, but then his response was, it's not fair to assume that Asmongold believes in due process or whatever, because he didn't have it in the statement. It was just dumb. What's your position on chilling effect and hypocrisy? I think that if the government is allowed to deport you for protesting in support of a certain people, that people are just going to be less likely to protest in support of those people. That if somebody were to go out now and protest for Palestine or whatever, if you were a green card holder, you might be a bit discouraged or heavily discouraged from engaging that protest, because now you don't know if you might get deported or lose your green card that due to what you're protesting. And I think that's a pretty easy, obvious jump, but I shouldn't even call it a jump, really. Oh, Jesus, fuck. Okay. Back to this guy.
Estimating. If you look at Zoomers, I don't have slides on this, but there's just a lot of really interesting ways that they're very different in the data. They're much more likely than previous generations to say that making money is extremely important to them. They are a lot more, if you look at their psychographic data, they have a lot higher levels of, psychometric neuroticism and anxiety than the people before them. If I was going to speculate, I think that, phones and social media have a lot to do with this. I think it's very plausible to me, and I've heard people describe that, these kids grew up looking at social media influencers as role models. But all I can say is that I think that young people today seem to have fairly different values than they did 10 years ago. How that translates into partisan politics depends on what the parties do, but I think it's a big shift.
It seems plausible to me that social media, online culture are splitting the media that young men and women get.
Right.
That if you are young and online and a 23-year-old man who is interested in UFC, you're being driven into a very intensive male online world. Yeah. Whereas if you are 23 years old and female, and
even
you
just
are
gendered.
interested in things that the YouTube algorithm codes that way, you are not entering that world. You're actually entering the opposite world. You're seeing Brene Brown, right? You're seeing these other things.
Right.
The capacity to be in highly gendered media worlds is really different in 2024 than it was in 2004. And that's true worldwide.
Yeah, I agree with that entirely. Online communities are way more gender segregated than offline communities are. And so in that respect, it should be unsurprising that suddenly shifting a bunch of young people's social worlds to be entirely online all at once, caused the political situation to change.
So Democrats are getting destroyed now among young voters.
That's right.
I do think there was, even as the idea of the rising Democratic majority had become a little discredited in 2016 and 2020, I do think Democrats believed that these young voters were eventually going to save them.
Right.
That this was a last gasp of something. That if Donald Trump couldn't run these numbers up among seniors and you had millennials really coming into their voting power, Gen Z coming in, that was going to be the end of this Republican Party.
Right.
And that just completely false.
Yeah,
it always is. Never rely on the young people.
I have to admit,
Never.
I was one of those liberals 4 years ago.
Never.
And it seems like I was
They
wrong.
always let us down.
The future has a way of surprising us. The flip side of this is that Democrats made a bunch of gains among old voters, and I'm sure that they'll be happy that they did 2 years from now, 2 years from now in the midterms. But if we don't do anything about this, then this problem could become very bad. So right here, I have this slide. This is very simple. This is just showing exit poll favorability for the Democratic and Republican presidential candidate in 2020 and 2024. And, I think it's just really important to ground any discussion of the election with the simple fact that Donald Trump was just as unpopular on election day last year as he was in 2020, and maybe even a little bit more unpopular. But what changed is that Biden had a net favorability rating of +6, and Harris had a net favorability rating of -6.
So I want to play Mike Donilon, who was chief strategist to Joe Biden, was recently at a forum. And he made an argument that I think you at least could read this chart as backing up, which is that, Biden was more popular in 2020 than Harris was in 2024. Maybe the Biden-Harris switch was a mistake. Here's Donilon.
Look, I think folks who had this view believe that, that Biden was going to lose. He didn't have it anymore. He had to get out. That was the best thing for the party. I understand that's their view. Okay? I have a view too.
Oh, God. Now is this called Sunday or Monday morning quarterbacking? When is football? Is it Sunday or Thursday? I don't remember. Listen, I was a big Biden supporter. I didn't want him to drop, okay? I think, right? I was against him dropping. I think Harris should have stayed. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know for a fact that if Biden would have stayed in, we would have won the election. I could say that if I was bad faith. It's bad faith to people like Fabian accusing me, but I don't know. It's possible he would have lost even worse. It's possible he would have won, but it was really, really, really hard to tell that at the time. I feel like anybody who was being honest would have to concede that it was very hard to tell that at the time. But
right, and my view is, I think it was insane. I think the party lost its mind.
Did the party lose its mind, and that's why we see this chart?
I think the best explanation for why Kamala Harris was unpopular is in this next slide, which is just that the Biden administration was extremely unpopular for most of its term. You know, they saw their approval fall off a cliff after Afghanistan, and then it dropped further as inflation and immigration and the budget fights all happened in the fall, and then it never recovered. And, you know, I think the big challenge, you know, that Kamala Harris faced was just that she was seen.
Before he says it, one of the issues why I feel like the popularity falls is, again, it's so funny because I remember Dan saying this a lot, and I agreed with him, and maybe a lot of us said this. The problem, I don't know if I get into this, might have been the attention economy, right? Think about it. Afghanistan and the you could argue the blunder of the pullout there and the deaths, you know, that resulted was a bad thing, and it was a media event, and we saw it. But one of the things that Dan said a lot, and I said this too, isn't it nice not having to see the president on fucking Twitter every day doing some crazy fucking shit that is just Biden's like doing his job, and we don't have to worry every day what crazy shit the president is tweeting or what crazy business he's up to? Well, we might consider that to be a positive thing. Maybe that's not a positive thing. Maybe him not being on Twitter every day means, well, what do you know about Joe Biden? Joe Biden, let's see. It's the Hassan strategy. Wasn't he the guy that fucked up Afghanistan? Wasn't that who Joe Biden was? And that's like your last big memory of him because Biden's not on the media. He's not, you know, doing talk shows or tweeting every fucking day. And the only time you see Biden brought up, really, it seems, is probably like when Republicans are attacking him. So that Biden's normalcy and his not engaging with the crazy media environment that conservatives have now carved out that's to be expected for political engagement, his lack of engagement might have actually been bad, right?
As too close, you know, to the Biden administration, which most voters considered to be a failure. And so, yeah, I don't know. I mean, you can never tell a counterfactual world, but I think that Biden would have had an even harder time distinguishing himself from his record.
Possibly.
Yeah, it'd be even harder for Joe Biden to run away from Joe Biden, I guess.
Yeah.
Looking at this chart, it looks like by January, a plus 20 net disapproval. Maybe that was a little bit smaller in November, but it had been widening. I mean, you go back to beginning of 2023, it was narrower. People were really pissed at the Biden administration by the time we hit the election.
Yeah, I think that that's, you know, the big salient fact about this election. And, you know, I don't think it was impossible, you know, for Kamala to do better. This was a winnable election at the end of the day. It was very close. But this was the big thing, you know, that was weighing Democrats down. And so, you know, I just want to move forward, you know, just in terms of why. You know, in our polling, the way that we measure issue importance is we show people two random issues and we just ask which of these issue problems is more important, you know, to the problems facing the country today. And, you know, people pick. And, you know, when you model it out, whenever you have cost of living or inflation.
Cost of living or inflation. Oh, I wonder if he's going to say, whenever you have cost of living or inflation as your big issue, then the incumbent party is always going to have a rough time.
Put up against something else. 8 or 9 out of 10 people picked that cost of living and inflation was more important. And so I think this just really shows how dominant this was. You know, voters were really angry about the Biden administration's handling of inflation, of the budget deficit, of, you know, crime, of immigration. And I think that, you know, that was just a hard thing to escape.
Well, you just ticked off a bunch of issues, but what's interesting to me about this particular bit of data is it shows that cost of living and inflation beat almost anything you put in front of it. So
I agree.
What I find notable here, I mean, yeah, cost of living was bigger than student debt, fair. But you tested against immigration and border security, and the share of voters saying cost of living or inflation was more important was about 70%.
That's right.
You tested it against abortion. Their cost of living or inflation was more important to about 80% of voters. Against environment and climate change, 84% of voters picked cost of living and inflation. One thing that the Biden people always believed was that this election would be very heavily about democracy itself. I mean, this was something that I was told by top Biden strategists going way back. I don't see democracy on here, January 6th, the stability of the system. Did you test that too?
No, we did. And, you know, later...
I think democracy was really important for anybody that was, like, politically plugged in, so for liberals. But for anybody that wasn't, it was probably a non-issue. So if you ask people, is democracy important? And they're a person who's the kind of person to answer polls or to be involved in polling like that, then they probably say, oh, yeah, that's really important to me. But if you're not, then you probably just don't give a fuck, would be my guess.
We have a slide on, I mean, I'm just going to scroll down to it now since you brought it up. But, you know, we did a survey where we just asked people, you know, what's more important right now? You know, preserving America's institutions or, you know, delivering change that improves people's lives? And it was 78 to 18, you know, delivering change that improves people's lives. And I'm just going to scroll up. But I think what's really hard, I think this has been one of the hardest things about, you know, being a political consultant in the last 8 years, is that, you know, every day Trump does terrible things that I think are objectively awful and scary and that piss me off.
But most Americans have no clue and don't give a fuck about it. They don't know about it. And even if they did, they might not even care about it.
You know, I'm going to prosecute my enemies or, you know, whatever. And then we do a bunch of tests and voters really don't want to hear about it, you know, from us. I think that Trump would do better if he didn't do that stuff, for sure. But I think that, you know, voters want us to talk about, you know, concrete ways that they're going to improve people's lives.
There's an argument you hear from many Democrats. There was no problem here except for inflation. That, in fact, if you compare Democratic vote outcomes with incumbent parties in many other countries, Democrats did better than incumbent parties in other countries did. So you look at the Conservatives in the UK, they had a much worse election result. You look at what happened to the ruling coalition in France.
This is a weird argument. Inflation definitely played a huge role into it. But it's always weird. I don't know philosophically how you deal with this when it's like the straw that broke the camel's back. Like imagine you have a beaker that's like a 10-liter beaker, and you've got 11 students who pour 1 liter of water into it. Is the last student that pours the water, is it his fault? Because if any one of them wouldn't have done it, it would have changed. Or if one student poured 5 liters in and 6 other students poured 1 liter in, is it the 6th and 5th student's fault, or is it the guy who poured the most? Like, it's hard to figure out, like, what is the reason why. Technically, all of them are the reason if the election was that close. This happened with Hillary as well. Like, did Comey make Hillary lose the election? Yeah, I guess. Did the email stuff, like the whole email scandal, did that make it lose it? Yeah, I guess. Did Benghazi? Maybe. It might have. Like, every individual thing could have when it's that close, you know? Like, all of these things are the straw that breaks the camel's back.
In some ways, like, Democrats were doing fine. They had a fairly modest drop in support. And it's just a shame for them that inflation happened on their watch. That if Donald Trump had won the 2020 election, inflation would have happened on his watch, completely discrediting him and his administration, and that would have been the end of them. How do you distinguish between there's a broad structural problem the Democratic Party is facing that it needs to think about for 2028, and there's actually no problem here?
But I think, I just want to go over to the next slide. When we measure issues, we measure how important voters find it, and that's what we have in the bottom here. And then we just measure, do you trust Democrats or Republicans more?
Issue importance versus trust in Democrats. Oh, okay, you kind of have a line here, I guess.
On this issue. And what you see here is if you look at the top issues that voters care the most about, cost of living, the economy, taxes and government spending, the deficit, foreign policy, healthcare. Other than healthcare, where Democrats have a narrow lead, Republicans have massive trust advantages, 15 points on all of the issues that voters care the most about. And so the story that I would tell in response to your question is that in this election, voters trusted Republicans way more than Democrats on all of the most important issues, but also bought into this idea that Donald Trump was a terrible person who couldn't be trusted with power. And that made the election be close. But 4 years from now, Donald Trump will not be the nominee. And maybe they'll nominate somebody who's just as terrible and just as unlikable. But if we don't, get out of this trust deficit, I think that, we'll have a lot of problems.
For people.
It's interesting, too, that when you poll on that, I wonder if this guy would talk digitally. We were almost ready to talk in New York, the David Shore guy. I feel like the challenge is, though, like when you say they liked Trump on cost of living, did they really like Trump on cost of living, or were they just comparing the years under Trump to the years under Biden, where we had like the mega inflation, right? Like, are we polling in another way on inflation, right? Is, I guess, my question. And then if you're talking about, trust, do they really not trust the Democrats versus the Republicans? Or is it just that under Biden, we had a lot of inflation and that sucked, and under Trump, at least for the first 3 years, that didn't seem to be the issue and that didn't suck, so we trust them more,
Listening along, this is a chart broken into quadrants.
That's right.
And the top right quadrant is issues that are very important and issues where Democrats are more trusted. And it's an untilled bit of farmland up there.
That's right.
So there's mental health, which voters don't rate that important, but they do trust Democrats quite a bit more. They rate it higher than they rate, though, climate change and the environment and abortion, which struck me as surprising. Mental health seems like a much bigger deal on this than I think politics reflects on either side.
Right.
Their one bright spot is really healthcare.
That's right.
That's kind of it in terms of issues where it is quite important and they have a genuinely noticeable advantage.
I was going to say that the advantage there is barely noticeable, which is crazy, by the way. Remember, Trump came in to destroy the entire ACA. That was what he was elected to do in 2016, and they failed, but they were one vote off. And to see Democrats have like a 3-point lead, if this is 5 percentage points, what is that, 3 or 2.5 percentage points? Jesus.
Their one bright spot is really healthcare.
That's right.
That's kind of it in terms of issues where it is quite important and they have a genuinely noticeable advantage.
Yeah, I think it's just worth saying that 4 years ago, the number one issue was COVID and healthcare, and those also were the issues that people trusted Democrats the most on. And so the strategy was really obvious, just talk a lot about COVID and healthcare. But this time we had a much harder problem, which was that the issues that people cared the most about, for the most part, voters didn't trust us on. And the issues that people did trust us on, climate change, and reproductive rights, probably the big ones, voters just didn't care very much about. And so that was just a very difficult strategic position. And it's also one that was just very different than it was 4 years ago.
All right, I just want to tick off some issues voters ranked as important that they trusted Republicans on, and then ask you a question about it. So they thought cost of living, the economy, inflation were very important, had a lot more trust in Republicans. They thought national security and foreign policy were important, trusted Republicans. Taxes, government spending, government debt, trusted Republicans. Crime, immigration, trusted Republicans. Social security, trusted Republicans. That seems like a bad one for Democrats. A political division, they thought was important. They trusted Republicans a bit more on that in this data. If I looked over time, right, if I looked at 2016 and I looked at 2020, would I see on all of these that Republicans had advantages and Democrats were just winning on healthcare? How much of this is something flipping around as an incumbent penalty and a sort of reaction to conditions in the country at that moment? And how much of it is a durable situation where Republicans have a trust advantage where Democrats would have to act in a spectacular way over time to change voters' impressions of them on that issue?
What we saw in our data was that as the Biden administration became a lot more unpopular, all of these things dropped a lot. So some of it was uniform shift. But I think that, the last 4 years, there were some things that structurally changed a lot. In every center-left party in the world, generally the left has its issues that it owns and the right has its issues that it owns. But usually the economy is pretty neutral. During the Trump administration, the economy was fairly neutral. And in 2020, I think if you look at this, and even in 2021, it really didn't look anything like this. Another really big shift was just that education has gone from being basically one of the best issues for Democrats to being something that's basically neutral now. And, we saw that, in the Virginia gubernatorial election in 2021, we even saw it be an advantage for Republicans. And then, the other big shift, on the other side, was that reproductive rights used to be a fairly neutral issue for Democrats. Like, in general, when you talked about it in the pre-Dobbs era, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't something that changed a lot of votes. And immediately after Dobbs, we saw party trust, on reproductive rights shoot up. And so I think, these numbers, they do change. And this is, one of the big messages I want to get through is just that, the world has changed a lot in the last 4 years. It's going to keep changing, and we have to kind of adjust in response to what happens.
All right, so tell me what's going on in this next slide, because also, as I understand, this is really very connected to the work you do specifically.
Right.
So what are you doing here?
All right. So, one of the big things that my firm does, it's probably our biggest product, is that we do randomized controlled trials on ads. This is something that both parties do. This is pretty standard. But the idea is that for a given ad, you take 1,000 people, you split them into a treatment and control group. 500 people see the ad, 500 people don't, and then you survey them after, and you ask them who they're voting for. And then the difference between treatment and control can be described as the causal effect of if you see this ad, this is the effect it will have on your chance of voting for them. And so, we tested on the order of, I'd say probably like 4,000 or 5,000 Harris ads last cycle. And I just wanted to call out, these two ads that were in the top 1% of ads that we tested. One is from Kamala Harris.
I get it. The cost of rent, groceries, and utilities is too high. So here's what we're going to do about it. We will lower housing costs by building more homes and crack down on landlords who are charging too much. We will lower your food and grocery bills by going after price gougers who are keeping the cost of everyday goods too high. I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message because you work hard for your paycheck. You should get to keep more of it. As president, I'll make that my top priority.
Thank you. Obviously, there's a lot for several parts of the Democratic coalition there. Another ad by Future Forward shows tax him for a national sales tax, for the idea that Trump...
Tax him being Trump.
Yeah, tax Trump.
He fights for himself and his billionaire friends. He intends to enact a national sales tax, the Trump tax, that would raise prices on middle-class families by $4,000 a year. Instead of a tax hike, we will pass a middle-class tax cut that will benefit more than 100 million Americans. As a package responsible for Trump with this ad.
These were obviously the best ads in the campaign. And the point I just want to say is I think this reinforces the point that what voters cared the most about was the cost of living, and that voters were really mad, about the actual situation. And I think that Harris being able to, in this ad, acknowledging, oh, things are actually very bad. I don't like this. I have a plan to fix this, is part of what made it so effective.
There's a view out there. I saw Jacobin had just done some research on this, which is a socialist publication, that at the beginning of the Harris campaign sprint, she was only the head of the Democratic ticket for 3 months, she was talking a lot about the economy. And that by the end, she was talking a lot about democracy. That there had been a change in the nature of the campaign, the ads it was running, how they were messaging. Their big closing argument was at the ellipsis in Washington, D.C.
Because Jacobin is a dog shit. It's like Intercept tier of garbage fucking publication. This is a horrible. I'm surprised he reads it. But
which is where the sort of January 6th riots in a way began. That there was sort of phases of the Harris campaign. And the first one was more populist and the last one was more institutional. From what you saw, was that true?
I think that there was this big strategic question that Democrats faced, and it wasn't just the Harris campaign, which is, polling would tell them you should talk about the economy, or voters care a lot about the cost of living. But, it's very hard, one, to get media attention on those things. And two, I think that Trump has done a good job of baiting us. I think what's really interesting about a lot of the democracy and authoritarian stuff is, just that how concerned you are by it really varies a lot by political engagement and by education. And the kind of people who set media decisions, at CNN or who work in politics are the kinds of people who are going to be much more concerned about it, than working class folks are. And so, I don't know. I think that...
But look, there is a difference between the Harris campaign was running the optimal David Shor strategy in late October of 2024, and they were not. The Harris campaign had access, Future Forward had access to all of this issue-by-issue polling. They had access to all this randomized ad testing. Did they run a heavily economic campaign and it didn't work, or did they not run a heavily economic campaign at the end and it didn't work? Because look, if they did the thing and it didn't work, then maybe it just didn't work.
Yeah.
Did they not do it?
Yeah, I mean, asking the hard questions. But yeah, I think, obviously, I think the Democratic messaging last cycle was not economically focused enough. I think that it focused too much on, narratives of defending institutions, defending democracy. And I think it's just very easy, for folks to fall into that trap. But I really don't.
But why, right? If they did that, and I heard this from different people. Right. Like, David Plouffe is a smart guy. I'm not telling you I'm not asking you to critique David Plouffe. I can watch you getting physically uncomfortable as I harm your business here.
Right.
But these people all wanted to win. They really did. Like every single one of them. And they had a lot of data. So I think this has been a thing on my mind. If they weren't running the optimal strategy, why? I know it's hard to get media attention for things, and that's fair enough. But it's also not impossible to get media attention for things, right? For instance, it's very easy to get media attention for anti-price gouging policies because there's a lot of controversy over them about whether or not they worked. But they did make people talk about whether or not you were going to do an anti-price gouging policy. This is a Donald Trump move constantly. Announce a policy that probably doesn't work or is in some way outrageous or beyond the political possibility. Maybe it's not even all that popular when you poll, but you get people talking about you having a very strong view. Right? You're going to build a wall and make Mexico pay for it. Everybody knows Mexico isn't going to pay for it. But you are talking about how Donald Trump hates immigration, right? And it breaks through. It is not rocket science to get people to pay attention. If Bernie Sanders had been running in the campaign, people would have paid attention to his economic messaging because he does economic messaging that creates conflict. If it was really this big delta between the economic push and the institutions push, and the institutions push is what got made, or at least got made more than one it should have, why?
The thing I'll say, in terms of why I'm sympathetic, to the people who actually had these jobs and had to make these decisions, is it just feels wrong. Like I have a situation, I mentioned this before, where donors will email me and they'll be like, oh, look at this crazy, absolutely terrible thing, it's an evil thing that Trump is doing. We need to test it. We need to tell the voters. You test it and it really doesn't work. People want to hear about eggs, and it's easy for me to say that, because I don't really, I'm not directly in charge. But I just think it just feels really wrong when you're in the moment. And it's very hard.
There's the thing that came out that the Democrats had in that little leaked leadership meeting or whatever the fuck that, or that think tank that was like ways to change messaging. I talked about this a little bit earlier, that it feels really weird to say it, but small dollar donors probably don't represent the party. These probably are your most engaged, most politically extreme people. And you probably, to some extent, have to ignore your donors on messaging because the things that they care about are not going to be reflective of what the electorate cares about. That's probably a really hard thing to get over, I would imagine.
To totally shift direction, just because data tells you one thing.
I do think the campaign photo ops that we all remember at the end are telling, which is, it was an extraordinary visual, Harris at the Ellipse. And then there were the visuals of Donald Trump in a garbage truck and Donald Trump at McDonald's. And there was a ridiculousness to those visuals. I saw a lot of liberals making fun of them on various social media platforms. But there was something about which visuals were being chosen by the two candidates. I mean, of the two of them, only Kamala Harris had actually worked at a McDonald's.
Sure.
But she wasn't the one who ended up putting on the apron.
Like, this is a thing. Oh, fuck. Like, this is a thing where I don't know if Ezra's about to say, like, well, Donald Trump somehow found a way to make himself look like a McDonald's worker. Maybe either his analysis is too crude or mine is too crude. I don't know. It's hard to say. But I think it was just a matter of the fact that we were talking about it. Like, him going out and doing some ridiculous shit. Every minute of Trump content that you consume is content that you're not consuming of Kamala Harris. We already know what Trump's positions are on all this shit. And when you watch more and more of his shit, it's not like, I don't even know if it's hurting him at this point, because the people that like him are always going to like him, but you're not consuming anything from Kamala. And Trump's ability to just continually dominate news cycles, even if it's on some retarded shit. I don't know if people necessarily saw him as like, oh my God, he really is the blue collar guy, versus like, LOL, it's Trump, ha ha ha. But you're not consuming anything from the Democrats, And
getting photographed at McDonald's. And there's a thing about what the candidates end up wanting to do that is meaningful too. And I do think there's a way in which, I wonder if that explains part of what we ended up seeing.
Each coalition's campaigns are ultimately going to reflect, the aesthetic and cultural choices of the people who staff them. And, it makes sense. Like, if you had just said 2 years ago, Trump's going to end by showing up at a McDonald's, like, it just wouldn't have been surprising, I think. And so it's just hard to escape, that kind of demographic pull. But we have to try because we have to actually win these people over. Okay, and so now I just have a couple more slides I want to go through. I talked about this before, but voters cared a lot more about delivering change than preserving institutions. And then we have this other polling question here, which I think is interesting, which is just, asking people to pick between the statements, things could be going better in America, but what we need is a return to basic stability. And the other is things in America are going poorly. And what's needed is a major change and a shock to the system. And when you have those two things, it's 53-37, which is a lot wider than the election result ended up being.
What really strikes me about this is that sometimes I read polls and the wording is pretty clearly there to make something sound better than the other thing.
Right. Sure.
Things could be going better in America, and what is needed is return to basic stability from whoever becomes president. And things in America are going poorly, and what is needed is a major change and a shock to the system from whoever becomes president. I would in some way say the second there is worded to turn people off a little bit. It sounds disruptive, crisis, a shock, right? It's not just major change. It is something beyond that.
Right.
And it dominates. I guess, though, I have a question about this, which is, on the one hand, we see lines like that outpolling the incremental change everywhere. On the other hand, if you look at the new split ticket ratings for who overperformed in the election, very moderate House Democrats did very well.
Totally.
There does seem to me to be a tension between two forms of political wisdom that they both have data behind them right now.
Yeah, it's just such a weird thing, and I don't know why. It goes back to this question. I think I said I asked George Santos this, and he didn't have an answer either. The leftist people just don't vote. They don't show up for their candidates. When you have, and it's so frustrating because the online media, even in my audience sometimes, is like, we need to listen to Bernie messages. It's like, bro, Bernie underperformed Kamala in his own state. Like, something is not working on the progressive messaging side either. It's not like they have the answer and we're just not listening, because it's not like they're overperforming. They're losing on their tickets even worse than the moderate Dems are. And the Dems that are doing the best are the moderate, boring Dems, which seems so contrary to, I guess, like the online media atmosphere. And even, I guess, to the staffers and the people that are working on the campaigns in a lot of these places too.
Now, which is that voters want huge, massive change. And like the optimum political strategy is Joe Manchin or Jared Golden or Ruben Gallego, who are actually not, or Susan Collins, who are not people who promise unbelievably shocking change. They are moderates who kind of tack between the parties a little bit and, try to represent a center that wants something a little bit less dramatic than either side is offering. How do you reconcile them?
There's an enormous amount of status quo bias in politics. Campaigning on big policy changes, can be pretty unpopular. But I think, the way to thread the needle, what this is really saying is that voters were very angry about the state of things. And what they wanted tonally was someone who acknowledged that anger.
Yeah.
Because, Ruben Gallego did a lot of criticism of the status quo and was able to outperform.
So people want an angry moderate.
That's right. I think that's exactly right.
Like they want not a, I always think of temperament and ideology as being.
Because there was a statement made by, I don't know, it might have even been Ezra Klein who made this statement, like 7 years ago or something. But I remember the statement of like, what Donald Trump represented wasn't any kind of coherent policy or anything, really. He just represented somebody saying, I'm really mad about stuff. And Trump said, I hear your anger. I'm going to come in and break everything. And it was like, okay. And that was it. It was just the idea that somebody heard or understood that feeling. Like, okay, yeah, he's mad too, and I'm mad, and we're going to fuck it all up. Hell yeah. Nobody cared about what came next. They just wanted somebody who was reflective of that anger that was being felt. And the policy positions don't really matter. So this, I guess, ties into where I was talking before about like messaging is the only thing that matters now. Policy and all this shit is fucking irrelevant. We have to work on messaging, because at the end of the day, like they're saying, like moderate Dems are winning, but they probably have a more like the system is fucked. I mean, you can maybe even say populist, but they have like a message that's more along the lines of like, I hear you, like shit is fucked right now, but you don't have to be like a crazy anti-establishment person to have just the messaging on it.
Separate axes in American politics that we connect too much. So we think about people who are moderates often have the moderate temperament. Susan Collins is like the great example. The joke always of the Susan Collins meter from, somewhat concerned all the way to very concerned being, the red line for her. You have a lot of moderates who by nature, they're pretty chill. They try to be civil. What this is implying is what people want are moderate policies in a more
aggressive,
revolutionary, or certainly more upset.
Yeah,
temperament.
True.
Yeah, we're pissed but not ideologically extreme about it. It's like a funny chant, but
when people think about moderates, they think of, somebody like Joe Manchin, someone who's just like down the line on everything. And, the reality, I think that's an accurate description of what highly educated moderates are like. But most low socioeconomic status moderates actually have fairly incoherent views. They're liberal on some issues, they're very conservative on other issues. And I think that, that's just like a much closer fit for, and that's, when you think of that, it's maybe less surprising that a lot of them like Donald Trump.
Back in 2016, I wrote a piece about Donald Trump that has one of these headlines that now people will sometimes screenshot and be mad at me about, but it's called something like Donald Trump is a perfect moderate. And the point of the piece was not that he's not extreme, because I think he is extreme. But
he's extreme in his messaging. But Donald Trump's initial political views, he wasn't really far. Oh, wait, didn't me and Hassan have a huge argument over this? What was my position? Am I taking the opposite now? That Donald Trump really wasn't far right at all. He if anything, he had kind of a moderate platform. None of it was like ultra far right, but he had extreme messaging on everything. That was like the crazy thing. Yeah.
The way his politics worked, particularly on the campaign trail in things he said, was it was internally disorganized. So he'd be extremely far right on immigration, but compared to other Republicans, much more centrist on things like Medicare and Social Security. He would talk about giving healthcare to everybody, even though Republicans wouldn't like that. He talked about raising taxes on people like him.
Yeah.
Not how he governed.
Right.
But there's a lot of research that actual moderates, like people in the electorate who are moderate, it's not that they have a in between the two parties view on everything. It's that they might believe in completely legalized weed on the one hand.
Yeah, this is a huge thing. That people think that a moderate is somebody who's like iffy on abortion and iffy on guns and iffy, but that's not true. That's like the illusory moderate, and that these people don't exist. A moderate is somebody who is a really strong, like me in some ways, right? Like I'm a really strong Second Amendment guy, but I also believe in like abortion. That should be like a protected thing. That's like a moderate position, not your wishy-washy and everything, or you're like a centrist and everything, but that you believe in some things that Republicans tend to defend and some things that Democrats tend to defend. In the totality of my beliefs, I wouldn't be moderate, but that would be an example of like a moderate type of position.
And mass deportations on the other. That it's like if you imagine positions as like they can be very liberal or very conservative, they average out to moderate. as opposed to being consistently moderate.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. And, the way I like to, to put that in math terms, the issue correlations for highly educated people are just a lot higher than they are.
Your eyebrows get excited when you do math terms.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. It's, all right, but I'm glad we started talking about ideology because that dovetails to the next slide. Here, we just ask for each of the candidates, do you think this candidate was more liberal than me, more conservative than me, or close to my views? So when you look at this slide, what you see is that 49% of voters said that Kamala Harris was more liberal than me, while only 39% of voters said that Donald Trump was more conservative than me. And so there was this big ideological perception gap where a lot of voters saw Donald Trump as more moderate than Kamala Harris.
What did this look like in 2016 and 2020?
So in 2016, it looked fairly similar to this. In 2020, perceptions of Donald Trump being too extreme went up relative to 2016, and perceptions of the Democratic candidate being too extreme went down from 2016 to 2020. Now, that I think wasn't a property of Joe Biden per se. Like obviously him being moderate was a big part of his brand at that time. But, in our polling, we would ask, do you think that Joe Biden is too liberal or too conservative or whatever? And we saw that over the course of 2021, as his approval ratings dipped, the perception that he was too liberal also went up.
Well, it's also true that Joe Biden became more liberal, like in terms of how he governed and in terms of what he ran on. So you're saying that in the 2020 election, you actually did see people say that they were ideologically closer to Biden than to Trump?
Yes.
And then over time that eroded.
That eroded. The thing I want to say here before I move on is I'm really not trying to beat up on Kamala Harris here. Like I think if you just step back, if you have a situation where the Democratic Party, where only 42% of Americans trust the Democratic Party on the economy relative to 58 for Republicans, obviously the standard bearer of the Democratic Party is going to be perceived as too left-wing unless they do a lot of stuff to try to counterbalance that.
I mean, people were living under the Biden-Harris administration. Whatever they thought of it, the line Trump would sometimes deliver on Harris, which in many ways is unfair if you're a super politically engaged voter and you have a lot of thoughts about the powers of the vice presidency. But to most people, if you have all these great ideas, why don't you do them in the last 4 years while you're vice president, was a pretty strong argument.
Yeah, Jesus.
I think there's a good argument that given that, it's amazing that we did as well as we did, but it was a close election. And so I don't, who knows what the counterfactual could have been.
I want to note something as a dog that is not barking across this presentation.
Yeah.
Since the election, I think that if you look at what Donald Trump is doing, what Elon Musk is doing, and if you look at punditry about the election, that if everybody agrees on anything, it's that the election was a huge verdict on wokeness.
Do you think AOC isn't pro-capitalism to be president? I think AOC, quote me, will be president one day, okay? Maybe, assuming we still have a democracy by the end of this Trump term. Unless she wants to be like leader of the House forever or something, or like a Pelosi-esque figure, but...
Famously, one of Trump's higher testing ads was this: Kamala Harris is for they, them, Donald Trump is for you. As you're sort of running through this, I'm not saying you're saying DEI programs are popular, but I'm not seeing it emerge as a major explanation for 2024 here. I'm curious how you both think about it in the election and think about the role it's playing in the post-election narrative.
I just want to say, the they, them ad that everybody talks about, it was a good ad, but it was like a 70th percentile ad, in our testing. If you look at all of the best testing ads from Donald Trump, it was basically the economy, it was gas prices, it was immigration, it was crime. And so I think that there's definitely been an overfocus, on DEI, on wokeness, on trans issues. I think it definitely, played a role on the elite discourse and why, so many tech CEOs have become more right-wing and, all of that. But I think that the voters were really mad about inflation and crime and immigration and the budget deficit. And, I think the Republicans are making a mistake, honestly, to focus on these things so much relative to concrete issues that people actually care about. I think that there's this bigger picture point I want to make.
That's interesting that he would say that, because I feel like the strength there for Republicans focusing on that kind of stuff is that for those issues that voters do care about, I don't think Republicans are a good advocate for them. Like if you really did care about the deficit, you're really not voting for. There's no historical evidence to vote for Republicans. The last budget surplus was a Democrat, and Republicans have historically gotten us into huge budget troubles. Trump is absolutely no exception to that. He follows the rule directly with that. So in a way, even if Americans don't care about woke issues as much, if you can keep people talking about it, at least you're not talking about an issue that you're a loser on, right? You're talking about an issue that you're winning on, with most people probably, maybe.
Where I think that a lot of people see the Trump administration as kind of a break that shows that all of the traditional rules of politics no longer apply. And I think that, I think to some extent that's wrong, that a lot of what's happening is really very easy to understand. Donald Trump, to go back to the ideological thing, he broke with his party. He might have been dishonest about it, but he disavowed Project 2025. He said that he wouldn't cut social programs. He ruled out a national abortion ban. And I think that, that kind of thing just plays a big role in his success. And I think that a lot of these newer things, that we talk about might be less important than we think. But, the flip side is it's possible that when it comes to something...
I feel like, I don't know how much I feel that is true. Who did the flip-flopper thing? Was that an attack against Kerry? Or was that against Hillary? Like, I feel like the unique thing for Trump, because he talks about, like, Trump was able to disavow these things, but nobody really cares when he does, and nobody really cares when his opinion changes. Like, Trump has a relatively unique... Well, I don't know if it's unique or if Well, no, I think it is unique because Kamala Harris was able to be kind of like character assassinated based on political statements made in 2019. Now, to be fair, she didn't disavow any of like the trans stuff or whatever. But Donald Trump can just straight out not deliver ever on any of his political promises ever. And it's fine. He doesn't actually suffer any repercussions for it. Or he can just like straight out change completely from one day to the next. And his voters never really care about it. But again, I don't think it's as much of a policy thing, more as kind of like an emotive thing for why people vote for Donald Trump. But
something like, why is it that 20-year-old men are so much more conservative than they were 4 years ago? I don't know. I could believe maybe wokeness has something to do with that. But I think that the bulk of this is traditional factors.
I feel like for young people, I feel like for young people that the woke shit has to be way more explanatory. Like no offense, but a 20-year-old doesn't have a strong opinion on the economy. I don't think. It's just what they've heard at school or what they've seen from talk shows. You haven't even experienced the economy yet, right?
So now I just have the last slide of the retrospective. What I have here is we have the share of voters who get their news from TikTok, by year. The share of voters who get their young voters who get their news from TikTok more than quadrupled in the last 4 years.
Jesus.
This is the biggest and probably fastest change in media consumption, that has happened in my lifetime. And it was quite correlated with support change. Now, obviously, TikTok users are younger, they're less politically engaged.
I mean, they kind of do if they're broke. Yeah, I know that nobody wants to hear this in Gen Z and in Gen Alpha or whatever, but spoiler alert, all young people are broke. That's just a reality of being young. No young person was ultra wealthy ever in the history of the United States, unless you're born into it, okay? That's just always been. So if you're a young person, like, God, this sucks. I'm 23 and I can't fucking buy a house. I'm broke as fuck. I can't afford an apartment. This sucks. Yes, welcome to being young, and especially right out of school. Welcome.
It's like not surprising that we dropped among this group. You'd expect that from demographics. But if you go and you do the regressions, I think there was definitely a causal element there. And, when you zoom in particularly to people who get their news from TikTok, who don't care very much about politics, this is a group that's 8 percentage points more Republican than they were 4 years ago, and that's a lot.
So by the end of the election, Donald Trump is promising to save TikTok. One possible explanation then for TikTok users shifting towards Trump is that they like TikTok and they didn't want it to be taken away from them.
No, come on. Trump was responding. He wasn't inciting the support on TikTok. He was responding to the support from TikTok. TikTok was like, I wouldn't even say TikTok was a pro-Trump platform. I would just say TikTok was an anti-establishment Dem platform. Like, the people on TikTok on the left were just pro-pallies that fucking hated mainly the Democrats. And then people on the right were pro-Trump, but they also like hated wokeness and all the anything from the Democrats. Like, I feel like TikTok just from every political angle was just there to relentlessly shit on establishment Dems no matter what. Jesus.
Another, which people have worried about quite a bit, is that the company behind TikTok could very easily have been turning dials. Just softly, right? It's not that nothing that is liberal does well on TikTok. I've seen videos of me get posted there and do very well on TikTok. But that it would not be hard to turn up the dial a little bit on issues that are tricky for Democrats, on people complaining about the cost of living, on pro-Trump influencers, right? If, everybody who the algorithm codes as pro-Trump gets a 7% boost, that will not be obvious exactly on the app, but could be very, very meaningful in the aggregate. When you look at this data, do you think it is something about TikTok? Do you think it is something about TikTok's audience just being young people who are seeing this movement? Or does it make you suspect dial turning?
I don't know the answer to that. It's totally possible. Like, we know that they do dial turning on some topics, stuff like Ukraine or Tiananmen Square or whatever. But what I'll say is I think that TikTok represents something fairly radically different than social networks that came before it. And I'm sure, that, there could be some malfeasance on the part of people who work there. But the thing that I think about sometimes is just that I think TikTok is really the first social media platform that is really truly decentralized. Like, and what I mean by that is just, it's not based on follower graphs. Like, if you look at Reels or Twitter or whatever, how many people see a video or a piece of content is highly correlated with how many followers that person has. TikTok's a lot more random, and there's like very interesting machine learning reasons for why. But I think that it really allowed a lot of content that never would have gotten a lot of views on Twitter or on television to suddenly escape containment and get directly into the eyes of like people who don't care that much about politics. And I don't know, like, you could tell a story that maybe just anti-incumbent stuff is going to do really well on TikTok and Democrats are going to do great now. I don't really know. But I think that for whatever reason, this big change, I think, really did help Republicans. And it's just an example of how the world has really changed a lot.
So I know that you're near Democratic, both freak out and funding world. I hear a lot from Democrats about how to fix what they now call their media problem, or sometimes you hear the TikTok problem, maybe take, try to seed creators and give them some support. When you look at this, do you think this is something that an established political party and a bunch of donors can do something about, or do you think this is TikTok is a vibes machine? And basically, for reasons of inflation, for reasons of incumbency, for reasons of a censorious, Democratic Party that people gotten tired of, the vibes are bad for Democrats in 2024. And vibes machines like TikTok, like some of the other social media things, they're going to be an amplifier of bad vibes.
The vibes.
So it's not really a thing to do in the sense of strategy. What you're trying to do is be culturally, both in terms of the candidates you have,
culturally
and the actual things you
aware.
say and believe, culturally a better product, and then the things that pick up good cultural products and amplify them are going to be friendlier to you.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of truth in that. I think that TikTok is genuinely strange relative to platforms before it, in that its audience is more politically disengaged and more working class. And I think it's just been very hard for us as a party to find, creators and content that appeals to people like that, because all of the people who work in democratic politics are not like that. And I think that in the old traditional media world, we were a lot like the media gatekeepers. And so it was kind of clear how to win that war. And I think Democrats did a good job of doing it. But now we have a totally different fight. So, to move on and talk a little bit about the present as opposed to the long time ago of, 4 or 5 months ago. So, you've talked a lot in your previous.
Look at that disgusting. Cancel this guy. Instead of hiring a camera crew to make nice live stream podcasts, he does digital panning. That's a digital pan, right? I think that's a digital pan. Unbelievable.
A totally different fight. So, to move on and talk a little bit about the present as opposed to the long time ago of, 4 or 5 months ago. So, you've talked a lot.
Wait, is it? Wait, it might not be. Because now he did the Zoom thing too. That might not be a digital pan. No, is it? Somebody email me and tell me the answer.
Previous episodes about, Trump's flood the zone strategy, where he's just constantly doing a bunch of stuff. And, what we've done here is, we've pulled all his executive orders and stuff that he's campaigned on. I think we have something like 60 dots here. Every one of these dots is a policy that we've pulled. And, what you can see is that there's a lot of variance. A lot of the things that he campaigned on, no taxes on tips, deploying, the military to the border, voter ID laws, ending remote work for federal employees. A lot of that stuff is very popular, while the flip side is a lot of stuff that he's actually doing. He talks about this stuff less, but Medicaid cuts, repealing the ACA, extending tax cuts to billionaires, a lot of that stuff is really unpopular. And just to say something a little controversial, I think a lot of the challenge of the Trump era is that they're going to try to bait us. And, we should do everything we can, to actually meaningfully resist and protect the populations that we care about and everything. But I think we need to make sure that we're preserving a considerable amount of time, to attacking Trump on the most effective things that voters are concerned about.
You've used the term bait a few times.
Instead of being
they're going to try to bait
on
us.
the defense.
Right. I think of a political party baiting you as dangling something in front of you that, they know is going to make you mad, but it isn't that big of a deal. They're doing mass firings around critical functions. They're destroying USAID. They're arrogating a huge amount of executive power. The set of things that I find Democrats are really worried about at the moment, it's, on the one hand, I suspect they're not the things that the public cares about, wants to hear that much about, making a podcaster the deputy director of the FBI. But at the same time, they're not baiting. They're real. They're important. Like, what is the point of a party?
Right.
They will not fight those. And this is a place where I think there is a tension between this focus on what's popular, don't focus on just the things that activate your high education, high income base. But in terms of getting people out into the streets, potentially if you need that, getting people to town halls, there's sometimes I think this thought of the party that's just going to, James Carville's been saying Democrats should basically play dead for a while and wait until the Trump administration's unpopular actions destroy the Trump administration, but don't get in the way, right? Or there's this version of a party that various things Hakeem Jeffries has said at different points have sounded like this to people. I think is a little bit more complicated than this, but we're not going to run after all these things. We're going to focus on the price of eggs, price of goods. You can really lose your own base if you're not defending democracy when they care about democracy, because you're waiting for an opportunity to attack prices. When prices are kind of going to do what prices are going to do, what Democrats say about prices isn't the most salient thing. Am I getting what you're saying right? Is there a way of threading the needle? How do you think about that?
Yeah, I think you could imagine a theoretical world where we would have really hard and unpleasant trade-offs. But I think the world we actually live in is that a bunch of the things that we're extremely concerned about are actually really unpopular. And, just kind of going forward to the next slide, here's some randomized controlled trial data that, we did that, like I was talking about earlier with the ads, where we just kind of went through and we looked at, 58 different things that Trump's going to...
Oh, look at this. Oh, I feel good. My intuitions are generally good, I think. Fuck you guys. Like, this was the thing I was saying, like, Trump and Elon are never doing this. They're never touching Medicare, Social Security, or things like, I don't know if the VA is on here somewhere, but like, this is just never happening because even Trump knows that he would lose his base doing it. This is why I don't understand, or maybe I'll talk about this, or maybe this is the part that I don't understand. I don't understand why you have people like Schumer saying, we can't let the government shut down because if we do, they'll do truly horrible things. Good. Then I think they should do truly horrible things. Just let them do these things that are insanely unpopular so that Americans don't support them anymore. Why would we help them with that?
To do, and then we rank ordered them by how persuasive they were at actually changing people's votes and making people disapprove of Trump. And, I think that a lot of the things that we're most concerned about, Elon causing chaos in the federal government, cuts to, Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security, extending tax breaks for the rich. Obviously this list of things is not exactly the same as my top 5 things that I'm personally most concerned about with the Trump administration. But I think that the Republicans are making a lot of unforced errors that make it easier to thread the needle on these things than I think it otherwise would be true.
But these are also pretty small changes in Trump disapproval. If I'm reading what this chart is right, if Democrats attack Trump for cutting Medicare and Social Security or wanting to cut Medicare and Social Security, that increases Trump disapproval by 2.5 points. If they attack him for letting Elon slash budgets, hurting Americans and putting privacy at risk, that hurts him by 2.2 points. Going down, passing a one-party power grab to cut government services without compromise, that's 2.1 points. These kind of look the same, and none of them are very big.
Can you just think for a second? This is can you imagine 70 words? You stop a Trump voter on the street and you say the 70 words to him, and then there's a
Yeah, it's not 2 percentage points. This is like what I said before, where it's bro, if a party loses 5% of its support, it's no longer politically viable. It's been destroyed in the United States. You don't need to do these huge swings in terms of voters to just completely dominate an election.
A 2.5% chance he changes his mind. I think that's incredible. I just think that these two pieces of data tell a story of how we should try to shape the campaign against Trump in the next couple months, which is that he is wreaking havoc in the federal government. I think that is consistent with our principles and also something that voters are very concerned about. That he is trying to slash support for the safety net and that he's trying to do tax cuts against the wealthy. And, I think that a lot of this critique of Trump is really very similar to the campaign that we ran against Mitt Romney. And I think that this kind of gets back to what I was saying before I feel like, we were so shocked by Trump that we kind of forgot that the old rules of politics.
I want to read two of these because I think something you just said is important. When we're talking about these old laws of politics. So here's these are all high polling, high testing messages, but this is the lowest one on the chart. So Trump is working to repeal a law that lowers the cost of healthcare and prescription drug costs and caps insulin costs at $35 a month for seniors. By repealing this law, Trump will increase the cost of life-saving medicine for millions and create more financial strain when costs are already too high. So that increases Trump disapproval by 1.9 points. I think that is as right down the middle a Democratic message as you could possibly imagine. That does not test as well as Trump is letting Elon Musk slash federal budgets with no oversight, checks, or balances. Musk gave $250 million to Trump's campaign, and now Trump is letting Musk reshape the government in ways that advance Musk's interests, even if they hurt working Americans by cutting the basics like Medicaid and public schools. I am actually surprised that the Elon Musk attack is outpolling the insulin attack. And it's interesting because I see this in Trump voters in my own life. Right. Some of the ones I know, they're actually not happy with what's going on in the Trump administration. There's a lot they don't like. There's a lot going on, but too much. But Musk creeps them out. Is that in your data?
I think it's really telling that Elon stuff floats to the top here because, it's really very hard for something to be competitive with Protect Social Security and Medicare. The fact that there are multiple Elon things up at the top, I think really does tell a story that there's something really unusual about what he's doing. It's very easy to tie what he's doing to harming individual people. In ads, one of the clearest patterns in ads is that getting a real person and just having them stare at a camera and talk about the ways that Republicans have personally hurt them. It's the best content. It's funny if you hire actors, it doesn't work as well. People have...
It's so funny. This reminds me of that focus group. Oh God, I'm never going to forget this. Fuck! I need somebody to find me this so we can rewatch this. That focus group with the big Republican guy who does all the focus groups. Fuck, what's his name? He had the one over convincing voters to take a COVID shot. Or no, it was trying to convince. Yeah, I think it was trying to convince people that COVID was a real danger. Oh yeah, it was a Luntz panel, and I think the most compelling argument was Chris Christie came on. And he just spoke about how I had a really healthy friend who was a huge runner, huge jogger, and then he got COVID and got sick and died. And by the end of the focus group, I think when Luntz asked everybody what was the most compelling thing, all the data, the vaccine shit, the doctor, it was that story from Chris Christie. It was I think almost everybody in the panel said that was the biggest thing that changed their mind. Somebody find that video for me, so I'm not just lying about that, but...
tried. And that's why, in some ways, I'm optimistic that Democrats will be able to thread the coalitional needle here because, we should stand, the two things that we should do is fight against social welfare cuts and also attack Elon Musk for the chaos he's creating. And I think that that's something that basically every wing of the party should be on board with.
Donald Trump is polling better than he was at this point in his first term. And, the vibes have really shifted in a pro-Trump direction. And look at how much he and Elon Musk are doing. And, I've certainly talked to Republicans who have this feeling that Trump has unlocked a sort of political juggernaut here. That he has cracked the code of American politics. But you have this slide is titled Trump is vulnerable. So why is he vulnerable?
Well, the first thing you see is that he has been...
Why is he vulnerable? Because he's politically retarded. He lucked into this spot. He is not an intelligent political person. He just lucked in. He was at the right place at the right time. And if Democrats could just seize the moment a little bit better, he just does so many things that are unnecessarily risky. He could just run his campaign in such a better way, but he doesn't because he's fucking retarded.
And getting more unpopular rapidly as time has gone on. And I just think the most predictable thing in American politics, and we get surprised every single time it happens, is president comes in, he wins a trifecta, and then he does a bunch of unpopular stuff, he overreaches, and then he becomes very unpopular and loses big in the midterms. Yeah. That doesn't mean that you can't avoid the cycle, but I think that in order to avoid it, when you look at the people who did the best job, Clinton in 1998 or Kennedy in 1962, they did it by engaging in an enormous amount of policy restraint. And that is just not what Trump has been doing at all.
That was always the thing. I haven't studied his presidency in depth, so take what I say with a grain of salt. But that was always the thing that I heard about Clinton when I would ever hear like economists or people who studied politics or whatever talk about Clinton, they always say that the reason why Clinton was so good at what he did was because he just shut the fuck up and got out of the way. That the economy was doing well, we were coming into the kind of like the .com era, and the world was like relatively at peace, and basically if it didn't need fixing, he just shut the fuck up and let things happen, and that was like one of Clinton's greatest strengths as a president, and it was why everything did pretty decent under him. I don't know how true that is, but
And I think that you can just see in the data, but his approval rating is dropping pretty quickly, and you can see that he's just pissing off lots of people, and that a lot of the stuff that he's doing and drawing attention toward is really quite unpopular.
There's also this reality of the coalitional realignment you were talking about at the beginning, which is Democrats now have this higher information, higher engagement coalition. Those are the people who turn out in midterms disproportionately. If I were a moderate Republican right now, or a Republican in any way vulnerable, I know they're all afraid of Elon Musk and they're afraid of primaries. I'd be pretty afraid of losing. Because it's not just that you tend to have thermostatic midterm elections, but that the coalitions have been changing such that Democrats are able to survive the 2022 midterm, which should have gone against them. And I think Dobbs saved them to some degree, but also the fact that their coalition.
I'm so curious what happens to Elon Musk after this electoral cycle, once Trump is gone, or if he gets booted from the party, which I don't think is completely impossible because, again, I mean, they've said it here, we've seen it in the past. Elon Musk is just not that popular. He's just a creepy, weird fucking loser that nobody really likes that much. And now he's torched. I hope he has with me at least. And I think a lot of other people that used to be kind of like pro-Tesla, pro-spacers, I think he's torched a lot of goodwill with those types of consumers. And I'm curious, after he leaves the Republican Party, Republicans don't give a fuck about electric vehicles. I'm sorry. Even with the whole Tesla, suck off shit, Republicans just aren't going to buy electric vehicles en masse. It's just not going to happen. What does his career look like after?
Was, as you showed earlier, right? If only 2022 voters had come out in 2024, Harris would have won.
Right.
You got to be pretty confident in Donald Trump's political skills to think that he is going to shift that dynamic. It seems that in addition to all the normal things that happens to presidents in midterms, the shape of the coalition makes midterms harder right now for Republicans.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. But that said, it gets to this like tension in all of these like Democratic soul-searching conversations, which is if Democrats do nothing, really, like they'll probably be okay in 2026.
Oh, look at that! My intuitions are so good. This guy is a DGG. He just copies my takes. What, didn't I say this? There's a world where, like, even if Democrats do fuck all and do nothing, that is possible. We just, like, win because of the incumbency disadvantages and the kind of tanking popularity already. And this also goes into the idea of, like, Schumer, I'm supposing, I don't know if he said this exactly, but this idea, because Hakeem Jeffries, I think, was basically saying this, right? They're like, listen, the Republicans are fucking up. Don't block the CR. Let them vote on it. Let them just crash the country and don't get in the way. I don't agree with that strategy. But, like, there's a chance that we just win the midterms anyway, right?
Because all of these voters, who get their news from TikTok, who don't care about politics, these like voters under 25, they just really are not going to vote very much in the midterms. But if we don't fix this problem, then 4 years from now, we could be in the same trust deficit on all these core issues. And
another another charismatic candidate comes along in the Republican Party, and then we lose horribly again. It's like, oh no.
Voters that didn't turn out in 2026 will come back, and except we'll be running against a candidate who's a lot less unpopular potentially than Trump, and we could be in a real pickle.
About the Senate.
Yeah, we are lucky in that, like, people talk about how much popularity and charisma that Trump has. Like, I say that, but it's only with Republicans. People want to say that Trump is like another Reagan or another Obama. He's not. He's not at all. There was one analysis that Alan Lichtman made that was very true. Reagan even, and Obama even, had really broad approval, at least for a while, from the American public. Donald Trump I don't think Donald Trump has ever had an over 50% approval rating. I don't think. Like, he's only mega popular with Republicans, and Democrats just don't like him. He's just never been that popular, even though it's sold to us as though he is.
Senate. So you and I did a big piece on kind of debates about populism a couple of years ago. It involved a model that you had, and that model was predicting in 2022, but specifically 2024, like Democratic Senate annihilation.
Right.
And Democrats are down a couple seats in the Senate. It's, 53-47?
Right.
It's not a good map for them in 2026.
Shut up.
And they did lose some seats that were really important to them, like Tester in Montana and Brown in Ohio. How do you see the Democratic Senate future?
If you had told me in 2019, when I started worrying about the 2024 Senate election, that we would have 47 seats, I would have jumped for joy. I think, the really big factors there is like Republicans ran a bunch of really terrible candidates in a bunch of swing races. And it turns out those Democratic candidates did a good job of distancing themselves from the party. I don't want to spend too much time speculating about the 2026 map, but I think that even though the bias in the Electoral College has gone down quite a bit because of the swing among immigrants, that doesn't really change that the Senate. It's very hard, for Democrats to take the Senate unless they can consistently outperform how Harris did and how Biden did in most of the country. These problems won't be fixed unless we spend the next, 2 years or 4 years changing the party's brand among, working class voters who are overrepresented in the Senate. Okay, the one exception to this, I think, and this is just controversial and might get me in trouble, is I think that I'm just going to scroll up back to the Senate slide. if you look in Nebraska, the single biggest overperformance that we had was Osborne, running as an independent. He outperformed at the top of the ticket by 7.1%. Now, obviously, Nebraska is an extremely red state, and I think that we've only ever tried this strategy of running people who are literally formally not tied to the Democratic Party in extremely red states. But I think the argument for doing that kind of thing in merely red states, in places like Florida or places like Ohio or Iowa, those are hard questions, and it's not up to me, what we end up doing. But I think it's something that we have to really seriously consider. And then that also just brings up the really awkward point of like, well, what do we do with the reality that in most, by land area, in most parts of the country, it's almost impossible for a Democrat or someone with a Democrat on their ticket to win.
What do you do about the reality the Democratic brand is toxic in most of the land area in the country? Because I think you can have this conversation that you always have to be careful at which conversation you're having. Is the conversation, can Democrats win in 2026 or 2028? And the answer there is yes. Right. If the conversation is how do you get back to a place where you're putting states in play, that Democrats have just kind of
Yes, I like this. So, some of the DNC people I interviewed were saying this, and I think this is true. Democrats are very keen on like giving up on places. Like, oh, we can't ever win this. It's over. And then meanwhile, we, I think, kind of rightfully made fun of Donald Trump for doing. Remember, when we were close to the election, Donald Trump went and did a rally. One of his rallies was in New York City. I was like, why the fuck are you wasting your fucking time here? What a retarded thing to do so close to the election. Why? You're not winning New York, right? But I think Trump did it for fucking ego reasons because he likes New York and it's whatever, means hometown and everything. But I think there's something to be said for Democrats probably shouldn't just completely throw in the fucking towel on so much of the United States. Like, is there really so much separating Democrats that they can never win a rural area ever again? Like, is that really the case? I don't know if that is the case. But obviously, you have limited resources, limited attention and time is a resource, and money too. So maybe it's not worth thinking about it as much. But
given up on. Mitch McConnell's retiring in Kentucky. There's a Democratic governor in Kentucky. It's not literally true that no Democrat can ever win there. I don't think anybody seriously thinks so, that a Democrat is going to win Mitch McConnell's seat. Because the Democratic brand nationally, which is different than its kind of state party brand, is pretty bad. And people understand when they're voting for Senate, they're voting for the national brand, right? So you've been thinking about this for a long time. If you were trying to think about reversing these much deeper trends, right? These educational trends, this sort of realignment that has, if your whole point in life was to make Democrats competitive again in Florida, in Missouri, in Kansas, right? Not the reddest states, but states that they were competitive in a couple of years ago. What would you advise Democrats to do?
The reality of the situation right now, like I think there are these big theoretical discussions we could have about what positions the Democrats could take, is that Democrats are not in power right now, and so we don't have agenda control. And I think a lot of this just depends on what Trump does and and then who replaces Trump. Like something I'll say, going back to the 2016, the first time that Trump was president, is that when
Kamala went to Texas, no? Yeah, but I mean, if we were to believe what was reported by the campaign workers, the reason why she went to Texas was because she was hoping that they were going to have a conversation with Joe Rogan, but Joe Rogan was more interested in chatting with Trump, and so they basically said fuck that to that interview. So
when we were looking at polling of non-college whites, and these Obama-Trump voters, their approval rating for Trump was really very stable for most of his term. And the only time that it declined was when Trump tried to repeal the Affordable Care Act. And then we saw them revert kind of to their own old partisanship. But once that was out of the news, they switched back. And so, I think that does kind of, like at this moment, given that there is no party leader, I think it's mostly a question of if Trump does successfully push a bunch of welfare state cuts, then that might change the realignment. But I think realistically, at least until 2026, it's mostly a function of what Republicans do. But when we pick a new presidential candidate, that will be a reset. And I think it's, I don't think it's too early to talk about that. But I think that you could imagine us picking candidates who would do a much better job.
I think that is a good place to end. So, always our final question: what are 3 books you recommend to the audience?
I'd say the 3 books for me. I want to just call out Hollow Parties by Danny Schlossman. He's a good friend of mine, and I think it's
and Sam Rosenfeld.
And Sam Rosenfeld, of course,
colleague.
Yes, I think it's hard to talk about a lot of these questions that I was kind of dodging about why parties were doing what they did without kind of reading that. The other thing I want to call out is something that was hugely influential for how I think about politics. This is a really nerdy pick, but The Origin and Nature of Mass Opinion by Zoller. It kind of gets at this question of how much does what people say in surveys matter versus how much of it is downstream of what people are saying, what elites are saying. And I think his answer is mostly elites, but both. And then last thing I just wanted to call out was Victory Lab by Sasha Eisenberg. It kind of talks a lot about, the history of the democratic analytics industry. A lot of the stuff these numbers that I've shared here kind of come out of that machine. And so if you're just interested in kind of the history of the Democratic Party's internal analytics and research structure, it's the only book really that's ever been written about it.
David Shore, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wow. Thanks, Davey. Okay, wait, real quick. Let's just watch this.
That was probably the biggest turning point for me.
I would say I was probably 8.
Wait, at what time is the story from Chris Christie?
That was...
People aren't
That's enough people.
Sue from Iowa.
32-17.
It was Hope Hicks, who was the youngest and most fit.
So these are a vaccine hesitant focus group hosted by Frank Luntz.
Was there in the 4 days leading up to the first presidential debate. I could then go into the West Wing. And there were 7 people in the map room at the White House for about 16 hours over 4 days together. And of those 7 people, 6 of them got COVID in the place that was the safest, most tested place in America. And the only person who was in that room who did debate prep with us, with the president, who didn't get COVID in the immediate aftermath of the first presidential debate was Jason Miller, who was one of the president's campaign aides. Why he didn't get it, I have no idea why he didn't get it. And I got it, and Hope Hicks got it, and Kellyanne Conway got it, and the president got it, Bill Stepien got it, and Stephen Miller. All of us got it. All of us got it at a bit of a different time, and all of us got it at a bit of a different severity. And by randomness, I mean I was the sickest of everybody and had the longest hospitalization. The next sickest person was the president. But the next sickest person after that was Hope Hicks, who was the youngest and most fit person in that room. Someone who, ran 4 to 5 miles every day in her early 30s and was the most fit. She was out of it for a good 10 days and never had to be hospitalized, but called me during it and told me it was the sickest she'd ever been.
Oh, they didn't even die.
2 other people in my family. A 64-year-old cousin who was a smoker, and so she had some potential problem, got it, felt okay in the beginning, wound up hospitalized. Her husband, 63, no pre-existing conditions, great shape. In fact, was still working every day as an active longshoreman on the docks in New Jersey. He got sick as well, caught it presumably from his wife. They both wound up being hospitalized, and 2 weeks ago, they both passed away.
Oh.
How has your opinion changed about the vaccine, if at all? How likely were you to get it when you started this session 2 hours ago? And how likely you are now? And please, I want to know the moment if your opinion changed. I want to know the one fact, the one story, the one reason why your opinion may be different now than what it was 1 hour or 2 hours ago. So Jen from Iowa, I'm going to start with you.
So I think my opinion has changed. Before I would have said I was in the middle of the fence on whether or not I would get the vaccination. And now I'm leaning a little more towards getting the vaccination. So I probably went from a 5 out of 10 to maybe a 7 out of 10 towards leaning that way. For me, I think the most impactful part was just listening to Dr. Friedman? Sorry. Talk about some of the logistics and like when they were making the vaccine and some of the background information on it that I don't believe had been shared enough with us as Americans. And for me,
for a lot of people, when they hear things brought up by like the Joe Rogans, okay, the Himmlers and Goebbels of the world, a lot of times I say this as like an insult, but it's kind of mean to say it as an insult. But the idea that everything is a conspiracy when you don't know how anything works, I think for some of these people, just hearing an explanation on how something works was incredibly impactful, right? Like if a conservative brings up, how are they going to refrigerate the vaccines? And it's like, oh shit, that's a good point. I don't know. How the fuck are that? Seems impossible. Like just having somebody take the time to explain that can be massively beneficial. So a person just has something in their mind to go to,
that was probably the biggest turning point for me.
I would say I was probably 80% against when this started today. Now I'm probably 50-50-ish. Between the numbers that Dr. Friedman gave and honestly the story that Governor Christie gave about a healthy adult that ended up passing away from it.
Just, I know it's important, but I still internally, I hate it every time I hear somebody say this. Really? That one story?
It really has made me think a little bit.
I would say I was 50-50 when we started. I'm maybe 75 in favor now of getting it. Only if it means I can get into the nursing home to see my mother. That would probably push me a lot quicker. I like the doctors. I like the medical situation when they give us the facts and talk to us without any politics involved. I think that helps me see that my bias was probably with the political side of it, getting involved and just separating the medical side of it. If I can look just at the medical and health side of it, I'm much better off than when they mix politics in with it.
What? This isn't the full panel. Wasn't there a larger one of these? I feel like almost every person spoke. There was like 3 people. Was there a live stream of this? Did I get trolled? Did I troll myself? Did my memory troll myself? These people that are persuaded by anecdotes reminds me of fuck, what's the House episode where the android guy saves them because the woman comes in at the end and she's like, you saved my husband. And House is like, you coward. Fuck, what's the name of that episode? There are house clips I haven't watched yet? What? Support mandatory voting across the U.S.? I think I probably do. Fuck it. Oh, it was this? Where the woman comes in at the end.
But he is effective.
Well, they Dr. House, and when they told me he was in here, I thought I should say something. I mean, he wasn't the nicest doctor I've ever met.
Well, I think we've heard enough.
But he was right. They found the tumor. They are removing it, and they are starting plasmapheresis. They expect a full recovery.
Cringe. And then the guy changes his mind.
Did anything to change that process. Congratulations, Dr. House. This unfortunate stabbing incident is officially nobody's fault. Coward.
Oh, he gets some.
Excuse me? Got like 20 pages of notes there. You were expecting to bore us for at least half an hour. You got my parole form in here. You're gonna send me back to prison.
House, stop.
Good things usually happen, bad things sometimes happen. The fact that that would-be widow came in just in time to sob all over your soft, mushy heart, and the fact that her husband's gonna live, does not change whether or not I did the right thing.
That's what Frank Luntz should have said. Okay, all right. I love you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. We're doing anything else tomorrow. Stay safe. We're going to cappuccino, 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 my dude arenas. Do connections. Mean, king, express, shoulder, back, median, cart, spell, divider, extensions, mode, refresh, planka, lane, forward, convey. Oh, this seems like super easy. These are like parts of a road or something. What do you mean? What are you trying to convey? What are you expressing? Spell it out. King, plunge, forward. Refresh, extensions. Plancha? Planka? King, back, forward, cart. Fuck. Wait. Refresh. Are these things that like your browser can do? Like your back button, your forward button, refresh. You can click a button for your extensions? Is there a mode button? Web browser buttons, okay. Planka, king, mode, and cart. A la, oh my god. A la carte, or la, is it a la carte? A la king, or la king? A la mode and a la planka? I've never heard of these two before, but okay. All right. Bourbon, cappuccino, pappuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, dampuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, alpuccino, my dinner is. Geography. I gotta go. Okay, it's late. I stream too much for you guys. You don't deserve it. Be careful. Stay safe. Bye.